Ah, I reclined on my dormitory bed, stretching languidly. The fatigue that had weighed upon me for so long began to dissipate. A little over a week ago, the results of my fourth civil service examination were released, and they were far from satisfactory. After consuming alcohol, my father and I had a heated argument at the dining table, and in a fit of anger, I stormed out of the house, never to return. Throughout my life, I had never left home. From elementary school to university, I had always studied locally, never even experiencing life in a boarding school. In contrast, my sister had been boarding since childhood and was attending university in the provincial capital. In this period away from home, I found myself spending time in an internet CAF. A fire of frustration burned within me, having graduated from high school. I had hoped to explore the world beyond, yet my family insisted I remain local. They even forbade me from working during my internship, insisting I focus solely on reviewing for civil service exams. For 25 years, my life had been tightly controlled by my family. My father's words, "You have no skills, no brains, what else can you do besides taking an exam for a government position? If you don't work hard, you won't even earn a living," struck me deeply. This time, I was determined to break free from the life they had prescribed for me and live fully. That said, what could I actually do? I too was eager to find out. Each day, I spent time in the internet CAF, playing games and searching for suitable job opportunities online. Most postings were scams, and the few legitimate jobs offered either insufficient pay or were ethically questionable. On the fourth day, overwhelmed by the online scams, I aimlessly wandered the streets, scanning advertisements. Dishwashing jobs offered $2,500 a month. Waitstaff positions offered $2,000 a month. Hotel cleaning jobs offered $3,000 a month. It's quite embarrassing. At 25 years old, I have yet to work and rely entirely on my parents for pocket money, while my sister, even in her sophomore year, has managed to secure a part-time job. I possess no skills, yet still find myself picky. That evening, I casually slurped a bowl of rice noodles by the roadside, preparing to find an internet CAF to linger in once more. A sheet of A4 paper fluttered against my face in the wind. Ugh! I irritably tore it down, intending to crumple it and toss it away when I noticed a word hiring. I flattened the advertisement. The Changsha City Funeral Home was seeking employees, age 18 to 40. Good health required. Education, proficient computer skills required for positions like receptionist and statistician, with a college degree or higher. Security and cleaning roles required at least a junior high school diploma. Strong psychological resilience and courage were also prerequisites. Monthly salary ranged from $5,000 to $30,000, with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund provided. Contact Ms. Young 182XXXX. Initially, I felt inclined to reject the idea of working at a funeral home, but upon noticing the salary and the benefits, I hesitated. Earning over $10,000 a month would surpass my father's income. After all, I was already in a silent rebellion against him. Thus, I dialed the number. The conversation was quite ordinary, yet I was taken aback by the fact that the interview would be a group one at 10 p.m. This was unlike any interview I had encountered before. Was I to be collectively whisked away for some sinister purpose? After the call, I researched the funeral home online, and the address and phone number matched the information I had received. Off I went. Changsha City lay just next to mine, a 3-hour bus ride away. I set out with a flutter of anxiety in my heart. Upon reaching the hotel, I fell into a deep slumber, waking just before 10 p.m. In a hurry, I hailed a taxi, explaining to the driver my urgency for the interview and pleading for him to hurry. He adamantly refused, stating he had never encountered anyone seeking a midnight interview at a funeral home. Neither had I. Eventually, after much persuasion and offering an extra 100 yuan, he reluctantly agreed to take me. However, when he collected the fare, he gave an inexplicable chuckle that left me puzzled. I stood at the entrance of the funeral home, where no bright lights illuminated the area, only a dim white light flickered. To the west, a vast outdoor parking lot sat in shadow, lacking illumination. Nestled at the foot of the mountain, the funeral home was not far away. Had it not been for the sounds of gongs and drums echoing from within, I might have thought I had arrived at the wrong place. The grandeur of the entrance was impressive. Few establishments in our city could rival it. Upon entering, to the west lay a flat-roofed building serving as a reception area, where floral arrangements, merchandise, and boxed meals were sold. Continuing down the path, To the west stood a 6-story office building, while the east side sloped down to a large square, where every few meters. A square room served as a morning hall, each adorned with a canopy, tables, and several mahjong machines. I inquired with a staff member at the reception and made my way to a vast office area on the first floor of the office building, which likely served as a conference space. Approximately 40 individuals were present, most of them older. The more senior applicants wore clean, albeit slightly faded, clothing, likely vying for the security and cleaning positions hardly my competition, that I scanned the crowd for those of a similar age or fashionably dressed. These were likely my rivals. My preferred position was undoubtedly that of statistician. After all, I had a degree in computer science. Working with spreadsheets seemed relatively easy. I could endure an additional 40 years of data or security work was better suited for older men. As for roles involving corpses, I had never even considered them. Wow, I exclaimed inwardly as I reached the last row, astonished. There sat a man and a woman. The man wore a black sleeveless shirt, his muscular physique making his arms thicker than my thighs. With a buzz cut and sharp facial features, his piercing eyes shone with intensity. His height was remarkable, easily exceeding 190 centimeters, a rarity in the southern regions. The woman sported a ponytail and a pink sports tank top, her doll-like face contrasting with her strong and well-proportioned figure. I too took a seat in the last row, though at the opposite end from them. "Isn't it cold?" someone remarked. "Indeed, it's quite chilly. You could turn off the air conditioning." "No, I don't feel cold at all. Those with poor constitutions shouldn't be here. Health comes first. Cold?" I noticed many huddled together, shivering, with a few searching the walls for the air conditioning switch. Yet this room had no air conditioning. Some, like me, felt no chill. The temperature was perfectly normal. A refreshing summer night. "Where's the person in charge? You summoned us for an interview in the dead of night, and now there's not a soul in sight. What a dreadful place. It's so eerie. I could freeze to death. Are they sending ghosts to interview us at midnight?" A heavily tattooed man shouted. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. Whether psychological or not, I felt a sudden drop in temperature around me. "Please, what kind of place is this?" invoking the word ghost. A few young people, already shivering, exchanged glances upon hearing that comment, stood up, and hurriedly left the room. It seemed the interview was off as time dragged on. No one arrived for the interview. The lights grew dimmer, and more people began to shiver. We huddled closer together, murmuring complaints about the staff's attitude towards the interviews. The muscular man and the attractive woman also gravitated toward one another. I felt no cold, just a slight coolness. Wearing my Bluetooth headphones, I rested my head on the table and listened to music. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness enveloped me, as if something was pulling me into slumber. I succumbed to the urge and closed my eyes, falling asleep uncontrollably. Chapter 2. Work arrangements. Gradually, I became aware of my surroundings, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window, allowing me to discern my environment slightly. As I surveyed the room, it became evident that I was alone. Just as I was about to rise and leave, abandoning the interview, an unsettling feeling enveloped me. Everything felt too bizarre. The slow creaking of the door opening pierced the stillness like a sharp blade. I fixated on the source of the sound, my gaze unwavering. Strangely, despite the dim light, I could see clearly. The door had indeed swung open, yet nothing awaited me on the other side. My breaths began to quicken. Torn between a desire for something to appear and a wish for it to remain absent, suddenly, a pair of pale, emaciated hands slammed against the door. My heart raced in tandem with the sound. Thudding loudly. After a few seconds, a figure began to slowly enter the room. Clad in white, its legs stood rigid and unmoving, while its upper body bent at nearly a right angle. Long hair cascaded down, obscuring its face, nearly grazing the floor. I stared at it, not daring to exhale. What was this creature? Initially, I assumed it was a person attempting to frighten me, to test my courage, but in a funeral home, such matters are strictly taboo. There was no way anyone would use such a thing for a trial. My body tensed. My vision locked onto it without flinching. It stood motionless, its head tilted towards me. Slowly, it raised one hand, and then let it fall again. "Come here," it rasped, its voice as low and gurgling as if it were choked. I stood up and cautiously retreated until my back pressed against the wall. Breath held tight. With my back firmly against the wall, I wished I could simply meld into it. The eerie sound it emitted was grating, and if a person were to make such a noise, I would want nothing more than to grab a vacuum cleaner to extract whatever phlegm was lodged in their throat. Yet, I was paralyzed by fear. If it didn't consume me, I would surely be doomed. The hand, rather than beckoning, resembled a spade digging into the earth. The palm and wrist formed a right angle, the entire arm stiff and unyielding. Up and down it moved. Come here, come here, come here. It seemed to grow impatient as I remained unresponsive. Its speech quickening, voice rising in volume. The hand's movements became more vigorous, more forceful. My mind was clouded with terror, devoid of thought that I fixated on its every motion, unable to act, paralyzed by fear. What should I do? My brain had completely crashed. The CPU had overheated. A frigid aura enveloped me. Come here, the white-clad specter rasped, its voice gravelly. Suddenly, it took a gentle step forward. My heart leapt into my throat. My feet were rooted to the ground, my back aching against the wall. Come here. The ghostly voice turned sharp and impatient, as if displeased with my hesitance. The cadence of its steps quickened that I pushed against the ground desperately, muttering, "No, don't come any closer." The distance between us shrank, each step deliberately echoing like a heavy footfall upon my chest, tightening my heart with despair. Suddenly, a hand slapped against my left shoulder. The jolt of shock coursed through me. Already on edge, I swiftly turned to my left. Nothing was there. In that moment, I recalled the ghostly figure and immediately turned back. It was gone. The specter that had been mere rows away from me had vanished. This was far more terrifying than the sight of it. I searched frantically for any sign of the apparition, terrified it would suddenly materialize before me. Nothing, nothing, nothing. There was no trace of it. I gasped for air, my chest heaving. Surely it had departed, I murmured, attempting to soothe my racing heart. Yet, at that moment, a gentle breeze brushed against my chin. The cool gust should have brought relief, but instead, it carried a putrid, unbearable stench. The odor was akin to that of a decaying corpse, mingled with the sour scent of spoiled food, invading my nostrils and sending my stomach into turmoil. When I looked down, I beheld the very sight I dreaded. The specter was sprawled on the ground. No longer was it merely looking down. It now gazed up at me, its head tilted back, eyes wide and horrifically contorted, only one eye remaining intact. Suddenly, an icy hand gripped my calf, sharp nails digging painfully into my flesh, sending waves of agony coursing through me. Its lipless mouth twisted in a silent scream, accusingly demanding, "Why don't you come closer?" A scream escaped my lips, the most terrified sound I had ever emitted in my 20-plus years. Just as my cry echoed, a woman's terrified shriek followed. "Are you out of your mind?" she shouted, startling me. The woman's voice then turned to reprimand me. I stood frozen, realizing there was no ghost. I was merely in my original seat. Beside me sat a short-haired woman in uniform, perhaps in her 30s, her face etched with displeasure as she regarded me. She had noticed I was asleep and had kindly attempted to wake me. The moment she touched my shoulder, I had jumped up screaming that it turned out it had all been a dream. My first nightmare in all my years, and no wonder people wake up terrified from their dreams. Once I regained my composure, I expressed my apologies to the woman. She shot me a dismissive glance and said nothing more. Then, she informed me that I had passed the interview and would be taken to sign the contract. "Huh? I passed?" I replied, bewildered. "Yes, you did," the supervisor said. "Let us go. Follow me to sign the contract." That I wanted to protest, asking how I could have passed when I had done nothing but sleep through the interview. But I hesitated to voice my thoughts. Who falls asleep during an interview? "Is there anything you need from me?" she asked, glancing back at me. I scratched my head, feeling embarrassed, unsure of what to say. That I realized I was utterly unqualified, seemingly incapable of doing anything. Thus, I followed the woman to the office, which was now 3 a.m. This was the first time I had ever signed a contract at such an hour. The office was minimally designed, featuring a standard desk facing the entrance, a sofa for guests, and a transparent cabinet filled with documents. Seated at the desk was a man in a suit, impeccably groomed, sporting gold-rimmed glasses. His hands were clasped beneath his chin, and upon seeing me, he greeted me with enthusiasm. "Chun Fan, you've arrived, I must say. I look even better than my photo. Come, take a seat." He pulled me to the sofa, took a seat opposite me, and handed me 2 copies of the contract. "I'm Zhang Feng, the manager here. You can call me Brother Zhang. I also oversee human resources, and you've successfully passed the interview. Now, let us discuss the contract. Brother Zhang, what exactly will I be doing?" I asked curiously. I had done nothing during the interview, merely sitting until I fell asleep. He had likely reviewed my online resume and job preferences, probably assigning me to some clerical work involving spreadsheets. After a moment of contemplation, Manager Zhang replied, "Well, Xiao Fan, our office is divided into two sections that we are currently in the first section, which handles basic logistics, security, and administrative tasks that I in terms of business. We also conduct field work, set up for events, and manage funerals. The second section extends up the mountain. Behind it that we intend to assign you to work in the back mountain area. What do you think? The back mountain. What specific role would I have there, Brother Zhang?" I inquired further. Manager Zhang hesitated briefly before continuing. "In the back mountain, the workload is somewhat lighter than in the front, but we are short-staffed, requiring individuals to take on multiple roles. However, the compensation will be significantly better. Initially, you would be responsible for two tasks, guarding the entrance and handling bodies." Handling bodies. I repeated incredulously. Chapter 3. The driver. Brother Zhang, I'm unfamiliar with this type of work. I'm afraid I may not be suitable. I politely declined. Being a guard was acceptable, as the saying goes. Be a security guard at 20, and you'll avoid taking detours for 40 years. However, I had no intention of engaging in the task of handling corpses. Xiao Fan, don't be too quick to decline. This job isn't as complicated as you think, and the compensation is guaranteed to satisfy you, Manager Zhang said, unfazed. Brother Zhang, I cannot accept this job, regardless of the compensation. That I'm sorry to have disturbed you, I firmly stated, rising to leave. Excluding the 5 insurances and 1 fund, the salary is 20,000 during the probationary month, increasing to 25,000 upon confirmation, with bonuses at the end of the year, 8 days off per month, and 1 month of paid leave annually. Manager Zhang replied nonchalantly that I froze in place. The benefits far exceeded those of my father. Initially, I had been determined to reject the offer out of spite. Now, with such generous benefits, I found myself wavering. Sensing my hesitation, Manager Zhang continued, Xiao Fan, while many people harbor reservations about our industry, our work is indeed honorable. Everyone experiences life and death. We cannot simply discard the deceased anywhere. The living cannot find peace, nor can the dead rest in tranquility without us. Cities have sanitation workers to maintain cleanliness, and it is through our profession that we ensure serenity between the living and the dead. In earning a living, we also perform acts of kindness. Acts of kindness? I asked, puzzled. I had never considered that working in this field could be viewed as doing good deeds, that I had merely thought it was a job few dared to undertake. With ample financial rewards. Exactly. It is indeed an act of kindness. As urbanization progresses, with more people and less land, the deceased must be handled properly and respectfully. That it is no longer feasible for families to manage these matters themselves. In the past, families would place a coffin in their home, gather relatives to mourn and pay respects, ultimately choosing a suitable burial site. Nowadays, many families live in apartments. It's simply impractical to have a coffin displayed in the community, with crowds gathering at night, crying and lamenting, only to bury the deceased nearby. How many can truly accept that? That's why we have centralized processing at the city's edge, without our profession. In a decade or so, every few steps would lead to a grave, and every 5 steps to a tombstone. There is a high chance of mistakenly mourning at the wrong grave. Our role ensures balance between the realms of the living and the dead. Do you consider this to be a good deed? Manager Zhang explained. Well, I am willing to do it. I ultimately conceded that I longed to express that the monetary aspect was of little consequence. What truly mattered was my enjoyment in doing good. Yet, what gave me pause was indeed the money. However, the notion of engaging in good deeds allowed me to feel less resistant and fearful. Earned money, when clean, feels solid regardless of the amount that I in the end. I signed the contract, 2 copies. I hesitated to scrutinize the contents, feeling somewhat bashful under the watchful eyes of others as I entered society. I merely flipped through it briefly, and upon perceiving no apparent pitfalls, I signed. Haha, Xiao Fan, I'm thrilled to welcome you aboard. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Should you encounter any difficulties in work or life, feel free to seek my assistance, said Manager Zhang, as he took the contract and shook my hand with delight. Thank you, Brother Zhang, I stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed. What is there to thank me for? A driver will take you to your dormitory shortly. You will share a room with your partner, Huangmao, who will guide you from here. I have other matters to attend to, so please take a moment to rest. he concluded before departing with a female employee that I sat awkwardly in the office, anxious about misplacing something, unable to articulate my feelings. Before long, an elderly gentleman, around 60, entered, dressed in simple clothing and cloth shoes. His hair was mostly white, yet he stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back. His keen eyes glimmered with authority. I extended my hand in greeting, but the old gentleman ignored it, fixing his gaze intently upon me. My hand hovered awkwardly, unsure whether to drop or maintain its position, until he finally spoke. "Chin Fan?" His voice was strong and resonant that I replied affirmatively. "I am Zhang Qidao. Follow me. I will take you to the dormitory." Without waiting for a response, Zhang Qidao turned and walked away. I hurried after him. We climbed into a white pickup truck and headed towards the back mountains. The dark, winding mountain roads were only faintly illuminated by the headlights. "Uncle Zhang, can you see clearly?" I shouted excitedly, gripping the handrail tightly. Though the atmosphere was awkward, my inherently introverted nature found a semblance of peace. However, I soon noticed that Zhang Qidao was driving while wearing sunglasses, even in the dark, ascending the mountain at over 50 miles per hour. I could even see my great-grandmother waving at me in the distance. "Can you really see? The light is too harsh. Sunglasses soften it." Zhang Qidao replied nonchalantly before accelerating further. "Slow down, slow down," I yelled, clutching the handrail for dear life. That I truly see my great-grandmother. Eventually, we arrived safely, stopping before an iron gate surrounded by walls made of gray bricks, where faded slogans like "Rest in Peace" could be seen. The buildings within appeared to be products of the 80s and 90s, with many walls cracked and the iron gate rusted, resembling an abandoned structure. Under the cloak of night, it resembled a menacing maw, waiting to devour. "You should not be here," Zhang Qidao suddenly said as I prepared to open the car door, his abrupt declaration startling me. "Since I am already here, I might as well give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I can leave," I responded nonchalantly. "You can still turn back now. Whether you leave later is not for you to decide," Zhang Qidao replied sternly. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. The path I choose is mine alone, and I shall have no regrets." I felt as though Zhang Qidao was targeting me. From our first meeting, he had stared at me, then drove to frighten me, and now he was advising me to leave. Having watched a few episodes of workplace dramas, I suspected I had inadvertently usurped some position belonging to his relative. Seeing my resolute attitude, Zhang Qidao ceased to engage with me, stepping out of the vehicle as I followed him toward the entrance. Two security guards greeted Zhang Qidao respectfully, but he ignored them. I awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement, realizing they would soon be my colleagues. We arrived at a dilapidated 4-story building, climbing the cement stairs to room 44 on the 4th floor. The entire place was in disrepair, except for the door, which was exquisitely crafted and equipped with a fingerprint lock. Zhang Qidao tossed me a sealed bag, instructing me that it contained the password and to record my fingerprint. He also handed me an employee handbook detailing the work guidelines. Tonight, "You are strictly prohibited from knocking on others' doors or speaking behind their backs," he added before walking away, leaving me alone. The stairwell was dimly lit, so I quickly retrieved my phone to use its flashlight. I tore open the seal. The password, 9595995, rolled off the tongue easily. Whoever set this password was truly talented. It was easy to remember after just one attempt. Upon successful verification, the lock emitted a sound, and with a click, it opened. "You're here," a cold yet excited voice called from behind me. Chapter 4. Huangmao Li Fei. I jumped in fright, turning around only to find nothing there. At that moment, memories of a ghostly figure gripping my ankles surged to mind, and I nervously glanced back, fearing I might see the one-eyed specter and jump in terror. Nothing was there. I sidestepped into the room and fumbled for the light switch. Once illuminated, I promptly shut the door. The room was quite spacious, with beds on either side and a desk below. The right side was already adorned with a pink bedspread, had it not been for a pair of men's white underwear hanging from the fall protection railing. I might have thought I had entered the wrong room. On the table sat a fully assembled white gaming computer. The left side was empty, save for a burlap sack on the floor labeled Jiangpa Funeral Home Supplies. To be honest, I would have felt quite pleased without those words, as all the essentials were provided, sparing me the need to procure anything, perfect for someone like me, who had never lived in a dormitory. Yet, I felt an odd discomfort. Upon opening the sack, I couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Every item within was emblazoned with Jiangpa Funeral Home that I could overlook the cup, but even the quilt, sheets, and pillowcase bore the same label. all in white that I truly had no desire to use them. Suddenly, I found the pink bedspread appealing. Stretching out on the bed, I yawned. Ding dong. My phone buzzed with a WeChat message. Chin fan, aren't you coming home yet? Followed by a barrage of angry emojis. This was from my sister, Chen Miao. For the time being, I had temporarily blocked my parents' calls and messages, but I hadn't done the same for my sister. Had she not been aware of my whereabouts, my family would have likely reported me missing by now. That I planned to return after a while, that I didn't want to inform my family about my job just yet. I was still upset and wanted to earn some money first to regain my pride. Furthermore, I had yet to figure out how to explain this job to them. You can't stay out too late. Especially not at night. Hurry home. More angry emojis followed. That I felt exasperated with my family's rules. While they imposed a curfew on both of us, my sister's was at 10:30 p.m., while mine was at 8:30 p.m. I usually enjoyed late-night snacks like barbecued food, which they would photograph for me to choose from, and then they'd pack it up for me to eat. What about your jade pendant? My sister asked, changing the subject. This jade pendant had been worn since childhood, and my family checked daily to ensure it was still around my neck, that I'm wearing it. I replied, although I had temporarily blocked my parents. Recently, my sister had asked about it several times since I left home. That it's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Where are you? Brother, good night. That I haven't gone anywhere. That I inquired about her, and she had gone offline. I struggled to remove the jade pendant from around my neck. The red cord was too short and had never been replaced. The pendant, about the size of a coin, was a milky white adorned with a hint of cherry red. This stone had accompanied me for 25 years. Wait, is that a tiny crack? I noticed a fine line had suddenly appeared on the jade. Verification successful. The lock had been unlocked. Just then, I heard the unlocking sound at the door. I lay on the bed, glancing at the door, reluctant to put the jade back on, so I tucked it beneath my pillow. The person entering wore a security uniform, possessing an impressive physique that made the outfit look like something a special forces soldier would wear. He carried a large bag and had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of bravado. Huang. Brother, hello. I'm the new guy, Chin Fan. I began to greet him, nearly calling him Huang Mao. Huang Mao was merely a nickname given to him, and it felt inappropriate to address him as such on my first day. That I don't go by Huang. I'm Li Fei, he replied. Tossing the bag onto my desk, just as I was about to get out of bed, he interrupted me. What are you getting up for? It's past 5. You'll be on the night shift with me starting now. So sleep for now. We can talk tomorrow. After saying this, Li Fei effortlessly leaped onto the bed, kicking off his shoes midair and beginning to undress. He tossed a pack of cigarettes my way. Brother, I don't smoke. You can keep them for yourself. I declined. I end this line of work. The pressure is high. You'll need it sooner or later. Turn off the light, he said, shaking his head. Li Fei stripped down to his underwear and crawled under the pink quilt. Preparing for sleep, the light switch was on my side, so I turned off the lights. After some time, around 4 p.m., Li Fei pulled me from bed to go eat in the cafeteria. Following that, we headed to the gym. I had never imagined that a funeral home would have a 24-hour gym and swimming pool, nor did I ever think I would be working out there. Help me, brother. I trembled as I lifted a 20-kilogram empty barbell, struggling to shout, "No way, little brother. It's just a 20-kilogram bench press that you're going to make me laugh to death." Li Fei chuckled at my predicament. He took the bar from me. I'm truly unable to continue. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die, I gasped. During work hours, we were required to exercise for an hour of strength training and an hour of cardio, which was part of our job. Let's start with push-ups, Li Fei instructed, pressing me down to the ground. Why must we work out as part of the job? I lay there like a limp fish. The burdens we must lift in our work are far from light, and the duration for which we bear them is considerable. Without a modicum of strength and endurance, one cannot hope to succeed. In our line of work, once we commence lifting, we cannot simply pause until we reach our destination. Fig shook his head as he explained. After hearing his words, I could only grit my teeth and begin my clumsy attempt at mimicry, only to find myself once more floundering in the water, practicing my dog paddle. As night fell, I donned my security uniform. Just as I stood before the mirror, indulging in a moment of vanity and snapping a selfie, Fig appeared beside me, also adjusting his attire. Moments ago, I had felt rather cool, but in comparison to this special forces figure, I silently deleted the image I had intended to share on social media. As darkness enveloped the back mountain mortuary, the only illumination came from a dim light at the entrance and a few scattered glimmers from the dormitory area. The surrounding vegetation twisted grotesquely, swaying in the wind as if lamenting. You carry her fragrance. Fig seated beside the entrance, was interrupted by the unexpected sound of a female streamer singing from his phone. "Thank you, lonely wolf." For the lollipop, moi. The streamer's sweet gratitude was punctuated by a playful kiss. "No need for thanks, sweetheart," Fig exclaimed, excitedly cradling his phone in a flurry of delight. "Brother, if you don't focus on work, be wary of being caught by the boss and fined." I straightened up, reminding him. Turning to me in disbelief, Fig replied, "It's already past 11. Little brother, you think the boss, at home with his lovely wife, is here at the mortuary checking if the guards are slacking off? Just sitting at the entrance is already a privilege. But what if the boss checks the surveillance?" I pressed. "The boss is just bored. He won't check unless something goes wrong. And what if there are thieves? There's only one road leading up the back mountain. You think a thief would come climbing at midnight? They'd probably break their neck." He retorted, "But what if someone dressed in dark clothing sneaks in while we're not paying attention?" I continued, fixating on the solitary path before us. "That you're caught up in hypotheticals. If there are thieves at the mortuary, it's no big deal. Anyone daring enough to steal from here one teeny to climb. I'll personally escort them inside. But we're not here to open the door. We're here to wait for guests." Yes, Chapter 5, I contact. Just as I was pondering this, headlights appeared in the distance. "Well, there it is. One cannot speak of the devil without him appearing. Prepare to receive our guests," Fig remarked. "It can't be a corpse, can it?" I felt a chill run through me. What else could it be? You're no princess. No living person comes at midnight. Though I was aware of the nature of my work, the prospect of encountering a corpse so soon was still nerve-wracking. I stood there, dazed, as the hearse slowly approached. "Hey, Blondie, you're on duty today. Your luck isn't too great." A man with a cigarette poked his head out from the driver's window. "Old Wong." "Cut the chatter. What's the situation?" Fig responded curtly. "Jumped off a building, pretty mangled, broken bones sticking out, head smashed flat, stomach completely blown open. Let us give the new guy a taste of the intensity." Wong's words were accompanied by a sly glance in my direction. "What are you standing there for? Come over." Fig called to me, still frozen in place. Their words filled me with dread, and I had no desire to approach. That he was the driver of the hearse, known as Old Wong. Fig introduced him. "Wong, nice to meet you. The kid's got a clean look, but what brings you to this line of work? It's unfortunate that you'll have to let your Blondie brother show you the ropes. Hope we can see each other often in a couple of days. One will treat you enough? Who wants to see you?" "Seeing you means bad news. Get to work." Fig interjected that we removed our security jackets to reveal black t-shirts underneath. Fig noted that in our line of work, we typically wear black and white. But my uniform for the back mountain was solely black, as it often gets stained with blood, difficult to clean. Opening the trunk, Fig asked if I preferred to walk in front or behind. The front faced away from the stretcher, while the rear faced it directly. Neither option appealed to me, but the thought of facing away made me uneasy, as I feared she might suddenly rise and seize my throat from behind, her breath chilling against my neck. That I chose to face forward. Thus, Fig and I began to carry the stretcher into the mortuary. The burden was not particularly heavy, though Fig held it slightly higher than I did. The only sounds accompanying us were our breaths and the crunch of footsteps on the ground. "Fig, what's in that black bag you're carrying?" My inquiry shattered the silence. "What do you think? Some entrails, perhaps? Discarded body parts?" Fig replied nonchalantly. "Why not drive the vehicle directly inside instead of stopping at the entrance for us to carry it?" I sought to steer the conversation away from the topic of entrails. In the past, every segment of the journey after a person's death required someone to carry the coffin, and the coffin could not touch the ground. Nowadays, there are no coffins, but the funeral rites remain essential. We are part of the mortuary's process, and it is imperative. Once the guest is removed from the vehicle, someone must carry them, and they must not touch the ground. After Fig finished speaking, I tightened my grip on the stretcher, fearing it might slip. "Don't be anxious. The guests we receive will be rather thrilling," Fig teased, sensing my apprehension. "Thrilling? In a city where jobs pay thousands. You suddenly earn tens of thousands. Doesn't that seem strange?" Fig countered my question. "Isn't it said online that mortuary jobs pay well?" I replied. "Yes, they do. But even if we wear many hats, earning around 10,000 a month is considered good. And here, with bonuses, we make several times that. You know why?" "How would I know?" I shrugged, a newcomer to the workforce, lacking a clear understanding of salaries. Always scrolling through short videos, I thought jobs starting with would be easy to find. And now, Working at a mortuary, several tens of thousands seemed reasonable. Eventually, I grasped the harsh realities of life. Being young and capable meant simply enduring hardships and late nights. With office workers earning $4,000 to $5,000 a month considered fortunate. Strictly speaking, the one below is the mortuary. We refer to this as a crematorium. The one below offers a full range of services: body storage, ceremonies, mourning, and incineration. However, our focus is solely on cremation. FIG elaborated that is it because the pay is low and the service is few that they send the bodies here for cremation? I inquired. Puffed. FIG was rendered speechless by my response. If the family pays little, how can the wages you receive be high? Is this a charitable organization? Why is that? I pressed further. We only carry the resentful dead, FIG stated, turning his back to me. Resentful dead? I've only heard of mourning and celebratory funerals. This resentful dead sounds ominous. FIG shook his head in reply. Those who died with grievances. That's the resentful dead. This usually includes suicides, murders, and occasionally those who died unexpectedly with heavy resentment. Thus, the guests we encounter are not slumbering peacefully, but rather appear as if they are intent on unsettling you. No wonder the pay is so high. The manager was so enthusiastic when signing me on at midnight. They must really struggle to find recruits. I felt a wave of regret wash over me, realizing I had fallen into a trap. It's all right. You'll get used to it as time goes on. Besides, you have me by your side. You're not alone in this. FIG reassured me. With that, we resumed our task, carrying the guest forward. Even as summer approached, the mountain winds at night were chilling. Despite the physical exertion we were undertaking, the sudden calls of unidentifiable birds startled me. FIG, why are there birds calling in the middle of the night? Is it an owl? Those are crows, he replied. That I held my tongue. Realizing that my questions often led to unsettling answers, it was better to focus on carrying the guest. However, whether it was due to the prolonged effort or my own weakness, the stretcher seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment. Huff. I gasped for breath as we ascended a small slope. So heavy, I exclaimed through clenched teeth. Just as I finished speaking, I suddenly collapsed to the ground. Unwilling to let the stretcher fall, my hands clutched tightly around it. Previously, I had felt fatigued as it gradually grew heavier. Now, it felt as if a sudden weight had been added, as though I were trudging along while carrying bricks, only to have 5 or 6 more piled on top. Sensing my predicament, FIG quickly crouched down, then shouted at me, FN. Get up! I was entirely on my knees, and even as FIG crouched, he was on the steepest part of the slope. The fabric covering the guest slipped away, and as I looked up, illuminated by the moonlight, a face resembling a grotesque, shattered mask, with only one eye remaining, fixed its gaze upon me. In an instant, those once dilated pupils focused, filled with a haunting resentment, staring intently at me. Thus, we remained locked in a gaze for a full 3 seconds. I screamed in terror, desperately attempting to lift the stretcher and extract my hands to flee. Yet the stretcher was so heavy that I could not lift it, even slightly. In a panic, I tried to pull my hands free, scraping the backs of my hands raw and bloody, yet I remained stuck. Stop! Don't move! Chapter 6, Nightmare, Part 1. The FIG shouted furiously, trying to urge me to regain my composure. I was so frightened that my soul felt as if it were about to escape me. There was no possibility of calming down. FIG, she is staring at me. I whimpered in fear. What nonsense! It's merely an illusion. You're scaring yourself. FIG retorted, exasperated, with a swift motion. FIG lifted one side of the stretcher with one hand, while casually tossing a small stone that struck my shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. Ouch! I yelped, breaking into a cold sweat. Yet the stretcher suddenly felt much lighter. You have simply been standing for too long, and your body is fatigued. A little circulation will remedy it. Quickly rise and cover the guest properly. I dare not. Feigu, could you come instead? I said nervously to AT that moment. The blood-stained white cloth hung from the guest's contorted fingers. What is there to fear? It is merely a corpse. After all, the IT has fallen so grievously that it cannot even stand. Could it possibly rise as a ghost to bite you? Just as Feigu finished speaking, a chilling wind swept through. Hush, hush, hush. I hurriedly urged Feigu to cease. Can one utter such words in a place like this at night? What is there to fear? It is not you who caused the death. Wrongs have their origins, and debts have their masters. Just do your job properly. If left here, the guest will indeed seek you out in anger. Fei Gu warned me ominously. With a steely resolve, I slowly extended a hand toward the white cloth. Should there be any blame, let it not fall upon me. I am merely a porter. You are as beautiful as a celestial being, surpassing Jiao Chan, with a kind heart. Do not seek me out. Do not seek me out, I silently chanted in my heart, exhausting nearly all the flattering words I had learned over the years. As my fingers brushed against the white cloth, I felt as though I had touched a cold, stiff piece of frozen meat that I gasped, the chill of goosebumps spreading across my body. Hastily, I tossed the cloth back, covering the guest sufficiently. Not bad at all. My aim was quite accurate, Fei Gu remarked, continuing onward with his back to me. Fei Gu, how did you throw that stone with such precision just now? My mood lightened slightly as I recalled Fei Ji's earlier action of hurling the stone at me, my eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh, you wish to learn. I shall teach you. Oh yes, please. We moved to the basement level of the office building. The dim lights flickered as Fei Gu and I maneuvered the guest through the narrow corridor. Those with claustrophobia would surely be terrified. Here we are. This is the place. Give it a try. Fei Gu stopped before a double door, turning his head. Above the door, the words mortuary were inscribed. Chen Fan, verification successful. An electronic voice emanated from the door, which then swung open. The facial recognition system here is universal, granting access to all areas within the designated permissions. As we turned on the lights, the vastness of the mortuary became apparent, with an entire wall before the entrance lined with refrigeration units for storing corpses. To the left and right, there were 3 compartments each. The wall behind us was filled with black cabinets. Each compartment housed a metal table, each equipped with a large lamp. In the center of the room stood an altar, with 5 incense sticks sending up wisps of smoke. Shuejia, where shall we place the guest? Fei Gu suddenly exclaimed, startling me. There is no one here. Place him in the 3rd compartment on the right. A sweet, melodious voice floated from the 3rd compartment on the right. Soon after, a woman emerged. She appeared to be in her 30s, with short hair, large round glasses, and clad in a white lab coat. Her face bore a slight resemblance to that of a doll, but I was taken aback by her sudden appearance. If I recalled correctly, the lights in the mortuary had been on when I entered. This meant she had been alone in such a place without the lights on. After placing the guest on the table, Fei Gu introduced her to me. This is our embalmer, Wu Shui. You can just call her Shuejia. Hello, Shuejia. My name is Chen Fan. I hope to learn much from you. I wiped my hands and extended one for a handshake. Hello, Shuejia slightly bowed, showing no intention of reciprocating my gesture. I awkwardly held out my hand, unsure of what to do. Are those in this profession generally so aloof? Ouch. Fei Gu gave me a hearty slap on the back, causing me to yelp. Embalmers do not shake hands with the living. It is an unspoken rule of the trade, understand? Retract your pig's hoof. My apologies. My apologies that I was unaware. After hearing Fei Ji's words, I quickly expressed my regret. No worries. You will learn in time, Shuejia said gently. And please, be gentle. Do not bully the newcomers. Xiao Fan, should Huang Mao dare to bully you, just tell me, and I will stand up for you, Shuejia said with a pout, lightly tapping Fei Ji's back with her folder. Her demeanor, sweet voice, and petite appearance shattered my preconceived notions of this profession. I had previously imagined that those in this line of work were somber, expressionless, and devoid of humor. Today, however, she was playful and lively. Due to a shortage of staff today, Huang Mao has come to assist me. Xiao Fan, you can head back now. As she spoke, Shuejia pulled out a pair of white plastic gloves from her bag and retrieved 2 disposable blue surgical gowns from the cabinet. I was to return to the dormitory alone in the dead of night. I did not even dare stand in the corridor by myself for a moment. It feels inappropriate for me to leave you to manage alone. I should remain here to help, I said weakly. All right, you may stay and assist. For now, play on your phone outside, and we will call you when needed, Shuejia said with a knowing smile, sensing my trepidation. In cases of suspected homicide or when family members request an autopsy to determine the cause of death, a forensic pathologist must conduct an examination at the hospital or mortuary before our work begins. In the absence of such disputes, we can proceed as soon as the family provides the necessary information, Shuejia instructed me from across the compartment. Our task is to restore the guest's appearance as closely as possible to how they looked in life. Once the death certificate is issued and the funeral is completed, cremation can follow. Thus, Shuejia continued to explain the work processes and details while working in her compartment. As I listened, a wave of inexplicable drowsiness washed over me. Drowsily, I heard Shwejia mention. Pigskin, number 4 needle, powder puff, eyeliner pencil. Suddenly jolted awake, I realized Shwejia was teaching me. How could I possibly fall asleep? What was happening? At that moment, I found myself reclining on my bed. The faint sunlight revealing this to be our dormitory. No. Just a moment ago, I was in the mortuary assisting Shwejia and the others. I had no recollection of returning to the dormitory. I burrowed deeper under the covers, leaving only half my head exposed, curling up against the wall. Closing my eyes, my mind raced in frantic recollection. The last fragments were of Shwejia calling for tools. With no memory whatsoever of returning to the dormitory, the more I pondered, the more anxious I became, and the more I thought about it, the chills swept across the back of my head, and goosebumps erupted across my body. An overwhelming sensation of being watched enveloped me that I clenched the edges of the blanket, striving to dispel the urge to turn and look. That feeling of being watched intensified, and I sensed something lurking at the edge of my bed that I could not endure it any longer. Just a glance, as I had done before. Terrified as I was, I would merely turn to take a peek. And if nothing was there, I could rest easy. Though anxious, I endeavored to control my breathing, exhaling softly. Gradually, I began to turn my head to look. Bit by bit, bit by bit. Chapter 7 Nightmare, Part 2. I exhaled deeply. Nothing was there. Humans are prone to scaring themselves that a glance was all it took to ease my mind. Just as I was about to turn back and enjoy a peaceful slumber, overwhelmed by the day's events. Bang! 2 pale fingers slammed against the railing of my bed, curling tightly, while the other 3 fingers twisted grotesquely in the air. That a head slowly floated upwards, its face a gruesome mess of flesh, leaving only one eye intact, its decayed mouth emitting a ghastly sound. Just as I was about to scream, it extended a hand, tightly gripping my neck, its entire body launching onto the bed, pressing down on me. The terrifying visage drew closer to my face, saliva mixed with blood dripping onto me. That I grasped its hand with one of mine, pulling with all my might. That slender hand felt like steel, cold and unyielding, impervious to my struggles. That I flailed desperately, one hand pushing, feet kicking wildly, the sound of the bed creaking loudly. My stomach and mouth strained, but I could not draw in a single breath. Someone help me. It was excruciating. As the ghostly fingers tightened their grip, my discomfort deepened, and my struggles grew weaker. My consciousness began to blur. So tired, so sleepy. Just as I was about to slip into a deep slumber, I vaguely heard someone calling for me, their voice filled with urgency. Chun Fan, Chun Fan, Chun Fan. Slap. A wave of intense pain surged through me, warmth flooding my face, the weight on my stomach still there. Yet the feeling of suffocation vanished. I greedily inhaled the air, which was tinged with an unpleasant odor. In an instant, the scene shifted, and I found myself lying on the floor of the mortuary. Shwejia was seated atop me, gripping my right hand tightly, her expression one of concern. Fei Ge held my feet down firmly. My shoes and socks were gone, and my soles bled, darkening slightly. My right hand rested on my neck, while my left gripped my right wrist. Everything that had just transpired was merely a dream, and the one who had choked me was not a ghost but myself. Upon seeing me awake, Shwejia released me and, along with Fei Ge, dragged me to a long bench. That I hugged my legs, curling into a ball, still reeling from the recent events. Xiaofan, are you feeling better? Did you have a nightmare? Fei Ge and I heard a loud crash and rushed out to find you choking yourself and rolling on the floor, Shwejia said, upon seeing my terrified expression and lack of response. She turned to fetch me a glass of water. That I reached out and grasped her white lab coat. Shwejia turned back, burying my head in her embrace, her soft hands gently stroking my hair. In her embrace, I found warmth, mingled with the scent of disinfectant and a hint of jasmine. She soothed my frayed nerves. Shwejia, I am scared, I choked out. Fear not, sister is here. I will protect you. Shwejia said sweetly. Chun Fan, do your feet smell? Don't infect me. Fei Ge interrupted loudly. That I was unsure if Fei Ge was being intentionally disruptive or simply oblivious to the situation. You are the one with smelly feet, I retorted, feeling somewhat less frightened. As long as it's not the case, I will wash my hands. You all continue, Fei Ge said before taking himself off to wash his hands. Continue. How embarrassing. I apologize. Shwejia, for my earlier behavior. Most individuals, upon their first encounter, are plagued by nightmares. However, instances of self-harm while sleepwalking are exceedingly rare. You may confide in your sister about any psychological burdens you may bear. But I still advise you to seek a different occupation, as this environment is ill-suited for you. Snow Sister remarked with concern. I share the same sentiment. Once I conclude my current obligations, I shall resign. Ever since I arrived here, I have been tormented by nightmares, and this time I nearly choked myself to death. He can no longer escape that moment. Brother Fei returned, his expression grave. Observe the incense upon the ground. Brother Fei instructed, gesturing towards the fallen incense. During my struggles, I inadvertently knocked over the incense burner on the altar. The incense within has extinguished and scattered around. 3 long sticks and 2 short ones. 3 long, 2 short. Xiaofan has been targeted. Snow Sister gazed at the incense with astonishment. Xiaofan, since you encountered this from the very beginning, Brother Huangmao has been forthright with you. You have encountered a ghost. And this ghost will not relent. Brother Fei stated. Brother Fei, do you particularly favor the name Huangmao? I inquired, puzzled. In truth, I had already sensed it. After so many bizarre occurrences, what further excuse could I concoct to deceive myself? Indeed, my mind remains intact. I have not been rendered foolish by fear. Brother Huangmao tossed his head dismissively. The reason we handle only vengeful spirits here is that most malevolent entities are born from such grievances. Thus, funeral homes seek out individuals with particularly strong life forces, those with special destinies such as Yang and Yin, to manage these types of corpses, preventing them from transforming into evil spirits that may harm others. However, Yin is a double-edged sword and must be paired with Yang individuals. Otherwise, misfortune may ensue. What do you mean by strong life force and so forth? I asked that a strong life force refers to those who may not have the best luck but are difficult to kill. Typically, ghosts cannot harm them. At worst, they may experience a stroke of bad luck. They do not directly handle corpses, hence are less likely to invite disaster. Like the driver we encountered earlier, that a strong life force indicates someone who possesses exceptional fortune. Such individuals are enveloped in good luck, and malevolent spirits are often unable to affect them, akin to delicacies shielded beneath a glass dome. Your Snow Sister embodies this. Those who engage in direct contact with corpses often collaborate with Yang individuals to manage particularly troublesome spirits. Yang embodies a natural affinity for repelling malevolent entities. I am one such individual. Standing there, I am akin to a sharp sword, a blazing furnace, a ruler commanding dominion that I can handle any task. Brother Fei declared, pride evident in his voice. Yin refers to those inherently akin to spirits. They can easily placate them, yet are equally prone to attracting them. Generally, when an individual presides, similar entities serve to stabilize the situation. In conjunction with Yang individuals, grievances may be subdued. You are one such person. However, it is peculiar. Brother Huangmao fixed his gaze upon me. Brother Huangmao, why are you staring at me like that? Your gaze is unsettling. That I felt a chill under his intense scrutiny. That I in this place. It is quite difficult for malevolent spirits to thrive, especially those who have only recently passed. Moreover, they prioritize consuming those with strong life forces, as this serves as significant nourishment for them. Following that are the Yang individuals. Consuming them is either toxic if they cannot handle it or beneficial if they do. As for you, Yin person, you are not of the extreme Yin. Consuming you offers less value than an ordinary person. Huangmao lowered his head, pacing thoughtfully. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes bright with realization, as if he had stumbled upon an epiphany, and rushed over to me, exclaiming, "Have you offended her?" I certainly did not. I am ill. I fear her presence and would not dare to offend her, let alone meet her gaze. Impossible, Brother Huangmao asserted emphatically. Speak. Did you surreptitiously do something to her? Insulting a corpse is a grave taboo. Otherwise, she would not manifest her wrath before someone with my exceptionally rare constitution, targeting the least significant individual. She is a virtuous maiden. Brother Huangmao glared at me as if he were a judge interrogating a criminal. He then cast a mournful glance towards the cubicle, as if lamenting the fate of a good girl, while I stood accused as the villain who ruined a respectable woman. Brother, I truly did not. Chapter 8. A brief respite. Even the sight of an ordinary corpse unsettles me, let alone one that has been contorted and broken. The courage I possessed to even lift it was akin to the inspiration bestowed upon me by Liang Jingru. Chen Fan, cease your evasions. Your psyche is deranged. Quickly admit your wrongdoing, kneel, and bow to appease the female ghost. Perhaps you may have a glimmer of hope. Brother Huangmao patted my shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brother, you know me. I have neither such thoughts nor the courage. I was nearly driven to tears. Bah, who can truly know you? We have only known each other for a day. Moreover, knowing a person's face does not reveal their heart, though, for heaven's sake. Before Brother Huang Mao could finish, he was interrupted by Snow's sister, who smacked him on the back. Stop frightening Xiaofan. Truly, Xiaofan, do not fear. This is undoubtedly a clash of energies. Rest assured, you may return home to recuperate. This spirit, during the 7th day after death, is unable to stray too far from its body. Once we finish our tasks and the 7th day passes, a simple incantation will resolve it. Our cold storage and furnace are distinct from others. In most cases, a mere incantation suffices to resolve matters. Snow's sister reassured me. There is no way I will return to that dormitory. My nightmares involve being throttled within its confines that I refuse to go back, so I quickly declared my intention to stay here with you. Snow's sister understood my plight, leaving Brother Huang Mao outside to keep me company while she applied makeup to the female ghost in the cubicle. She asserted that the sooner it was done, the less resentment would linger. That I was so touched by Snow's sister's kindness that I affectionately referred to her as my sister. That I, in contrast, Brother Huang Mao's so-called companionship was more akin to him indulging in leisure. He spent much of his time playing mobile games, occasionally stepping away to chat with girls. Within a short span, I heard the voices of 5 different females, accompanied by Brother Huang Mao's lewd expressions as he spoke to his phone. I inquired about the differences between the cold storage and the furnace, but he merely replied that I would find out in due time, dismissing me. This was of utmost importance to me. The more formidable the cold storage and furnace, the greater my sense of security. It was not as if his flirting would provide me with any solace. Yet, witnessing his lewd behavior did alleviate some of my fears. Thus, we remained in the morgue from dawn until the following evening, with meals delivered to us. The only issue arose when I needed to use the restroom. Brother Huang Mao would accompany me but would inevitably tease me. Perhaps this was my penance for interrupting his flirtations. Finally, we completed our tasks. Point 2 Handsome gentlemen, please assist in ushering the guest into the cold storage. Snow's sister emerged, shedding her disposable work attire, her voice weary yet resolute. Thank you for your hard work. Snow's sister. I promptly handed her a bottle of water. What moved me most about coming here was Snow's sister's dedication, tirelessly working on my behalf, scarcely pausing to eat. Tomorrow, I shall treat her to something pleasant. As for Brother Huang Mao, his contributions were negligible, a mere annoyance. Snow's sister, your skills have improved. The restoration is nearly undetectable. Chen Fan, come take a look. Brother Huang Mao beckoned me over. I refuse. I quickly declined. Even if restored, it is still a corpse. I do not wish to dream of witnessing a person transform from normalcy to a state of horror. I only entered after Brother Huang Mao covered the body with a white cloth. The head was indeed covered, yet both feet remained exposed, coated in a thick layer of foundation to conceal the sutured marks. That a yellow tag was affixed to the right big toe, inscribed with the number 18. Snow sister, what does the number 18 signify? I inquired of her as she tidied her tools. This is the 18th suicide of the year. Different colors of paper denote various causes of death, for instance, red for homicides, white for accidents, and yellow for suicides. Each funeral home has its own method of representation. The numbers are inscribed with a mixture of rooster blood, black dog blood, and vermilion ink, Snow sister patiently explained. So many. In my lifetime, I have not seen this many suicides even in the news. That I exclaimed in disbelief. If one does not engage in the profession, one remains unaware of its realities. This is merely a portion of those sent from our city and neighboring counties. Each year, the number of abnormal deaths reaches the thousands. Reports of suicides are relatively common, while some hidden homicides go unnoticed unless one actively seeks them out. Brother Huang Mao interjected. Thousands. I gazed at Brother Huang Mao in disbelief. He continued, for every 100,000 people, the annual death rate is between 0.6 and 2, meaning that each year, a maximum of 20,000 and a minimum of 6,000 people perished in our city, with a population of around 600. 000. Can you fathom how many die from accidents? Brother Huang Mao's words profoundly shook me. Throughout my life, I have only witnessed a handful of funerals, and my parents forbade me from attending. Apart from what I have read online, I have scarcely heard of any suicides or homicides. Suddenly, I felt the fragility of life. In my mind, people should grow old and die naturally over time, with illness being a rarity. Yet here, death is the simplest and most ordinary occurrence. Decades of life can be erased in an instant, by others, oneself, or through unforeseen circumstances. Later, Snow's sister imparted to me that while hospitals welcome new life, we bid farewell to those who depart. We must not only focus on the petals that wither, but also appreciate the blossoms that are in full bloom. We should strive to live each day without regrets. Lying in the dormitory, I curled up, exposing only my head, anxiously unable to sleep. Brother Huangmao, are you there? I tentatively inquired. Yes, you have called for me 48 times. Are you trying to reach 49 or 81? Unless something unexpected occurs, I shall be here for the next several decades. Please, do try to sleep. Brother Huangmao's impatient voice responded, lying here. I felt as if the female ghost would invade my dreams as soon as I fell asleep. Repeatedly calling for Brother Huangmao brought me a sense of security to ensure I wasn't merely dreaming. I would pinch myself as I spoke. Ultimately, after much pestering, Brother Huangmao reassured me that ghosts cannot stray too far from their bodies before the 7th day. And as long as I kept my distance, I would be safe. Furthermore, the cold storage contains talismans for suppressing corpses and spirits. Even those with a modicum of skill cannot emerge unscathed. The furnace here is crafted from special materials, and the oil used is of a unique kind. Not only can it incinerate corpses, but it also has the capacity to refine resentment to a certain extent. Once the 7th day has passed, we can simply toss the remains into the furnace, and all will be well. With this knowledge, I felt a sense of relief wash over me, and my eyelids began to droop, that I found the talismans that Huangmao Gu mentioned to be quite intriguing. Imagining myself as a master of the arts, effortlessly conjuring symbols in the void, subduing demons, and banishing evil spirits. Yet, it was merely a youthful fantasy that I had no desire to encounter any more female ghosts. After resolving this matter, I intended to resign and return home to live a quiet life. I had thought that everything would come to an end with a single fire after the 7th day. However, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. Chapter 9. Zhao Yani, relax your shoulders, push off the ground, swivel your hips, and don't drop your elbows, you blockhead, Huangmao Gu instructed, raising my elbow with a stick. Since I had yet to resolve the issue with the female ghost, my duties were scheduled for the mornings and afternoons. For the past few days, after my workouts in the afternoons, Huangmao Gu had been dragging me to practice throwing knives and martial arts. My arms are truly exhausted, and my back aches, I lamented, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Feeling pain is a sign of weakness. Get up. Perfect your movements. Huangmao Gu, usually carefree, was unexpectedly serious while teaching me to throw knives. Fine, I'll practice, I shouted in resignation, getting back on my feet. During moments of suffering, I often wished for Xue Jie to come to my rescue. But unfortunately, she was away on a business trip. The promise of treating her to a nice meal had to be postponed. In truth, every time Huangmao Gu taught me, I felt a pang of guilt. I planned to resign after the female ghost's remains were cremated, since I was directly promoted without a probationary period. I would need to give a month's notice to leave. Huangmao Gu could teach me for at most a month that if he continued to be lackadaisical, I could just coast along and let time pass. But he was far too earnest in his teachings that I felt uncomfortable telling him I wanted to leave, and I couldn't bear to disappoint his dedication, so I gritted my teeth and persevered. Thus, I navigated 5 uneventful days. During this time, the family of the female ghost came to pay their respects, with the funeral home providing a lifelike dummy for the occasion. But on the 6th day, I was switched back to the night shift because the cremation for the client was scheduled for 6:17 a.m. Just as the sun would rise, we had carried the body in ourselves, and it would be our duty to carry it out for cremation after the 7th day to avoid any mishaps. We had to manage our time carefully. As night fell, Huangmao Gu, my colleagues, and I switched shifts, standing there in a daze. The once desolate and cold entrance became amusingly lively as Huangmao Gu blasted DJ, dance music, and swayed his head to the beat. Huangmao Gu, I need to use the restroom. With the increased physical activity and fluid intake, my need to relieve myself had grown more frequent. Just go over there and relieve yourself. He pointed to a nearby patch of grass. How can I do that? Accompany me to the restroom. Despite not being particularly refined, I couldn't bring myself to relieve myself in such a manner at the funeral home. Firstly, it would be disrespectful to the departed. And secondly, I simply didn't have the courage. How old are you that you need someone to accompany you to the restroom? We can't leave our posts. What if a thief comes? Huangmao Gu waved his hand dismissively, then began engrossing himself in his phone. Didn't you say thieves wouldn't come? If they dare come, You should welcome them with drums and gongs, I retorted, unwilling to accept his excuse if a theft were to occur. I would have no means of earning a living if a thief dares to come. I'll catch him and hang him up. I just want to bear the surname Lee, he replied, his focus on his game unwavering. Then you're just bragging, I shot back. Yes, I'm bragging. Things need to be done, and cows need to be blown, he replied. Are you an idiot? Who are you calling an idiot? Before he could finish, a woman's voice from his phone interrupted him. Why do you not simply leave your hair as it is, and instead opt for a wig? It was only after several visits to the funeral home, where my unkempt hair led to complaints from clients, that I decided to get a wig. I soon discovered the myriad advantages it offered. The ability to change hairstyles at will, staying cool during the sweltering summer work hours. And, most importantly, the freedom from the daily obligation of washing my hair. With a proud toss of his head, the blonde fellow proclaimed this revelation. In stark contrast, I donned a white tracksuit paired with black pants. My naturally long hair casually draping over my forehead. The blonde guy eyed me with disdain, cautioning me not to stand too close to him. Ironically, it was he who had invited me along. Thus, we mounted his red imitation racing motorcycle and headed to the nightclub. It had been a while since I had ventured into the vibrant, intoxicating heart of the city, which felt somewhat disorienting. At the entrance of the nightclub, dazzling neon lights flickered, while alluring women in revealing and provocative outfits caught the eye, some clad in shorts so short they barely concealed anything but a first-time witness to such a spectacle. I felt an urge to look, yet was too embarrassed to do so. Noticing my discomfort, the blonde fellow bellowed, "Look boldly, do not shy away, and steal glances. Sensational beauties and muscular men abound." Eyes turned toward me, amplifying my awkwardness. I kept my gaze fixed downward, desperately searching for a crevice to vanish into. Why do girls just waltz right in while the guys have to queue for security checks? I whispered to the blonde guy. Just as he began to respond, I urged him to lower his voice. Without women, who would come to a nightclub? Here, not only is there no security check, but they even serve women drinks upon entry. How about you don the guise of a woman to save some money? What nonsense, I retorted, only to realize I had come to escape such nonsense, quickly retracting my words. Let us not invite ill fortune. Upon entering, the deafening roar was akin to a battle cry. The blonde fellow abandoned me, diving onto the dance floor, swaying rhythmically that I observed as he stood behind a sultry woman in a black cheongsam, showcasing his muscular physique, which elicited delighted shrieks from the women around him, who joined in his sensuous movements. That I was left bewildered, my expression a mixture of shock, surprise, and disbelief. The blonde guy gestured for me to join him multiple times. I longed to exude the same confidence as him, albeit with a hint of disdain that it wasn't a matter of sour grapes. Perhaps it was just an inherent idealism. Meanwhile, he was already sharing a drink with a nearby woman. While I remained untouched by the alcohol at my table, having no desire to partake, especially since I had other matters to attend to. Initially, I bobbed my head in time with the DJ's beats, but soon found the music too loud, growing impatient as I reclined to watch the blonde guy's performance. Was he not exhausted? He wore a smug grin, radiating vitality, while I worried he would soon become overwhelmed by negative energy. Just as I contemplated rising to fetch the blonde guy and depart, I noticed a girl, seemingly out of place, wandering around the stage as if searching for something. She was clad in a conservative white dress, her hair minimally styled with a pink headband, her face adorned with light makeup that radiated innocence. After a while, she approached me, and I quickly turned my head away. "Hello, may I rest here for a moment?" She politely inquired. I did not refuse, and she settled beside me. That I'm looking for my friends. They went dancing upon entering, and I've been searching for quite some time. That I glanced at the blonde guy, thinking, it seems that disloyal friends are a universal phenomenon. No worries. I'll help you look, I offered. No, it's too late. I must return home. I just can't find the exit, she said, a look of distress upon her face. Though it was crowded, finding the exit shouldn't be too difficult. Could it be that girls like her are prone to getting lost? I checked the time. It was past 1 o'clock. Yes, it was quite late. "It's all right, I'll escort you out," I volunteered, stepping into the role of a gallant protector. "Thank you. You're such a good person," she replied, handing me a good person card. The blonde fellow, surrounded by women groping his muscles, noticed my intention to leave and frantically waved at me, shouting something I couldn't quite hear above the music. I made a few gestures indicating I would escort the girl out and return promptly. He responded with frantic gestures of his own, the meaning of which eluded me, but it seemed we would contact each other later. The entrance was bustling with taxis picking up and dropping off patrons. Before I could raise my arm to hail one, a drunken man stumbled past, clutching a woman and crashing into me as they made their way to a car before I could protest. The girl behind me tugged at my sleeve, expressing her fear of sitting in the car here and suggesting we find another place. It was prudent. After all, who knew what sort of unsavory characters we might encounter? So, I walked ahead, with her trailing behind. Unsure of where to find a taxi, I headed toward the less populated, dimly lit areas. Her footsteps were so light that I could barely perceive them. Suddenly, a pair of icy hands slipped into mine. Gripping tightly, it's so dark here. I'm scared, I exclaimed loudly, hoping Wang Xiao would take heed and cease her relentless pursuit. Even in the depths of darkness, there exist unique physiques. Spirits possess an innate ability to sense what benefits them. Surely she knows whether or not to supplement her strength. Brother Huang Mao, while speaking, reached into his pocket with his left hand, retrieving something and concealing it behind him, fidgeting with it. We bear no grudges. He said, "You may leave. Just leave him behind." Wang Xiao extended her pale finger, pointing at me. "But I have no enmity with you. All you know is to hunt me down," I muttered indignantly. Brother Huang Mao shielded me with his presence and addressed Wang Xiao. "He has a point. This matter does not concern me. However, let me enlighten you. First, this is your first encounter as a spirit, and there are many things you do not comprehend. Allow me to explain." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Xiao suddenly lunged forward, exclaiming, "No time to waste. Damn, her senses are incredibly sharp." Brother Huang Mao cursed. He produced the concealed item, a yellow talisman adorned with red symbols. With 2 fingers grasping the talisman, he hurled it forth, chanting incantations. Humans are separated by heavy paper. Spirits are separated by mountains. 1,000 evils cannot emerge. 10,000 evils cannot break free. Urgently, as commanded. The talisman, as if equipped with a navigational device, followed Wang Xiao, who, unable to evade it, reached out to grasp it. The moment her hand made contact, she let out a wail and was flung back several meters. Her gaze filled with resentment toward us. Ha. Are you frightened? This talisman costs 100 yuan, but do not worry. Brother has plenty more, Brother Huang Mao said, shaking his head and patting his pants pocket with pride. Wang Xiao hunched over, glaring at us warily, neither advancing nor retreating. I tugged at Brother Huang Mao, signaling him to flee while we had the chance. Ignoring my suggestion, he provoked Wang Xiao further. "Come here. Beautiful. I have your favorite jelly." He even playfully slapped my backside. "You pervert. I want you dead." Wang Xiao screamed in rage. Come on, sister, be bold and step forward," Brother Huang Mao taunted, brandishing the yellow talisman. With a crack, Wang Xiao snapped a branch, holding it menacingly. "What the hell? A ghost wielding a weapon?" Brother Huang Mao gasped in shock, then recited more incantations, flinging several talismans. The talismans approached Wang Xiao. She shattered them effortlessly with the branch. It is often said that Taoists use weapons to capture spirits. This was my first encounter witnessing a spirit using a weapon to destroy a Taoist talisman. Wang Xiao charged at Brother Huang Mao, swinging the branch wildly. He had no time to use the talismans and could only dodge incessantly. I picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at Wang Xiao. But they had no effect. "Ouch, you idiot, stop throwing." Brother Huang Mao, who was not struck by Wang Xiao, instead received a painful blow to the head from me. "I was trying to help you," I explained. "Stop helping me. I can handle this myself," Brother Huang Mao replied. Rubbing his forehead, he continued to move to the right, aligning himself with Wang Xiao's left side, where she was clearly sluggish, a left-handed individual. He took advantage of the situation, occasionally landing blows on her, forcing her to retreat further. Chapter 12. Back to the funeral home a few days ago, out of boredom, I had asked Brother Huang what to do if we encountered a zombie. He advised me to run towards the left side of the zombie. The left side represents the sun. If someone dies and becomes a zombie, the left side of their body undergoes the final transformation, while the right side transforms first, rendering the newly born zombie's left side the weakest. Of course, if one encounters a seasoned zombie, they should stand tall and face it with dignity. Wang Xiao was beaten back by Brother Huang Mao. Her gaze turned increasingly venomous. Suddenly, she let out a mighty roar and spewed forth a foul-smelling blood. Brother Huang Mao shielded his face with his hand, his clothes splattered with the putrid liquid. Ugh! He bent over, gagging. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Qiaoqiao charged forward. I shouted, "Brother Huang, watch out," but it was too late. Wang Qiaoqiao had him pinned against a tree, delivering slaps to his face while cackling, "I'll make you regret this. I'll show you." It is best not to provoke a woman, for even in death, her thirst for revenge remains fierce. Brother Huang Mao's face swelled with each strike. In a panic, I grabbed a branch and rushed toward Wang Qiaoqiao, poised to strike her down. However, she turned her head, her remaining eye locking onto me, causing my hand to freeze in midair out of fear. Damn it. If I must die, then so be it, I resolved. Closing my eyes and swinging down, Wang Qiaoqiao was momentarily stunned by my strike, then glared at me ferociously as she charged forward. Meanwhile, Brother Huang Mao seized the chance to break free, gasping for breath. I circled around to Wang Qiaoqiao's left side, while she pursued me, emitting terrifying shrieks that sent my adrenaline skyrocketing. I lowered my head and charged, only for her to suddenly pivot and run back toward me, resulting in a face-to-face encounter. I screamed in terror, only to have Wang Qiaoqiao grip my throat with one hand, extending her tongue as if to kiss me. "You bastard!" Brother Huang Mao, having regained his composure, rushed over and shouted, delivering a powerful blow to Wang Qiaoqiao, his hand smeared with decaying flesh. "You reap what you sow." He drew a blue talisman from his waist and, with 2 fingers pinching it, summoned a unique aura around him. His yellow hair stood on end, resembling a super scion. He chanted, "Thunder command, summon the spirits, reach the infinite above and penetrate the nether below." The innate lunar eclipse, the vice commander Lei Jun, and the second commander, summon the rain and mist. Lu Kuei, the messenger, hasten and arrive urgently. As commanded, strike her down with lightning. The thunder talisman shot toward Wang Qiaoqiao with a whoosh. A bolt of blue lightning struck her, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, causing a nearby electric scooter to emit a shrill warning. Wang Qiaoqiao emitted a hoarse cry amidst the lightning, and faintly, I could hear 2 piercing wails, perhaps the spirits attached to her corpse. Wang Qiaoqiao was not a zombie, but rather a corpse manipulated by vengeful thoughts. "Electrocute her! Electrocute her!" Brother Huang Mao shouted, pointing at Wang Qiaoqiao as bolts of lightning rained down. "Damn, this is incredible!" I exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing her transform into a blackened figure. Finally, Brother Huang Mao crouched down, breathing heavily. I rushed to support him, showering him with praise. "Brother, you are like a super scion incarnate. You are amazing." "Cut it out. Do you not realize who I am? The thunder talisman costs 50,000 yuan each," Brother Huang Mao replied, shaking his head with pride. 50,000? That's exorbitant, but considering the outcome, it was worth it. "By the way, Brother Huang, do we consider this self-defense or intentional homicide?" I timidly inquired. Brother Huang Mao looked at me incredulously. "Please, she was already dead. How could it be intentional homicide? This is called deliberately harming a corpse." "Is there even a legal provision for that?" Just as I was about to respond, Wang Qiaoqiao's body emitted a vengeful voice. "I will make you pay." A pale shadow burst forth from her body and fled. Wang Qiaoqiao's corpse lunged toward us. Before I could react, Brother Huang Mao kicked me away, while he was struck by Wang Qiaoqiao's hand, piercing his side and causing him to fall. My vision turned red with rage as I charged forward, tearing at Wang Qiaoqiao's corpse, even biting it, while I straddled her, cursing and delivering wild punches. After a moment, Brother Huang Mao approached and patted my shoulder. All right. The soul has left the body. She can no longer move. You could be charged with desecration of a corpse." I rejoiced. "Brother Huang, you survived. Damn, I'm perfectly fine. Why would I die?" he retorted. However, I didn't expect the thunder talisman to fail to disperse her soul completely. "We must leave. This female ghost is quite fierce. We cannot contend with her. Hurry, if she regains her strength, we are doomed." After saying that, we dashed back. Upon reaching the nightclub entrance, we hopped on a motorcycle and prepared to leave when a woman in a cheapao emerged, clinging to Brother Huang Mao, sweetly saying, "Hey, handsome, don't go. Let us have some fun together." "Not going." Brother Huang Mao flatly refused. "Oh, come on, darling. I'm quite delightful." The cheapao woman pouted, shaking his arm. Annoyed, Brother Huang Mao pushed her to the ground. The cheapao woman scrambled up, delivering several slaps to Brother Huang Mao's shoulder, exclaiming, "Just a moment ago, you called me sweetie. You touched what you shouldn't have, and now you're turning your back on me. You scoundrel." This commotion attracted a crowd that I sat behind, innocently receiving a few slaps without knowing what to say or how to intervene. Suddenly, I spotted a white shadow darting into the crowd, directly penetrating a receptionist clad in a bunny suit. The receptionist's formerly rosy face turned ashen, her forehead veins bulging, and with a malevolent glare, she drew a fruit knife from her tray and advanced toward us. Alarmed, I tapped Brother Huang Mao's back. Brother Huang, Wang Xiao Xiao has possessed her. I pointed in the direction of the receptionist. Damn it, so fast, Brother Huang Mao cursed, once more shoving aside the Qipao woman, just as the Qipao woman was about to protest. Brother Huang Mao pulled out a stack of cash from his wallet and tossed it at her. Instantly, her face lit up with joy as she collected the money. Brother Huang Mao disdainfully shook his head and revved the motorcycle. Speeding away, whoosh, the receptionist hurled the fruit knife, which altered its trajectory mid-air, narrowly missing my backside. Damn, that was close. Brother Huang Mao's expression shifted as he tightened the throttle, speeding down the road in the early morning. This damned sensation of acceleration. As we sped along, I inquired whether we should head to a temple or a Taoist shrine while calculating my savings. Brother Huang Mao had already spent 50,000 on the Thunder Talisman for me. I couldn't let him spend more. Feeling guilty to my surprise, Brother Huang Mao announced, "We're heading back to the funeral home." That I remarked that this was akin to walking straight into a trap. Huang Mao Gu informed me that there were formidable individuals at the funeral home, and that his talisman had been procured from there. I began to anticipate meeting such an extraordinary person. It was astounding that such a powerful thunder-calling talisman originated from our very own funeral home. With them around, there was surely nothing to fear. Chapter 13. Ghost bewitching paths and blinding eyes. We raced towards the back mountain of the funeral home. Even on the rugged terrain, Huang Mao Gu hardly reduced his pace. Why is it that every ascent feels like a scene from a high-octane movie? Wait a minute, Huang Mao Gu. Could it be that we have traveled such a distance? We have been riding for quite some time. And at this speed, we should have arrived ages ago. We are caught in a ghostly maze. Huang Mao Gu declared. It seems Wang Xiao Xiao is not inclined to let us return to the funeral home. He parked the motorcycle beside the mountain and spoke. A ghostly maze? Has Wang Xiao Xiao arrived so swiftly? I hastily dismounted and turned on my flashlight, illuminating the path we had traversed, fearful that Wang Xiao Xiao might suddenly appear. The entire mountain path was shrouded in darkness, devoid of stars. The only visible areas were those illuminated by the motorcycle's headlights and the beam from my phone. Huang Mao Gu, what should we do about the ghostly maze? I pressed against the rear of the motorcycle, sweeping the surroundings with my flashlight. Huang Mao Gu shook his head and said, 1 must explore, 2 must not proceed, and 3 means to turn back. What does 1 must explore, 2 must not proceed, and 3 means to turn back mean? I hurried to Huang Mao Ji's side, eager not to miss a single word. Point 1 must explore. Observe your surroundings for useful information to establish a reference point. 2 must not. If you feel you have traversed this path before, do not continue. Point 3 means to turn back. If you cannot go forward after 2 must not, return to the reference point you established during 1 must explore, Huang Mao explained. I struggled to comprehend. Embarrassed, I scratched my head. Huang Mao Gu dashed to the edge of the mountain, inscribing the character for handsome in the dirt with a branch, then pointed to it, stating, "This is our reference point for 1 must explore. We shall continue forward. And if we see the character for handsome again, we must not proceed. That's 2 must not. If we cannot advance, we must turn back, which corresponds to 3 means to turn back." Oh, I understand now. Huang Mao Gu is truly impressive, I said, admiringly giving him a thumbs up. Huang Mao Gu, pleased, flicked his head, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. Handsome men are simply knowledgeable. It's basic practice." We remounted the motorcycle and moved forward slowly. After a while, we indeed spotted the character for handsome. I excitedly patted Huang Mao Ji's back and pointed at the character, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, brother, handsome, calm down. I know I'm handsome," Huang Mao Gu replied, executing a swift turn and descending. In no time, we encountered the character for handsome again, prompting us to turn back and continue our upward trek. We repeated this several times until, at last, we saw a flicker of light in the distance. It was the light from the guardhouse. "Brother, you're amazing. We truly made it out." Upon seeing the guard's light, I felt like a ship at sea spotting a lighthouse. It was a beacon of hope. As long as I followed Huang Mao Gu, we could easily access the highway. Huang Mao Gu accelerated, directing us toward the guardhouse. However, after a while, I sensed something was amiss. The distance did not seem to lessen. The light remained as diminutive as before, showing no signs of growing larger. Huang Mao Gu halted the motorcycle, and I jumped off. Writing the character for ordinary. What are you doing? Huh? I'm marking a reference point, I replied, bewildered by his question. Wasn't this what 1 must explore, 2 must not, 3 means to turn back was about? Huang Maoga shot me a glance and said, half a jar of water. This isn't a ghostly maze. Just draw a reference point for the ghost. Besides, your handwriting is atrocious. Are you truly a university student? I'm a computer science major. I type everything. Who writes anymore? I said, my face flushed with indignation. Back in school, I was always rushing through assignments. My handwriting had become terribly sloppy, and in college, I spent my days playing on the computer, aside from the occasional signature. I hardly ever used a pen. What is a ghostly maze then? It suddenly dawned on me that I was overlooking a crucial point. Ghosts bewitching paths. Huang Maogu explained. Wang Xiaoqiao seems to be born to be a ghost. With the 7th day just passed, possessing, controlling objects, conjuring a ghostly maze, and blinding eyes, all her skills, it's no wonder she is destined to be a ghost. What is this blinding eyes? I asked, puzzled. This Wang Xiaoqiao is indeed formidable, but also somewhat deranged. She makes me pinch myself in dreams, transforms into a zombie to kiss me, and throws knives at me. Now, she conjures a ghostly maze and blinds eyes. This is simply madness. Huang Maoga shook his head in exasperation. How does blinding eyes differ from a ghostly maze? I isn't at all about getting lost, I retorted, unable to discern the difference. They both lead one astray. Try walking 2 steps in whichever direction. Huang Maogu suggested, pointing behind him. Fine, I'll walk, I said, taking a few steps. As I treaded, the ground suddenly gave way beneath me. This was solid ground, and now it's empty. I felt myself plummet. Huang Maogu rushed over, grasping my arm and pulling me back. I collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. Do you understand now? A ghostly maze at least shows you what is real. You want to fall through. But with blinding eyes, what you see may not be what it seems. Huang Maogu observed my disheveled state and chuckled. You're still laughing. You nearly scared me to death, I protested, picking up a handful of sand to throw at him. Huang Maogu effortlessly dodged the sand, which slipped through his fingers, and tossed it back at me. You infuriate me. I turned my head, ignoring him. Noticing my silence, Huang Maogu approached to comfort me. Are you truly angry? Who cares? I nearly met my end. Would you like to know how to break the blinding eyes curse? I responded curtly. How? Are you a virgin? Huang Maogu suddenly inquired. What does that have to do with anything? Then you're not. I am, I replied, my cheeks flushing. Go over there. Relieve yourself, and it will be resolved. Huang Maogu pointed to the spot where I had written. Cautiously, I made my way there. Brother, I can't seem to go. I unfastened my belt and stood there for quite a while. Fearing I might waste time, I had avoided food and drink since lunch, and even in the nightclub, I hadn't touched alcohol. Now, after all the sweating, I was parched and couldn't produce a single drop. Be careful of kidney stones. Move aside and let me handle it, Wang Maoga said as he approached. Huh, brother, are you a virgin? Have you never? I exclaimed, taken aback. Huang Maogu, so wild in his ways, and yet still a virgin. Was he able to see but not use? Go away. You're ridiculous, brother. You're such a stud. It's not only virgin's urine that can break the curse. Huang Maogu grumbled, waving his hand dismissively. Then you should tell me that asking so casually not acceptable. Huang Maogu retorted as he unfastened his pants and began to relieve himself, producing some rather embarrassing sounds. Fine, I said through gritted teeth. As Huang Maogu continued, the surroundings shifted dramatically. What was once a straight path transformed into a winding one, and the spot where I had nearly fallen was now a turn. The blinding eyes curse was broken. We could finally set off. Huang Maoga hopped onto the motorcycle, signaling for me to follow. I cautiously made my way over. Huang Maoga kept complaining about my lack of trust in him. Who knew what other tricks Wang Xiaoqiao might have up her sleeve? Ghostly ear plugging, ghostly nose plugging, or ghostly foot tripping to ensnare me. Chapter 14. The one who defies fate. Soon, we arrived at the guardhouse, where 2 colleagues greeted us. Suddenly, Huang Maoga veered towards a patch of grass. Brother, 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 break! I screamed in terror as Huang Maoga showed no sign of slowing down, and we were on the verge of colliding. This was the end. I closed my eyes. After a moment, the anticipated violent crash did not occur. Instead, I felt the motorcycle bumping along a rugged path. I opened my eyes to find that we were traveling along a narrow trail forged by footsteps. This was what Mr. meant when he said that there was originally no path in the world. The more people walked it, the more it became a path. What just happened? How did we avoid the grass? I pondered, glancing back in confusion. It's merely an illusion. Ahead lies a place of meditation for the master, designed to prevent disturbances. Generally, if there is nothing pressing, we wouldn't venture here. Who would wander up to a funeral home in the mountains without reason? That would be absurd. Turning back and getting lost would be a laughable misadventure. I recalled how I had thought we were about to meet a disastrous fate and shuddered. The master should really put up a sign so everyone knows. What if it's not a human? Huang Maogu replied abruptly. I felt the atmosphere grow colder around us. Moments later, we stopped in front of a mud brick house. Through the window, I could see a figure busily engaged in some task. It was surprising that someone was still awake at this hour. Aren't tea masters supposed to rise with the sun and rest at sunset? Old Zhang, old Zhang, Huang Maogu shouted, and the figure slowly rose to emerge. The door was opened by an elderly woman, her hair dark and eyes bright, yet time had etched its marks upon her face. She emanated an otherworldly aura. You've arrived. My husband has gone on a trip. Please, come inside. The elderly woman turned and entered, holding the door open for us. Her welcoming demeanor suggested she had anticipated our arrival, as if someone had informed her beforehand. Zhang Pa, Huang Maogu called, leading me inside. The interior was modest, furnished with a simple wooden table and a bookshelf filled with tomes. However, the room was crowded with paper figures, each adorned in vibrant attire, distinct in character, yet all lacking painted eyes. The table was strewn with numerous paper ingots. It was clear that the old woman had been folding them. She lacks any real abilities and survives by crafting these by hand, Zhang Pa explained gently. Noticing my unease. To be honest, upon entering and seeing all these items related to the deceased, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. Zhang Po's words eased my discomfort slightly. I perched half-heartedly on a bench, my body rigid. Huang Maogu casually settled back, crossing his legs, remaining silent. Zhang Po emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of ginger tea for us. When I was a child, I once drank ginger tea while suffering from a cold. The taste was unpleasant and somewhat spicy. Although I was reluctant to drink it, I still expressed my gratitude to Granny Zhang and swallowed it down. Tea was just as distasteful as I remembered. Yet as it settled in my stomach, a wave of warmth spread throughout my body, bringing a profound sense of comfort. After finishing the tea, she urged us to leave, stating that this matter could not assist us. Please, Granny, at this moment, aside from you and Grandpa Zhang, no one can save Chen Fan. Huang Mao quickly interjected. This child's fate has been precarious. Merely surviving these years is a miracle. Granny Zhang regarded me with eyes full of compassion. As we moved from the earthen house to the interior, we exchanged no words, yet Granny Zhang seemed to understand everything, indicating her considerable wisdom. It struck me as peculiar when she suddenly remarked that my survival thus far was miraculous. Was I meant to have perished long ago? Yet, I had no desire to die. Granny, I beg you to save me. I rushed before her, bowing my head in supplication. Silly child, this is fate. It is a path you must face alone. Granny Zhang extended her somewhat weathered hand, gently stroking my head, her voice imbued with affection. Granny, please save Chen Fan. You and Grandpa Zhang are so capable. How can you not save a mere purine being? Huang Mao pointed at me, pleading. It is not a matter of unwillingness. Chen Fan is both purine and not a life that defies fate, which goes against the natural order. Granny Zhang explained, her words resonating with the weight of profound understanding. Those who cultivate must adhere to the natural order, whether in harmony or defiance, through the heart, the body, and the spirit. My husband and I have cultivated the path of harmony, bearing the consequences of our choices. Those who align with nature thrive, while those who oppose it perish. To assist one who defies fate is to act against nature. Despite her explanation, she held my hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Though I struggled to comprehend the intricacies of her teachings, I grasped that my existence was unique and contrary to the will of heaven, while Granny Zhang and her husband practiced a path aligned with it, thus rendering them unable to aid me. Nevertheless, I could sense her deep desire to help, especially as she gripped my hand with a certain force, as if fearing I might slip away. Is there truly no other way? Huang Mao inquired of Granny Zhang. Granny, I do not wish to die. Please save me. I hurriedly added, adopting a more endearing tone. I cultivate in accordance with nature, not against it. Granny Zhang silently repeated this phrase. Suddenly, Huang Mao, with excitement, exclaimed, Granny, I have recently been targeted by malevolent spirits. I cannot overpower them, and when I scold them, they only retaliate more fiercely. What should I do? The tension in Granny Zhang's brow eased. If you cannot fight them, then hide. Apply the charcoal ash from the stove to your body. It can obscure you from the spirit's sight and produce a scent that repels them. It dawned on me that Granny Zhang was subtly guiding us, which explained her insistence that I cultivate in accordance with nature. Thank you, Granny. You truly are the best in the world. I expressed my gratitude while holding her hand joyfully. Previously, I had thought those enlightened beings depicted on television were overly cryptic, taking the long route to offer assistance. Now, I understood that others bore their own karmic burdens, and direct help could invoke consequences. However, by navigating around these issues, one might avoid entanglements. Granny Zhang's hints were almost explicit. Silly child. I have not truly aided you. So what is there to thank me for? Granny Zhang replied, her gentle smile radiating warmth. Granny deserves thanks, and so does my brother. Thank you, Huang Mao. Without you, I would not know what to do. You are the most dashing and cleverest brother. I exclaimed, leaping to embrace Huang Mao. Get off. Let go. No intimate contact between men. I'm not into that. Huang Mao protested, pushing me away with vigor. I clung tightly to him, refusing to let go. Without him, I would have long since met my end. I once considered him to be an unreliable rascal, but I had been too narrow-minded. So, brother, are you not the most dependable handsome guy? Huang Mao beamed with pride. Indeed, the most reliable rascal. What, a rascal? As the conversation concluded, dawn broke. Granny Zhang invited us to stay for breakfast. At the table, I recounted the experiences of the past days to her, occasionally praising Huang Mao, causing his cheeks to puff with pride. However, when I reached the part about Wang Chaoqiao's cunning and schemes, Granny Zhang's expression soured. Chapter 15. The mark. As I mounted Huang Mao's motorcycle, ready to bid farewell to Granny Zhang, she called out to me, Chen Fan. What is it, Granny? I asked, perplexed. She hesitated for a moment, then said, It's nothing. You may go. All right, I will visit you again when I have the chance. Although I was unaware of what she wished to convey, since she did not articulate it, I refrained from inquiring further, deciding to express my gratitude later. Chen Fan, take this. After a long pause, Granny Zhang's eyes suddenly filled with determination as she produced a small paper figure and tossed it to me. I quickly caught it. The figure was cool to the touch and solid. It was a meticulously crafted chubby doll adorned with a red apron, yet devoid of eyes. In times of crisis, prick your middle finger and let a drop of blood touch the doll's eyes. Granny Zhang instructed. Turning my head, I saw Huang Mao's astonishment at the doll, but he said nothing. After thanking Granny Zhang, Huang Mao and I returned to the funeral home at the foot of the mountain, heading straight for the cafeteria to request 2 large bowls of ASH. In our area, the back mountain does not cook. Meals are prepared below and specially delivered to the cafeteria. After returning to the dormitory and charging my phone, I discovered over 100 missed calls from Shuejia. I hurriedly called her back. Hello, Shuejia. Chen Fan, where are you right now? Wang Chaoqiao's body has gone missing. Shuejia's voice was laced with urgency and fatigue. She had been calling us throughout the night without rest. Wang Chaoqiao came to find me in the early morning. Huang Mao and I had just returned to the dorm to charge our phones. I quickly explained. What? Wang Chaoqiao has already come looking for you. What on earth is happening? It was too complicated to explain in a few sentences. I suggested we meet to discuss that we arranged to meet at the mortuary. Upon arrival, the room was bustling with staff clad in black uniforms, with only Shuejia, wearing a white lab coat, anxiously standing among them. When she saw us arrive, Shuejia approached, her face etched with exhaustion. At 3 a.m., my colleagues in the crematorium didn't wait for you to bring the body over. I tried calling Huang Mao, but couldn't get through, so I came to ask what was going on. I didn't find you at the mortuary either, and later discovered that both you and Wang Chaoqiao's body were missing. The colleagues from the back mountain have all been dispatched to search for you, and Manager Zhang has been called in to report the situation. Shuejia briefly outlined the current predicament. Yesterday, we went to a nightclub to drink until the early hours. Wang Chaoqiao deceived me into leaving the club, and Huang Mao burned her body with lightning to save me. I summarized the situation. At such a crucial time, you went to a nightclub. Chen Fan, you don't seem to understand. And you, Huang Mao. Shuejia scolded us, exasperation causing her to laugh. The surrounding colleagues gathered around. Sister, we thought the nightclub would be bustling with people, bringing in some yang energy, making it safer to carry the body. Who knew Wang Chaoqiao would arrive before we returned? I hastily clarified. Huang Mao, standing nearby, chuckled at our predicament, which Shuejia noticed. She seized Huang Mao's wrist with one hand and pinched his arm with the other, causing him to yelp in pain. Oh, Huang Mao, it seems you were the instigator of this idea. Going to a nightclub, what were you thinking? How many people who frequent nightclubs have sufficient yang energy? And with that perfume on you, were you seeking yang energy or courting yin? Huang Mao grimaced in pain. To nourish yin is to supplement yang. Supplement my foot. Let me give you a taste of your own medicine. With that, Shui Jie bit Huang Mao's arm, leaving a deep mark, prompting him to howl like a pig, which drew laughter from the colleagues. I too stifled a laugh from the sidelines, noticing my amusement. Shui Jie beckoned me closer. As I leaned in, she gripped my ear, scolding me relentlessly. After addressing our misdeeds, Shui Jie began to inquire about the specifics of the situation. I refrained from mentioning my encounter with Granny Zhang, only stating that the charcoal ash from the stove could render ghosts invisible. Ultimately, upon learning the approximate location of Wang Qiaoqiao's body, she dispatched several colleagues to retrieve the charred remains. The other colleagues gradually departed, and I expressed my apologies and gratitude to each one. Soon, only the three of us remained in the mortuary. Once everyone else had left, Shui Jie turned to me and said, "It's evident that Wang Qiaoqiao is desperate to possess you. She will undoubtedly make a move tonight. Xiao Fan, you cannot go anywhere else. You must stay in the dormitory. You must endure this trial. After tonight, I will obtain the items needed to save you." I gazed at Huang Mao, feeling a sense of desperation. Truthfully, this matter had nothing to do with him. It was understandable if he chose to distance himself from my plight. However, the thought of facing Wang Qiaoqiao alone was terrifying. Having each other for support and conversation made everything feel manageable, but faced with her alone, I lacked even the courage to move. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you." Huang Mao shot me a glance. "Brother, you are the best." I beamed, feeling reassured with Huang Mao by my side. "Shui Jie, you should go to your friend's home to retrieve the talisman for us. You can return by tomorrow." "Sister, let us go together." I suggested, believing that if we were to obtain the talisman, it would be safer to do so sooner, and perhaps by fleeing at night, Wang Qiaoqiao wouldn't be able to catch up with us. "If you want to avoid disaster, don't even think about it. Do you think the ghost will just come after you every day? Lift your shirt and take a look." Huang Mao pointed at my chest. I obediently lifted my clothing, revealing a black handprint on my chest, slender and unmistakably belonging to a woman. This was the mark left by Wang Qiaoqiao. For those marked, she could teleport directly to their vicinity whenever she wished. As you sat in the car, one would appear beside you, and with a simple attack, you would be taken away. Or perhaps a sudden surprise would land us in the news. Is there truly a mark like this? Is this how one plays? This is undeniably a form of cheating. If I cannot defeat them, I cannot even escape. Do not doubt your existence. Over the years, there have been few malevolent spirits, and you are rather fortunate. Huang Maogu wore a look of absolute certainty, as if I had just won a grand prize. Lucky my foot. I shot him a disdainful glance. This is merely pure misfortune. There are so few of them. Yet I happened to encounter one, and it has nothing to do with me. If I had harmed her, I would accept it, but I have never even met her before, and she clings to me. "You are quite bold, aren't you? Off to chase after girls tonight." Bro, I was wrong. Chapter 16. Wang Qiaoqiao arrives after dining with Huang Maogu. I returned to the dormitory early. The atmosphere in the dorm was unusually quiet. Although it typically lacked vibrancy, there would usually be a few colleagues coming and going. Yet now not even a single mosquito was present. Everyone was aware that I had caught the attention of a malevolent spirit. And most chose not to stay in the dormitory today. I heard that some capable colleagues deliberately avoided me, perhaps due to the so-called heavenly order, without Huang Maoji's companionship. I lacked the courage to remain in the dormitory for even a second. He sat at the computer, shaking his head as he played, his mouth either boasting or cursing. I took the opportunity to stand behind him, shedding my clothes to apply the wood ash from the stove. It was quite embarrassing, yet I truly dared not go to the restroom alone. Images of Wang Qiaoqiao emerging from the mirror and a pale hand reaching from the toilet flashed through my mind. I smeared the ash all over myself, ensuring I covered my armpits and the cleft of my backside meticulously, even darkening my clothes before putting them back on. I gently tapped Huang Maoji's shoulder. "I am done applying. When will you?" Huang Maogu, with his headphones on, shouted. "What?" As he turned, removing his earphones. "A ghost," he exclaimed. Startled, I glanced around, shouting, Where? Damn it. Chin Fan, you're insane, covered in ash like that. If they were to choose a chieftain in Africa based on who was the darkest, you would undoubtedly be the top candidate." Huang Maogu, upon realizing it was me, looked at me with disdain. I too came to my senses. There was no ghost, just Huang Maogu mistaking me for one. "You scared me." I thought Wang Qiaoqiao had arrived. While Huang Maogu dipped his hand into the stove ash, he remarked, "You scared me. This stuff has its limits. A small smear can cover a large area. This is called AoE." After saying this, he drew a few lines on his face and casually dusted himself off, looking like a special forces soldier in his security uniform. I glanced at myself, realizing I resembled a complete clown. Once he finished, Huang Maogu pulled out a yellow talisman from his drawer, inscribed with the words of an incantation meant to ward off spirits. Brother, what is this talisman? I inquired curiously, scrutinizing it. Despite my slight nearsightedness, the designs on the yellow talisman appeared particularly distinct, the lines etching themselves into my mind. Huang Maogu proudly shook the talisman. With this, Wang Xiaoqiao won't be able to teleport into our room. Is it expensive? I asked cautiously, feeling guilty about Huang Maoji's willingness to risk his life and spend money on my behalf that I drew it myself. It cost nothing, he boasted. What a fake. You're the fake. This is a ghost-repelling talisman hand-drawn by Master Li Fei. Its effectiveness is unparalleled. You're just promoting your own wares. I scoffed, though I felt a twinge of gratitude regardless of its authenticity. As the evening wore on, accompanied by the sounds of insects, I lay in bed with Huang Maogu, quietly awaiting Wang Xiaoqiao's arrival. While others awaited spirits to capture them, we were merely trying to evade one. The difference between experts and novices. Knock, knock, knock. It sounded as if someone was knocking at the bottom of the door. My heart raced to my throat. A knock from above means a person, while one from below means a ghost. And at this hour, only a ghost would come knocking at our door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was rhythmic and incessant that I held my breath, not daring to exhale. After about 10 minutes, the sound faded. Surely she has left. I cautiously exhaled. Suddenly, the knocking returned with vigor. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Fan, open the door. I've brought back the talisman. The voice of Xuejie resonated from outside. Xuejie is back. I joyfully leaped from my bed, eager to open the door. She returned so quickly, less than a day had passed. Xuejie, I'm coming, I exclaimed as I rushed to the door. Chen Fan, shut up. Stop. Fei Gu threw a pair of underwear at my face. I pulled it off, disdainfully spitting. What are you doing? Xuejie is here. With the talisman, we need not fear Wang Xiaoqiao. We can drive her away. You idiot. Hide. Fei Gu whispered harshly, just as I was about to retort. I noticed a small opening in the window beside the door. A pair of resentful eyes fixed on me from outside, sending chills down my spine as I staggered back against the staircase. This was not Xuejie at all. It was Wang Xiaoqiao mimicking her voice. Chen Fan, are you in there? Her haunting voice called from outside. I'm not. I instinctively shouted, then quickly covered my mouth. He. Wang Xiaoqiao laughed triumphantly. Open the door. You can hide from the first day of the month, but can you hide from the 15th? Whatever happens, do not move. Do not speak. Wang Maogu whispered urgently to me. Open the door. Wang Xiaoqiao pounded the door as she called out. All that greeted her was my silent demeanor. Bang, bang, bang. With no response, Wang Xiaoqiao's knocking turned into battering. Each hit made the entire door tremble. I silently prayed, "Oh door, please hold strong." Bang, with a deafening crash, a handprint was left indented in the door. The yellow talisman suddenly glowed, followed by a wretched scream from Wang Xiaoqiao outside. Huang Maoji's ghost-repelling talisman is quite formidable. After an agonizingly long pause with no sound, a crackling noise filled the air. Welcome back. The door lock emitted an electric sound as it clicked open. With a gust of chilling wind, Wang Xiaoqiao appeared before us. Disheveled, covered in wounds, her face gaunt and twisted. A gash on her forehead oozed dark blood. Wang Xiaoqiao scanned the room with a look of confusion. While I dared not meet her gaze, my peripheral vision locked onto her. As she rushed inside, a stone levitated before her, hurtling towards the talisman. The moment it struck, the talisman blazed with a blinding yellow light, sending the stone ricocheting back, causing Wang Xiaoqiao to emit a piercing scream as she was thrown back. The talisman fell, igniting in midair. Wang Xiaoqiao, cackling, struggled to rise. What the hell? Even if I were fragrant, it wouldn't warrant this. You're going to such lengths to get me. Please, think about who pushed you to jump from that height. Why don't you seek them out, just for one day, Chen Fan? Whatever tricks you have left, use them now. Soon, you will belong to me. Wang Xiaoqiao trudged further inside. I desperately wanted to rush forward and give her a good beating. Yet her terrifying visage left me without the courage to even glance at her. Chapter 17. Breaking the spell. Wang Xiaoqiao staggered into our dormitory, her previously triumphant gaze now clouded with confusion. It seemed that the methods suggested by Zhang Papa were indeed effective. As long as we remained still and quiet, until dawn, Wang Xiaoqiao would be compelled to leave, tomorrow, with Xuejie's talisman arriving. We would no longer fear Wang Xiaoqiao. As she floated around the room, occasionally tossing open cabinets to inspect the contents, Huang Maogu's wig was blown into the restroom. Furious, he glared at her from his bed. Watching Wang Chaoqiao pass by me repeatedly, my anxious heart finally eased, allowing me to breathe softly. Just as I began to relax, lying on the desk, Wang Chaoqiao's face suddenly appeared mere inches from mine, nearly causing me to scream. Her one remaining eye bore into me, and I didn't dare to breathe, gripping my leg tightly that I would rather suffocate than let her consume me. Wang Chaoqiao sniffed the air, her distorted face revealing her disdain. It seemed the stove could obscure a ghost sight but emitted a strong odor, irritating her ghostly nose, which would keep spirits at bay. Humans too would avoid areas with such pungent smells. Disdain is correct. Hurry along, or risk suffocating yourself. After sniffing for a while, she turned away in disgust, yet I caught a glimmer of mockery in her eyes as she did so. Chen Fan, come out. I want to eat you. Let us have a good chat. Wang Chaoqiao spoke as she sat in Huang Maogu's seat, addressing the empty air. That I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. You re a deceitful spirit, always tricking me. If I fall for this again, I'll truly become a fool. Tell me, in this vast sea of humanity, what are the odds of our paths crossing? If not fate, what is it? Since heaven has orchestrated our meeting, it's unreasonable for you to hide from me. At the very least, grant me the opportunity to start as friends. Wang Chaoqiao rambled on to herself. Who wants to be friends with you? Just moments ago, you were desperate to break in and devour me. And now that you can't find me, you wish to be friends. Do you take me for a fool? I would rather die than utter a single word. Allow me to share a tale with you, a rather lengthy one, so I shall be succinct. I miss you. What? Why are you thinking of me again? It would be more believable if you said you craved my presence. How wicked of you to indulge in such thievery, Wang Chaoqiao lamented. What nonsense is this? Thievery? What have I stolen from you? Dear lady, I hardly even know you. I mused inwardly. You claim you haven't stolen anything, yet you have clearly pilfered my heart. Wang Chaoqiao replied softly. I stole nothing. Your heart was lost when you jumped from that building. Today, I fell ill and had to go to the hospital for infusion. I had such a night of yearning for you. Wang Chaoqiao continued to weave sweet nothings to herself, her expression shifting between bliss and anguish. It dawned on me that she had not truly spoken to me. Those flirtatious words were likely uttered by others in her past. The woes of unrequited love. It is no wonder she harbors such bitterness. I resent having agreed to be your friend. I loathe having fallen for your reckless charm. I despise myself for caring about your illness, and I abhor how you intoxicated me and claimed my body. Wang Chaoqiao wept, her tears mingling with dark blood as they fell. Go on, dear lady. Speak your heart out. I silently sympathized with her, choosing to remain silent until dawn, each of us retreating to our own worlds. I became your loyal listener. Speak throughout the night if you wish. I lost track of how many romantic phrases Wang Chaoqiao uttered, each one more nauseating than the last, sending shivers down my spine. I noticed a fellow with yellow hair on the bed stifling laughter, and when he caught my eye, he gave me a thumbs up, though I could not discern whether it was in approval of the Lothario's lines or in exasperation at the man himself. Wang Chaoqiao, in her former life, appeared to have been a pure-hearted student, easily deceived by a scoundrel. They say that venting brings relief. I had anticipated that sharing my feelings would alleviate my anguish. Yet my resentment only intensified. Chen Fan, what do you suggest I do? Wang Chaoqiao exclaimed, rising abruptly and flipping the table toward the yellow-haired fellow. Wang Chaoqiao, you've gone too far, he cried, narrowly avoiding the flying object as he rolled off the bed and landed gracefully. So, it is you. Then this must be Chen Fan. Once more, Wang Chaoqiao lifted her hand and hurled a chair at me. Unlike the yellow-haired fellow, I lacked his agility and was unable to evade in time, raising my arms to shield my face as the chair struck me squarely. Ouch! The wooden chair shattered upon impact, leaving me in pain. Chen Fan, do you believe this scoundrel deserves to die? Wang Chaoqiao asked, directing her ire toward me. Just as I was about to flee, another chair came hurtling toward me, landing painfully. Ouch! Sister Chiao, if you say he deserves to die, then he should die. Please, stop, I pleaded. Wang Chaoqiao had evidently deduced our location, hence her leisurely torment. Why are other spirits so dim-witted, while she is so astute? Only a few days into her haunting. Mengpa, have you diluted your soup? Wang Chaoqiao awakened the days of her reign as a ghost king. I demand you speak. She shrieked at me. They all deserve death, except for the yellow-haired fellow. I shouted in fear. My good brother, I may not deserve death, but I am deeply touched. Rest assured, I am not a scoundrel. I am merely a pure-hearted little yellow-haired fellow, he declared, shielding me with his body. All scoundrels must perish. Chen Fan, I shall consume you. With your demise, my ghostly powers shall surge. I seek vengeance. I will eradicate all scoundrels." Wang Qiao bellowed, hurling whatever she could find toward us. The yellow-haired fellow deftly blocked her onslaught with his baton. Eventually, with nothing left to throw, she lunged at us, and he, brandishing a talisman, struck her, unbeknownst to her. Wang Qiao was enveloped in smoke, shrieking in agony. "Ha! I shall make you pay for your insolence. Today, you shall kneel and call me Lord Huang," the yellow-haired fellow exclaimed, exhilarated as he struck Wang Qiao. "Go, brother, you are magnificent." I cheered him on, yet I felt a pang of guilt watching Wang Qiao suffer. "Chen Fan, how can you feel sympathy for her when she seeks to devour you? Truly despicable." Wang Qiao, seeing that she could not prevail, floated in midair, black blood streaming from her body. The yellow-haired fellow ready to knock. I found myself momentarily stunned, feeling as though being a ghost might be preferable to being human. No need for sustenance. Everything attainable from a distance. Even watching television would require no remote. Yet, I pondered whether gaming would necessitate a keyboard, or if I could simply control the computer with mere thoughts. Just then, while I was lost in thought, Wang Qiao, half of her body lunged towards me, her grotesquely contorted face mere centimeters from mine. Her exposed tongue slithered across my face, releasing a foul stench that assaulted my senses. Terrified, I screamed and collapsed to the floor. In the next moment, Wang Qiao also shrieked as she was flung away. This talisman for exorcising spirits was indeed formidable, propelling that foul creature backward. Wang Mao looked at the flung Wang Qiao and remarked, "What a stench!" I shuddered and exclaimed, "Brother, I feel tainted." Upon noticing the saliva on my face, Huang Mao touched it and recoiled in disgust. "Retching, this foul creature truly reeks. Did she eat excrement?" I too knelt on the ground, heaving and moaning. "How putrid! I feel unclean." Once I regained my composure, even wiping away saliva with paper felt revolting, and I hurriedly dashed out of the restroom to rinse off. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the power went out. The surroundings, save for the eerie green glow of the emergency exit sign, were engulfed in darkness. Fear gripped me, and I shrank against the wall. "Brother, Huang Mao, where are you?" I whispered tentatively, repeatedly assuring myself that this was merely a common power outage. There was no cause for alarm. Huang Mao was just outside, and I merely needed to exit the restroom to reunite with him. As I turned to leave, Wang Qiao, clad in white, stood before me, grinning eerily. "Chen Fan," I screamed, startled by her sudden appearance. Before I could finish my cry, Wang Qiao seized my neck, extinguishing my breath. Chapter 19. Captured Chen Fan. "There's no escape for you. You are destined to be mere fodder. It is your fate, and fate must be accepted," Wang Qiao sneered, tightening her grip. In the depths of agony and despair, a latent ability surged forth. Fueled by adrenaline, I unleashed a punch, a strike I scarcely believed I could deliver, its speed, fluidity, and power awakening a profound understanding within me. The blow landed squarely on Wang Qiao's remaining eye. "Ah!" she cried in pain. Releasing her grip, seizing the opportunity, I bolted from the restroom, sprinting towards the gym's entrance guided by the faint light from outside. "Brother, run! Wang Qiao is coming." At that moment, she too burst out in pursuit. Her form unsteady yet alarmingly swift, akin to a grotesque creature. "You bastard!" I hurled a 2.5-kilogram weight at her legs, hoping to buy myself enough time to escape. Even if I missed, evading the attack would disrupt her balance, prolonging her recovery. However, Wang Qiao was far more formidable than I anticipated, effortlessly dodging my attempt. "You bastard! You bastard! You bastard!" I shouted, throwing additional weights in desperation, creating distance between us as I sprinted towards the exit. Strangely, Huang Mao had yet to appear or acknowledge me. He didn't strike me as someone who would hide. He must have been planning a surprise attack. Thus, I intentionally altered my route, veering towards areas with less equipment to ensure a more open space. Granting Huang Mao an opportunity, she continued, "If you must place blame, then let it fall upon yourself, for you possess the ability to greatly nourish me. It was not your provocation that drew me to you. Rather, your very existence ensures that you shall always be remembered. Damn it! Do you possess any sense of reason? You wretched creature, you are akin to an ugly toad playing the role of a frog. Even I, as a man, would cast you aside." XXX that I cursed in fury. Previously, I had fled and begged for mercy, clinging to a thread of hope, but now I was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, rather than groveling in humility. I preferred to unleash my anger. Even if it could not harm you, I would at least irritate you. Wang Xiao, incensed by my words, struck me several times, exclaiming, "You are the toad. You received a swan and did not cherish it." Blood seeped from the corner of my mouth, spitting the blood onto her face. I watched as her tongue slithered out, licking it clean. How disgusting. Wang Xiao, no one wants you. Not even in death would you be desired. You fancy yourself a swan, yet you are merely a toad masquerading as a camouflage car on the road. After she had licked the blood clean, she seized my neck, lifting me to her face. Do not waste time. Your savior shall not awaken. I flailed my fists weakly in the air as her tongue brushed my neck, cool to the touch. Thankfully not a French kiss of death, but in the next moment, I shrieked in agony. The once cool sensation ignited into a searing pain, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, while Wang Xiao eagerly consumed it, the sound of gulping filling the air. Initially, it was tolerable, but soon I felt a tingling numbness spread through my body. My limbs growing weak, and my vision blurring. Was I truly to perish? What is the meaning of life? Was I born merely to serve as sustenance for others? Why then was I endowed with thoughts? Why must I be human? Could I not simply transform into flowers, grass, or medicine? A sense of reluctance filled me. No, it was a profound unwillingness. Throughout my life, though I had made many mistakes, I had never committed any vile acts. Why should I face death simply because it is my fate? I refuse to accept it. Even if I have but a breath left, I shall fight. There are countless things I yearn to do. I wish to return home. Just as I was on the brink of losing consciousness, I spotted a paper doll that an old woman had given me lying on the ground nearby. To bring it to life, this was the only idea that came to mind. Hastily, I reached into my pocket, biting my finger. Though I had failed to break the skin before, I had concealed a small blade just in case. I gently sliced my middle and index fingers. Having practiced throwing knives for only a few days, I felt uncertain about my aim. With great effort, I raised my hand, mustering the last of my strength to flick my wrist. Pleading, it must hit. Is this what fate is? How absurd. I scoffed at myself, then despaired, letting my hand fall. I had indeed struck true, but alas, only a few drops landed on the doll's forehead, falling short of my target. Yes, everything is your fate, Wang Xiao mumbled, still drinking my blood. Suddenly, the doll emitted a brilliant red light. It sent Wang Xiao flying, and I collapsed to the ground. In disbelief, I gazed at the doll, my blood trickling down its forehead and into its eyes. To bring it to life, what is happening? Wang Xiao also stared at the doll in astonishment. The doll began to move, shedding its delicate garments and tossing them at me, covering the spot where Wang Xiao had been licking. Instantly, the blood ceased to flow, and the burning sensation faded. What is your father's name? A somewhat ethereal rocking horse materialized beneath the doll. What is this? Why is it suddenly singing? What is your father's name? The doll sang to Wang Xiao. She ignored it, remaining vigilant. Smack. An intangible hand struck Wang Xiao, causing her to scream in pain. The rocking horse began to move again. What is your mother's name? What is your mother's name? This time, the doll turned its gaze to me. That weren't you supposed to help me? Why are you asking me? But I had no desire to be struck, so I quickly replied. Grandmother, what is your brother's name? What is your brother's name? The doll again fixed its stare on Wang Xiao. Uncle, she begrudgingly replied, and the rocking horse began to rock once more. Subsequently, Wang Xiao and I were led by the rocking horse through a review of familial titles. What is your mother's brother's wife's name? What is your mother's brother's wife's name? The doll's attention shifted to Wang Xiao. What the hell? Is that even in the lyrics? Nevertheless, I felt a surge of joy. Wang Xiao would receive another slap. Initially startled, she then answered, and the rocking horse resumed its motion. What the hell? The questions posed by the rocking horse were already absurd, and the fact that Wang Xiao could answer them was even more ridiculous. I'm doomed. I can't even name my closest relatives, relying solely on what my mother tells me to say. Now, I can't answer this at all. What is your mother's brother's wife's daughter's son's name? What is your mother's brother's wife's daughter's son's name? The doll looked at Wang Xiao. Ridiculous. This time, the doll did not ask me to. Wang Xiao, you are finished. Is there no sense of fairness? I have already answered once. It is your turn now. Wang Xiao glared at the doll in discontent. An ethereal hand appeared. Cousin, Wang Xiao exclaimed in alarm, hastily answering. The ethereal hand vanished, and the rocking horse resumed its rhythmic motion. How did Wang Xiao get that right again? Are you composing your family tree? Chapter 21. Awakening. Wang Xiao cast a disdainful glance at me. Chen Fan, now do you understand who the true swan is? How impressive it is to know so much. I retorted defiantly. What is your father's brother's name? What is your father's brother's name? This time, the doll looked at me. Wang Xiaoqiao smirked, anticipating the unfolding drama. Who knows what these paternal names are? Help! I shouted, exasperated. The doll given to me by the old woman is indeed powerful, but it strikes indiscriminately. At least it uses my blood. If I were to endure this blow in my current state, whether I would survive remains uncertain. Would I ultimately meet my end? The ethereal hand charged toward me, bypassing me to strike the unsuspecting Wang Xiaoqiao. Ah, she screamed in agony. Her form becoming somewhat ethereal, he answered incorrectly. Why should I be punished? Wang Xiaoqiao bellowed in rage. Ha! Wang Xiaoqiao, today is your day of reckoning. When you pursued me to kill me, did you not claim that a single slap could echo? Why should it matter? Just because you cannot defeat me, a mere child. I boasted, bolstered by the doll's might. Chen Fan, I will see you dead. Wang Xiaoqiao growled fiercely. The rocking horse began to rock once more. What nonsense! She cursed angrily. She then hurled several weights at the doll. All of them plummeted just before reaching the doll, ignoring Wang Xiaoqiao. The doll continued to sing. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoqiao immediately floated away, but an invisible wall blocked her path, causing her to crash frantically against it, just as the doll was nearing the end of its song. That eerie laughter echoed once more. Heh. The doll suddenly burst into tears, wailing. A crack appeared in its form. Subsequently, Wang Xiaoqiao let out a pained wail, the invisible wall shattering and vanishing along with the eerie laughter. Was this the end? What was that sharp laughter? Was it Wang Xiaoqiao's power? Thank you, little doll. I expressed my gratitude. Although small, its power was indeed formidable, easily subduing someone as powerful as Wang Xiaoqiao, defying fate. The doll uttered before turning to ashes, leaving only the sand that had filled it. I did not comprehend why the doll had specifically said that before vanishing. My body felt numb, my mind dizzy, and I struggled to crawl over to Huang Maogu, hoping to awaken him. Ultimately, I could not withstand it and succumbed to unconsciousness that I do not know how long passed, but I caught a whiff of the distinct odor of a morgue. Had I truly died? I forced my eyes open, and the first thing I saw was the delicate face of Shuejia, filled with concern. Xiao Fan, you are awake? Do you feel any discomfort? Where is Huang Maogu? I asked weakly. My voice hoarse. He is fine. Just a bit scraped up. He woke up 5 days ago and has since vanished. What? 5 days ago? My phone? Sister, give me my phone. I urgently requested from Shuejia. Huang Maogu woke up 5 days ago. I must have been unconscious for at least 5 days. This is bad. They must be worried at home. Do not fret. Huang Mao unlocked your phone with your fingerprint and has been messaging your sister daily. Oh, and he brought your parents back as well. Xiao Fan, you really ought to behave. No matter what happens, you cannot block your parents, Shuejia admonished. Knowing that Huang Maogu had been responding to messages put me at ease. In truth, I had regretted blocking them shortly after doing so. It was merely my pride that had prevented me from unblocking them, that I had been posting updates daily to reassure my sister, so she would know everything was fine at home. Suddenly, I understood those who only shared good news and concealed the bad. Although I had no good news to share, I did not want my family to know about any of my misfortunes. If I were to tell my parents that I was in danger of dying, what could they do? Besides worrying and losing sleep, what else could they do? This was a consequence of my own departure from home. I shall face it myself. Thank you, Shuejia. I understand my mistakes. I will never behave like this again. It is good that you realize your mistakes. You are still young. You must learn and grow. Shuejia gently touched my back. Does it hurt? Tears of emotion flowed unceasingly these days, as it was the first time I had heard the words that I could still survive. It didn't hurt at all. All right, no more grievances. Sister has brought you the talisman. I will not allow that Wang Xiaoqiao to harm you again. Shuejia comforted me, then retrieved a long, stick-like object from behind her. This is the ghost-suppressing nail. If this is pierced into Wang Xiaoqiao's heart, it will render her powers utterly powerless. If it penetrates completely, she will disintegrate into ashes. The ghost-suppressing nail, excellent. The next time that Wang Xiaoqiao appears, I shall pierce her through and let her turn to dust. The voice of Huang Maogu echoed from the doorway of the mortuary. Brother, you are back, I exclaimed joyfully. Huang Maogu had always protected me, even sustaining injuries in the process. He flicked the bandaged head, causing pain to flare up, and remarked that he had gone out to drink duck blood soup, and fortunately, my blood type is also A. So I donated quite a bit to you. The duck blood soup comes with a price. I feel utterly drained. A price must be paid. Thank you, brother, I expressed my gratitude. Additionally, a significant amount of your vital blood has been siphoned. Once Wang Xiao recovers, she will undoubtedly return to seek you out, to kill you, and ensnare your soul, consuming you daily, warned Huang Maogu. Humph, if I were to become a ghost, the first one I would not spare is Wang Xiao. I retorted, anger if I spend money, I will strive to earn it, enduring any hardship or fatigue that may come my way. Should it be a rare medicinal herb, I would venture into the mountains daily in search of it. However, if it comes at the cost of harming others to fulfill my own desires, that I cannot condone. Thankfully, my wife has not chosen the wrong person. Young man, rise. These matters are not your fault. Your constitution is unique, and you will inevitably encounter such situations. Zhang Qidao spoke gently. I stood up, suddenly remembering something, and turned to Zhang Qidao, asking, Grandpa Zhang, may I inquire about something? If I were to use the ghost-subduing nail, would it affect its master or others? If Shuejia or the master of the ghost-subduing nail were to encounter misfortune while assisting me, I would be consumed by guilt. Those who are unaware can assist you without consequence. However, those who are aware may face troubles, such as your parents and your companion, Huang Mao, though he is innately a pure young body, sheltered by the heavenly path, may only encounter minor misfortunes at most. Zhang Qidao gestured towards Huang Mao. Me? No way. No wonder I've been drawing such worthless items in my recent skin pulls. I'll just tie him up and send him to Wang Xiao. Huang Mao exclaimed in surprise, then gently pulled me into his embrace. Bro, stop joking around. We're discussing serious matters. I broke free from his grasp. I felt somewhat inconsiderate for not acknowledging Huang Mao. Despite being a pure young body, my misfortune indeed affected him. However, at that moment, my concern lay with my parents. Master, what do you mean regarding my parents? Ordinary individuals who assist you may face mild repercussions affecting their careers or health, while more severe consequences could lead to calamities. Zhang Qidao replied that I recalled hearing relatives mention in my childhood that my father had once held a minor leadership position in a state-owned enterprise. However, after some changes, he was relegated to the grassroots level, and over the years, he missed numerous opportunities regardless of how successful the projects were. He received little in return. As for my mother, she had been taking medicine for as long as I could remember. Ironically, despite having lived at home all these years, I had never noticed anything amiss. Perhaps my mother had been suffering in silence during the times I could not see it, and my heart ached. It hurt deeply. No wonder my father never complained about work, nor did my mother ever visit the hospital. It was all because of me, and they knew everything. Thus, they endured in silence, never voicing their grievances. Yet, I, in my arrogance, believed they had confined me, even running away from home. Let me tell you a story, young man, Zhang Qidao began. Over 20 years later, a Taoist named Zhang Qitian, while wandering the world, calculated that this year would witness the birth of an extraordinary purine body. Not only was the child's birth chart Yin, but their mother also possessed a predominantly Yin constitution and had endured torment from spirits during her pregnancy. The birthplace was also a site of Yin energy. Such a child, born with an innate sensitivity to Yin entities, could easily be led astray by malevolent forces. Zhang Qitian resolved to locate this child, considering either a termination or bringing them back to the mountain gate. Upon finding the couple, he anticipated a lengthy explanation, but to his surprise, they accepted immediately. The man had offended powerful leaders during a project, and the spirit that harmed his wife was sent by them. Upon learning about their child's condition, the couple implored Zhang Qitian for assistance, willing to do anything for their beloved child, even if they were a peculiar being. Thus, Zhang Qitian devised a plan to delay the birth. The three sought a secluded location, enlisting a fellow disciple as a midwife. It is said that childbirth is often fraught with difficulty, yet when the time came, the child emerged with remarkable ease. The mother, merely needing to relax, felt the child's head begin to crown, forcing her to endure excruciating pain to prevent the birth. Time stretched painfully. It was neither a second nor a minute. The mother, bearing the agony, could not faint or relax, requiring constant effort to hold the child back. Each moment felt like an eternity. From the depths of night, dawn finally broke the moment the sun appeared. The child was born, a pure Yin body now infused with a trace of Yang energy. This miraculous birth altered the child's destiny. However, a child born against the heavens was destined to face adversity. This trace of Yang, combined with their Yin nature, meant that the child was inherently a boon for Yin entities. Any Yin entity would instinctively recognize the immense benefits of consuming this child. The child's first cry summoned a multitude of spirits, forcing the four to hide as they made their way to Mount Tai. Atop Mount Tai, every few decades, an extraordinary young stone would be born. With this stone, the child's overwhelming Yin energy could be masked, allowing them to evade most inanities. However, the stone could only be discovered by those with sincere hearts. The couple decided to prostrate themselves every 3 steps, bowing every 9, embarking on the arduous journey to the summit of Mount Tai. The injured father and the freshly delivered mother began their pilgrimage, kneeling and bowing along the way. Spectators gathered, watching the scene unfold. Yet, how could a child born against the heavens expect good fortune? On the first day, a torrential downpour drenched the land, leaving no audience to behold their plight. The couple shielded their child, their knees bloodied and foreheads bruised from their relentless devotion. On the second day, the scorching sun blazed overhead, with not a cloud in sight. Their lips cracked from thirst, wounds infected, and they fainted multiple times. They continued their ritual of 3 steps and 9 bows. Whether under the deluge or the blazing sun, the couple supported one another, persevering until they reached the summit of Mount Tai. Yet, they found no trace of the fabled young stone. The mother, cradling her child, cried out in despair, her voice echoing through the heavens, moving all who heard it. But would the heavens respond? Would the heavens show compassion? If the heavens had feelings, they too would grow old. Accompanying Zhang Qitian was a mortal, endowed with heart and emotion, who had spent decades cultivating his path, slaying demons and preserving celestial order. Zhang Qidao was incensed, angered by the heavens' inability to accommodate a mere infant and a humble couple. Thunderous cymbals leapt toward the sky. Lightning struck the mountaintop, cleaving through massive stones. The rumbling thunder was Zhang Qitian's roar of discontent towards the celestial order. Ultimately, a final bolt of lightning split a colossal stone, revealing a radiant young stone within. The couple obtained the young stone. As long as the child avoided places heavy with energy and refrained from venturing out at night, they could live a safe and sound life. Zhang Qitian returned to the mountain gate, recounting his journey. Over 20 years later, his disciple, Zhang Qidao, unexpectedly encountered an individual who should not have been present in a funeral home. That concludes my tale. Chapter 23. Apprenticeship. From the moment of birth, I collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down my face. The story Zhang Qidao shared was precisely about my parents. That child was me, and the yang stone was the very stone that had accompanied me throughout my life. It all made sense now, why I had never been allowed to participate in any funerals and why I was prohibited from leaving home at night. Even in my studies, I was not allowed to stay in dormitories. I could only attend a local university, and my job prospects were limited to local civil service exams. I was labeled a mama's boy. I had always thought this was due to my parents' strong preference for sons in their controlling nature. Yet, the truth was that my parents had loved me deeply, willing to sacrifice everything to protect me. That I was wrong. Terribly wrong. My heart ached with remorse, guilt, and self-blame. That moment, a singular thought consumed me. I must return home. I needed to see my parents immediately and apologize to them. I sprang to my feet and dashed outside, only to be halted by Huang Mao. Chen Fan, where are you going? Bro, don't stop me. I need to go home. Huang Mao slapped my head, leaving me momentarily dazed. Chen Fan, calm down. Are you planning to introduce Wang Xiaoqiao to your parents when you return? His words jolted me back to reality. Indeed, I had to address the situation with Wang Xiaoqiao first. Returning home without resolving my own issues would only bring harm to my parents. Seeing me regain my composure, Huang Mao released me. Once I was calm, I remembered the 2 capable masters beside me. I hurriedly approached Zhang Qidao and bowed deeply. Grandpa Zhang, what should I do now? Please show me the way. I want to go home. First, call your parents. Come back to find me tonight, Zhang Qidao instructed before reclining in his chair. Closing his eyes and saying no more, Zhang Pupa nudged me, urging me to return and come back later. Grateful for the guidance of the 2 elders, Huang Mao led me back. This was the first time I found Huang Mao cycling too slow, my heart anxious and restless. Upon reaching the dormitory, Huang Mao tossed his head, stating he had matters to attend to. Leaving me alone for some solitude, I leaped onto my bed, retrieving the yang stone I had worn for over 20 years. This very stone had protected me for so long, painstakingly obtained by my parents and master Zhang Qitian. Now, the yang stone bore numerous cracks. I put it back on. The stone, which should have been icy, felt surprisingly warm against my chest. It was truly comforting. A source of security. I picked up my phone, staring at it for a while, but after that moment of hesitation, I found myself reluctant to call. I owed my parents far too much. I had run away from home and blocked their calls. Ultimately, I summoned the courage to dial the number. The instant it rang once, it was answered. Hello? Is that you, Xiao Fan? Where are you? Is anything strange happening around you? Come home quickly. Your father realizes his mistakes and won't scold you anymore. Just return home and take care of that stone. Don't lose it, and wear it properly. Hello, Xiao Fan. Why aren't you speaking? My mother's anxious yet excited voice echoed through the line. I muted my microphone. Trembling as I covered my mouth, tears streaming down. I kept whispering apologies. Xiao Fan, speak up. You're making mom frantic. I composed myself, controlling my tone. The Youngstone. I have it on. The Youngstone, Xiao Fan. How do you know it's the Youngstone? Where are you? What on earth is happening? My mother pressed urgently. I'm at the funeral home. Upon hearing the words funeral home, my mother became utterly agitated. You cannot stay there, Xiao Fan. Leave that place immediately. Your father and I will come to find you right away. I was already aware of everything, having encountered a ghost myself. Subsequently, I recounted the recent events that had transpired, omitting any mention of how Wang Xiao had harmed me, only stating that a ghost had tried to frighten me, but was driven away by my dormitory roommates. Xiao Fan, we are no longer doing this job. Don't be upset with your father. He was merely speaking nonsense under the influence of alcohol. Come home. It doesn't matter whether you earn a lot or a little. Your parents can support you. Mom, I met a master, Zhang Qitian's disciple, Zhang Qidao. Master Zhang has devised a way to break the fate that binds me. Here, I'm under the protection of a master. And I feel very safe. Once I have resolved this, I will return. You need not worry. Upon learning that he was Zhang Qitian's disciple, my mother felt considerably reassured and reminded me to exercise caution. Finally, my father's voice came through the phone, urging me to maintain a respectful demeanor towards the master and not to offend him. It turned out my father had been present all along. Merely silent, they intended to visit the master in person, but I managed to dissuade them by claiming the master wished to take me back to the mountains for seclusion, assuring them that I would send a message daily. I could not allow them to come, as I still had a highly intelligent female ghost to deal with. My plan was to resolve this matter and then return home, claiming that the master's methods had failed, ultimately settling down to find a job and refrain from wandering. However, things never unfolded as smoothly as one might hope. As night fell, Huang Mao Gu brought me back to the adobe house, and Granny Zhang instructed him to leave. The master remained reclined in his chair. After greeting Granny Zhang, I approached the master to pay my respects, but he ignored me, leaving me with no choice but to stand silently. After a considerable time, my legs grew numb, and Granny Zhang returned indoors to fold gold ingots. I wondered if Master Zhang had fallen asleep. Should I call out to him? Impatient, are we? Master Zhang suddenly spoke. And no, not at all, I quickly replied. Has everything been clarified? I answered his question honestly, recounting precisely what I had told my mother. Upon hearing my account, Master Zhang chuckled, remarking on my storytelling ability. However, he did possess a method for altering fate, cultivation. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing a treasure. Once you acquire the ability to protect yourself, everything will change. Cultivation was something I had never considered. At most, I had played a Taoist in a game, casting spells for fun. Yet, the master's words held profound wisdom. Having parents is not as valuable as having one's own capabilities. Given my fate, perhaps cultivation was indeed my only path forward. Today, it was Wang Xiao. Who knew when another Li Xiao might emerge? Does the master have any recommendations for a good place to cultivate? I inquired with a bow. Am I not one? In truth, I was fully aware that the master made for an excellent mentor. Although I had not witnessed his abilities, I was aware of Granny Zhang's prowess. Yet I felt too shy to request to be taken on as a disciple, since the master had suggested he was a suitable teacher. I was certainly eager to learn. Would you be willing to accept me as your disciple? I asked cautiously. I would not. Master Zhang replied nonchalantly. I could scarcely believe my ears. His rejection left me momentarily speechless and bewildered. You must answer truthfully to my next question, Master Zhang continued. What do you intend to do with the ghost restraining nail you possess? I plan to drive it into her chest, rendering her powerless to harm others and forcing her to reincarnate. I succinctly explained my intentions. Have you never considered obliterating her entirely? It would be far easier to pierce her than to nail her precisely, kill her outright, though Wang Xiao had indeed been loathsome. Seeking my demise from the very first encounter, she was also a pitiable soul, betrayed by a scoundrel and driven to despair. I had suffered some injuries, but ultimately, she deserved to endure some torment, be stripped of her ghostly powers, and be reborn free from the cycle of abuse. Huang Maoga held the door and offered a cigarette to the uncle, stating, We did not come here in the capacity of staff. Look at us. We are only a few years older than your beloved daughter. It is truly tragic to see someone so young pass away. and we share in the sorrow. The elderly couple must be feeling quite distressed as well. We simply wish to visit Air and see if there is anything we could assist with. Really? Indeed, it cannot be more genuine, Huang Maogu replied earnestly. The uncle accepted the cigarette and opened the door, allowing us to enter. As soon as we stepped inside, I was taken aback. Chapter 24. Wang Qiaoqiao's diary. Upon entering, I was greeted by a sharp scent mingled with the stench of decaying food. The living room was exceedingly cramped, cluttered with a myriad of household items, with even the sofa piled high with clothing. Only a small corner remained tidy, adorned with a statue, incense burning, radiating a red glow, before which knelt a middle-aged woman. She was clad in plain garments, her hair nearly entirely white, fervently turning her Buddha beads and murmuring what appeared to be prayers, though I could not discern the words. This must be Wang Qiaoqiao's mother. The place is a bit chaotic. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable. The uncle slumped onto the sofa, taking a drag from his cigarette. We cleared a space from the mound of clothes and sat down. Placing the cigarettes and alcohol we had purchased at the convenience store onto the table, we learned that Wang Qiaoqiao's parents were named Wang Wei and Yang Shui. Yang Shui was summoned to prepare a meal. Huang Maogu refrained from broaching the main topic, instead engaging Wang Wei in casual conversation to build rapport. Before long, several simple home-cooked dishes were served, nothing extravagant. I stood to open a bottle of wine, but Wang Wei stopped me, claiming he was unaccustomed to such fine liquor. He then retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the corner of the sofa, filled with homemade brew, and poured it for us. My intention was for him and Huang Maogu to drink, as I had never tasted white liquor before. However, the atmosphere compelled me to remain silent. The liquor burned as I took a small sip, its spiciness searing from my throat to my stomach, igniting a wave of heat throughout my body. Leaving me utterly uncomfortable, I covered my mouth to cough, tears streaming down my cheeks, eliciting a round of mockery. Subsequently, the two began toasting and drinking heartily, while Yang Shui, having finished her meal, returned to kneel and recite prayers. I picked at the cold dishes. Huang Maogu sensed the moment was ripe and delved into the subject matter. With reddened eyes, Wang Wei recounted the tale of Wang Qiaoqiao. It turned out this couple originally hailed from the rural area of Dai County. One year, a devastating flood submerged their land, prompting them to relocate to the city for work, one laboring at a construction site, the other as a sanitation worker. Their lives seemed destined for a better future. 2 years later, the birth of Wang Qiaoqiao brought new hope to the family in pursuit of an improved living environment for their child. Wang Wei worked harder than ever, while Sunli, in her spare time, took up handicrafts to sell. When Wang Qiaoqiao turned 7, they managed to purchase this modest 60-square-meter home. Wang Qiaoqiao proved to be a diligent child, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her class, and by the age of 5, she could look after herself, sparing her family from any worries. In middle school, she even qualified for the top class at the city's best school. Wang Qiaoqiao's achievements allowed the family to feel a sense of relief. The bricks at the construction site no longer burned in his hands, and the stooped posture while sweeping was gradually straightened. Although their lives remained modest, they grew increasingly happier together. However, everything began to change when she entered high school. Wang Qiaoqiao was accepted into 2 prestigious high schools, one public and one private, both among the finest in the area. The private school, with its considerable tuition fees, was not a feasible option for the Wang family. However, Wang Qiaoqiao's exceptional and consistent performance caught the attention of the private institution, which offered not only free tuition but also a scholarship of 10,000 a year, boasting advanced teaching facilities. Ultimately, the family chose the private school. Initially, things seemed promising, but gradually, their daughter's smile began to fade, and communication with her family dwindled. By her second year, her academic performance began to decline. In her final year, it was rumored that she had started dating a boy, which distressed her parents greatly. How could she possibly focus on her studies during such a crucial year? One day, an argument erupted between Wang Wei and Wang Qiaoqiao at home, leading to Wang Wei, in a fit of anger, striking his daughter for the first time in his life. Afterward, Wang Qiaoqiao frequently stayed out late, prompting Wang Wei and Yang Shui to confront her boyfriend's family, who were wealthy. Time and again, they were turned away. When the college entrance examination came around, Wang Qiaoqiao, unsurprisingly, did not pass. Her parents could only comfort her, urging her to repeat the year and transfer to a regular high school. After half a year of repeating, her grades continued to fluctuate dramatically. With the impending exams looming, Wang Qiaoqiao tragically took her own life. As I listened to this, Yang Shui, visibly distressed, grasped my hand, declaring that her daughter had been murdered by her boyfriend. Gao Jian. After Qiao Qiao's suicide, the process of retrieving her phone only yielded call logs, revealing multiple calls to Gao Jian. While other information remained unrecoverable, the couple repeatedly sought answers, yet they were met with silence, as Gao Jian's family sent a mere 50,000 yuan as compensation, which Wang Wei disdainfully discarded in the toilet. Scattering the bills across the floor by the end of their recounting, both parents were in tears, mumbling, "My dear child," that I offered them my condolences, while Huang Maogu suggested we examine Wang Qiaoqiao's room. Wang Wei pointed to a room, and Huang Maogu pulled me inside. The room was impeccably clean, devoid of dust, and everything was neatly arranged. On the walls hung several posters of celebrities. On the desk lay a picture frame containing a photo of Wang Qiaoqiao in her middle school uniform. Beaming with joy, a stark contrast to her current state, Gao Jian is truly despicable. If I were to see him, I would slap him and throw him over my shoulder, I exclaimed in anger. Huang Maogu ignored my outburst. Rummaging through the room, he began to sift through the intimate garments in the wardrobe. "What are you doing?" I gasped, hastily grabbing his arm, feeling it was highly disrespectful. Huang Maogu explained that he was searching for something. Children from such familial backgrounds often harbor deep thoughts and tend to be repressed, frequently keeping diaries. The absence of any mention of a diary by her parents suggested it was hidden away. Thus, as Huang Maogu continued to search, I felt compelled to restore order, though I felt a bit embarrassed when sorting through the personal items. Among them were several pieces of black and purple lingerie, a stark contrast to the more innocent white and pink items, leaving me in disbelief that they belonged to Wang Qiaoqiao. Beneath a floorboard under the bed, Huang Maogu discovered an iron box. Inside were some small trinkets and gifts, likely of sentimental value to her. However, the most striking item was a collection of 4 diaries titled Lovely Qiaoqiao's Elementary School Life, Smart Qiaoqiao's Middle School Diary, Diligent Qiaoqiao's High School Sprint, and 1 empty diary titled Brave Qiaoqiao's Solo Journey to University. Gazing at these 4 diaries, one could envision Wang Qiaoqiao as a bright and lively girl, flourishing amidst adversity. Filled with hopes for her future and striving earnestly to achieve them, I caressed the diaries, feeling a pang of sadness. "Enough of the sentimentality. Let's search for useful information," Huang Maogu chided, pulling me back to reality. The first diary, Lovely Qiaoqiao's Elementary School Life, began in 5th grade, detailing her school experiences and family matters, frequently expressing her desire to study diligently in order to repay her parents. The diary was filled with cheerful tones and engaging anecdotes that delighted a child. After reviewing it, we moved on to the second diary. Chapter 25, Wang Qiaoqiao's High School Diary. Upon reaching the middle school diary, the tone shifted from the jubilant nature of her elementary years. Wang Qiaoqiao, now in middle school, began to envy the unique hairstyles, exquisite hair clips, and fashionable outfits her peers donned on Fridays. Whispers circulated among her classmates, and her naturally sensitive and introspective nature led her to feel a growing sense of inadequacy. She would save her lunch money to buy cheap hair accessories and trinkets from roadside vendors. This self-conscious yet determined girl constantly reassured herself that if she studied diligently and graduated from university, she could change her destiny, treat her parents to delicacies they had never tasted, and show them sights they had never seen, ultimately leading a happy life. Thus, she dedicated herself even more fervently to her studies throughout middle school. Whenever she achieved academic improvement, she would delightfully buy a small discounted cream cake from the bakery. These were her happiest moments, as she felt one step closer to her dreams. Reading this made my heart ache. How could such a resilient and optimistic girl end up as a vengeful spirit? I hesitated to open Wang Qiaoqiao's high school diary, until Huang Maogu nudged me, reminding me that the past had already occurred, and avoiding it would change nothing. Upon opening the high school diary, the initial entries were filled with joy, recounting how Wang Qiaoqiao received substantial scholarships. With her earnings from studying, she could contribute to household expenses and even buy a few items she liked. For the first time, she truly experienced the benefits of her hard work, filled with confidence as she embarked on her high school journey to change her fate, the private high school. Everything revolved around profit. They enrolled a multitude of affluent students and attracted academically gifted children by purchasing their enrollments, creating a cycle of wealth and privilege. No longer bound by uniformity, students were free to express themselves through their clothing and accessories, flaunting the latest gadgets. While Wang Qiaoqiao was still using a second-hand phone her parents had discarded years prior, the stark disparity in wealth did not crush Wang Qiaoqiao. Instead, it fueled her determination to excel academically. However, not long after the school year began, cliques formed, and while Wang Qiaoqiao dedicated herself solely to her studies, Being isolated had its advantages that a sword is forged through grinding. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. She often reminded herself, using these words as motivation. The high school experience of a child from a wealthy family can often be tumultuous, even when they reach the age of adulthood at 18. This particular individual embodies the essence of rebellion, fearlessly asserting themselves and bullying classmates, with the unfortunate target being the teacher's pet, the virtuous Wang Chao. Those in the throes of rebellion. Such individuals merely appear to be putting on an act. "It takes two to clap," was a phrase Wang Chao once uttered, and her life during high school serves as a poignant illustration of this sentiment. Initially, she was subjected to ridicule right in front of her peers. Enduring derogatory nicknames and being tripped as she walked, Wang Chao could only suffer in silence. Academic performance was no longer the sole focus, and the beloved cake shop she frequented during middle school had become a distant memory. Her smile had transformed into an elusive concept, and all her anguish was channeled into her studies. Yet, this stoicism often culminated in even more grotesque forms of bullying. Cold water was splashed on her in the restroom. Her drawers were treated as trash bins, and she was even spat upon. Wang Chao's sole means of retaliation was to report the incidents to a teacher, who merely retorted, "It takes two to clap. If you don't provoke them, they won't bully you." Wang Chao was urged to apologize to quell the situation, but this only resulted in more outrageous harassment. She found herself kneeling and being slapped. Her arms and legs marked with nail imprints, subjected to being struck with a trash can filled with bloody sanitary napkins in the dormitory, and physically assaulted in the restroom, and no matter how she pleaded for mercy. She was met with increasingly brazen laughter and abhorrent torment. Her academic performance plummeted. Her parents struggled to understand her plight, teachers exhibited favoritism, and her classmates inflicted harm, all gradually eroding the spirit of this seemingly strong yet intrinsically fragile girl. I found it unbearable. Is this truly what humanity is capable of? My fists clenched. A suffocating anger welled up within me, leaving me in utter dismay. The subsequent entries in the diary became increasingly chaotic, riddled with typos, devoid of the previous optimism, with the phrase "I want to die" appearing repeatedly. That I once read an article stating that every utterance of wanting to die, of relinquishing hope, carries an unspoken plea for rescue. Yet, no one paid heed to this girl's profound despair. The diary eventually reached the second semester of her sophomore year, where a scoundrel made his entrance. It was an ordinary math class. The teacher was lecturing while several students at the back tossed chalk pieces, striking Wang Chao's head. The physical pain was negligible, but the emotional anguish felt like a barrage of blows. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Wang Chao clutched her skirt, biting her lip, tears as big as peas streaming down her face. Her mind echoed with thoughts of wanting to die. Wanting to die, the urge to leap from the window, to find release, grew stronger with each blow, each bout of laughter from the back row solidifying this grim resolve. Her body began to tremble as she neared the brink of collapse when a voice broke through the chaos. "Are you all done? If you keep bullying Wang Chao, I will have no choice but to retaliate." This voice shone like a beacon of light within Wang Chao's soul, belonging to Gao Jian. Gao Jian was one of the affluent elite in class, a pivotal figure, and yet he chose to stand up for a seemingly inconsequential individual. Gao Jian was her light, exuding charisma and warmth. After class, he approached her, but Wang Chao, filled with self-doubt, recoiled. One afternoon after school, Gao Jian cornered her against a wall, stating, "In this vast sea of humanity, fate has brought us together. If this isn't destiny, then what is? Since heaven has conspired for our meeting, it would be unreasonable for you to avoid me. At the very least, let us start as friends." These words echoed Wang Chao's own musings from that day. However, Gao Jian did not match her preconceived notions of villainy. Perhaps she had misjudged him. Huang Mao, with a smug grin, remarked, "Gao Jian is clearly a master of charming the ladies. You can't label him as such." "High emotional intelligence doesn't equate to being a womanizer," I defended Gao Jian. Huang Mao rolled his eyes in disdain. "With your intellect, I could easily fool you. This Gao Jian has long occupied a central position in the class. And Wang Chao endured bullying from the very start. How could he have not known? Only now does he choose to intervene. Has he suddenly developed a conscience? Most likely, he simply grew tired of the greasy, rich experiences and sought something lighter. When Wang Chao was on the brink of despair, he swooped in to save her, incurring minimal costs while effortlessly capturing her heart. This tactic is akin to exploiting a vulnerability. Those who capitalize on the discord in others' relationships usually employ similar strategies. Do you believe everyone is inherently malevolent? Your understanding suggests you've engaged in such behavior yourself. viewing the world through a tinted lens. How dare you? Shen Fan, are you actually defending an outsider? You're watching a crime unfold while feigning ignorance. Huang Mao continued flipping through the diary. Go ahead and look. Chapter 26. The KTV Soundwave. I believe that someone who rises to the occasion during a crisis, no matter how flawed, cannot be entirely wicked. Their separation may stem from reasons beyond our comprehension. Following that wall confrontation, although Wang Xiaoqiao said little, their interactions became more frequent. She often found herself stealing glances at her beacon during class, while Gao Jian would seek her out after lessons to assist with her studies. During that period, Wang Xiaoqiao recorded in her diary that it was the happiest time of her high school life. By the time they reached their senior year, at a grand confession ceremony, Wang Xiaoqiao agreed to be Gao Jian's girlfriend, and they vowed to attend the same university together. Despite being adults, their relationship remained innocent, characterized by hand-holding, hugs, and kisses, as Wang Xiaoqiao, being a conservative girl, hesitated to take the final step. However, this sweet existence was short-lived, as Gao Jian began to skip their agreed tutoring sessions, frequently frequenting nightclubs and bars. Wang Xiaoqiao, clad in a white dress, wandered through bar after bar in search of her beloved, feeling utterly out of place. She did not belong there, nor did she belong in her boyfriend's arms, which were occupied by an array of heavily made-up women. Gao Jian had become her last pillar of support, her final glimmer of hope, only to abandon her in the desperate moments. One clings to the last lifeline, prompting Wang Xiaoqiao to forgive Gao Jian time and again, even lowering herself before the other women to maintain the facade of a relationship. In this stifling environment, Wang Xiaoqiao ultimately succumbed to despair. Her academic performance plummeted, leading to a heated argument with her father over her test scores. For the first time in her life, Wang Wei struck her, and her relationship with her boyfriend was exposed. Late that night, she fled. In a nightclub, she found Gao Jian, marking Wang Xiaoqiao's first experience with alcohol. Gao Jian accompanied her in drink after drink until, in a half-drunk, half-awake state, he forcefully took her virginity. Wang Xiaoqiao believed that by giving Gao Jian her first time, he would cherish her, yet apart from being tender during their intimate moments, he was indifferent the rest of the time, frequently seen with other women at hotels. From this point on, Wang Xiaoqiao's diary entries became chaotic and riddled with mistakes. Everything she once held dear was stripped away. Eventually, Gao Jian proposed a breakup, claiming he had grown weary of her. The innocent girl was simply not as entertaining as the flirty women in nightclubs. Gao Jian found her shy and reserved in bed, deeming it unfulfilling. In a bid to win him back, Wang Xiaoqiao even began to learn new skills and purchased lingerie she had never considered before. Yet, all her efforts proved futile. From the outset, Gao Jian was merely curious about the experience of dating a pure girl, a rarity in their private high school, and Wang Xiaoqiao happened to be one of them. In this moment of realization, Wang Xiaoqiao finally awakened. But unfortunately, the college entrance examination had concluded, and she had not achieved her desired results. She transferred to an ordinary high school, determined to rebuild her life. After a healing hiatus over the summer, Wang Xiaoqiao began to emerge from the shadows, while Gao Jian, having indulged in a carefree lifestyle for several months, returned to a private university in the province. Initially, the two had ceased all communication, but 1 month into the new semester, Gao Jian began to visit home sporadically, while Wang Xiaoqiao repeatedly resolved to ignore him, only to be coaxed out time and again. The messages hinted at some level of coercion, yet many words were crossed out in her writings, rendering them illegible. The subsequent entries were stained with tears and blood, completely obscuring her words, and the last few pages bore signs of having been torn out. See, I told you, not many people who exploit vulnerabilities are genuinely good, Huang Mao declared triumphantly. My emotions were a tumultuous mix. Gao Jian was truly despicable, having ruined another senior year, and even after their separation, he continued to provoke her. Ultimately, we bid farewell to Wang Wei and his wife, heading directly to confront Gao Jian. From that point of coercion onward, the situation was no longer simply a matter of unrequited love. However, the specifics remained unclear. We had to confront Gao Jian directly to uncover the truth behind why this resilient girl chose to take her life. Gao Jian, just wait. We mounted Huang Mao's black motorcycle and set off. Although Wang Wei had provided us with Gao Jian's address, it was evident he would not be home at this hour. In Wang Xiaoqiao's diary, Gao Jian was rarely at home, instead indulging in a life of revelry. We left the old city and arrived at a dead-end road, still under construction, almost devoid of traffic at night. Huang Mao and I squatted by the dark roadside. Brother, who are we waiting for? I inquired, perplexed. Huang Mao simply replied, waiting for someone, dragging me along. The area was shrouded in darkness, devoid of figures, with only the rustling of leaves and the occasional breeze producing an eerie sound. Huang Mao pulled out his phone, stating, "Once they arrive, you'll know. Impatience is not a virtue." Huang Mao began to play a game, while I vented my frustrations about Gao Jian, vowing to deliver a punch that would leave him with panda eyes and a shoulder throw that would send him tumbling down, followed by a few kicks to leave him incapacitated. As we bantered, a vehicle approached, its high beams illuminating the night. It was a black Mazda, and no wonder it was so slow. Huang Mao Gu pulled me into the car. At the driver's seat sat a police officer in uniform. In no way did Huang Mao Gu actually call the police. There's no evidence to apprehend anyone. Turning around, I noticed he was quite handsome, with a square face and a somewhat fierce gaze, probably around 30. Li Fei. Who is this? This is my good brother, colleague, and attendant, Chen Fan. Chen Fan, this is my friend from the bureau, Yang Rui. He has been a great help in many matters. While Huang Mao Gu took advantage of me, he introduced us to one another. After we exchanged friendly greetings, we delved into the topic at hand. Through Yang Rui, we learned that this Gao Jian is the only son of the well-known local entrepreneur Gao Shang, who made his fortune in the black market and has since successfully transitioned to legitimate business. The phone that Wang Xiaoqiao broke during her suicide was repaired, and it was discovered that she had called Gao Jian multiple times before her death. However, the restoration of the chat application was halted, citing the need to confirm it as a suicide and protect the girl's final privacy. Finally, we were handed a dossier containing some information about Gao Jian and details of his close associates. In the photos, Gao Jian sported an eye-catching perm and had an androgynous appearance. Once the matter was settled, Yang Rui drove off into the night in his Mazda. "Brother, how come your regular VIPs at nightclubs have such good relations with the police? This information shouldn't be disclosed lightly. If it gets out, could we end up in jail?" I said, apprehensively holding the dossier. After all, I have been a law-abiding citizen for over 20 years. Huang Mao Gu looked at my fearful expression, shaking his head in disappointment. "You should see the difference between what Gao Jian does publicly and what his father does behind the scenes. Honestly, I think the death penalty would be too lenient. You're scared just looking at basic information. Pathetic. Besides, in our line of work, especially in the back alleys, we often interact with criminal police and forensic experts. It's essential to maintain good relations for future dealings. You should keep a close eye on Yang Rui. He is someone of substance and is bound to rise to a position of authority." That made sense. Our work in the back alleys often dealt with cases of passion killings and revenge murders, which required the involvement of criminal police and forensic experts. Two spirited young men dared to launch a fierce attack against me. I immediately dashed to the side of Brother Huang, who swiftly delivered 2 punches, sending one of them crashing to the ground. Within mere seconds, the air was filled with their wails of agony. As one of the spirited youths rolled over, I swiftly delivered a kick, and chaos ensued as we unleashed our fury upon them. Gao Zhan, with his raised wine glass, hadn't even taken a sip, yet his hand trembled, drenched in cold sweat, as he feigned composure. The anticipated scene of us being pinned to the ground and beaten did not materialize. Brother Huang stood up and approached one of the spirited youths, who had just mocked my feigned calmness. With a resounding slap, he sent the youth shrieking, several teeth flying from his mouth. He then approached another, coldly gazing down upon him. "Brother, big brother, grandpa, please don't hit me," the young man pleaded, frantically waving his hands in surrender. "Didn't you say I was scared? Why are you the one trembling in fear?" Brother Huang squatted down and delivered another slap. "Grandpa, I was wrong. I want to speak out of turn again." The youth cried out in pain, begging for mercy. "Does it hurt? Will you slap yourself, or shall I do it?" Brother Huang rubbed his hand as if it genuinely ached. "I'll do it myself." The young man immediately began to slap his own face. "Haven't you eaten today?" Brother Huang glared at him, watching him strike himself without conviction. Terrified, the youth began to hit himself with fervor. Slap, slap, slap. Several red handprints appeared instantly. Brother Huang then leisurely walked towards the next target, and whoever he approached recoiled in fear, ultimately locking onto the young man who had previously mocked him for wetting his pants. The others, upon witnessing this, let out a collective sigh of relief. Forget about them. Even I, standing to the side, felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation. It was as if death itself had called out to me. "Please, no. I was wrong," the young man cried, stepping back in terror. Brother Huang lightly placed his foot upon the youth's groin, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, too frightened to move. At that moment, Brother Huang turned to me and said, "They're all saying they were wrong. What do you think?" Why was Brother Huang suddenly asking me this? Was he inquiring whether I wanted to spare them? Looking at their pitiful, pleading faces, I felt a twinge of compassion, but recalling their earlier arrogance left me displeased, so I simply replied, I don't know. Xiao Fan, they don't truly realize their mistakes. They're merely afraid. Do you understand? If they had the ability to stand up to others, they wouldn't end up like this if it were us lying on the ground today. Do you think they would show mercy? No, they would torment and humiliate you verbally, physically, and mentally, along with your dearest family, Brother Huang said, applying a slight pressure with his foot. Brother, please, I beg you, spare me. I won't dare again. The young man screamed, knowing full well the gravity of the situation. Moments later, a stream of liquid flowed from his groin. These shoes need replacing, Brother Huang remarked nonchalantly, before applying force, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream as the young man fainted from the pain. I felt a tightening in my lower body, gasping in shock. The others also instinctively clutched their midsections, wondering if he would ever be able to use that part again. Brother Huang's words made me realize that some individuals, when they are fully aware of their wrongdoing, they only confess when they are scared. After Brother Huang dealt with each spirited youth, he approached the last name on the death list, Gao Zhan. I'll give you money. Just let me go. Gao Zhan trembled, desperate. Brother Huang took the wine glass from Gao Zhan's hand and slowly poured it over his head, saying, Aren't you someone capable? Show me what you've got. Gao Zhan's entire demeanor crumbled, drenched in wine. I can't do this anymore. You're the one with real capability. It was a joke. A group of spirited youths who couldn't even make Brother Huang rise to the occasion. Who among normal people could possibly defeat him? Then let us do this. It's either my brother gets to hit you to vent his frustration, or I do it myself, Brother Huang declared, raising 3 fingers and silently counting down, making his intentions clear. If you don't choose, I will decide for you. Gao Zhan wore a look of utter defeat, realizing there was no escaping this beating. As the countdown reached its end, he shut his eyes and shouted, 1. I choose 1. Let this handsome guy hit me. All right, you're choosing to let my brother hit you. I'm not forcing you. Brother Huang said, feigning innocence. Gao Zhan, feeling cornered, quickly affirmed, Yes, I'm letting the handsome guy hit me. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Fan, go, teach him a lesson. Brother Huang motioned for me to step forward. Suddenly being called to strike Gao Zhan left me momentarily bewildered. Initially, I was furious due to Gao Zhan's provocations, but now I was struggling to keep up with the emotions. However, if I refrained from acting, it would be akin to 2 girls arguing and a helper getting all worked up, only for the parties involved to respond with a trivial insult, leaving the helper infuriated. I steeled myself and approached, landing a punch that elicited a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This is for your insolence. This is for hitting me. This is for your arrogance. This is for insulting others. This is for playing with others' feelings. I shouted, my emotions surging as I struck him harder. Good job, Xiao Fan. Start with a few slaps, then throw him over your shoulder, and finish off with a few kicks. Brother Huang cheered, animatedly demonstrating. Brother, those are my words. I was astonished that Brother Huang remembered my earlier threats. However, I was unfamiliar with the shoulder throw, so I resolved to deliver a few more slaps and kicks instead. I transformed Gao Zhan's face into a swollen mess, saliva uncontrollably spilling forth, his face swollen beyond recognition. That feels good. Stop. Suddenly, the door to the private room burst open, and a burly man with a bald head sporting a spider tattoo stormed in. This man was Gao Zhan's father, Gao Shang, flanked by 2 attractive women, the same ones who had previously run out to call for help. Immediately, over 10 men clad in black sports suits surged in, surrounding us with nightsticks in hand. Dad, help me, Gao Zhan cried out. The spirited youths on the ground retreated to the side, as the space, which could accommodate over 20 people, became cramped. Gao Shang pointed menacingly at me. You kid, let go of my son, or I'll ensure you don't leave here in one piece. I had never encountered such a scene, being surrounded by so many professionally dressed individuals, leaving me utterly flustered. At that moment, I was at a loss for words. Brother Huang let out a cold laugh, grabbing Gao Zhan by the hair and yanking him up, causing Gao Zhan to scream in pain. He then scanned both father and son with a puzzled expression. Is this your son? Doesn't he look like it? Oh, your head is quite green. Gao Shang roared in fury. You're looking for death. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding thugs charged at us, their speed overwhelming the spirited youths. I despaired, thinking, Brother Huang, why provoke these people for no reason? I had faith in the little rascals. But these individuals were clearly professionals. They were well-trained and particularly ruthless. A gust of wind rushed by as a thug lunged at me, prompting me to crouch down in evasion, feeling the rush of air almost graze my scalp. If it had been a moment slower, I would have been finished. Bang! The screen of the karaoke machine beside me shattered upon impact. I had no idea whether the equipment was durable, but I certainly knew my head wouldn't withstand the blows. Before I could collect myself, another nightstick swung toward me. It's over. I cried in despair, thinking I would die at Gao Zhan's hands rather than at Wang Chao's, and that being killed by such scum would surely turn me into a vengeful spirit. Little clown, Brother Huang's casual voice reached my ears, followed by several screams. My hand, the nightstick that had been aimed at my head, fell at my feet, accompanied by a few drops of blood. The professional thugs who had approached us were now clutching their wrists, howling in agony, each with a disposable chopstick embedded in the back of their hands. This was Brother Huang's throwing technique, scatter control. Starting from the legs, utilizing the waist, shoulders, and arms, he explosively generated power, independently controlling each finger to manipulate the trajectory of the sticks. This technique requires exceptional independence and dexterity in the fingers. I could barely manage with one finger. Brother Huang, however, had complete control over all five. This was my first time witnessing such a technique used against living beings, and its power exceeded my expectations. Too weak, Brother Huang delivered a kick that sent Gao Zhan flying. Charging into the crowd, wielding his stick with precision, dodging every strike aimed at him with effortless grace, not a single unnecessary movement. In the midst of the chaos, he casually landed a punch on one of the thugs, causing him to collapse, spewing bile. In terms of attack and defense, Wang Xiao was not as adept as the thugs, but she was already dead, unafraid of pain, her body contorting in unexpected ways, making her attacks unpredictable. Thus, Brother Huang found it more challenging than anticipated. His combat prowess against living opponents was like that of a fierce tiger upon a mountain, utterly unstoppable. In no time, the ground was filled with wails of pain. Brother Huang shook his head, walking through the crowd as if nothing had happened, slowly approaching the stunned Gao Zhan. Not only Gao Zhan, but even I, who had spent so much time with him, was astounded. Brother Huang leisurely extracted a cigar from Gao Zhan's mouth, discarding it carelessly, then producing a crumpled cigarette, placing it in Gao Zhan's mouth, and lighting it. This cigar smells awful. Try this one instead. It's got poppers. Gao Zhan's trembling lips struggled to form a response. Who is this esteemed guest? I don't know how my son has offended you, Gao Zhan asked, trying to placate him. Brother Huang ignored him, instead turning to me and saying, "Did you see? Only when you possess strength will others speak to you calmly. If you act impulsively again, don't expect me to clean up your mess." Brother Huang truly has a penchant for lecturing. During such moments that I turned my head, expressing my reluctant acceptance with my lips, and said, "I understand." The yellow-haired brother, seeing my expression, flicked his head with a sense of pride before approaching Gao Zhan to converse. "To be honest, I have connections with the Changshi City Funeral Home, solely dealing with matters concerning the deceased. My esteemed friend, we have no business conflicts. Moreover, my son has not visited the funeral home recently. So I wonder if there is some misunderstanding between us." Gao Zhan recalled and remarked, "We came to seek your son for a different matter. Who would have known that your son assaulted my brother? As the elder brother, how can I not stand up for my younger brother? How am I to maintain my reputation at the funeral home after this? Just look at what your son did to my brother. He was already less handsome than me, and now he is even worse off." The yellow-haired brother pointed at my face. The warmth enveloped me. Indeed, the yellow-haired brother was protective of his own, yet I still considered myself quite handsome. I had received greeting cards from girls during my school days, so I must have had some admirers, right? Dad? He's talking nonsense. It was this person who struck first. I was merely defending myself, and ended up like this. You must seek revenge for us. Bring more people. Let us deal with him. Gao Jian, with a pig-like face, cried out in grievance. Silence. Unfilial child. Can't you see the current situation? Gao Zhan bellowed. Gao Jian observed the professional thugs writhing in pain on the ground, and the unscathed yellow-haired brother, obediently lowering his head and falling silent. My brother. As the saying goes, one does not strike when one is unacquainted. Now that we are acquainted, we are friends. If you have any matters to discuss, just approach me, and I will ensure they are resolved beautifully. You are quite a character yourself. It would be a waste of your talents to remain at the funeral home. Join me here, and you can bring your brother along. The terms are negotiable. It was unexpected that just moments ago, Gao Zhan was shouting threats, but upon witnessing the yellow-haired brother's strength and confirming that no other forces were involved, He extended an olive branch. If it were me, I could not do that. I could not even stand against the person who just bested me, and I cursed him in my heart, let alone consider becoming friends. Is that so? I came to inquire about Wang Chaoqiao. The yellow-haired brother disregarded Gao Shang's olive branch and proceeded directly to the point. Initially, we had intended to find Gao Shang through Gao Jian. But with Gao Jian being merely a second-generation heir, he was not capable enough to impede our investigation. Gao Shang was momentarily taken aback before responding with a chuckle. I do not know what relationship you have with Wang Chaoqiao, but it is quite normal for couples to part ways. Wang Chaoqiao could not accept the breakup and committed suicide. It has nothing to do with my son. The nature of the relationship is inconsequential. Whether there is a relationship or not is irrelevant. The important thing is that I find your family displeasing. The yellow-haired brother looked at Gao Shang with disdain. What do you mean by that? Brother? Gao Shang said, his expression darkening. The literal meaning. What's wrong? Are you unconvinced? The yellow-haired brother leaned in closely to Gao Shang, their proximity suggesting either a kiss or an impending fight. Chapter 28. Police station fright. Do not disrespect the wine offered. Instead, accept the punishment drink. I relish the punishment drink. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. Do not assume that being able to fight grants you immunity. Even if you can take on 10, 20, can you withstand 30, 40? Can you? If one is not arrogant, can they truly be called young? The yellow-haired brother sneered. Gao Shang was sweating coldly, his own harsh words thrown back at him. You can fight, but can your brother? Can your family? The yellow-haired brother's eyes were visibly filled with fury. I despise threats involving my family. Damn it. The yellow-haired brother suddenly lashed out, landing a punch on Gao Shang's pig-like face, instantly knocking out 2 gold teeth. You dare threaten me? You dare threaten me? The yellow-haired brother's furious fists fell like rain upon Gao Shang. Gao Shang wailed on the ground, begging for mercy. I hurriedly ran to embrace the yellow-haired brother, pleading, stop. If you continue, someone might die. I genuinely feared that the yellow-haired brother would beat Gao Shang to death. After all, Gao Shang was quite the formidable opponent, capable of breaking through the yellow-haired brother's defenses, albeit at a significant cost. Cease. Police. A swarm of police officers rushed in. I pulled the yellow-haired brother back, that if we continued to fight now, it would be over. Ha! You're finished, yellow-haired. I have connections at the police station. You will be charged with intentional injury. You can expect to spend a long time inside. Gao Shang, battered and bruised, triumphantly shouted from the ground. At that moment, Yang Rui walked in. Captain Yang, what brings you here? Has Deputy Director Ping not arrived? Gao Shang approached Yang Rui, searching for something behind him. Deputy Ping has gone out of town on official business. Take them all away, Yang Rui said coldly, his gaze fixed on me. I had never felt such tension while being interrogated by the police. I initially wanted to ask whether they would inform my family, but a stern look from the officer escorting us silenced me. This time, I had truly gotten into trouble. Interrogation room. Name. Chun Fan age. 25. Why did you fight? There are no cameras in the private room. Describe the fighting process in detail. Tell us everything you know. And do not lie. If it is proven to be false, the penalties will be harsher. After Yang Rui finished speaking, he tapped his pen against the notebook. It was the other side who struck first. Later, Li Fei defended me, and the other side called in thugs. If we did not fight back, we would have been beaten to death. What about the process? You don't remember? Yang Rui emphasized the word don't heavily. I don't know. The scene was too chaotic, and I hid. There were too many people in disarray. What nonsense. The injuries on Gao Jian were inflicted by you. How could you hide and still manage to hit him? A police officer, about my age, questioned me. It was Gao Jian who struck me first, and I retaliated. I explained. Your statements do not align. Everyone else claims that Gao Jian was threatened and stood there while you hit him. You are the only one saying he struck first. The police officer pressed me further. This doesn't make sense. Isn't Yang Rui here to help me? Why is this officer constantly opposing me? Upon observing Yang Rui's gaze directed at him, filled with indifference and disdain, I realized that he was likely one of their own. I was left speechless in the face of such scrutiny. That moment, Yang Rui spoke. Xiao Qian, we handle cases based on evidence, not on who has more people or who is right. After that, no matter what they asked, I simply responded, I don't know. It was too chaotic. I was too scared. When we were apprehended, the time was too tight, and I had no way to communicate with the yellow-haired brother. I could only bluff my way through. I then watched as the yellow-haired brother and Yang Rui operated, and by saying I don't know, I would avoid making mistakes. Ultimately, due to the lack of surveillance and conflicting testimonies, we were classified as mutual combatants, and neither side was satisfied. We did not sign a reconciliation letter. Those with minor injuries were all temporarily detained in an office area. We would have to spend several days here. Fortunately, I had logged into my computer and WeChat at Shuijia's place. She would help me send messages to my family on time. In this cramped space, I, the yellow-haired brother, the Gao family father and son, several spirited young men, and a few professional thugs were all confined together. The opposing side had received basic first aid, while only the yellow-haired brother remained unscathed. Kid, I know many people at the police station. Once Deputy Ping returns, we will be able to leave. They will pin a charge of intentional injury on you, and you won't be out for several years. Gao Shang said, dragging his winded teeth. The yellow-haired brother used my leg as a pillow and remarked, before long, you will come begging for my help. Regardless of how the opposing side threatened, he remained indifferent. Closing his eyes to rest at this moment, I recalled my primary purpose for seeking out Gao Jian. So, I asked, Gao Jian, why did Wang Xiaoqiao jump off the building? Gao Jian noticeably averted his gaze. Stammering, how would I know how she died? We broke up. She couldn't handle it and jumped off. Everyone at the police station knows that it's not normal for couples to break up. Even married couples get divorced. You broke up nearly a year ago. She didn't jump at the beginning of the breakup, but only now. Moreover, you still had contact after the breakup. Can you honestly say it has nothing to do with you? Ridiculous. Just because you broke up, does that mean you have no contact with your ex-girlfriend? I have never dated anyone, I awkwardly replied. Gao Jian looked at me in disbelief. How old are you? You're not ugly. Yet you've never been in a relationship. Are you out of your mind? I glared at him. What of it if I've never dated? Besides, once a couple has broken up, why would they still have contact unless something happened? Otherwise, Wang Xiaoqiao wouldn't have jumped. Online, it is said that a qualified ex should act as if they are dead. This Gao Jian must have had ulterior motives for seeking out Wang Xiaoqiao after their breakup. And ultimately, Wang Xiaoqiao ended up dead. Wang Xiaoqiao's diary entries before her death conveyed a sense of pain intertwined with joy. I cannot comment on that, but the subsequent entries, obscured by blood and tears, along with the torn and scratched pages, indicated that her mental state was deteriorating and she was in despair. Additionally, the call she made to Gao Jian before her death undeniably linked her demise to him. You've never dated. What do you know? Have you even matured? I remarked. You, working at a funeral home, should just focus on your duties. Why meddle in others' affairs? Just handle your corpses and burn your dead. Can you manage that? Do you think I want to meddle? It was Wang Xiaoqiao who came looking for me. Just as I finished speaking, I noticed the expressions on the faces of Gao Shang and his son change. You're talking nonsense. Wang Xiaoqiao is dead. How could she possibly come looking for you? You must be hallucinating, Gao Shang said nervously. Observing Gao Shang's anxious demeanor instinctively told me that he must know something. Furthermore, I noticed them gradually loosening their collars, revealing a piece of guanine jade pendant. This pendant, a spiritually activated talisman, emitted a conspicuous yellow glow, several times brighter than the talismans affixed to the funeral home's gem. This was something I had learned through my recent practice. My eyes could perceive things that ordinary people could not, such as the dark energy emitted by malevolent spirits and the yellow light radiating from talismans. Although I had not yet cultivated the yin-yang vision, just as I was about to speak, a loud bang echoed, the entire detention area lost power, and several emergency lights flickered to life. The guard on duty, clutching a walkie-talkie, attempted to call for assistance. Unable to contact anyone outside via his mobile phone, but he glanced at us and cautioned, "Stay put and behave yourselves. I will investigate the situation. Do not entertain any mischievous thoughts. For this confinement will not last long, and any trouble could lead you straight to prison." After issuing his warning, the officer exited, leaving a cacophony of murmurs in his wake. The sound of flesh striking the floor echoed from just outside the door as everyone present was drawn to it, captivated by the noise that, though close, revealed nothing visually. Yet, the distance was undeniably closing. Suddenly, a pale, bloodied hand appeared at the doorway, crashing down onto the floor. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, who held their breath in trepidation. Accompanied by distressing gasps, a grotesque visage came into view, one eye fixating on us with contempt. It was none other than Wang Xiaoqiao. According to the matron, she would not recover for at least another month. Yet here she was, unexpectedly materializing in the police station, a sanctuary where even the most skilled spirits found it challenging to gain entry. What monstrous transformation had she undergone by absorbing my blood? Wang Qiaoqiao's raspy voice, laden with resentment, reverberated throughout the detention area. A ghost, someone cried out, prompting the youthful and hardened individuals alike to scream in terror and cower in the corners. Their reactions more exaggerated than mine upon first encountering a ghost in the funeral home. Suddenly, Wang Qiaoqiao let out a chilling shriek that pierced deep into our minds, sharp and vicious, while my companion, Brother Huang, and I, one with a dual yin-yang constitution and the other purely yang, experienced only psychological discomfort rather than physical pain. Others, lacking protective talismans like the Gao family, writhed on the ground, clutching their heads in agony until they fainted. The duo from the funeral home and the Gao father and son fixed their gaze upon Wang Qiaoqiao, who was slowly crawling towards us, emanating wisps of white smoke, scorched by the police station's divine aura. Even in her tortured state, she was determined to confront us, fueled by overwhelming resentment, with hands gripping the iron bars. Her palms sizzling as if grilled, she locked her gaze onto Gao Jian. Trembling, he shook his head, pleading, "No, don't come any closer. Gao Jian, did you not profess your singular love for me?" Wang Qiaoqiao taunted, extending her charred hand to seize him. Paralyzed by fear, Gao Jian stood frozen, his legs quaking. "Get away, you wretched woman!" Gao Shang, summoning his courage, removed his talisman to approach Wang Qiaoqiao's hand. She screamed, a heart-wrenching cry, as she was sent flying, her black blood staining the ground. "You old fool, do not impede our union. It is you who drove Gao Jian away from me. I shall kill you. I will kill you." Wang Qiaoqiao lunged, crashing into the iron bars, her body hissing from the burns. Becoming increasingly ethereal as she emitted primal roars that we recoiled in fear. "Chen Fan, give me your blood. I demand your blood." Wang Qiaoqiao suddenly turned her gaze upon me. "Oh, hell with you. Haven't you had enough?" Brother Huang interjected angrily. "Filthy Huang, step aside. I want your blood. Chen Fan, I will kill Gao Shang. I will kill Gao Jian and take him for myself." Wang Qiaoqiao bellowed, "If you do not depart at once, I shall use this talisman to obliterate your spirit." Gao Shang brandished the talisman, hesitant to approach that moment. The talisman had weakened significantly after repelling Wang Qiaoqiao. "Come on, old fool, come and kill me. I dare you," she screamed, waving her charred hand wildly. Gao Shang, summoning his resolve, charged forward, slamming the talisman against Wang Qiaoqiao's face. The talisman erupted upon contact, creating a gaping wound on her already grotesque visage. Black blood seeping forth, Wang Qiaoqiao writhed in agony on the ground, her form becoming increasingly transparent. "Now do you recognize my power? Ever since the night you leaped from that building, our family has been haunted by your presence. We procured this talisman to ensure your demise, yet you return to torment us, you wretched spirit. Alive, you are a nuisance. Dead, you remain a pest. I shall vanquish you." Gao Shang raged at her prone figure. "Chen Fan, please, grant me your blood." Wang Qiaoqiao implored weakly from the ground that I could never give her my blood. Turning my head, I found it unbearable to witness her pitiful and terrifying state. "Blood? Pa!" Gao Shang spat disdainfully. "Gao Jian, have you abandoned me too? Just as you did that night on the rooftop, I called you endlessly." Wang Qiaoqiao's eyes were locked on Gao Jian. "Qiaoqiao, we have broken up. You are dead. Let us part peacefully." Gao Jian replied, his face etched with sorrow. "You say when it begins, it begins. You say when it ends, it ends. But did you ever consider my feelings? Son, do not waste your breath. Hand over the talisman. I will send her on her way." Gao Shang reached for the talisman around Gao Jian's neck. I seized Gao Shang's hand. "Enough, Gao boss. Wang Qiaoqiao is already on the brink of vanishing. She cannot harm you any longer. Let her be reborn," I asserted. "When she was alive, you owed her. Now, as she nears her end, you wish to strike her down. Despicable. Kid, mind your own business. Did you not seek us because she had harmed you? If we eliminate her, we will all be safe. A dead harlot. What does it matter? The law cannot touch us," Gao Shang retorted, breaking free from my grasp. Wang Qiaoqiao, still on the ground, laughed mournfully and then fixed her gaze upon us, saying, "You must die to assuage my grievances, wretched beings." Gao Shang, with brutal force, ripped the talisman from Gao Jian's neck, preparing to cast it aside. Wang Qiaoqiao suddenly sprang up, spitting a mouthful of bloodied phlegm into Gao Shang's face. This was poetic justice, yet her spittle was both humiliating and corrosive. Gao Shang cried, Clutching his face in agony as half of it succumbed to decay, the talisman fell to the ground. Wang Qiaoqiao grinned, conjuring several crimson droplets of blood. Delighted, she licked them into her mouth, her form becoming less transparent once more as she advanced towards us. Chapter 29. Armed this time, the iron bars proved ineffective. Wang Qiaoqiao's hand slipped through effortlessly, without any obstruction. Chen Fan, your blood is exquisite, she cooed, her dark hand cradling my face as if admiring a cherished toy. Brother Huang attempted to save me, but was flung aside by her ghostly power. Crashing to the floor, we had come unprepared, without talismans. Brother Huang rose, his gaze towards Wang Qiaoqiao chillingly cold. She did not harm me. Instead, she gently urged, you must eat well and recover quickly that I shall return for your essence. Such tenderness was terrifying. I had become a mere cattle for her consumption. Wang Qiaoqiao then approached Gao Jian, seizing his hair and lifting him before her. Jian, you have gained weight, yet you remain so handsome. In truth, Gao Jian's face was not plump. It was I who had swollen it. Please, spare me, Gao Jian begged. Jian, I love you dearly, Wang Qiaoqiao professed, her exposed tongue reaching for his lips, despite his desperate attempts to keep his mouth shut. It was futile. She pried it open, initiating a macabre kiss. Gao Jian struggled fiercely, limbs flailing in resistance. Eventually, their lips parted. Gao Jian collapsed, gagging. Jian, did you not say you adored kissing my lips? Small, soft, and shy? Do you not enjoy it anymore? I like it, Gao Jian stammered, retching that as long as you like it, that's all that matters. You often claim I lack passion, that I am not proactive. Today, I wore the lingerie you love most. Wang Qiaoqiao tore off her tattered white dress, revealing her decaying skin, black pus oozing forth, with maggots occasionally wriggling free, adorned in black lingerie. Once more, she grasped Gao Jian's hair. Jian, you used to say I was too repressed. Now, do you find me beautiful? Gao Jian turned his head away, eyes tightly shut, refusing to witness her. Beautiful. You are the most beautiful in the world. Wang Qiaoqiao yanked Gao Jian's head closer, saying, this connection represents love. You were right. This is where love is born. No. 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 Gao Jian screamed in terror, yet he could not escape her grasp. Perhaps he had once treated Wang Qiaoqiao similarly. Jian, can you feel my profound love? This is your greatest desire, is it not? Unable to bear the sight, I turned away. Ultimately, Gao Jian lay on the ground, devoid of hope. Wang Qiaoqiao then approached Gao Shang, declaring, I shall not grant you a swift demise, that I will torment you slowly, day by day. With that, she spat a glob of phlegm into Gao Shang's mouth. He writhed in pain on the ground. After wreaking havoc, Wang Qiaoqiao turned to leave, her back to us, yet her head twisted 180 degrees, her exposed tongue dripping with saliva and mucus, a sinister smile plastered on her face. The lights flickered back to life, and shortly after, the police returned. The bloodstains had vanished, save for the shattered talisman and Gao Shang's decaying half-face. Everything appeared as it had at the beginning. We demand to sign a reconciliation agreement. Release us at once, Gao Jian shouted at the officers. The following afternoon, outside the police station, Gao Jian extended a hand towards us. Mr. Chun, Mr. Li, we are now bound together by fate. Let us set aside our past grievances and discuss how to confront Wang Qiaoqiao. Uncertain whether it is a psychological effect or something else, I find that Gao Jian's mouth emits an exceptionally foul odor. Let us part ways. We are not of the same ilk. You and your father are the true adversaries of Wang Qiaoqiao. I brushed aside Gao Jian's hand. Brother Chun, do not forget that Wang Qiaoqiao is quite interested in your blood, is she not? She will seek you out. Strictly speaking, we are now allies. Both of you are capable individuals. We possess wealth while you have the means, and we share a common foe. Why should we not collaborate? Gao Jian took no offense at my dismissive gesture and extended his hand once more. You brought this upon yourselves. You bullied others, and now the tables have turned. You deserve it. Regardless of the reasons, the outcome remains unchanged. Wang Qiaoqiao will not spare us. I was about to express more when Huang Mao interrupted, agreeing with Gao Jian's reasoning. How about this? 2 days from now, let us convene at your residence. Your home is spacious and secluded. Even if we make a commotion, it will not matter. Brotherly is indeed sensible. Gao Jian extended his hand toward Huang Mao. However, Huang Mao ignored him and led me away. On our way back, Huang Mao wore a sullen expression, remaining silent, having faced setbacks at the hands of Wang Qiaoqiao. He was evidently displeased, and I dared not speak that we did not return directly to the funeral home, but instead ventured to the ancient district. The ancient district of Changshi City lies to the east. Preserving the architectural styles of bygone eras, commerce is organized by area, and we headed straight to a place that sells antiquities. Most of the items there were counterfeit, though occasionally, one might stumble upon some less valuable genuine artifacts. We arrived at a shop tucked away in a corner. It was rather desolate, with minimalist decor and a lack of merchandise, hardly resembling a typical store. The establishment bore a solitary gold character as its name. Leaving us uncertain as to what it offered, as we entered, a man of around 50, lean and clad in a tang suit, greeted us enthusiastically. "Long time no see, Huang Mao. What brings you to my little shop today?" "Recently, I have acquired a new batch of quality goods. Boss Jean, spare us the pleasantries. Show us what you have," Huang Mao replied, sitting on a bench with his legs crossed, visibly irate. "Very well, I asked this brother here. Let me check your size. Xiao close the door and bring out the good stuff." Boss Jean approached me with a measuring tape, calling for Xiao to shut the door, though referred to as Xiao. He appeared to be Boss Jin's relative, likely still in middle or high school, with a striking resemblance to him. Once the door was shut, Xiao brought out numerous items, most of which were used by Taoists, talisman papers, both blank and inscribed. Cinnabar, compasses, bagua plates, peachwood swords, and various liquids, all exuding a distinctly yang energy that it seemed this was a shop specialized in selling items for exorcising spirits. No wonder they were not displayed openly, as ordinary folk would have no use for them, while those who did would have their own channels. These goods were sourced from extreme yang locations and are provided by Taoists from the Zhengyi and Maoshan sects, ensuring excellent efficacy, Boss Jean proudly proclaimed. "I want 100 waterproof blank talisman papers, 100 waterproof inscribed talisman papers, ghost-repelling talismans, demon-fighting talismans, 50 blue talismans for strength and agility." Huang Mao enumerated his demands. Boss Jean chuckled as he took notes, clearly delighted. Huang Mao was genuinely furious. He was purchasing an excessive amount of items, most of which were quite offensive in nature. The waterproof talismans were a novelty to me, as Xiao presented one. I examined it closely. The talisman felt sturdy, coated with a protective layer meant to make it waterproof. The drawback was that certain talismans, when burned, would combust slowly. Nonetheless, I couldn't help but marvel at the innovation of waterproof talisman paper. According to my master's handwritten texts, many talismans were effective against water ghosts, but the dampness of the paper often diminished or nullified their efficacy. Huang Mao's purchase of waterproof talismans appeared to be a strategic move against Wang Qiao. Intending to catch her off guard, Huang Mao handed me a stack of the blank waterproof talisman papers. "Here, Chen Fan, take these 100 blank waterproof talisman papers and inscribe your own symbols. The finished products belong to me." I hastily declined, explaining that I could only inscribe a few types of talismans and could manage a maximum of 10 usable ones in a day. However, Huang Mao insisted I draw my own, claiming he wouldn't lend me any talismans later. Inscribing talismans, akin to painting or practicing calligraphy, requires extensive time and effort to master. It also consumes mental energy. When used, one must channel spiritual power to activate them. The potency of identical talismans varies depending on the amount of spiritual energy infused. However, there is a limit that in simple terms. If my spiritual capacity is 100, a ghost-repelling talisman has a base requirement of 10 and a maximum threshold of 90. I can input between 10 to 90 to enhance its effectiveness, with greater input leading to greater consumption and potency, while exceeding 90 causes the talisman to self-destruct. The efficacy of a talisman can differ based on the skill of the inscriber, their mental acuity, the materials used, and the quality of the paper. For instance, using purple talisman paper with superior pigments can triple the maximum effectiveness of a ghost-repelling talisman, raising it to 270. However, an unskilled individual, even with the best materials, may produce a talisman inferior to one made with basic supplies, akin to a pure fool riding a dog. If the input is below 10, the talisman is rendered useless. There exists a special type of talisman known as void talisman, usable only by the most skilled practitioners, allowing them to bypass many limitations. "Your uniforms are ready, gentlemen," Boss Jean announced, producing 2 brand new security uniforms emblazoned with Changshi City Funeral Home. "Could this shop be a supplier for our organization? How could you finish them so quickly?" I inquired, surprised that it had taken less than an hour. "We already had your sizes on file, including yours," Last week, Huang Mao called to order 2 sets. We have made several sets for others, all tailored perfectly. Since you are new, we just wanted to ensure the dimensions were accurate. The security uniform felt excellent to the touch. Slightly heavier than my current one, though I noticed no other differences that I questioned Huang Mao as to why we needed to purchase a new outfit. Suddenly, he brandished a fruit knife and lunged at me. I was taken aback by this unexpected aggression. Had I done something to provoke him? In the next moment, the anticipated scene of a knife piercing into flesh did not occur. The knife was halted by the uniform, preventing any penetration. That I felt a slight impact, but suffered no further harm. The fabric was made of a special material designed to resist stabbing, while it could not prevent blunt force injuries. It effectively shielded against sharp projectiles, provided they did not strike exposed areas. Brother, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you were trying to kill me. At least give me a warning, I exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on my brow. ISNT experiencing it firsthand, more enlightening. Huang Mao remarked casually. His vigilance was a testament to his understanding of Wang Qiaoqiao's ability to manipulate objects. He may appear nonchalant, but he possesses a keen eye. Unlike me, a pure fool through and through. The uniform also came with a custom waist pouch. The 2 side compartments were made of carbon fiber, designed to hold removable boxes, each with 5 layers, accommodating 3 to 5 talisman papers per layer, by pressing different spring mechanisms. One could swiftly access the desired talisman with just a finger. This meant one could carry 10 different talismans and, with practice, retrieve them instantly. The pouch at the back had 2 openings, perfectly sized to hold a pair of batons, ensuring they would not jostle during movement, thus facilitating easy access with either hand. Additionally, there were clip-style pouches on the legs, allowing for the secure storage of throwing knives and daggers. The knife tips were reinforced for comfort, alleviating any discomfort from sharp points. There were also pockets on the sides of my calves and arms, perfect for accommodating the carbon fiber boxes, allowing me to carry a maximum of 6 boxes, 40 talismans totaling 200 papers. This configuration was not merely for exorcising spirits. It was akin to preparing for battle in the realm of the undead. My waist pouch even featured a diagonal clasp, ideal for securing the short peach-wood sword my master had given me. Was this what they call a bespoke design? It felt incredibly impressive. However, reflecting on my limited knowledge of talismans, I decided it would be wiser to develop my skills gradually. Brother, how much do you think all this costs? A custom order like this must be expensive. Can we afford it? Not to worry. It's not excessive. When the unit purchases uniforms, we often buy higher quality items, and they can be quite pricey that we can simply go to the finance department for reimbursement. We still have plenty of budget left for this year, and such equipment will be standard for our future assignments. And we can even travel by plane and stay in luxury hotels. Will we really get reimbursed for this? I can understand talisman paper being reimbursable, but stab-resistant uniforms? What if it's to prevent a zombie from biting you? I pondered, if we can't get reimbursed, we'll have to foot the bill ourselves. These matters are not yours to worry about. The finance department knows how to handle reimbursements, and the boss understands how to issue invoices, Huang Mao replied, tossing his head back nonchalantly as he exited the shop. Carrying our purchases. Thus, we acquired an invoice for office supplies and returned to the funeral home. Gentlemen, do come again, Boss Jean called out with a smile as he waved us off. For a moment, I found it difficult to discern whether he was the Boss Jean or we were the ones under his command, having spent over 100,000 in one breath. Chapter 30. The Laws of Heaven and Earth. Righteousness and Evil, Humanity and Spirits, Yin and Yang. In the evening, we returned to the funeral home on the back mountain, where Huang Mao Ge took the invoice to settle the accounts, while I made my way to my master. Xiao Fan has arrived. Be cautious. The motorcycle can be quite perilous. You must drive slowly, my master's wife cautioned me as she observed me riding Huang Mao Ge's black motorcycle. Understood, Madam Master. My master in? I inquired, removing my helmet. PS in the back room. You go ahead, and I'll prepare some dishes for you, she replied. Inside, my master was reclining in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book written in traditional Chinese characters. Good evening, master, I greeted respectfully. Why didn't you return yesterday? Where did you wander off to? He asked. That I didn't wander. I went down the mountain to investigate matters concerning Wang Qiaoqiao, and as it turned out, I proceeded to narrate everything that had transpired during my descent. Upon hearing that I had been confined in the police station for a day, my master's wife quickly took a pomelo branch and gently tapped my body. then struck my palms with sandalwood a few times, finally instructing me to take a bath with added pomelo peels. After my bath, I donned the security uniform that Huang Maogu had helped me procure and stepped over the fire basin. I initially hesitated to indulge in such formalities, considering I was not actually imprisoned. However, I could not resist the kindness of my master's wife, who genuinely cared for me. I heard that she hadn't slept a wink the previous night. Xiao Fan looks quite handsome in this outfit. Come closer so Madam Master can have a good look, she said. As I approached, she began to touch and pat me, ultimately pinching my cheeks incessantly. My master's wife had a fondness for pinching faces, but I was hardly chubby enough for such attention. After dinner, she began to clear the dishes, a task that, by all rights, should have fallen to me as her apprentice. Yet here, I felt less like a disciple and more like a son or grandson, doted upon by her. Although my master was stern, his wife was exceedingly kind to me, and my master seemed to tacitly approve. Under the moonlight, I officially broached the subject with my master. According to him, Wang Qiaoqiao's recent emergence was not due to her recovery. Rather, she sensed my contact with Gao Jian and, despite the risk of injury, felt compelled to venture into a place like the police station. The blood she consumed after being injured was, in fact, my own, which enabled her to recover swiftly. My blood possessed great restorative properties, but it could not be absorbed instantaneously. The process required time. Furthermore, my blood had two functions. Rapid absorption could heal injuries, while slower absorption could enhance one's cultivation. The next encounter with Wang Qiaoqiao would undoubtedly be more challenging, and I needed to grow quickly to confront her. I had initially hoped for my master to directly intervene, capturing Wang Qiaoqiao and sending her for reincarnation while gathering evidence against the Gao family for legal retribution. However, I lacked the courage to voice this desire. My master discerned my thoughts and explained that his reluctance to act stemmed not only from the need to train me, but also from a past incident involving my senior brothers that had left him gravely injured. He had signed an agreement that forbade him from taking direct action, allowing him only to work at the funeral home in a semi-retired capacity. He could only assist indirectly at the behest of those above him. And my master's wife was unable to leave the city altogether. I longed to inquire about the events that had transpired, what had befallen my senior brothers, yet my master insisted it was not yet time. He assured me that, having entered this path, I would eventually learn the truth. At that moment, my master's wife returned and said, "Xiao Fan, do not be afraid. If anything were to happen, your master and I would risk our lives to protect you." Her face bore the marks of reluctance and regret. My master did not counter her statement. Instead, he quietly took out his pipe and began to smoke. I chose not to dwell on seeking my master and his wife's help. Holding her hand, I reassured her, "Rest assured, Madam Master, Xiao Fan will surely remain safe. With your and my master's guidance, I will undoubtedly stand on my own 2 feet and support you both in your old age." My master and his wife must have endured a past filled with unspeakable hardships. My senior brothers, the agreement, and house arrest. Ultimately, it seemed that I would bear the weight of it all. No, I must bear it. I should have been consumed by mountain spirits and demons over 20 years ago. It is the grace of my parents' nurturing, the life-saving kindness of Zhang Qitian, and the cultivation bestowed by my master and his wife that has allowed me to thrive. And thus, this path is one I must tread. My master rose, gazing at the moon, his back turned to me. "Chen Fan, I possess a unique secret technique. Will you learn it or not?" "A unique secret technique? How could I possibly refuse?" "I shall learn. This method allows you to use righteous talismans directly on the living." I stood frozen, for the principle of righteous talismans is to harness the energies of heaven and earth to summon extraordinary phenomena, specifically designed to combat malevolent entities and darker forces. They have no effect on ordinary living beings, and are significantly weakened against those with similar cultivation levels. For instance, applying a lightning talisman to a living person, regardless of how fervently one recites the incantation, yields no results. The lightning summoned by the talisman would also have no effect on the living. That day, when Huang Maogu pressed a talisman to Wang Qiaoqiao's face, her hair may have stood on end, but she suffered no harm. If talismans could inflict injury, it would only be the blue talisman that enhances one's capabilities, allowing one to indirectly harm another by increasing their strength with their own fists. The only harmful talismans are the evil ones, wielded by malevolent practitioners. Yet, like evil techniques, these talismans require dark entities to inflict damage on the living. just as the Tai Jiang Tu and the Miaogu insects necessitate tangible objects. The principle of evil talismans involves crafting runes from special materials to summon malevolent entities that torment the living. I questioned, Master, how could righteous talismans be applied to people? Wouldn't that make one akin to an evil practitioner? Throughout history, there exists a unique type of individual, blessed by their ancestors. Some ancestors with special talents or peers chose not to reincarnate, but instead erased their consciousness or retained a lingering awareness to protect their descendants. These individuals are known as the blessed, and their ancestral guardians are called spirit guardians. The descendants, inheriting techniques from their ancestors, often exhibit extraordinary proficiency in specific areas. Among them are those who can allow their ancestors to possess them, enhancing their abilities and even performing feats that defy the laws of physics. Their possession differs fundamentally from that of spirits. One retains control, while the other does not. Such beings possess energy while still being alive, making conventional talismans ineffective against them. However, the relationship between the blessed and their guardians remains harmonious, with the blessed typically living in seclusion and humility. This harmonious bond endured for millennia until conflict ignited across the continent. To protect their homeland, Taoists descended from the mountains, yet talismans could not harm the living no matter how skilled one was. How could they contend against the enemy's planes, artillery, and bullets? At this juncture, the blessed emerged, utilizing their abilities that defy physical laws, collaborating with the Taoists to safeguard their territories. Upon their demise, some blessed would transfer their spirit guardians or themselves to capable Taoists, continuing to protect the land. This cooperation persisted until the war's end. After the conflict, countless lives were lost, marking a calamity for the righteous and a paradise for the malevolent. The latter rapidly gained strength, and the righteous, though diminished in number, emerged from the trials of war with enhanced magical prowess and personal abilities. The evil practitioners began to covet the blessed. A struggle for dominance ensued to counterbalance the righteous practitioners and malevolent practitioners who sought to absorb the spirit guardians of the blessed. A method for applying righteous talismans to the living was conceived. The laws of heaven and earth, righteousness and evil, humanity and spirits, yin and yang. The inventor of this method is none other than myself. I will impart to you the cultivation techniques associated with this method. Now, you must decide whether to learn this system of cultivation or pursue the simpler path. Point 1 path involves mastering the basic righteous talismans, which would still enhance your power but remain limited. The second path is to learn the complete system, utilizing the laws of heaven and earth talismans, which wield greater power against the living. However, should you be discovered, your fate would mirror that of the blessed of yore. After hearing my master's tale, I resolutely declared, I will not learn. Are you jesting? Such talismans would bring me nothing but harm. I am content with ordinary talismans to face the dark forces. Should I confront the living, I have Huang Mao Gu to teach me martial arts. If I cannot win, I will use speed talismans to escape. If, by misfortune, I were to strike someone dead with a lightning talisman, I would spend the rest of my life in prison. If others learned of it and turned me in, I would endure severe torture. I doubt I could withstand many of the tortures I've seen on television. If I were to divulge the secrets, it could pose a threat to others. My master appeared surprised, then chuckled. You truly will not learn? Without a moment's hesitation, I affirmed, indeed, I will not learn. One should eat only as much as one can digest. I desire nothing more than to live peacefully and happily with my family. To lead an ordinary life. Were it not for the whims of fate, I would not be compelled to pursue cultivation. That if possible, I would certainly indulge in immortality, playing until dawn. It seems my master's lineage shall end here. When my master spoke these words, there was no disappointment as I had anticipated. Instead, he smiled. Perhaps I had amused him. My disciple may be unfilial, but I lack the talent for it. Perhaps in the future, I shall find a gifted junior for you to pass on your teachings. My master took a puff from his pipe. Your thoughts are quite simplistic. Very well, I shall teach you the ordinary righteous talismans instead. I was grateful for my master's kindness. He did not force me into a situation I could not handle. Next, I will study some talismans in the courtyard. Drawing talismans is quite taxing. It requires not only skill but also speed, and one must maintain a continuous practice. While drawing, one must simultaneously infuse a modicum of magical energy into the symbols. After crafting nearly 100, only a few are deemed usable. This common exorcism talisman is exceedingly difficult to draw. Is there no way to simplify it further? I lamented, slumping in my chair, utterly disheartened. The methods for creating talismans are largely similar, though each individual has their own habits, resulting in slight variations in detail. That I have adopted my Master-S technique, which is somewhat simpler than the original. I truly wish it could be simplified even more. My master has already modified certain aspects, reducing some details, and incorporating more continuous strokes. Perhaps you could refine it further once you achieve proficiency. Well, I suppose I shall make do with this for now. I doubt I will ever become a master. After concluding today's practice, I prepared to ride my motorcycle home, but my master stopped me and cautioned against teaching the talismans to outsiders, particularly to Huang Mao Guo. I found it puzzling. The nature of this craft inherently requires passing down knowledge. My curiosity was piqued as to why he specifically mentioned Huang Mao Guo, and my master explained that although Huang Mao Guo maintains a close relationship with me, he has not entered the path, hence the warning that I felt a twinge of guilt towards Huang Mao Guo, especially since he had imparted his unique skills to me while I had nothing to teach him in return. I resolved to make it up to him by treating him to milk tea later. Upon returning to the dormitory, Huang Mao Guo had indeed settled the bills and was engrossed in his computer. Noticing my arrival, he inquired with genuine concern about my studies, evoking a sense reminiscent of a schoolboy returning home to report on his academic progress. Upon hearing my response that things were going well, he handed me a waterproof talisman and asked me to draw it. I was taken aback. Even the production team's donkey wouldn't be subjected to such treatment. Exhausting, indeed. However, considering that Wang Xiao might appear at any moment, it was best to expedite the process. After consuming a small energy-replenishing pill given to me by my master's wife, I began preparing to draw. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I glanced at Huang Mao Guo. Unsure of how to broach the subject, reluctant to let him see my struggle, Huang Mao Guo, perceiving my discomfort, remarked, "I understand. As practitioners of the Tao, you cannot let outsiders witness the process of drawing talismans." I sat there while he fashioned some concealed weaponry for my protection. With our backs turned to each other, neither of us could see the other. My unique concealed weaponry must also remain undisclosed. Sighing internally, I chastised myself for being so wary of Huang Mao Guo, who treated me so well. After drawing for most of the evening, I was abruptly awakened for morning exercises, pondering which organization mandates its employees to engage in 2 hours of daily fitness. Fortunately, my recent tasks had been taken over by other colleagues. As the higher-ups advised, resolving matters related to Wang Xiao must be prioritized. It sounds easy enough, yet why not dispatch some experts to handle it? I felt as though I was doomed. With no work to distract me, I immersed myself in drawing talismans, realizing that staying busy was not entirely bad. It left me little time to dwell on Wang Xiao and alleviated my fears. They say that when one is busy, they forget the bitterness of love. Now, I find myself forgetting Wang Xiao's affection for me while immersed in my work, just as I was lost in my talisman drawing. An unfamiliar phone call interrupted me. "Hello, your package has arrived." Confused, as I had not ordered anything, I inquired further and discovered it was a parcel from my mother, who mentioned that she would be going to the mountains soon, sending me a silk quilt for the chilly nights as well as gifts for my master. Indeed, a mother's worries traverse 1,000 miles while a child often forgets their mother's concerns. I rode Huang Mao Guo's motorcycle to the funeral home's guard station to retrieve it. The guard station was manned by the muscular gentleman I had encountered during the interview. Accompanied by a female colleague, we exchanged polite nods. The package was substantial, consisting of 2 large burlap sacks. Upon opening one, I found not only the silk quilt, but also fine tea and liquor for my master, decorative items for my master's wife, and an assortment of daily necessities, clothing, and my favorite snacks. I had mentioned going to the mountains for quiet cultivation, not for an exodus, dear mother. Though the items my mother sent were heavy, they were laden with love. Struggling to secure the 2 large sacks on the motorcycle, I contemplated making multiple trips. Just then, I heard a gentle voice behind me. "Chen Fan, long time no see." I turned to find Zhao Yani, the elegant woman I had encountered during my shift in the restroom. She was just as beautiful as before. I greeted her cheerfully. "Hello, Yani Jie." "I thought you would say hello, Auntie," she teased. "How could I? Yani Jie is far too young to be called Auntie." Her playful banter was charming. "I have some rope. You can use it to secure your load so it won't fall off while riding." "Perfect." I eagerly accepted her offer and followed her to retrieve the rope. Zhao Yani led me to the female staff dormitory. Entering a female dormitory for the first time made me somewhat anxious. I kept my head down, occasionally encountering female colleagues in thin clothing, with doors ajar revealing intimate garments. However, They regarded me with an air of indifference. We arrived at the innermost room on the 4th floor. Aside from the initial few rooms, the rest were unoccupied. I sensed that those rooms had been vacant for years, devoid of any liveliness. As Zhao Yani opened the door, I hastily interjected, "Sister, perhaps you should knock first. What if your roommate is unavailable?" She smiled, placing a finger to her lips. "Silly, I live alone." With that, she stepped inside. I followed her in, and the room's decor was almost excessively cozy, adorned predominantly in red tones: red bed, red cabinets, and a vanity resembling a bridal chamber. The peculiar scent lingered in the air, reminiscent of jasmine yet distinct. Standing at the threshold, I felt out of place. This was the first time I had entered a girl's private space aside from my sister. "Come here, little brother, sit." Zhao Yani beckoned as she patted the space beside her on the bed. I swallowed nervously. "I shouldn't tea. Yani jia. I'll just grab the rope and leave." "Why the hurry?" "I want tea bite you. Sit and rest for a while. Have some tea," she insisted, pulling me down to sit beside her, her body pressing close to mine. I stiffened, remaining motionless, which only elicited laughter from Zhao Yani. "Don't be tense, little brother. Keep me company. I'm quite lonely living here alone and would love some conversation." As she spoke, her hand found its way onto my thigh, her little finger occasionally teasing me. I struggled to endure such temptation, my words faltering. "Yani jia, it's too close. I snt that better. Speak clearly," she whispered, now leaning in close, her breath tickling my ear, causing my face to burn. I swallowed hard, feeling parched. If this continued, I might falter. I abruptly stood up, my face flushed. "Oh, where's the rope?" Zhao Yani's melodious laughter rang out, captivating. "The rope? It's right here with me," she replied, standing to remove her work belt. "Sister, no, no, no. I'm not what you think. I'm just a loser." I waved my hands, shutting my eyes. What was happening? I, a 25-year-old lifelong bachelor, was not worthy of such an opportunity. Was this the script of an anime protagonist? Why was I living it? I should be the one being pursued by Wang Xiao. Zhao Yani chuckled. "Oh, silly little brother, I'm just teasing you that you're far too young for my taste." With that, she glanced down at me provocatively. Hearing her say I was young made me blush fiercely. "I'm not that young." All right, you're not young," she teased. "That I'm truly not young." I know that I felt increasingly flustered. I hastily sought a topic to divert the conversation. Throughout our chat, Zhao Yani's gaze remained fixed on me, and suddenly her expression shifted. "What happened to your neck?" She turned my head to examine the mark left by Wang Xiao. "Nothing, just a small accident," I stammered, retreating and using my jacket collar to shield it. Zhao Yani stood up and poured a cup of tea, gently pushing it toward me. "You should take better care of yourself. Drink this. It's good for you." The tea had a delicate fragrance, a hint of jasmine, reminiscent of Zhao Yani's scent, and was quite pleasant. After sipping the tea and chatting for a while, I unexpectedly dozed off. When I awoke, dusk had settled in. How could I fall asleep after drinking tea? Perhaps it was the exhaustion from drawing talismans. Yet, upon waking, I felt revitalized, surrounded by the faint aroma of jasmine. Wait, I was in Zhao Yani's home. Panic surged as I sat upright. Realizing I had fallen asleep on her bed, I quickly checked my attire. Thankfully, I was still fully dressed. However, my shoes and socks had been removed. Surely, Zhao Yani didn't do that, right? How mortifying. Fortunately, I had bathed and changed clothes at my master's wife's insistence the previous night. Zhao Yani approached, clad in a stunning red silk loungewear, her long legs on full display as she walked. "Xiao Fan, you're awake? Oh heavens, please spare me. I beseech you." I stood up, head bowed, hands clasped in front of me, apologizing profusely. Zhao Yani remained silent, handing me the rope. I retrieved a multitude of my favorite snacks from the burlap sacks for her, unsure if she would enjoy them. Without looking back, I bolted out of the room. Just as I exited, I heard her playful voice. "Little rascal, see you later." Ah, I've made a fool of myself. Upon returning to the back mountain, I delivered the items from my master and his wife, practiced a bit of Taoist arts, and then set off to bring snacks to Shuejia. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, Huang Maogu jumped out. "Hey, Xiao Fan, how was your study today?" Huang Maogu assumed that I had studied all day, yet I dared not disclose to him that I had spent the better part of the day napping in Sister Yani's chamber. I can't shake the feeling of being akin to a primary school student returning home, constantly scrutinized for my grades, my penchant for leisure instilling in me a fear of being discovered. Observing others laboring late into the night to draw talismans, Huang Mao Gu was elated, praising my progress. Whether it was due to my afternoon slumber or genuine improvement, I felt that my success rate and the fluidity of my talisman drawing had markedly increased. The following noon, after waking, we donned our specially tailored security uniforms and filled each talisman box. Although the variety was limited, the quantity had to be sufficient. Huang Mao Ji's were entirely waterproof, whereas my waterproof ones were scarce. The rest were from my practice sessions and demonstrations with my master. We first went to pay respects to my master and his wife, bidding farewell as we were set to visit the Gao family that afternoon. Likely to stay for several days. My master's wife reminded us to stay safe and gifted me a small gourd filled with her homemade pills to replenish my energy and blood. As I lacked a driver's license, we took Huang Mao Ji's motorcycle into the city, navigating directly to the Gao residence. The abode of the affluent was indeed distinct. We arrived at a large villa in the suburbs. 2 security guards stood stiffly at the entrance. The area was quite secluded, yet the villa was equipped with all amenities, even a tennis court. All provisions were acquired by the housekeepers. I felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden as Gao Jian led me into a reception hall larger than 2 university classrooms combined. Taoist deities and artifacts, clearly consecrated, adorned the surroundings, incongruous with the opulent decor, evidently hastily arranged. Gao Jian nonchalantly settled into a sofa, greeting us with a casual "how do you do?" and inquiring about our considerations. Although reluctant, we had no choice but to collaborate with Gao Jian, whether to resolve Wang Xiaoqiao's emotional turmoil, provide a venue for combat, or offer material support. All depended on him. Huang Mao Gu tossed his head back, reclining on the sofa and reaching for a bunch of exquisite grapes, declaring, "We can cooperate with you, but you must provide us with accommodation and sustenance during this period. We require materials for crafting talismans and weapons. And you must offer unconditional support and a tranquil environment. No problem. By the way, I've also found an assistant to help us. Bring Master He downstairs." Gao Jian clapped his hands, and a guard hurried up to fetch a master. Master He, around 50 years old, donned plain linen robes, sported a goatee, and carried a cloth bag slung over his shoulder. His gaze bore an unfriendly demeanor. Approaching us, he glanced at the nameplate from Chongping Funeral Home on our chests. Sneering, "What? Is it now that the security guards of the funeral home can capture ghosts? Or are you just 2 youngsters barely out of your teens?" Gao Jian, the young boss, should be wary of being deceived. Master He's condescension was palpable, belittling not only me but also Huang Mao Gu, insinuating we were frauds. Were it not for Wang Xiaoqiao's fixation on me, I wouldn't bother with Gao Jian at all. Huang Mao Gu flicked a grape towards Master He, retorting, "Old man, don't try to act like a young man engaging in fights. The world of Jianghu is about human relationships. If you can't converse, you ought to go back to the womb and start over." Master He had skills of his own, deftly dodging the grape, which then flew into a guard's mouth. He waved his sleeve dismissively. Showing no regard for his elders, Huang Mao Gu leapt up, casting a sidelong glance at Master He, disapproving of his lack of respect. "Both of you are masters I have invited. Let us not ruin the atmosphere." Gao Jian feigned a conciliatory tone as he sat there. "Young boss Gao, you invited me, but also these 2 greenhorns. You don't trust me?" Master He's tone was rife with grievance. "Not at all. Master He is a renowned master, and these 2 brothers are quite capable. Many hands make light work." "Huh, capability. You'll know whether they're horses or mules once they're out for a walk." Master He withdrew a yellow talisman from his sleeve, signaling his intent to engage us in a contest of skills. The talisman would leave ordinary people unharmed but could restrain malevolent entities. Its potency would diminish against fellow practitioners like us, yet it could still inflict harm. Huang Mao Gu retaliated with 2 blue talismans, asserting, "Don't underestimate the youth." Gao Jian stepped back a few paces, showing no intention of mediating. It appeared he was intentionally pitting us against Master He to gauge our abilities. That I was confident that if we proved too weak, he would imprison us to prevent Wang Xiaoqiao from siphoning my strength. If we demonstrated our strength, he would collaborate with us amicably. Suddenly, I found myself analyzing the situation, but before I could relish my newfound insight, Huang Mao Gu had already engaged in combat with Master He. Master He unleashed a yellow talisman, which transformed into a blazing fireball, hurtling towards Huang Mao Gu. It was clearly a targeted attack against his golden hair. Was it a universal disdain for those with unruly hair among the elderly? Huang Mao Gu activated his blue talisman, enhancing his strength and speed, easily evading the attack. then executed a sudden burst of speed to close the distance with Master He. Master He was in trouble. I feared that with Huang Mao Gu's close combat prowess, sufficient to overpower even a dozen trained fighters, he might inadvertently kill Master He. Yet, contrary to expectations, Master He evaded Huang Mao Gu with an uncanny grace. The two engaging in a fierce exchange, Huang Mao Gu's strikes were fierce and swift, while Master He moved with a light and deliberate slowness, always managing to intercept or dodge just before being struck. Master He truly possessed remarkable skills. Child, your techniques are commendable, but your eagerness for success is too apparent. You must temper your desire to attack, Master He advised, creating distance and launching several fire talismans. Huang Mao Gu effortlessly sidestepped them, retorting, "Old man, your bark is worse than your bite. All you do is run." He produced a handful of small stones and flicked his wrist, sending them flying towards Master He. Master He drew a soft sword from his waist to block the projectiles. Just as both prepared for their next assault, Gao Jian interjected, urging both masters to maintain harmony, emphasizing that they were all capable individuals who should not harm one another. Especially when we needed to unite against common foes. Injuring one another now would be unwise if you were worried about injuries. Why did you not act sooner? I scoffed inwardly at Gao Jian's scheming. Humph, consider yourself somewhat capable. Just don't hold me back later. Master He waved his sleeve and sat down on a cushion to meditate. Huang Mao Gu lazily stretched and reclined on the sofa. Adding, just don't call for help later. Gao Jian rubbed his hands together, expressing contentment at the prospect of harmonious cooperation between the two masters, promising each a substantial red envelope of 100,000 yuan upon the completion of the task. 100,000. Is there such wealth to dispense? His declaration caught even the meditating Master He by surprise, his eyes widening. Huang Mao Gu leaped up, exclaiming, "A written agreement! We need a written agreement," fearing that Gao Jian might renege on his promise. Gao Jian smiled faintly, asserting, "What I, Gao Jian, say, I mean. Since Brother Li Fei desires a written agreement, let us draft one." A guard scampered off for paper and pen, while Gao Jian exchanged a knowing glance with another guard. The latter seemed to comprehend and remarked, "Master Li's martial abilities are truly astounding. I am certain Master Chen possesses remarkable skills as well. Might we be privileged to witness a demonstration? Oh no. They coming for me." I thought, my mind racing. This was not something I could articulate easily. While I had indeed studied Taoism and could draw talismans, I had never utilized them in practice, let alone in combat. Laughter erupted among the guards at the sight of my hesitation, while Master Chen appeared somewhat bashful, prompting applause from the crowd to encourage him to demonstrate his skills. The surrounding guards and housekeepers clapped enthusiastically. That it seemed they were intent on testing me. I cast a desperate glance at Huang Mao Gu for help, but he merely watched helplessly. Indeed, in such a situation, I had to rely on myself. Master He's words rang true. One must prove their worth. Alas, I might truly be a mere mule in this case. With no other option, I steeled myself and stepped forward. Chapter 32. The authentic. My legs trembled as I emerged. From my waist, I flicked out a talisman drawn by my master. A thunder talisman. This was distinct from the heavenly thunder or lightning attraction talismans that summoned divine lightning. Instead, it could deliver an electric shock to a target. My master had advised against using magical input for power unless absolutely necessary. While it would amplify the effect, it would also greatly increase consumption. Thus, I opted for the standard input method. This was my first time using a talisman, and as I held it between my middle and index fingers, I felt the resonance of the symbols on the talisman with the energy within me. Especially as I channeled the energies of heaven, earth, humanity, and the spirits in a harmonious flow. The talisman pulsated with excitement that I shifted my method, invoking the 5 thunder gods, proclaiming their names to summon them forth. Hasten to my call. Swift as lightning, iron-faced envoy, in radiant splendor, to rescue the suffering, sever the demonic essence. Responding to my call, all gods heed my plea. Lead the thunder department, the fire train, and the fire bell. 6 ding and 6 jia. Thunder generals and soldiers, changeable as the divine, remain calm and unperturbed. I vow to save the people, acting on behalf of heaven, manifesting great power, auspicious and steadfast, swiftly, as commanded, initially hesitant to vocalize the incantation, as the incantation summoned the energies of heaven and earth. A righteous aura surged through me, bolstering my confidence. Zizi, the yellow talisman in my hand, crackled with electric energy, drawing astonished gazes from those around me. Soon, the entire yellow talisman was enveloped in blue electricity. Startling me into releasing it to be by sheer misfortune, it sailed directly towards Master He. Had it struck an ordinary person, there would have been no harm, but aimed at Master He, I could only imagine the repercussions. Master He instinctively activated his defenses. Bang! Upon contact, the yellow talisman exploded. I quickly explained to Master He, I didn't mean to. The crowd watched in astonished silence, their expressions laden with meaning, while Huang Mao secretly gave me a thumbs up, signaling that I had performed well. Clearly, no one truly believed my protestations. As the smoke cleared, Master He emerged, his garments riddled with scorch marks, hair standing on end, and his face a deep shade of black. The faces of those around him reddened in embarrassment. Unbeknownst to me, that mischievous fellow erupted into laughter, triggering a chain reaction that had a throng of people erupting in mirth. Oh no, this is it. I am surely destined to face the wrath of Master He, a figure capable of engaging in a fierce battle with Brother Huang Mao. I cannot afford to be caught off guard. Master, dear Master He, I assure you, it was not my intention. It was my first attempt at using the Thunder Talisman, and in my startled state, I flailed about, inadvertently directing it towards you. I hurriedly stepped forward to explain. To my surprise, Master He did not unleash his fury. Instead, he gazed at me with an expression of astonishment. Longhu Mountain, the authentic thunder method? I scratched my head, responding hesitantly. I suppose so. Who is your master? He inquired. I continued to scratch my head, remaining silent. Even the infamous Sun Wukong would not reveal the identity of his master after committing a misdeed. How could I possibly disclose mine after having harmed another? Noticing my silence, Master He displayed an understanding expression, as if to say, how could one openly declare their lineage in such a public setting? He glanced at his fellow Taoists and remarked, I shall change into another set of robes. We can talk later. With that, he retreated to his quarters. I asked at it. Why has Master He adopted such a friendly demeanor towards me after witnessing my Thunder Talisman? Just then, Brother Huang Mao approached, pointing out, this Master He is most likely from the Maoshan lineage, known for descending the mountains to exorcise demons and safeguard the righteous. They possess numerous traditions in the folk realm, favoring fire talismans. And their agility is honed through years of ghost hunting, each with its own unique characteristics and high practicality. Maoshan and Longhu Mountain can be considered brother sects, so encountering you is akin to meeting a fellow disciple. Hence the warmth. Well, given our shared lineage, I shall refrain from meddling with his door locks tonight. This Brother Huang Mao still harbored intentions of mischief under cover of darkness. Indeed, one should think twice before crossing him. Chapter 33. A fatal bite of the tongue. Gao Zhan strode towards us, accompanied by his hearty laughter and a rhythmic applause. His face was alight with joy as he declared, Ah, heroes emerge from youth. With the assistance of brothers Chun and Li, we shall surely succeed in overcoming this tribulation. Upon our triumph, I shall bestow a generous red envelope upon each of you. I turned my head away in annoyance. Feigning indifference, he is merely testing our mettle. Had I failed to successfully invoke the Thunder Talisman earlier, I would have likely been confined under the pretense of protection. Now that he recognizes my value, he seeks to ingratiate himself. Hypocrisy. Upon hearing the mention of the red envelope, Brother Huang Mao's eyes sparkled with excitement. His spirits lifted as he rubbed his fingers together in anticipation of the monetary reward. Gao Zhan, filled with self-satisfaction, gestured A2 as he swayed back and forth, exuding the air of a wealthy heir. At times, I genuinely admired Brother Huang Mao for his ability to take things in stride, upholding his principles while skillfully navigating situations to his advantage. Whereas I remained too concerned with certain matters to lower my pride, suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the second floor, followed by the frantic descent of a man swathed in white bandages, pursued by several anxious caretakers. Master, Master. Accompanying them were two young men dressed in plain attire, their hair neatly tied back, one of whom carried a toolbox. The bandaged man writhed on the ground in agony, clawing at his skin, pulling away strips of bandages to reveal decaying flesh. It seemed this man was Gao Shang, who had been spat upon by Wang Qiao, leading to his current state of decay. Kill me. Please kill me. The pain is unbearable. Ah, Gao Shang wailed, pleading for death. The caretakers struggled to restrain him while Gao Zhan anxiously directed them. Hurry, stop him from taking his own life. "Father, just hold on a little longer. Once Wang Qiao is dealt with, you will be fine. You must endure." Gao Shang, in his torment, could hear nothing, thrashing about, "You want to kill me? If you want to let me die, then I will make you die." He pushed aside the caretakers, seizing a fruit knife and lunging at one of them. Witnessing this, I lunged forward, tackling Gao Shang to the ground and swiftly wresting the knife from his grasp. Hurling it onto a nearby wooden sculpture to pin it down, Gao Zhan urgently commanded the bodyguards, "Quickly, restrain my father." The bodyguards surged forward, exerting tremendous effort to subdue Gao Shang, when suddenly he fell silent. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Not good. He has bitten off his own tongue. Brother Huang Mao's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward, gripping Gao Shang's cheeks to force his mouth open. Extracting a severed piece of tongue. Typically, one would struggle to bite their tongue even at a slight pang. This was a direct severance. What anguish must one endure to resort to such a drastic act? Hearing the commotion, Daoist, he hurried downstairs, his attire still disheveled. What on earth has happened? One of the two young men stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Master, just now, the elder of the Gao family experienced another bout of corrosion and rushed out to commit suicide." Nearly biting off his own tongue, Daoist, he, upon hearing this, hastened to Gao Shang's side for a thorough examination. Prepare 200 milliliters of morning dew and 20 g of cinnabar. Mix them into a cinnabar solution. When Chang began to recite a calming incantation, "It is the master," the two swiftly opened the toolbox, with the taller one pouring the cinnabar powder into a bowl, simultaneously adding the morning dew and stirring. Chapter 34. 200,000. As we spoke, when Chang and Wen Yuan had already prepared the cinnabar water, Daoist, he turned Gao Shang, bound like a mummy, over and applied pressure to a specific acupoint on his neck, causing his tightly shut mouth to open, allowing a torrent of blood to flow out, preventing him from choking on it. Daoist, he extended a hand towards Wen Chang and Wen Yuan, offering a hemostatic ointment. Applying the ointment directly into Gao Shang's mouth, the bleeding soon ceased. After administering the cinnabar water infused with the calming incantation, Gao Shang regained a semblance of rationality, though his trembling body betrayed the intense pain he endured. I stepped forward to assess the bandaged Gao Shang. "What has happened to you? In just 2 days, your body has decayed so severely." Gao Zhan, supporting Gao Shang as he lay on the couch, took a deep breath. Since that day when Wang Qiao spat on him, every so often, he experiences excruciating pain, and parts of his body begin to rot as time passes. The intervals between these episodes grow shorter, and the pain intensifies. This latest episode occurred less than an hour after the last. This moment, Daoist, he approached me, saying, "Friend, my 2 disciples have been by the elder Gao's side, using the calming incantation to alleviate his pain and extend the intervals between episodes. However, its effectiveness is waning. In my humble opinion, only the cleansing incantation from Longhu Mountain can dispel the curse of this malevolent spirit. I must trouble you to lend your assistance." Daoist, his words left me utterly stunned. As a novice Daoist, what qualifications do I possess to resolve a dilemma that even a seasoned master struggles with? Nevertheless, I was indeed familiar with the cleansing incantation, which serves to purify curses and toxins brought forth by malevolent entities. Upon witnessing Daoist, he beseeching my aid, Gao Zhan's demeanor became even more obsequious as he stepped forward to bow. "I implore Brother Chen to save my father. Should you successfully alleviate my father's affliction, I am willing to offer you 100,000, no, 200,000. Is Gao Zhan truly so generous? Such sums seem to materialize as if blown by the wind. It is crucial to understand the arduous efforts of an ordinary person to earn 100,000. I awkwardly scratched my head. It's not that I am unwilling to help. It's just that I only possess a rudimentary understanding of the cleansing incantation. Before Gao Zhan could respond, Brother Huang Mao interjected. "What do you mean by only a little? This talisman is a matter of skill. If you can do it, then do it. Little fan, this is 200,000 we are talking about. Once we secure it, we can live comfortably for quite some time." I shot him a glare. "I can draw the talisman, but I just can't remember the incantation." As my words fell, Daoist, he, Wen Chang, Wen Yuan, and Brother Huang Mao all regarded me with incredulity. I awkwardly turned my head, unable to meet their gazes. In our line of work, drawing talismans is considerably more challenging than memorizing incantations, as each stroke requires the input of spiritual power. If not controlled properly, it can compromise the quality of the talisman. Thus, creating a talisman is not merely about finishing it. It necessitates precise input of the corresponding spiritual energy at every step. In contrast, incantations are relatively straightforward, relying on memory and comprehension. Despite the multitude of incantations, many follow a discernible pattern, leading most practitioners to first master the incantations before learning to draw talismans. Some Taoists purchase talismans not merely out of effort, but because they can only recite incantations and lack the ability to draw them. My situation, being capable of drawing talismans yet unable to recall incantations, must indeed be peculiar. Brother Huangmao bent down, glancing at me as he circled around. Where did this oddity come from? I waved him away, exclaiming, "Go away. Who's the oddity here? It's merely a matter of not remembering the incantation." Not remembering the incantation is not odd, but being able to draw talismans while lacking knowledge of incantations is indeed strange. I've heard that some individuals learn quickly yet possess low intelligence. You are the foolish one, I retorted, pulling out my phone to open my photo gallery. Now, I can memorize it, right? Brother Huangmao, seeing me fiddling with my phone, wore a look of disbelief. No way, little fan. Are you planning to learn the incantation from Baidu? At that moment, Taoist, he rushed over to stop me, concern etched on his face. Taoist Chun, if you can't remember the incantation, we can explore other options. Please, do not recklessly learn from the internet. A mispronunciation could lead to backlash. I quickly shook my phone, replying, I've transcribed the incantation into my phone. I'm not using Baidu. In truth, I had not transcribed it. I merely took a photo of my master's handwritten notes and saved it in my phone's gallery, encrypting it for safekeeping. Originally, I had returned it to my master. But carrying the book daily was inconvenient. If it were damaged, it would be a disaster, for it is a rare tome that I knew I could never memorize everything. So storing the photo in my phone was the best option. Seeing that I was not using Baidu, Taoist, he visibly relaxed. Thus, under the scrutiny of the onlookers, I began to memorize the incantation. Shortly after, I set my phone down, declaring, Alright, I've got it. Taoist, may I borrow some of your white wine? Cinnabar powder, and by the way, I borrowed some talisman-making materials from Master He. The mixture of vermilion powder and white liquor, combined with white agarwood, is essential to create the vermilion liquid suitable for drawing talismans. And no water is to be added. Earlier, Wen Chong and Wen Yuan incorporated morning dew due to its purifying properties, primarily for ingestion, that I inadvertently ruined several waterproof talismans, but managed to successfully create a barely usable pure cleansing talisman. I glanced at my phone once more to ensure the accuracy of the incantation. Once the magic is invoked, there can be no room for error. That I pinched the pure cleansing talisman between my fingers, preparing to channel my energy and recite the incantation, when I was interrupted by Brother Huangmao, who then turned to Gao Jian. Gao Jian, is the 200,000 really true? Gao Jian was taken aback, not expecting Brother Huangmao to inquire about money at such a moment, and chuckled. Brother Li, with the vast assets of the Gao family, a mere 200,000 is nothing but truth. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, including Master He, I certainly shall not deny it. As long as Brother Chun can cure my father, 200,000 will be transferred instantly. I tugged at Brother Huangmao, urging him not to bring up money at such a serious time. We could discuss it after the healing, and I was uncertain if it would even be possible. Brother Huangmao shook his head, insisting that earning money was indeed the most serious matter. Brother, I believe in your abilities. Gao Jian, here is my bank account number. I was left speechless, took a moment to compose myself, and began reciting the incantation to as I chanted. I gradually channeled my energy, and the pure cleansing talisman ignited without flame, burning without a trace of smoke or ash, merely transforming into a white circle encircling my fingertip. By order of the law, I shouted, directing my finger like a sword towards Gao Shang's forehead. Releasing the white circle, the circle morphed into a beam of white light that shot directly into Gao Shang's head. At that moment, I sensed a repugnant force in the form of black gas, opposing the white circle as they clashed, each depleting the other. Meanwhile, my magical and mental energies were rapidly diminishing. This must be the curse placed by Wang Chaoqiao if the white circle were to be defeated. And I failed to withdraw my mental energy in time, I would undoubtedly suffer a backlash. But how could I withdraw? I had not learned that. With no other option, I could only intensify my output. Chapter 35, Collision. As the black and white forces collided, I felt as though an invisible power had gripped my body tightly. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously emerged from my forehead, swiftly merging into rivulets that cascaded down my cheeks. My garments became soaked with perspiration, and simultaneously, my legs weakened, trembling slightly, making it nearly impossible to stand. A wave of exhaustion surged from within, indicating that my body had entered a state of depletion. How could this not be over yet? If this drags on any longer, I truly won't be able to endure it. I certainly do not wish to be consumed by backlash and rot away, burn my little universe, extract every drop of energy from my body. Just as I was on the brink of collapse, the black gas finally dissipated, and the unconscious Gao Shang let out a sigh of relief. My vision faded to black as I fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking again, it felt as though a considerable amount of time had passed. My body felt utterly limp, the surroundings dim, and the air was thick with the scent of fragrant ash. The bed was quite soft, and a wave of hunger surged through me, prompting me to mutter, "I'm so hungry. How could I not be?" I had slept for 3 days. Brother Huang Mao's voice reached my ears. The room's lights flickered on, revealing Brother Huang Mao's figure before me. It was an unfamiliar room, presumably one of the guest rooms in the villa. I weakly gazed at Brother Huang Mao as he brought me a bowl of congee. He helped me sit up and offered me the congee, his eyes filled with concern. "Don't be like this. Eat something. If you don't get up soon, we'll have to start administering nutritional fluids. Just a moment. I'll ask the nanny to prepare something nutritious for you. Consider yourself fortunate. Nothing has happened in the past 2 days." I hadn't realized I had slept for 3 days. No wonder it felt like such a long time. Regardless, I thought, let us eat first. I can't starve to death. Yes, I finished the congee. Brother Huang Mao returned, accompanied by Master He. Master He came in to inquire about my health, and upon seeing that I was unharmed, he cast an admiring gaze and said, "You have worked hard, fellow cultivator." I did not expect that this malevolent spirit had transformed into a vengeful ghost. You risked depleting so much vital energy to save another. It is truly commendable. Master He's words made me blush with embarrassment. In truth, I had intended to withdraw the moment I sensed the overwhelming quantity of black gas, but I had not learned how to interrupt the flow of energy to avoid backlash. I had pushed myself to the limit. For Gao Shang's sake, I could not claim such selflessness. Seeing Master He exalt me so, I could only awkwardly offer some platitudes. "Oh, not at all, Master. You flatter me." Any cultivator in the same situation would not stand idly by. It is not worthy of mention that I did not anticipate that a young cultivator like Chun would possess such a noble character. I am truly impressed. Observing my humility, Master He nodded in satisfaction, then began to apologize for his earlier attitude towards us. "I feel deeply ashamed for my initial demeanor towards the two of you, and I sincerely offer my apologies." Brother Huang Mao, brimming with pride, tossed his head back, replying, "Indeed, we came here with good intentions to assist, only to be met with mockery from you. You should feel ashamed." I quickly interjected, urging Brother Huang Mao to refrain from provoking further conflict. We must unite to confront Wang Qiao. Internal strife would be disastrous. Brother Li is absolutely correct. I was indeed hasty in my judgments based on appearances. Master He conceded. 40 years ago, our village suffered a calamity. 3 months of drought left the farmers without a harvest, leading to desperate acts of cannibalism. Initially, the deceased were consumed, but eventually, a living person. To my astonishment, I found myself the only one among those present who was incapable. While the master and disciple of Yi Daolong were not to be mentioned. As one who roams the world, it is inevitable to require fire for cooking. What truly surprised me was that Huang Maoguo, who usually scrouges for food in the cafeteria, could actually cook. It was hard for me to believe that this person, who spends his days fighting for a meal, now claims to possess culinary skills. I was willing to take full responsibility for the cooking, provided that a caretaker would deliver the ingredients to my doorstep each morning, with Brother Wen Chong overseeing the dishwashing duties. When Yuan stood up, patting his chest, and finally turned his gaze towards Huang Mao Ji at this moment, when Yuan sought to shoulder a portion of the responsibilities, subtly hinting for Huang Mao Gu to step forward and take on some of the work. In the eyes of Wen Chong and Wen Yuan, Gao Jian was considered the employer. How could one impose labor upon the employer? As for myself, I was akin to a lifelong companion of his master. Thus, with their presence, there was no need for us to engage in such tasks. Huang Mao Gu, being of similar age to them and not bound by seniority, was naturally expected to contribute. Ignoring Wen Yuan's gaze, Huang Mao Gu displayed an indignant demeanor, while Wen Yuan persistently gazed at him, unyielding. Ultimately, Huang Mao Gu, feeling the pressure, stood up and impatiently exclaimed, "What are you staring at? You blockhead, let me tell you. When doing things, one must use their brain. If the caretaker delivers the ingredients, why can't you simply prepare the meals and bring them to the door for us to eat? It saves time and effort. And besides, you wouldn't even have to spend a dime. So why bother exerting yourself? Indeed, brotherly speaks with such clarity, Wen Yuan said, scratching his head and casting an admiring glance at Huang Maoge. I chuckled quietly, realizing that Wen Yuan's preoccupation with finding solutions stemmed from his habitual problem-solving mindset, while Huang Maoge's thoughts were merely a reflection of his laziness. Go away, you troublesome fellow. I'm a person who thinks with my brain, Huang Maoge scoffed, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, treating me as a cushion. Gao Jian agreed with the idea of dismissing the caretaker. Yet he remained reluctant to part with the security personnel. Money was not the issue, but he felt uneasy with too few guards. At that moment, He Daolong interjected, Young Master Gao, I will ensure that Wen Chang and Wen Yuan remain by your side 24 hours a day. When the malevolent spirit appears, simply hide behind them. These two mischievous disciples have studied under me since childhood. Although they have yet to graduate, they are more than capable of providing personal protection. After hearing He Daolong's words, Gao Jian consented to the dismissal of everyone except for essential medical personnel. In truth, I wished to dismiss them as well, but Gao Shang's condition necessitated their presence. Moreover, he was already on Wang Chaoqiao's hit list. Wherever he went, the medical staff beside him would inevitably face peril. It was safer for them to remain with us for now. I never expected that I would soon take on the role of protector. Now, in this vast villa, only I, Huang Maoge, the master and disciple of He Daolong, Gao Jian and his son, along with 3 female medical personnel, remained. I proposed relocating Gao Shang to the first floor, with Huang Maoge and myself tasked with guarding him, while Wen Chang and Wen Yuan would watch over Gao Jian. Master, he would remain in the living room. I surmised that Wang Chaoqiao harbored a complex blend of hatred and affection towards Gao Jian, while Gao Shang only faced pure enmity. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to treat Gao Jian so leniently during his confinement, yet curse Gao Shang. Thus, it seemed that Gao Jian was the safest. While Gao Shang and I were in greater danger, an MY proposal was accepted, and we settled in for a quiet wait for Wang Chaoqiao's arrival. As for when she would come, that depended on her mood and the speed at which she absorbed my blood. 7 days later, we had been in Gao Jian's villa for a week, and all was tranquil. In the initial days, we vigilantly observed our surroundings each night, except for Huang Maoge, who spent his evenings entertaining the medical staff, causing unexpected bursts of laughter that startled us. In the following days, we grew accustomed to it. During the day, I would draw talismans, and He Daolong would join me, teaching me some spells from Maoshan. The talismans from Maoshan differ somewhat from those of Longhushan. Most Maoshan talismans are designed to communicate with spirits, requiring the use of either yin or yang materials to exorcise demons, summon deities, or control corpses. Elemental talismans, on the other hand, primarily utilize fire talismans, with lightning talismans being seldom employed. A wider variety of materials is necessary for preparation. Conversely, Longhushan favors alchemy and harnessing the energies of heaven and earth for elemental talismans, primarily relying on pure elemental energies to manipulate wind, fire, thunder, and water, with lightning talismans being predominant. As time has progressed, the ease of travel and communication has facilitated exchanges between various sects, blending many practices together to the point where they appear similar. Although there remain deeper differences in philosophy and approach, today's kelp soup is delightful, Huang Maoge remarked, discarding his empty bowl and letting out a loud belch before reclining on the sofa. Rubbing his now round belly. At that moment, a cleaning lady entered, dressed in her uniform. This was Sister Yang, who came daily to deliver meals and collect garbage and leftovers. Typically, she would gather the remnants of dinner during breakfast delivery. But today she arrived in the dark. I approached her, asking, Sister Yang, why are you so late today? Did you forget something? Sister Yang looked at me, her eyes somewhat vacant. Tomorrow, I have matters at home, so my husband is delivering the food for me. I thought I'd come early tonight to tidy up, lest my husband, being clumsy, damages something. All right, I'll help you clean up, I said, rolling up my sleeves to assist. With nightfall upon us, it was best to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Gao Jian, seated on the sofa, cast a discontented glance at Sister Yang. Sister Yang, what's wrong at home? You know we cannot allow anyone to enter the villa at night. Sister Yang slightly bowed and replied, Young master, my granddaughter is ill, and the children are busy with work, so I must keep watch tonight. Thus, I can only have my husband bring the food in the morning. How unfortunate for her to fall ill now. When it could have been any other time, Gao Jian grumbled, waving his hand dismissively. Sister Yang offered a forced smile and continued her work in silence. Huang Maogu, with his legs crossed and a nonchalant tone, remarked, the wealthy are indeed different. They can choose when to follow. If anyone's going to die, they should give us a heads up so we can make arrangements for the morning. Gao Jian stood up, pointing at Huang Maogu, before chuckling lightly and sitting back down. My apologies. I've been a bit on edge lately due to Wang Chaoqiao's antics. Sister Yang, I misspoke. Once your granddaughter recovers, please bring the bill, and I'll reimburse you. Thank you, young master, Sister Yang replied with a bow, then discreetly inclined her head toward Huang Maogu. I assisted Sister Yang in disposing of the trash into a black bag. Sister Yang, it's all cleaned up now. You should head back. Please be careful on your way. Sister Yang ignored my words, moving somewhat stiffly towards the window. Sister Yang? Sister Yang! No! Before I could intervene, she abruptly opened the window. The talisman on the window was torn open, and a chilling night breeze rushed in. Gao Jian rose, his face contorted with rage, glaring at Sister Yang. Yang Cui, what are you doing? Sister Yang froze. Then, with terror, turned to face him, lowering her head as she stammered, Young master, I'm sorry. I thought the room smelled a bit strong after dinner, so I wanted to open the window for some fresh air. Gao Jian rushed forward, pointing at her head. What nonsense! Do you even realize what you've done? There were talismans drawn by the masters up there. Now that the talisman has been broken, you are no longer welcome here. Your family is banned from coming. Sister Yang knelt on the ground, weeping. Young master, I'm so sorry. I won't do it again. Please, don't fire me. My family is in dire straits, and I cannot afford to lose this job. I approached to comfort Sister Yang, saying, It's all right. Tomorrow, let your husband continue to deliver food. I'll handle things here, so you can go home. Sister Yang ignored me, continuing to plead with Gao Jian. Seeing this, I attempted to explain to Gao Jian that the room had been sealed for days, and I had wanted to air it out. I had planned to open the window today and redraw a better talisman. Sister Yang had unwittingly done me a small favor. Gao Jian glanced at me, then turned back to Sister Yang, his displeasure still evident. Enough crying. Take the trash and leave. Tomorrow, have your husband bring the food. This will not happen again. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master Chin, Sister Yang said gratefully, bowing as she left with the black plastic bag. That moment, Huang Maogu and He Daolong exchanged serious glances. Watching Sister Yang depart, I too found it strange. Sister Yang was usually efficient and meticulous in her work, never deviating from her tasks. Today, however, she had opened the window herself and seemed a bit distracted. Even spilling some leftover soup that I had to clean up. Was her granddaughter's predicament causing her to lose focus? Seeing everyone sitting there with grave expressions, I felt somewhat awkward, nervously clasping my hands and chuckling. Well, the air is quite fresh now. I'll go post a new talisman. I completed the warding talisman, closed the window, and affixed it. Huang Maogu pulled out a baton from behind his waist. Tonight might be a bit turbulent. He Daolong nodded in agreement. The tense atmosphere reached its peak as the clock struck midnight. An hour passed with nothing occurring, suggesting we might have been overly sensitive. Tonight was yet another peaceful night. Huang Maogu shook his head and headed to Gao Shang's room to chat with the nurses, while Gao Jin took Wen Chang and Wen Yuan back to his quarters. He Daolong and I remained in the living room. I was not fond of the smell of disinfectant. Ugh, how annoying. Laughter erupted from Gao Shang's room, and I called out, Keep it down. It's already past 1. This Huang Maogu seemed oblivious to moderation. After all, it was late, and I still wished to rest. Just then, laughter echoed in my ears once more. Oh, this Huang Maoji. As I impatiently turned my head to shout. A grotesque face suddenly loomed before me, its chinless mouth twisted into a chilling smile. Wasn't that Wang Chaoqiao? I staggered back in terror, bewildered by how she had entered without the doorbell ringing or the ghost-repelling talisman on the window reacting. Had Aunt Yang opened the window and let her in? Wang Chaoqiao extended her pallid hand toward me, and without a moment to think, I drew a ghost-repelling talisman, invoking it with urgency to expel the spirits. As per the incantation, the talisman erupted in a golden light as I directed it towards Wang Chaoqiao with my finger as if wielding a sword. To my astonishment, she did not flinch. Instead, she effortlessly grasped the talisman, shattering it into wisps of azure smoke. Cheng Daoyu, called out He Daolong, drawing forth a peachwood sword. Did I come to aid you? He lunged at Wang Chaoqiao with a thrust of his sword, while simultaneously tossing a yellow talisman that transformed into a flame in midair. Wang Chaoqiao ascended into the air to evade it, but the flames pursued her relentlessly, forcing her to dodge until they finally lost their momentum. At that moment, Huang Maogu dashed out, Unleashing two blue talismans into the air with force and speed, the blue talismans morphed into two streaks of azure light that entered his body. Wang Xiaoqiao, I've been waiting for you. Huang Maogu sprang forth, his left hand releasing several talisman-engraved stones that struck Wang Xiaoqiao directly. She emitted a wretched scream as she was hit in midair. Without granting her a moment's respite, Huang Maogu leapt high, wielding a baton to strike her down. Upon landing, he executed a powerful kick that sent her crashing into the corner, mercilessly pummeling her with the baton. After preparing for so long, was he truly attempting to take down Wang Xiaoqiao single-handedly? Wang Xiaoqiao roared, unleashing an invisible force that repelled Huang Maogu, seizing the opportunity to evade, her hands sweeping through the air, causing all the furniture to levitate. Ghostly force, control the objects, freeze, He Daolong exclaimed, brandishing a yellow talisman and launching it. The furniture that had begun to float returned to its original position, rendered immovable despite Wang Xiaoqiao's efforts to exert her strength. We had not idly waited these past few days. We had thoroughly acquainted ourselves with each other's abilities and devised strategies against Wang Xiaoqiao based on her powers. The ghostly force she wielded could be countered by He Daolong's binding talisman. By imposing a magical gravity within a certain range, unless her ghostly strength surpassed He Daolong's significantly, she could not control the objects here. Wang Xiaoqiao's eyes gleamed coldly as she realized that despite being absent for only a few days, her power had surged, and she now had allies. However, whatever she attempted would ultimately be futile. Today marked your demise. You aberration, He Daolong confronted her, brandishing his peachwood sword. There are laws in the mortal realm and order in the underworld. You have become a spirit of the underworld, so cease your interference in the mortal realm. Laws? What of your so-called justice? Has the mortal realm addressed the transgressions of the Gao family? Did you intervene? Why should I be hindered from avenging myself now? Wang Xiaoqiao laughed derisively, her voice dripping with scorn. You claim to act on behalf of heaven, yet you are merely mercenaries, doing the bidding of those who pay. Chapter 37. The loss of beloved companions. We are tasked with maintaining the balance between the realms. Matters of the mortal realm should be handled by its own judiciary, while the underworld deals with its own affairs. We only concern ourselves with disturbances that cross the boundaries. If you have grievances, take them to the underworld's court, where justice shall prevail. If both humans and spirits take it upon themselves to seek vengeance, chaos will ensue. Such hypocrisy. If I do not avenge my grievances now, will I have the chance in my next life? Wang Xiaoqiao cackled, her body radiating an aura of coldness. That I support you. Should you be reincarnated, I will take my revenge as a spirit. Huang Maogu stepped forth, standing defiantly before Wang Xiaoqiao, hurling stones at her. Wang Xiaoqiao, surrounded by an icy aura, caused the approaching stones to slow significantly as she caught one and hurled it back. Your aim is lacking, Huang Maogu taunted, observing the erratic flight of the stones. At that moment, when Chang and Wen Yuan emerged, armed with their talismans, Wen Chang wielded a ghost binding rope while Wen Yuan held a ghost revealing mirror. Gao Jian cautiously trailed behind, unable to bear looking at Wang Xiaoqiao. Gao Jian, upon spotting him, Wang Xiaoqiao became agitated. You belong to me. She charged at Gao Jian directly. Master, save me. Gao Jian, terrified, recoiled and covered his head. Wen Yuan swiftly leaped forward, using the ghost-revealing mirror to reflect light at Wang Xiaoqiao, causing her to recoil in pain and shield her face. Seizing the moment, Wen Yuan attempted to bind her with the ghost-binding rope, successfully ensnaring Wang Xiaoqiao. Wen Yuan, splendid work, I exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through me as I readied a binding talisman. Hold on, I'm coming to subdue her. If only the binding talisman could restrain Wang Xiaoqiao, we would be able to conquer her. Their teamwork was impressively synchronized. Just as I was nearing Wang Xiaoqiao, she let out a piercing scream and ascended to the ceiling. Wen Chang and Wen Yuan tugged fiercely on the ghost-binding rope, while Huang Maogu and He Daolong joined in to pull with all their might. Wang Xiaoqiao seized the ghost-binding rope, her hands burning and smoking as she spun the group around. Don't let go, He Daolong shouted with great effort, straining to maintain his grip on the rope. Meanwhile, I found myself unable to get close, forced to wait for Wang Xiaoqiao to exhaust her strength. Chen Fan, launch her, Huang Maogu called, tossing me a set of flying needles. I snatched the needles from the ground and rushed forward. Wang Xiaoqiao screamed in fury, spinning even faster. I steadied myself, preparing to launch the needles at Wang Xiaoqiao. If you do not cease, I will strike you down. Though Wang Qiaoqiao spun like a top, she was surrounded by allies, and while I could manage a wooden target, this was different. Anxiety consumed me as I felt like an ant on a hot stove. Beads of sweat trickling down. I hesitated, unable to make my move. Friend, quick, launch. We're not losing our strength. He Daolong's voice was notably weakened. If I did not act soon, we would surely be tossed aside. Give it to me. Gao Jian rushed forward, snatching a flying needle from my hand. Die. He hurled it directly, but the needle lacked the necessary height, flying straight towards our spinning allies. Ouch! Qin Fan, are you blind? Huang Mao Gu yelped in pain as the needle pierced his backside. Blood oozing forth. He was not wearing protective gear today. Gao Jian immediately dove behind the sofa to shield himself. I grabbed the flying needles and fired 2 shots directly at Wang Qiaoqiao's face, drawing forth 2 streams of black blood. She screamed in agony as everyone was thrown backward, landing in disarray. Wen Chang was unfortunate, colliding with the corner of a table and unable to rise from the pain. Wang Qiaoqiao's fingers elongated, reaching toward Wen Chang, intent on inflicting harm. I dashed forward, but the distance was too great. Wen Yuan surged ahead of me, using the ghost-revealing mirror to shine light on Wang Qiaoqiao, causing her to emit white smoke. Despite the agony, Wang Qiaoqiao managed to tear apart the ghost-revealing mirror, her claws ripping into Wen Yuan's chest, blood gushing forth. Invoke the talisman. Expel the spirits, as per the incantation. I cast the ghost-repelling talisman at Wang Qiaoqiao, enveloping her in a cloud of white smoke. She yanked the 2 needles from her face and hurled them directly at Wen Chang. Wang Qiaoqiao, stop this at once. I shouted, my voice filled with an overwhelming dread, for I knew that Wen Chang was a living being. That if those icy, sharp needles struck him, his life would surely be forfeit. My heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, fervently praying for a miracle. Monster, do not harm my disciple. A peachwood sword flew forth, severing Wang Qiaoqiao's legs. He Daolong's sword to in an instant. She was diminished, the needles narrowly missing Wen Chang's face, yet one still pierced through his left calf, pinning him to the floor. My leg. Wen Chang wailed in agony. I rushed to his side, invoking the talisman. Merging the blue talisman into my hands, with a resounding impact, I delivered a powerful punch to Wang Qiaoqiao's head, sending her flying. Ka. A chilling laughter echoed as Wang Qiaoqiao rose slowly from the ground. Her grotesque face twisted into a sinister grin, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The only eye remaining glinted with mockery as she fixed her gaze upon us and contemptuously remarked, "Is this truly all you are capable of? Soon, it will be just one decrepit old man and a delectable morsel left." Furious, I realized that we had lost 3 beloved comrades in an instant. Huang Maogu had been pierced, and both Wen Chang and Wen Yuan were gravely injured. Only I and He Daolong remained relatively unharmed. Yet, I could not allow our morale to falter. You are not faring much better. With your legs gone, you still have a chance to turn back before it is too late. Surrender now. I stood before He Daolong, discreetly signaling him. He Daolong understood and threw a fire talisman. A massive fireball engulfing Wang Qiaoqiao's severed legs. Qin Fan, I owe you my gratitude, Wang Qiaoqiao cackled, her gaze regarding us as if we were mere ants. You stand no chance. The heavens are unjust. And I will take matters into my own hands. 2 blood orbs appeared beside Wang Qiaoqiao. My own essence. How unexpected that she had not fully refined my blood and kept part of it as sustenance. Wang Qiaoqiao consumed one of the blood orbs, her body emanating an icy aura as her severed legs began to visibly regenerate. He Daolong looked on in astonishment. What is this? He Daolong. There is no time for explanations. We will discuss it later. Now, we must subdue her before she fully recovers, I shouted, clutching the ghost-repelling talisman as I charged forward at He Daolong. Upon hearing this, also seized his peachwood sword and advanced, determined to capture Wang Qiaoqiao before she regained her strength. You are courting death. With a swift motion of her hand, Wang Qiaoqiao sent various utensils flying out of the kitchen, hurtling directly towards us. What will you use to defeat me? She taunted. Infuriating, I executed a roll and ducked behind the sofa. I noticed Gao Jian's face turn as pale as a sheet, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he frantically waved his hands, shouting hoarsely, "Don't come any closer." His voice was sharp and piercing, as if fearing that I might draw the utensils towards myself. Why would I come over? Where do you think I'm going? Do you believe I am a martial arts master who can perform a grand displacement and catch all the utensils? Ignoring Gao Jian, I simply hid beside him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of utensils crashing onto the sofa echoed on the other side. Daoist, he was handling the situation with remarkable ease. Moving fluidly, he employed the 7-star footwork, his figure graceful and agile. Wielding the peachwood sword as if it were an extension of his own arm, the utensils aimed at him flew like meteors, barely grazing the edges of his garments, while some were deftly caught by his sword. Witnessing this scene, a legendary martial art flashed through my mind. Tai Chi indeed. It appeared gentle and calm on the surface, seemingly devoid of lethality, yet it harbored boundless hidden power and profound inner strength. Daoist, he, using softness to overcome hardness, was capable of achieving great feats with minimal effort. The utensils circling around the peachwood sword eventually recoiled, aimed at Wang Xiaoqiao, deflecting her attack while simultaneously countering it. His elegant and composed demeanor was utterly captivating. This advanced technique from Longhu Mountain allowed him to inflict damage on malevolent entities with his magical prowess. The fierce onslaughts surged towards Wang Xiaoqiao, who hastily sidestepped, but ultimately was a moment too late, sustaining several successive strikes. Surprisingly, these seemingly vicious attacks did not inflict significant bodily harm on her. This was not due to Daoist He's lack of skill, but rather Wang Xiaoqiao's extraordinary defensive capabilities and resilience. Her combat techniques were, to be frank, quite lacking, easily described as awkward and unrefined, seemingly inferior to my own. Yet, her robust defense and substantial vitality rendered her nearly impervious to defeat. Any injury sustained was quickly remedied with health potions. It was infuriating. What an impressive old Daoist. I underestimated your abilities. Wang Xiaoqiao's eyes blazed with fury, radiating an intimidating aura. With a fierce shout, she extended her razor-sharp claws, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she lunged at Daoist He. Humph, Demonis, today I shall capture you. In the face of Wang Xiaoqiao's aggressive advance, Daoist He did not retreat, but charged forward. Pushing off with his back leg, chanting incantations, instantly, a faint yellow aura enveloped him as he swung his peachwood sword. A surge of sword energy erupted forth. My goodness, I've really made progress. I am witnessing sword energy in reality today. Upon seeing this, Wang Xiaoqiao ascended in fright, but Daoist He offered no respite. With an upward thrust of his sword, the energy followed suit, demonstrating its remote control capabilities. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Wang Xiaoqiao plummeted from the sky like a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the cold, hard ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Her body appeared nearly broken in half. A sight too gruesome to behold. Even more horrifying, copious amounts of thick, inky black blood gushed forth from her wounds, staining the surrounding area and creating a shocking tableau of carnage. Wang Xiaoqiao tore apart her lower half, and, in a frenzy, surged towards Daoist He, her claws raining down like a torrential storm. Daoist He evaded, beads of sweat the size of peas falling to the ground. The previous sword energy had evidently drained him significantly. Now, facing Wang Xiaoqiao's incisive attacks, he began to show signs of fatigue. The longer this battle dragged on, the more strenuous it became. Daoist He, being advanced in years, had no physical advantage to rely upon. Chun, go assist, Gao Jian urged me anxiously. Sensing the dire situation that I was already aware without his prompting, that I drew forth the peachwood sword gifted to me by my master, its short length resembling a mere toy. Chun, does that tiny sword of yours really work? Gao Jian questioned, his eyes filled with skepticism and concern. Humph, what do you know? I retorted. True masters have always concealed themselves amongst the mundane, just as this extraordinarily sharp sword light often lies hidden within an unremarkable short blade. With that, I did not hesitate to slice my fingertip, crimson blood flowing forth. I gently touched the bloodied tip to the peachwood sword, slowly inscribing the character for kill. Simultaneously, I began to chant, Heaven and earth, nature, disperse the foul qi in the depths of the void, illuminate the great origin, gods of the 8 directions, empower my essence, spirit treasure talisman, proclaim to the heavens, slay demons, eradicate evil, converge into one sword, urgent as the law commands. As each incantation was recited, the air around us seemed to thicken, an invisible pressure coalescing upon the peachwood sword. The once ordinary and diminutive sword now emanated a soft glow. With a command, The light emitted from the sword became blinding, ultimately transforming into a blue energy sword enveloping the peachwood blade. Wow! Incredible! Gao Jian exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement at the sight of the glowing sword. I too shared his astonishment, as it was my first time wielding such power. I felt an invisible connection between myself and the peachwood sword, my magical energy flowing into it in a continuous stream. It appeared that both the duration and potency were linked to my own vitality. Without further ado, Daoist He, I will assist you, I shouted, leaping into the fray, thrusting my sword at Wang Xiaoqiao. She reached out to block. But as our blades met, the blue edge tore through her ghostly form. Startled, she staggered back a few steps, her eyes filled with wariness as she regarded me. Who? Daoist He took a deep breath. Slowly exhaling, he closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing rhythm. After a moment, he opened his eyes, now clearer and steadier. His gaze fell upon the peachwood sword in my hand, astonishment evident in his expression. Chun, good artifact, let us strike together. With that, Daoist He charged forward, sword in hand. I followed closely in his wake, both of us advancing upon Wang Xiaoqiao. Chapter 38. The Last Blood Pearl. This was my first experience in a team battle. Although it slightly alleviated the pressure on Daoist He, it did not improve the situation much. Several times my attacks nearly struck Daoist He instead, his robes not torn by Wang Xiaoqiao but rather by my own sword. Chin, do not be overly concerned for me. Focus on dealing with Wang Xiaoqiao. Hesitating will only lead to errors, Daoist He advised, deflecting one of my misdirected strikes before creating some distance to counter Wang Xiaoqiao's onslaught. Allowing me greater flexibility in my attacks, I will support you from the side. Truly, he was an experienced veteran. Had it not been for his fatigue, he need not have lowered himself to assist me. The peachwood sword shimmered with a brilliant blue light, its blade razor-sharp, seemingly capable of severing anything in this world. Its length was comparable to that of an ordinary peachwood sword, fitting comfortably in my grip as if it were an extension of my body. Though I had never formally studied swordsmanship, I recalled my childhood days of picking up sticks and proclaiming myself a martial hero, undefeated in the neighborhood. Now, with Daoist He's support, I stood undaunted against Wang Xiaoqiao's fierce attacks, engaging in a thrilling clash. In a flurry of flashing sword light and shifting figures, I managed to gain the upper hand. Several small wounds appeared on Wang Xiaoqiao's body from the blue blade. Chin Fan, Wang Xiaoqiao glared at me with a monstrous intensity, as if she intended to devour me. She retreated a few steps and, with a wave of her ghostly claws, sent utensils flying directly at me. The speed was like lightning, leaving me no time to evade, and I had no choice but to shield my face with my hands. Swish, 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 accompanied by the rapid, dense sounds, my body was instantly struck in multiple places by powerful impacts. The force surged like a tempest, causing me to tremble. Despite the ferocity of the attacks, none penetrated my clothing. Fortunately, I had been wearing the security uniform during this time. I didn't want to be like that blonde guy, changing outfits just to impress the medical staff. Each collision merely brought a sensation of impact and mild discomfort. While somewhat unpleasant, it was far from sufficient to inflict any significant harm upon me. From the remaining eye of Wang Xiaoqiao, I could clearly see her astonishment. I should have been riddled with holes. Yet I emerged unscathed, even my clothing intact. What kind of artifact is this? I smirked, reveling in her surprise. This is not an artifact. It is technology. I produced a flying needle, snapping my arm like a whip, sending the needle hurtling towards Wang Xiaoqiao with astonishing speed. Flying projectiles are not exclusive to you. The needle pierced into Wang Xiaoqiao's body, an immediate wave of pain engulfing her, eliciting a tortured scream. Ah! This Wang Xiaoqiao truly epitomized a vengeful spirit. The more it hurt her, the fiercer her retaliation became, as she lunged at me, grasping my neck and lifting me off the ground, her mouth wide open, ready to bite into my throat. Demonis, do not dare to be insolent. Upon witnessing the scene, He Daolang was taken aback, his countenance transformed in shock, as he immediately soared forth with a peachwood sword aimed directly at Wang Xiaoqiao's singular eye. In a desperate bid to defend against He Daolang's onslaught, Wang Xiaoqiao carelessly hurled me away. Oh dear! At such a precarious distance, should I fall, I would surely be left battered and lifeless. Perhaps I would even be rendered crippled. Alas, all hope would be lost. Bang! The excruciating pain I had envisioned failed to materialize. Instead, I found myself colliding with something soft before tumbling onto the ground, rolling twice, before I could fully comprehend the situation. I heard Huang Maoji's anguished cry, "Ouch, my backside." I scrambled to my feet, calling out excitedly to him, "Huang Maoge." Once again, it was my brother who came to my rescue in this critical moment. And tears of gratitude streamed down my face. "Brother, brother, my foot. My butt hurts," he grumbled, having just regained his composure, clutching his rear in agony, his fingers contorting painfully as he dared not touch the wound. Embarrassed, I scratched my head and let out a silly chuckle, thinking, still, brother is good to me. Without you, I would be crippled. At that moment, Wang Xiaoqiao was locked in combat with He Daolang, deprived of his peachwood sword. He Daolang could only defend himself with his bare hands. Though he managed to fend off the attacks, he was powerless against Wang Kaiok. This defensive talisman, akin to a ghost-repelling charm or a peace amulet, becomes effective once it is inscribed and infused with magical energy, merely requiring to be worn or hung to maintain its effects, thus rendering it semi-permanent. However, the offensive talismans necessitate a fresh infusion of magical power at the time of use, making it impossible for an ordinary person to wield them independently. Gao Jian mistakenly believed that my intervention was to shield Wang Xiaoqiao from harm. Disregarding my words entirely, his movements grew increasingly frantic as he sprang into action, as if resolved to pursue a particular course. No. Gao Jian had just affixed the talisman to Wang Xiaoqiao's forehead when it proved utterly ineffective, leading to her seizing him by the throat. At that moment, Wang Xiaoqiao's gaze was imbued with an unfathomable hatred, as if she were about to unleash a torrent of fire, her eyes fixed fiercely upon the hand that held Gao Jian. Her voice resonated with the chilling echoes of the underworld, every word squeezed out like a bitter truth, laced with an icy rage that sent shivers down one's spine. "That I will drag you to hell with me." Wang Xiaoqiao's eyes widened in fury, her already grotesque visage twisting into something even more horrifying. That a flash of malevolence flickered within her gaze. Her supple tongue shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Gao Jian's forehead. Should it pierce, not even the mightiest deity could save him. The suddenness of her attack left no room for hesitation or intervention. Even if we wished to save him, it would be too late. Upon witnessing this, Gao Jian screamed in terror, drenched in cold sweat, his pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears. Had he known the consequences, he might have chosen differently. The situation had become a consequence of his own actions. Just as her tongue was about to penetrate his forehead, Gao Jian shut his eyes and summoned every ounce of strength to declare, "Xiaoqiao, I love you." This proclamation stunned everyone present, including Wang Xiaoqiao herself. Strangely, she halted her advance. Chapter 40. The choice love me? Huh. A bitter smile graced Wang Xiaoqiao's lips as she gazed at Gao Jian, her eyes filled with despair and self-mockery. "Gao Jian, how could you utter such words? Do you truly believe them?" She shook her head slightly, tears welling in her eyes. "That if you truly loved me, why did you deceive me time and again? Each time I placed my trust in you wholeheartedly, you repaid me with disappointment, revealing the essence of true despair. And in my moments of need, when I stood upon the rooftop, it was you who repeatedly hung up the phone, pushing me closer to the edge. Where were you then? Speak." As she spoke, her emotions intensified, her voice trembling. In matters of the heart, when one is indifferent to another, they remain emotionless. Yet, when emotions arise, whether positive or negative, it signifies that one cares deeply. At that moment, Wang Xiaoqiao's emotional upheaval in response to Gao Jian's declaration of love confirmed my suspicion. Her feelings for him were a tumultuous blend of resentment and unfulfilled desire. As they quarreled, we seized the opportunity to regain some strength, casually observing, intrigued by how Gao Jian had suddenly returned from a seemingly stable university life and re-established contact with Wang Xiaoqiao. "Xiaoqiao, I must confess, I have been rather fickle, but throughout all these years, the only woman who has truly captured my heart is you. I speak nothing but sincerity, if even a single word is false. May I be struck down by lightning. Otherwise, why would I forsake my university life to return to you?" However, what I never anticipated was my father's staunch opposition to our relationship. He believed I should pursue those who could offer me advantages, rather than an ordinary woman. Thus, he forcibly confined me at home, restricting my freedom. Each time I wished to see you, I had to sneak out. On the day you nearly took your own life, my phone was confiscated. It was not I who hung up. Had I known then that you contemplated such drastic measures, I would have risked everything to save you, even if it meant breaking my own legs. As Wang Xiaoqiao slowly released her grip on his throat, Gao Jian seized the moment to plead desperately for his innocence. "Let us confront this matter directly." Wang Qiaoqiao's lips curled into a faint smile. Yet her eyes gleamed with a chilling resentment. In that instant, an ear-piercing scream erupted from the room where Gao Shang was located. A ghost. The anguished cry emanated from the medical staff within. Moments later, the door burst open, and 3 medical personnel rushed out, pale as ghosts, their heads bowed as they screamed in terror, stumbling towards the direction of the yellow-haired man, seemingly having witnessed something utterly horrifying. Why do these women always rush towards the yellow-haired man? A rustling sound approached, and a wheelchair emerged into view. Gao Shang, bound in bandages, sat in the wheelchair, flailing his limbs wildly, clearly terror-stricken. His movements were stiff and awkward, like a marionette being manipulated. Through the gaps in the bandages, his eyes revealed an abyss of fear. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Wang Qiaoqiao's severed lower body was propelling the wheelchair forward in a grotesque manner, each step exuding an inexplicable aura of dread. Wang Qiaoqiao ethereally rejoined with her dismembered, "I am accused of being a loathsome harlot, seducing men indiscriminately, and scheming to deceive with an illegitimate child to seize wealth. I was brutally beaten until my mouth bled, denied a final meeting with Gao Jian, and ultimately forced to ingest abortifacients in a frenzy of madness." At this point, Wang Qiaoqiao's eyes brimmed with boundless resentment, a venomous glare akin to an unfathomable black hole that sent shivers down one's spine. Gao Shang nodded in despair. Oh, how he wailed in anguish, his heart-rending cries echoing through the air. Another finger was ruthlessly severed. Remarkably, Wang Qiaoqiao was pregnant, carrying Gao Jian's child. In the end, she was misunderstood and beaten by her own lover's father, forced to take abortifacients. It is no wonder that Wang Qiaoqiao's diary was filled with blood and tears, ultimately descending into chaotic scrawls when she could no longer write. Yet, why was Gao Shang so resolute in believing that the child in Wang Qiaoqiao's womb was not Gao Jian's? It made no sense. Subsequently, even after Wang Qiaoqiao ceased her pursuit of Gao Jian, she was subjected to various humiliations and bullying at a regular school. One incident resulted in the loss of a finger. All these vile acts were orchestrated by Gao Shang. Even if the child was not of his bloodline, was such brutality truly necessary? Surely, it would suffice to sever ties without resorting to such extreme measures. Gao Shang's eyes were filled with inexhaustible pain and despair. Yet amidst this anguish and hopelessness lay an indescribable incredulity, as if he had heard something unfathomable. Looking at his hands was a sight of horror. His fingers had been completely ripped away, revealing a gruesome tapestry of exposed bone and mangled flesh, a nightmarish tableau. Blood flowed incessantly from these wounds, swiftly pooling into alarming patches upon the ground. Wang Qiaoqiao tenderly caressed her hollow abdomen, reminiscent of a mother cradling the angel destined to grace the earth. My child, your life shall not be extinguished. Even if beaten, even if drugged, you have survived. As long as you are well, I will endure any insult or harm inflicted upon me. You are my everything. Yet, you dare to capture me and transform my child into a vessel for your misfortune. Ha! Gao Shang, how ruthless your heart is. That is your grandchild. You subject me to continuous humiliation, forcing my child to bear the burden of another's misfortune. In that moment, Wang Qiaoqiao resembled a wounded beast, her grip tightening on Gao Shang's shoulder, piercing deeply into his flesh. The vessel, a sinister practice of transferring one's misfortune into the womb of a pregnant woman, was thought to be mere folklore until I discovered its horrifying reality, the victim being one's own grandchild. Upon hearing the term vessel, Gao Shang appeared to lose his sanity, wildly nodding as if trying to snap his own neck in the process. His gaze fixated on Wang Qiaoqiao, filled with a strange expectation, as if beseeching her to hasten the end of her own life, to put an end to this torment. I wish to see if your heart is truly made of flesh. Die. Wang Qiaoqiao's claw pierced through Gao Shang's chest, extracting a still-beating heart, which she crushed with a slight exertion of her hand. Gao Shang looked at Wang Qiaoqiao, his eyes filled with pain and regret, as she flung him before Gao Jian. Gao Jian, terrified, stumbled backward and collapsed, trembling on the ground, while Gao Shang remained with unblinking eyes. Unable to rest in death, I secretly began to channel the forces of righteousness and evil, of life and death. With Gao Shang dead, it was likely that the next target would be those on our side, rather than Gao Jian. I had to take a chance. I was the only remaining combatant in this dire situation. While Huang Mao had 3 terrified nurses who had fainted, Qiao, I truly did not know. All these matters, and the existence of our child, were kept from me. What pains me most is that this unfortunate child has been turned into a vessel for misfortune by my despicable father. Xiao Qiao, I am so sorry. It is all my fault for failing to protect you, for causing harm to you and our child. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Gao Jian, tears streaming down his face, was consumed by endless regret and sorrow. He fell heavily to his knees, then began to strike his own cheeks with furious intensity, each blow echoing loudly. Jian, after I was violated, I felt utterly hopeless and tainted. And so was our child. I dared not confide in anyone, with no support, lacking the courage to live on. You were my only hope. I desperately tried to reach you from the rooftop, but you refused to answer. Eventually turning off your phone. At this moment, Wang Xiaoqiao transformed into the delicate student she once was, clad in the white dress she wore on her first date with Gao Jian. Xiaoqiao, that day my father seized my phone. Had I known, I would have fought to protect you, even unto death. Will you ever forgive me? Gao Jian, filled with remorse, rushed forward and embraced Wang Xiaoqiao tightly. I forgive you. Wang Xiaoqiao, expressionless, held Gao Jian as her radiant aura intensified. Observing Gao Jian's feigned innocence made me feel nauseous. Despite my reluctance, Wang Xiaoqiao, in her infatuation, believed him. Yet, witnessing her calm demeanor, I dared not provoke her further, for I was no match for her. If I could soothe Wang Xiaoqiao, there might still be a chance for atonement, allowing her to give birth to a blessed child. Ultimately, I would find a way for Huang Mao to deal with Gao Jian. The affairs of the living are managed by the living. As a Taoist, I can mediate between the realms but cannot intervene indiscriminately, whereas Huang Mao was not bound by such constraints. Gao Jian, let us bind ourselves in a union of the underworld and continue our fated connection. A faint smile graced Wang Xiaoqiao's sorrowful face. Very well, let us bind ourselves in the mud. Gao Jian's smile suddenly twisted into a grimace. Chapter 42. The truth. Gao Jian forcefully pushed Wang Xiaoqiao aside, retrieving a golden statue of Buddha from his clothing, its radiance more blinding than that seen during his previous incarceration. With a single palm, he thrust the statue against Wang Xiaoqiao's forehead, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as she was sent flying. Collapsing to the ground, unable to move, her forehead marred by a horrific wound, Gao Jian had cunningly retained a hidden advantage. This blow began to shatter Wang Xiaoqiao's soul, the tether binding me to the living world. Devoid of supernatural support, loosened. Ha! A cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted, as Gao Jian, resembling a madman, cackled uncontrollably, his face contorted with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes gleaming with a terrifying insanity. Wang Xiaoqiao, you are still so easily deceived. Everything I say you believe. As he laughed, Gao Jian's gaze bore down on the disheveled Wang Xiaoqiao, filled with mockery and disdain. Why? Why did you continue to deceive me until the very end? I offered you a chance. Wang Xiaoqiao, tears streaming down her face, gazed painfully at Gao Jian. A chance. Do I need your pity? You are nothing but a plaything I have grown weary of. I no longer require you, yet you persist in crawling back. Is that not shameful? Gao Jian sneered, picking up a peachwood sword from the ground and advancing toward Wang Xiaoqiao, intending to shatter her very soul. I lunged forward, arms outstretched, blocking his path. Gao Jian, listen to me. Wang Xiaoqiao's spirit is already shattered. She poses no threat to you any longer. Do not provoke her further. Let us guide her to peace and redemption. My voice trembled with urgency, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. In this moment, Gao Jian was unhinged, and I lacked the confidence to stop him. I began to channel my magical energy, the peachwood sword glowing with a blue light. Though the blade formed from ordinary incantations bore no harm to a person, it was effective against a magical weapon like the peachwood sword. Wang Xiaoqiao was indeed detestable, yet she was also pitiable. If I could guide her to atonement, I still held hope for that path. Chen Fan, stop pretending to be a saint. Who do you think you can defeat? I initially thought you might be of some use, but you have proven to be more of a hindrance than help. Do not blame me for being ruthless if you do not step aside. Gao Jian's words had barely left his lips when he swung the peachwood sword toward me. At that moment, Gao Jian had shed his disguise. Bang! Bang! I clashed with his sword, but after only a few exchanges, I began to falter, although my sword's blue blade managed to nick Gao Jian's weapon. It yielded no substantial results, and I was met with several kicks. What capabilities do you possess? You think learning a few Taoist arts makes you formidable? Have you decided to become a saint and save the masses? Do you have any idea how much I spend each year on various skills? Can you fathom the chasm between us? Gao Jian roared in fury as he relentlessly struck at me. forcing me to defend with all my might. Whoosh, whoosh, a few stones flew through the air like meteors, striking Gao Jian. If you wish to live, remain obedient. Huang Mao's cold gaze fixed upon Gao Jian, his hand brushing against his side. The stones had been thrown by Huang Mao to rescue me. Gao Jian quickly regained his footing, blood trickling from several wounds. Yet he felt no pain, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Huang Mao. Damn you, Huang Mao. Have you forgotten about me? Gao Jian pulled out his phone and pressed a button. Outside the luxurious villa, a deafening roar of engines suddenly erupted, shattering the tranquility of the neighborhood. This was followed by the screeching sound of tires skidding against the pavement. In the next moment, a throng of black-clad bodyguards surged forward, wielding electric batons, while several others aimed crossbows at Huang Mao. I was seized by several bodyguards and dragged away, an electric baton pressed against my neck. Who would have thought that Gao Jian had not only prepared for Wang Chaoqiao but also for us? Truly a cunning villain. Ha ha ha. You think you're so tough, Huang Mao. What use is it to be capable? In this world, power and wealth reign supreme. It is all about money. Gao Jian swaggered up to Huang Mao Go, slapping his face while madly proclaiming his superiority. Under the watchful eye of a crossbow, Huang Mao Go could only glare at Gao Jian with an expression of sheer terror, which only served to amplify Gao Jian's delight in being the object of his disdain. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the entire villa. Wang Chaoqiao, do you know why I have returned? It's not because of any affection or longing for you. What nonsense, you, the woman I've grown tired of. Were only momentarily intriguing due to your initial innocence. Thereafter, you became utterly worthless. The alluring senior at university, the demure junior. Who among them is not more captivating than you? Unfortunately, I overstepped my bounds and charmed a few juniors, and they had the audacity to threaten me. Thus, I have returned to lay low while my useless father handles the mess. That ineffectual old man insisted I keep a low profile for a while and even cut off my finances. With no money, I have been forced to pick up my discarded toys once more. Gao Jian spoke with an air of regret, showing no sign of fault on his part, and instead blaming his father for curtailing his pleasures. Scoundrel, I seethed through gritted teeth. In an instant, Gao Jian charged at me, driving his knee into my abdomen. The force of the impact sent my insides churning, and I expelled a mouthful of bile. Gao Jian seized my hair, lifting me as if I were an insignificant insect. Oh, righteous one, at this point still feigning virtue, do you know what awaits you all in this villa? A great fire. And the sole survivor will be none other than me. Gao Jian, the temporary worker at the funeral home, will perish in the flames. I am far too merciful. You are committing a crime. I bellowed hoarsely, my chest heaving with rage as flames of fury blazed within me. The dead cannot speak. Oh wait, there is one who still does. Gao Jian strolled toward Wang Chaoqiao, taunting, you filthy creature. I offered you abortion pills, yet you refused them and ended up pregnant. I initially intended for my worthless father to pay for the termination, but to my astonishment, he was thrilled and eagerly anticipated a grandchild. Bah, I have not yet had my fill of fun. Do not think to bind me with women and children. Gao Jian squatted before Wang Chaoqiao, his face contorted with disdain, as though he were examining leftovers from days past. Gao Jian, may you meet a wretched end. Wang Chaoqiao cursed him with deep-seated hatred. May I meet a wretched end? Ha! Look at the current situation, Gao Jian retorted, rising to survey the scene with a smirk. A gaggle of the weak and infirm. Who among you can harm me? Your lives rest in my hands. As for my demise, not a chance. It is you who will perish. I shall nail your corpses to the toilet, ensuring that even as ghosts, you will never rise again. There shall be no next Wang Chaoqiao. Ha ha ha. Gao Jian brandished a peachwood sword, exuding arrogance. Gao Jian, was it your idea to give me the abortion pills? Wang Chaoqiao glared at the deranged Gao Jian with fierce intensity. Yes, indeed, it was I. You speak of my worthless father, once so decisive in the underworld. I once admired him. Yet when I deceived him into believing the child in your womb belonged to another, seeking to claim his wealth, he merely slapped you away, sending you on your way. How laughable. Alas, the old man is of no use anymore. Gao Jian stepped on the corpse of Gao Shang. To be honest, the bullying at school, the threatening texts, all were orchestrated by me. But why won't your wretched spawn perish? I exhausted my last savings for this. Yet here we are. If you give birth, with DNA tested, my good days will be over. In my moment of despair, I stumbled upon an article about a fortune-changing bead that I contacted the local underworld's leader and sold you to them. Wang Chaoqiao, in the end, you will earn me some money. You are far more valuable than those women who only squander my funds. Now, If I can just beat you into a state of despair, it will be perfect. Gao Jian licked his lips in excitement as he approached Wang Qiao. Watching the scoundrel, my heart blazed with fury. How could someone treat their own child in such a manner? No wonder Gao Shang went mad at the mere mention of the fortune-changing bead. It was not due to unbearable pain, but rather the anguish of realizing that his own son had reduced his grandchild to a mere object. In a bid to protect his son, he took all the blame upon himself, even as his child proved to be ruthless. Despite being involved in the underworld, a tiger does not consume its own cub. Yet his own son, unbeknownst to him, had used his grandchild as a pawn to be toyed with, turning misfortune into fortune. The spiritual torment was truly despairing for Gao Shang. He no longer wished to live. The look in his eyes when he beheld Wang Qiao suggested that for this man, who had roamed the underworld for decades, being killed by Wang Qiao would be a form of liberation. Ha ha ha. Gao Jian, I harbor a million desires to end your life, yet I am still fixated on you. I have awaited the moment you confess, the moment you cast me into hell. That instant, my final affection for you will transform into hatred, and I shall indulge in your flesh, drink your blood, and torment your soul. Wang Qiao raised her head, an eerie smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. The very atmosphere grew cold around us, startled by her sudden shift in demeanor. Gao Jian took a few steps back, panting in trepidation, only to viciously retort, Wang Qiao, even at death's door, you dare frighten me and torment me, I shall be the one to torment you. With that, Gao Jian charged forward, brandishing the peachwood sword. Ha ha ha, Gao Jian. Wang Qiao's laughter was filled with despair, each word forced through clenched teeth. A crimson aura erupted around her, her once white attire transforming into a vivid red at a staggering pace. The severely weakened He Dao Zhang observed in disbelief, muttering, the red-clad vengeful spirit. I was struck by fear at his words. The red-clad vengeful spirit does not merely require red clothing for its death, but a profound sense of resentment as well. Wang Qiao had initially donned white garments. Wait, blood. Her attire was nearly saturated with her blood. This met the criteria for becoming a red-clad vengeful spirit. Yet, until now, Wang Qiao had remained in white. It seemed that she had harbored a glimmer of hope in her heart. But now, as Gao Jian extinguished her last flicker of hope, her true form emerged. Many would perish today. Huang Maoge suddenly approached me. His demeanor transformed into something fierce. Wang Qiao had known the truth all along. She was luring Gao Jian into uttering the words that would lead him to experience the depths of despair. I was perplexed as to how Huang Maoge had arrived beside me, especially as our bodyguards lay unconscious, their jaws bearing signs of severe blows. Was this the doing of Huang Maoge? As I shook off my astonishment, he instructed, do not stray more than 5 meters from me. To hell with you. Gao Jian, sensing the change in Wang Qiao, rushed forward, eager to deliver a fatal blow. Die. Wang Qiao extended a bloodied hand, grasping Gao Jian's throat. He swung the peachwood sword with all his might, but it shattered upon contact with her crimson attire. How fearsome is the red-clad vengeful spirit! Merely changing color rendered the peachwood sword as fragile as paper. I wondered if my own peachwood sword would meet the same fate. Truth be told, I had no desire to save Gao Jian. Such a scoundrel deserved his fate. Yet now that Wang Qiao had become a red-clad vengeful spirit, she was beyond the cycle of reincarnation. Each life she took would amplify her strength. And the intoxicating thrill of such power often transforms vengeful spirits into bloodthirsty killers, wreaking havoc upon the living. As a Taoist, I had to intervene, but I felt powerless. I could not contend with her in her white form, and in her red form, my head would be of no use. I had to devise a way to escape with this group. You abomination, you have transcended reincarnation. I, a Taoist, shall not let you go, even if it means our mutual demise. He Dao Zhang, pale from blood loss, stood resolute, pulling out the steel rod lodged in his foot. Trembling but determined, that he began to chant incantations, a brilliant yellow light emanating from him, signaling a formidable spell. Leave. Wang Qiao's expression hardened as she waved her hand, sending He Dao Zhang flying, crashing heavily to the ground, where he spat blood and lay sprawled. What ferocity! I was left in stunned silence. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Jian produced a Buddha statue to strike Wang Qiao. But it erupted in an explosion, causing her to stagger back a few steps, her face void of emotion as she regarded Gao Jian. You cannot kill me. No one can kill me. Gao Jian collapsed to the ground. Madness etched across his face. He retrieved an evil idol from his bag, exclaiming, Ha! I shall not die. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he plunged the shards of the peachwood sword into his own hands. blood spurting forth and pooling around the idol, which erupted in malevolence, forming an invisible shield around him. Wang Qiaoqiao lunged forward, striking with all her might, causing the very space around us to tremble. Ha ha ha. Try to kill me, Wang Qiaoqiao. The shield only allows those of the same bloodline to enter. You shall never succeed in killing me. If I can just hold out until dawn, I will flee to America, to Hong Kong and Taiwan. I shall summon numerous masters to capture you, and I will end your life, Gao Jin boasted triumphantly, gazing at the immovable shield that Wang Qiaoqiao battered against the barrier. Gao Jin's vitality waned slightly, but it appeared he could endure until dawn. I contemplated how to extricate myself from this predicament. Wang Qiaoqiao suddenly turned her gaze toward me. Oh no, does she intend to consume my enhanced ghostly power? I implored the brilliant minds among us to refrain from thinking too quickly. Huang Maoguo and I braced ourselves for a confrontation, my powers fully unleashed, the peachwood sword radiating a brilliant blue light. While Huang Maoguo sensed an unfamiliar chilling aura, evoking a sense of strength that rivaled Wang Qiaoqiao's. Wang Qiaoqiao regarded us with a vigilant demeanor, and to my astonishment, she burst into laughter. Rest assured, it is not your turn yet. Just remain obedient, and in due time, I shall grant you a swift end. Gao Jian, those who once humiliated me, along with all the scoundrels of the world, shall not be spared. Chapter 44. The ghost child. Wang Qiaoqiao turned her head, disregarding us, and leisurely approached the protective barrier surrounding Gao Jian, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at the frenzied Gao Jian. You say this barrier only allows entry to those of your bloodline. Ha. Child, your father misses you, she murmured tenderly to the air beside her. Daddy, I want a hug. A sharp, eerie laughter echoed through the darkness. That voice was so familiar. It was the same sound I had heard in the gym of the funeral home. It was no mere hallucination. Could this be Wang Qiaoqiao's child, from the depths of the endless darkness? A grotesquely distorted figure with an oversized head staggered forth. This large-headed child appeared not fully formed, resembling a fetus of merely 7 months gestation. Its colossal head starkly contrasted with its frail, diminutive body. The massive cranium occupied nearly half of its entire form, veins and arteries prominently visible across its surface. With each step, the child swayed precariously, as though it might topple at any moment. Disgustingly, transparent mucus continuously dripped from its body. The gaze of Master, he was filled with excitement and satisfaction as he looked at me. Good. Today, my apprentice and I shall join forces with you, my fellow Taoist, to battle these monstrous beings to the bitter end. At this moment, I was not merely employing an ordinary technique. Instead, I was harnessing the profound forces of heaven and earth, righteousness and evil, humanity and spirit, yin and yang. The peachwood sword was no longer encased in a blue blade, but rather shrouded in a dazzling purple one, exuding a subtle pressure. Master, he stared in astonishment, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Then, guided by the celestial position, culminating in the formation of Wen Yuan, the 3 talents formation transitioned from defense to offense. That I thrust the peachwood sword towards Wang Qiaoqiao. Dismissing the attack, she attempted to catch it with her hand, only to find the purple blade easily piercing through, prompting her to retreat hastily. She looked at me in surprise, then launched a counterattack, leaving me in a desperate state of defense. On the other side, all assaults from Master, he and his apprentice were intercepted by the large-headed child, who, despite appearing unsteady and swaying, moved with remarkable speed, navigating through the 3 talents formation with ease and occasionally delivering a claw strike to the trio. We were quickly overwhelmed. In the face of such formidable strength, our fervor proved utterly futile. Wang Qiaoqiao mocked me loudly, deeming me a fool for returning. I yearned to slap her twice, yet I found myself unable to retaliate, being pressed down and hammered instead. Damn it, I retreated abruptly, unleashing a purple talisman, channeling my technique while forming a hand seal with one hand. Eastern blue thunder, southern red thunder, western white thunder, northern black thunder, central yellow thunder. I beseech the 5 directions. The 5 thunders descend upon me. Swiftly manifest your divine powers and eradicate my ailments. Boom, 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 boom. I serve the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands. As the incantation concluded, I felt all my vitality being drained, my body trembling with pain, and I coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was the price of overexerting the talisman. A surge of purple thunderous might clung to the talisman as I gritted my teeth and applied it to the peachwood sword. The sword instantly crackled with sound, enveloped in purple lightning. Wang Qiao Qiao. This is my final strike. I roared. 5 thunder slashing demon sword. With a sweep of my hand, a bolt of lightning imbued with the weight of heaven and earth shot forth. Wang Qiao Qiao, witnessing this, was taken aback, hastily lifting various pieces of furniture to shield herself. Alas, this time I employed the profound forces of heaven and earth, righteousness and evil, humanity and spirit, yin and yang, which shattered the furniture and struck her directly. Around us, flames blazed fiercely. In that instant, as she was hit, Wang Qiao Qiao emitted a terrifying wail, black blood erupting from her body, and she appeared to become partially ethereal. Regrettably, my cultivation was insufficient. Achieving such an effect could already be deemed miraculous. I collapsed, my body limp, clutching my head as if it were being pierced by needles. The large-headed child, witnessing his mother's injury, transformed into a rampaging beast, tearing through the 3 talents formation, causing Master He and his apprentice to spit blood and fall to the ground. The large-headed child bared his sharp teeth and lunged towards my neck. I could only watch helplessly, utterly drained, unable to even lift a finger. I had truly exhausted all my efforts. In my despair, as I was about to relinquish my resistance, a flying needle from Brother Huang Mao zipped past me silently. Devoid of any talisman, the needle darted towards the large-headed child, who evaded by jumping. Yet the needle inexplicably followed, curving in defiance of the laws of projectile motion, as though being manipulated by unseen hands. The large-headed child continued to dodge, but the needle, fueled with relentless vigor, pursued unceasingly, growing ever faster, until it finally pierced him. The large-headed child fell to the ground, wailing in agony. "Mom, Xiaobao hurts." I strained to turn my head towards the distance. The figure in the darkness must be Brother Huang Mao. Upon seeing the large-headed child's injury, Wang Qiao Qiao went berserk, rising with a motherly instinct, even in the presence of a vengeful spirit. "Damn you, Huang Mao. I will kill you." She disregarded her own injuries and charged into the darkness, engaging in combat with Brother Huang Mao. Injured, Brother Huang Mao, despite my desire to assist him, left me utterly powerless. I felt as though I would faint at any moment. Blood? I need blood. The large-headed child pulled out the flying needle and struggled toward me, his eyes filled with greed. Damn it, even the little one views me as a blood bag. I gazed at the surrounding inferno and thought, so, you wish to use me as a blood bag, do you? You must be dreaming. Using my sword as a crutch, I staggered toward the flames, with my sacrifice. May peace be restored, I murmured, seeking courage within myself. Rather than being consumed as a blood bag and indirectly causing the demise of countless innocents, I would rather embrace the flames in self-immolation. Would it hurt? I was afraid. My mind flashed to my parents, my sister, my master and mistress, Brother Huang Mao, and Sister Shui, and for a fleeting moment, to Zhaoyou and I, who often stirred my emotions. How trivial. Even at this moment, just as I was within 50 centimeters of the fire, I felt the searing heat singeing my skin. Suddenly, a small hand grasped my ankle, and I was yanked down to the ground with immense force. The large-headed child's face appearing before me. Chapter 46, Summoning the Divine. You smell so good. The large-headed child gazed at me hungrily, mouth agape, ready to bite. Damn it, my sword hand was utterly immobilized. I used my other hand to shield against the child's sharp fangs aimed at my neck. In that instant, an excruciating pain pierced through me, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously stabbing into my body, causing me to involuntarily gasp. Streams of crimson blood flowed down my arm like a winding red brook, while the large-headed child ravenously sucked at my wound, akin to a starving infant desperately nursing from its mother. His throat convulsed rhythmically, producing a gurgling sound, as if his thirst for my blood would never be satiated. Each swallow intensified his grip, his fangs digging deeper. My eyes reddened. Drink. I will let you drink. At that moment, I lost all rationality, disregarding the repulsiveness of the large-headed child's body, and bit down on its distended belly, which was larger than its head. The texture was sticky and dry, with a foul odor reminiscent of decay. With a resounding bang, the large-headed child's abdomen erupted, a grotesque mixture of blood and entrails splattering across me, eliciting nausea. The child grimaced in pain, letting out a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Ah! Seizing the opportunity, I mustered all my strength and flung the large-headed child away as if launching a cannonball. Xiao Bao. Wang Xiao Xiao's anxious voice echoed from afar, and the next moment she soared toward me. A fierce glint in her eyes, claws outstretched for my heart. Ha! I chuckled helplessly and closed my eyes. It's all over. With a rip, after a moment, I felt no sensation in my body, only the sensation of hot liquid dripping onto my face. Carrying a hint of blood, I opened my eyes to see Master He standing in front of me, his body pierced through by Wang Xiao's hand. His blood dripped from the wound onto my face. Master T. I stared wide-eyed, disbelief washing over me as I beheld the scene unfolding before me. My throat felt as if gripped by an unseen hand, my voice trembling uncontrollably. I could not fathom that Master He had rushed in to shield me from Wang Xiao's claws. Dao. Friend. Master He managed to utter weakly. With a tear, Wang Xiao withdrew her bloodied hand, and Master He collapsed directly into my embrace. No. I cried out in despair, tears streaming down my cheeks. Guilt consumed me. I should have died anyway. Why did I come out to meet my demise prematurely? That tiresome old man. Wang Xiao extended her hand, preparing to deliver the final blow to Master He. Master, Wen Yuan howled, struggling to stand before Master He, only to be violently thrown aside, covered in wounds. Swoosh, swoosh, Huang Mao's flying needles emerged from the darkness, repelling Wang Xiao. Mom, the large-headed child leaped out. A gaping wound in his belly oozing pus, cradled in Wang Xiao's arms, both radiating a terrifying red aura as they charged toward this moment. The nearly extinguished oil lamp in Master He's hand revealed a golden talisman. Heaven, clear and pure. Earth, spiritual and sacred. I burn incense and beseech the ancestral master to descend and save the masses. I, the disciple, sincerely beseech you, Maoshan Jinren, to come forth. Divine weapon, urgent as the law commands, as Wang Xiao's claws approached. Golden light radiated from Master He, pushing her back along with her child. Master He gradually rose, exuding an extraordinary aura of air. It has been over 40 years since we last met. I thought you had perished. To my astonishment, the voice emanating from Master He was that of a middle-aged woman. This moment, he gazed calmly at Wang Xiao and her child, the ghostly infant, in a wonder air he could not comprehend. Today, I shall personally bring your end. As the words fell, Master He, in a state of summoning, slowly coalesced an ethereal peachwood sword in his hand, which shimmered faintly with spiritual light, seemingly containing boundless power. He then executed a complex and intricate footwork, moving with ghostly swiftness. Each step he took resonated with a unique rhythm, harmonizing with the surrounding energy, rendering the scene increasingly enigmatic. The swordplay he employed was vastly different from his usual style. Resembling a dance, graceful and light, yet concealing lethal sharpness within. Each thrust bore a chilling aura, repelling Wang Xiao and her child in a single encounter. The large-headed child expelled a cloud of black mist, and I could smell a foul stench from afar, causing my chi and blood to churn. Merely a parlor trick, Master He scoffed, forming hand seals and reciting incantations. In the next moment, a clay figurine, somewhat grotesque in appearance, flew from Wen Yuan's toolbox. Land of the South, heed my command, urgent as the law commands. In an instant, the seemingly ordinary clay figure suddenly erupted with a dazzling yellow radiance. Amidst this void, a figure gradually materialized. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a representation of the Earth God, elegantly holding a finely crafted fan. With a casual flick of his wrist, he summoned a powerful and intangible wind that surged forth, directly confronting the dark aura unleashed by the large-headed child. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying black mist was effortlessly dispersed, as if it had encountered its nemesis, vanishing without a trace as though it had never existed. Is this the might of the Maoshan Master? Merely a gesture from him possesses such formidable power. Demon, do not attempt to flee. Taoist, he spread his hand, and the ghost-binding rope flew into his grasp. Witnessing this, Wang Xiao's expression shifted, and she immediately darted outdoors. Humph, the demon shall not escape. With a sweeping motion, Taoist, he sent the ghost-binding rope, akin to a soaring dragon, hurtling towards Wang Xiao and her child at an astonishing speed. Reaching her in an instant, Wang Qiaoqiao concentrated the ghostly energy at her fingertips, attempting to grasp the ghost-binding rope with force. In that moment, flames erupted, her sharp nails splintering painfully, contorting her face in agony. While the ghost-binding rope remained unaffected, as if it had encountered nothing. "Whoa, Mama, little Bao is scared." "Ah," the ghostly infant in Wang Qiaoqiao's arms wailed loudly, unleashing a terrifying cry that echoed through the heavens. Shaking the very fabric of space, the ghost-binding rope was halted by an invisible force, unable to advance further. "I underestimated you." "Taoist," he scoffed softly. He then bit his finger, beginning to draw a talisman in the air. His blood suspended in midair as it was shaped into a massive rune. The rune glimmered with golden light. The blood-red talisman transformed into an arrowhead, and Taoist, he mimicked the action of drawing a bow. Break. Accompanied by the sound of tearing air, the arrow pierced through the cries of the large-headed child, penetrating Wang Qiaoqiao and her offspring, both spirits crashing to the ground. They coughed up dark blood, their bodies becoming increasingly ethereal, nearing transparency, even the red malevolence dissipating. "No, please don't. Spare us, immortal," Wang Qiaoqiao pleaded, cradling the fainting large-headed child. "Who would plead for the life of the child?" "Taoist," he replied coldly, resuming his talismanic drawing in the void. Another talisman was created. Chapter 47. Cremation. Wang Qiaoqiao held the large-headed child tightly in her embrace. Despair etched across her face as she watched Taoist. He inscribed the talisman. Each movement felt like a judge pronouncing a death sentence. Once the sentence was rendered, it would mark the moment when her and her daughter's souls would be scattered. Why? Why has it come to this? We merely sought vengeance for our grievances. Everything we did was to survive. Is that truly a crime? Why must you force us into a corner, leaving no way out? That voice, filled with resentment and unwillingness, seemed to echo from the depths of the 9 underworlds. Imbued with endless sorrow and rage, in the face of Wang Qiaoqiao's desperate cries, Taoist, he remained indifferent, silently continuing his talisman drawing. Yet, in the next moment, the nearly completed talisman transformed into a pool of blood that splattered upon the ground. Taoist, he spat out blood, his body succumbing. He muttered, "The large-headed child's body is no longer viable." Seizing the opportunity, Wang Qiaoqiao fled the villa district with the ghostly infant in her arms. Taoist, his golden talisman ascended into the air and ignited, revealing a middle-aged woman clad in a colorful Taoist robe. Appearing to be in her 40s, Wen Chang and Wen Yuan, quickly assist your master to kneel. Taoist, his voice was weak but filled with emotion. Wen Chang and Wen Yuan rushed over, weeping as they helped Taoist he to kneel alongside them. "Master, the large-headed child pays their respects to you." Taoist, he drooped his eyelids. "Master, after more than 40 years, you are indeed my first disciple upon entering the world. I had thought you perished, as the talisman I left for you to summon spirits remained unused. To see you again, I did not expect it to be for the last time. Is this truly the master who saved Taoist he? How could she appear so youthful, seemingly untouched by death?" When one mentions a master, I instinctively envision an elderly Taoist with white hair, but I never anticipated it would be a dignified middle-aged woman, appearing far younger than the current Taoist he. Disciple is unworthy. I regret troubling you, master, for failing to subdue the demon and bringing you shame. You have done remarkably well. Does the large-headed child have any final wishes? The greatest wish of the disciple is to have served by your side. Henceforth, I implore you to guide these 2 unruly apprentices. Very well. Grateful for my master's consent, Taoist, he expressed his gratitude, then instructed Wen Chang and Wen Yuan to set off for Maoshan at the earliest opportunity. "Master, we cannot go to the master. We must avenge you," Wen Chang and Wen Yuan cried. "Wen Chang, Wen Yuan, this demon has been wounded by my true self and will not emerge for a time. Moreover, with your current abilities, you cannot avenge the large-headed child. Come to Maoshan and immerse yourselves in cultivation." Wen Chang and Wen Yuan bowed their heads, sobbing, lost in their thoughts, ultimately agreeing. Taoist, he regarded me. "Chen Daoyu, in these later years, to collaborate with a young generation like you brings me true fortune. I promise to care for Wen Chang and Wen Yuan henceforth." Tears streamed down my face as I vowed. Once Taoist, he had imparted everything. He settled into a meditative position, his life force extinguished. I heard Taoist, his master let out a soft sigh. Then she turned to me, momentarily startled by the peachwood sword in my hand. "You are indeed his disciple. When you come to Maoshan, bear my name, Hua Fengzhenren. After uttering Hua Fengzhenren, she vanished. Watching the flames grow ever larger, we carried Daoist He back to the funeral home. A great fire consumed the luxurious villa that it was the third day since I had left the hospital. Although my physical injuries had yet to heal, today marked Daoist He's cremation. Huang Maoge brought me back to the funeral home. Throughout the journey, I remained silent that it was now 2 a.m. as we arrived at the crematory at the foot of the mountain with Wenchang and Wenyuan that I did not wish for Daoist He to be cremated at the back mountain. For there lay many vengeful spirits. Huang Maoge informed the higher-ups, and the cremation master yielded this place to us. We placed Daoist He in the luxurious furnace, not in a funeral robe, but in his beloved Daoist robe. Wenchang and Wenyuan had cleaned him meticulously, while Snow Sister had painted his face to exude vitality, as if he were merely sleeping that a fire pit was lit. And Wenchang and Wenyuan knelt there, numbly burning joss paper that I stood at the control panel, my hand hovering over the switch of the luxurious furnace, trembling, unable to press it down. Let us give him a proper send-off. Huang Maogu remarked, observing my shuddering form that I closed my eyes and pressed the switch. The cremation furnace roared to life. The nozzles began spraying oil in all directions, and soon, fierce flames engulfed the remains. In truth, whether in the luxurious furnace or the ordinary one, the ultimate outcome is the same, turning a body to ashes, requiring human intervention to shatter the bones afterward. However, the luxurious one is somewhat more intelligent, spraying oil evenly and burning swiftly, necessitating little human interference during the process. The final result is a nearly intact skeleton. The ordinary furnace requires human intervention to flip the body, and the burning process is slower, leading to incomplete remains. Suddenly, Daoist He's body sat upright, meditating as if awaiting enlightenment. Master, Wenchang and Wenyuan, witnessing this through the observation window, could no longer contain themselves, bursting into tears that I stood there. My heart a tumult of emotions that I performed a Daoist salute to bid farewell to my fellow friend. Brother, if it weren't for me, Daoist He wouldn't have died, would he? I am a harbinger of misfortune. I always fancied myself a righteous warrior, my head hung low, tears cascading down. Huang Maogu patted my shoulder, saying, Daoist He was already at the end of his life. He saved you in his final moments because he saw something worth saving in you. This path is destined to confront the parting of life and death frequently. Without sufficient strength, one cannot protect anyone. My voice trembled. Daoist He was a good person. Good people shouldn't die young. They should receive their just rewards. The more I pondered, the heavier my heart became, until I ultimately broke down in tears that I never imagined that one day, my actions could lead to another's demise that I proclaimed justice, while lacking the face to do so. Huang Maogu embraced me, saying nothing more. The next day, early in the morning, Wenchang and Wenyuan arrived to bid farewell, clutching Daoist He's urn. According to them, the sooner they departed, the more they could learn, thereby gaining the ability to avenge their master in the future. That I did not attempt to retain them, as I too needed to devote myself to cultivation. That I exchanged contact information and urged them to call if anything arose, then sent them off on the earliest bus. Once, I had been foolish, considering problems too one-dimensionally. Moving forward, I must strive for improvement in my cultivation. As of now, the only ones aware of my unique constitution who pose a threat are Wang Qiao and her child. I need to focus on healing. For now, as long as I safeguard the extreme Yang stone, I can cultivate in peace within the funeral home. Half a month later, I unwrapped the bandages from my body at the hospital. Today marks the official return to work. During this period, I nearly forgot that I had a job at the funeral home. Chapter 48. The hallway that cannot be escaped. The midday sun cast a drowsy haze. As it was our turn for the day's shift, for those accustomed to staying up late, the brighter the sun, the sleepier one becomes. I squatted by the security booth, yawning while perusing the secret techniques in my phone's photo album. Huang Maoge continued playing games, flirting with girls, fortunate that the back mountain rarely hosted non-staff visitors. Ding, ding. The phone in the security booth rang. I answered the call. It was Manager Zhang informing me that someone would be coming to hand over the shift, and a vehicle would be arriving to take us out for fieldwork. Our fieldwork entails little more than retrieving the deceased. Huang Maoge wore a disgruntled expression as he ended his game, clearly in the thick of something with a girl. Our replacements were a pair of robust twin brothers named Yang Qian and Yang Wan. Hearing from Huang Mao-gu that the individuals in question hailed from the Jiangxi region and possessed a unique skill in the art of corpse handling. We were subsequently escorted by old Wang, who drove the hearse, to a dilapidated residential area in the old city. Outside the perimeter marked by caution tape, a throng of onlookers gathered, and through their conversations, we learned that an elderly couple had tragically taken their own lives by hanging. It was also mentioned that their offspring had shown blatant disregard, failing to visit their parents even once throughout the year. Our vehicle was granted special access to enter the complex. Upon our arrival, the oppressive heat that had enveloped us dissipated, replaced by an unsettling chill that sent shivers down our spines, reminiscent of stepping into a morgue. The area was eerily devoid of vehicles, yet appeared congested, with various discarded items suspended on makeshift wires strung across the sky. Every residence seemed fortified with protruding anti-theft bars, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a prison. Stifling in its ambience, as we disembarked, Captain Yang Rue of the criminal police approached us to brief us on the situation. That I had intended to express my gratitude to him for his assistance during the last incident at the police station. But there was no time. Captain Yang informed us that the elderly couple was nearly 70 years of age and resided on the 6th floor. They were discovered hanging in the stairwell by a passerby earlier that morning around 9 o'clock. Upon receiving the report, the police rushed to the scene, but when the officers and the coroner attempted to move the bodies, they found them immovable. They could not ascend to the 6th floor, only descend, which raised unsettling questions about the nature of the situation. Could it be a case of ghostly interference? I pondered this and turned to Huang Mao-gu, who admitted he was uncertain and suggested we would only know the truth once we ascended. With that, we began to change into our uniforms. When working as security, we donned one outfit, but for the task of body retrieval, we switched to attire specifically designed for that purpose: simple black short sleeves, black gloves, and black trousers that we laid out the stretcher, which was white and marked with a large character for mourning sewn in black thread. Additionally, we had brought along a pair of scissors, as the noose, if tied in a dead knot, would need to be severed. Just as we were about to set off, 2 young police officers burst from the stairwell, their faces pale and breathless, expressing their fears of not being able to ascend. This seemed to exemplify the adage that the inexperienced often fearlessly confront danger, only to come face to face with the reality of the situation. Under the gaze of the anxious young officers, we carried the stretcher upward. I led the way, navigating the narrow stairwell where it was impossible to walk side by side. The dim lighting cast an eerie glow, illuminating our path only intermittently. The air was thick with a damp, musty odor. We made our way to the 4th floor without incident. Ascending yet another level, I caught sight of the indistinct number 5 on the wall, and I knew the next floor would lead us to our destination. Taking a deep breath, I reminded myself that just a few more steps would reveal the 2 elderly souls we sought, a silent warning of sorts. With heavy footsteps, I climbed a few more stairs, raising my gaze only to find nothing amiss until I reached the 6th floor, where the number on the wall still read 5. Brother, we're still on the 5th floor, I exhaled, already bracing myself for the likelihood that if others could not ascend, our chances were equally grim. The distance of 1 floor, if indeed it was a case of ghostly interference, could only be achieved by completely stripping a person of all sensory perception. That I retrieved a talisman and ignited it. It burned normally, warping the space around it slightly, filling the air with the scent of incense. That my senses were intact. Let us proceed, Huang Mao-gu suggested. Frowning, we continued our ascent, climbing more than 20 flights, only to find ourselves inexplicably back on the 4th floor. The bizarre sensation of a ghostly barrier left us feeling unnerved. We sat at the stairwell, Huang Mao-gu smoking a cigarette, lost in thought. Downward, he finally said, extinguishing his cigarette and leading the way in a brisk jog down yet another 20 flights. My legs trembled, and as I glanced around, there it was again, the indistinct number 5. How is it that we cannot escape downward, yet we find ourselves back on the 5th floor? I gasped, panting heavily. Despite the previous officers' claims of being unable to ascend, at least they had managed to exit. We, however, were trapped. It seems they do not wish for us to leave, Huang Mao-gu lamented. Another one of these incidents, he sighed. Huang Mao-gu, being of pure yang constitution, typically evoked avoidance from ordinary spirits, while I, shielded by a stone of extreme yang and imbued with vital energy, should not attract such entities if they were unaware of my identity. Have you heard the tale of the hanging ghost? Huang Mao-gu inquired solemnly. That I was familiar with the concept. a spirit of someone who had hanged themselves, but my knowledge was superficial. Huang Maogu elaborated, explaining that it is said such spirits, filled with resentment and unable to reincarnate, seek out substitutes. These entities often whisper in the ears of those who are emotionally distressed, amplifying their despair until they are driven to take their own lives, thus becoming the ghost's scapegoat. Some more powerful spirits might even attack those who inadvertently meet their gaze in real life. If one encounters someone with strangulation marks on their neck, they should avoid eye contact and refuse any ropes offered by them. Are you suggesting that we are now to become their substitutes? I asked incredulously. Most likely, he replied that I was left speechless, grappling with the absurdity of our situation. I asked Huang Maogu what our next course of action should be. He stated that we must first find a way to reach the 6th floor, locate the bodies, and carry them out, intending to perform the necessary rites after the traditional mourning period. Initially, I was perplexed as to why. Knowing the danger of the 7th day after death, when vengeful spirits might seek retribution, we could not perform the rites beforehand, and I later learned that conducting the rituals after the 7th day could purify the lingering resentment, allowing the spirits to be escorted away by the ghostly emissaries, providing them a chance at reincarnation, that if the rites were performed too early, the spirits might not have fully formed, resulting in their annihilation or rebirth as malevolent entities. As I pondered our predicament, a sudden thud resounded against the back of my head. "Brother, cut it out that I'm trying to think," I complained to Huang Maogu, irritated by his antics in such a serious moment. "What nonsense. You are the Taoist. I'm just an ordinary person. You can contemplate alone." That I turned to see Huang Maogu engrossed in videos of women dancing, incredulous at his lack of seriousness given our circumstances. Wait a minute, I thought, if Huang Maogu is watching the videos, then who is tapping me on the head? Another thud echoed, and I turned in terror to see a pair of black cloth shoes dangling above me. Looking up, I was met with a sight that made me scream and tumbled down the stairs. That moment, the wall clearly displayed the number 6th. This was no longer the 5th floor. It was unmistakably the 6th, where the bodies of the 2 elderly individuals hung, clad in blue funeral garments, swaying in the air with faces a ghastly purple, lips blackened, teeth exposed, tongues protruding, and their eyes radiating a ghostly glow. Fixating on me with a piercing gaze, Huang Maogu, witnessing the scene, turned to look and went pale, retreating a few steps down the staircase, exclaiming, "Damn, you nearly scared me to death." We found ourselves sitting in place, having unknowingly reached the 6th floor. This was certainly not a case of ghostly interference. After a long pause, I reluctantly asked what we should do next. "What can we do?" "We lift them," Huang Maogu replied, hoisting the stretcher to place it beneath the corpse. My entire being is taut with tension. It's all right. It's all right. I murmur to myself in a soothing whisper. That blonde fellow is anxiously rushing to team up with the girl, sprinting away with remarkable speed, and I can't help but worry that he might stumble in this dimly lit environment. As he fades into the distance, my concern for myself grows, prompting me to hasten my pace to keep up with him. Just as I accelerate, an elderly woman's tongue unexpectedly licks my face, her icy and parched tongue sending shivers through me, raising goosebumps all over. I nearly let out a scream in shock. Finally reaching the exit of the corridor, just as I am about to step outside, I faintly hear a frail, aged voice exclaim, "You smell delightful. What on earth are you doing? You've been carrying those 2 for over 2 hours. Were you stealing something from home?" A heavily made-up woman, clutching a designer handbag, barks at us from beside a police car. This woman must be a relative of the elderly couple. Her words ignite my anger. After all, we have been trapped inside, climbing nearly 100 flights of stairs, and we finally brought the bodies out in good condition. Not only do they not express gratitude, but they also hurl insults at us. "Madam, these 2 elderly individuals passed away outside. We never even entered the premises, let alone stole anything. They simply had a stroke of bad luck, which took some time," I reply, striving to maintain my composure. "Look at you all," I called out, eager to return the rope to him, wondering what use I could have for it. Yet the old gentleman paid me no heed and vanished into the shadows. With no other option, I resolved to leave it with the security guard downstairs. In that moment, the absence of the old man left me feeling frightened once more. Indeed, I realized I was overly reliant on others. I turned on some cheerful music on my phone, keeping the volume low, pretending to immerse myself in the tunes while my attention remained sharply focused on the sounds around me. I should descend quickly. After traversing several flights, I paused, Had I not climbed enough stairs? I looked up at the signage and was instantly startled. Chapter 51. The Fierce Battle in the Stairwell. 6th floor. I had descended several flights. Yet here I was on the 6th floor. It could have been the 3rd or the 2nd, but it certainly should not have been the 6th. A ghostly wall. My first instinct was to think of a ghostly wall. However, this sensation felt eerily similar to what I had experienced earlier while assisting a guest in life. If you encounter someone with marks around their neck, do not make eye contact, and certainly do not accept any rope they offer. Suddenly, the words of Brother Huang echoed in my mind. The elderly gentleman, shrouded in dimness, evoked a sense of familiarity, as if I had seen him before. Was he not the male guest from earlier today? The strange sensation around my neck resembled a noose, and I held the rope in my hand. A glance at it sent chills down my spine. Eye contact. Accepting the rope, I had fallen into a trap. With Brother Huang absent, I was utterly alone, devoid of any anchor. I summoned the power symbol from my blue talisman, invoking speed and strength. With haste, as per the command, I retrieved the peachwood sword. Inscribing it with the incantation of destruction, heaven and earth, disperse the foul energy. In the midst of the void, I call upon the mighty forces, spirits of the 8 directions. Heed my call, be the command of the sacred talisman. I proclaim to the heavens, vanquish the demons, return to one sword. Swiftly as the command, the peachwood sword was instantly enveloped in a blue blade. I felt like I was facing a formidable foe. I steeled myself and dashed down the stairs. 6th floor, 6th floor. It truly was the 6th floor. There was no escape. Terrified, I shouted, waving the peachwood sword, hurling various yellow talismans without regard for their efficacy. Yet, Shueijia spoke in a somewhat coquettish tone, expressing her reluctance to return to the dormitory for sleep. She mentioned that her roommate's return, with the television blaring, was quite disruptive, and at times, a boyfriend would accompany her, making it inconvenient for her to change clothes or rest. There are distinctions between genders, she added, and I am a man too. Just moments ago, you were also undressing. Of course, I only dared to voice this thought internally. I recalled that when I first met Shueijia, she had been just another occupant of the morgue, and I almost forgot. She was dressed uncomfortably. Shueijia lifted the covers. I felt a surge of alarm, fearing she might remove her pants, prompting me to quickly sit up and retreat. However, Shueijia called out to stop me, asking, "Why are you running away?" As she spoke, she slipped off her pale pink socks and handed them to me. "Here, help me tuck them into my shoes. Sleeping in socks is uncomfortable." I awkwardly accepted them, not out of disdain, but due to embarrassment. Noticing my unusual demeanor, Shueijia scrutinized me with a suspicious gaze and inquired, "You don't have any peculiar habits, do you?" No, I hurriedly denied, swiftly stuffing the socks into the shoes and exiting the cubicle. Shueijia stretched languorously, lying back down with a contented sigh. "It's fine. Wait a moment before you leave." Huangmao has gone to buy food. I acknowledged her, and turned back to see 2 bodies in burial garments lying on the tables outside the morgue. Indeed, they were the elderly couple who had hanged themselves. Upon sighting them, my hair stood on end, and my body tensed. "Shueijia, why are these 2 guests here? They were brought in after the autopsy last night. I have already done their makeup." I felt a wave of dread. These 2 guests were undoubtedly problematic. Having just died the previous day, their lingering resentment could manifest and affect those around them. Now, on the 3rd day, I felt an overwhelming sense that they might suddenly rise again. "Shueijia, perhaps you shouldn't stay here." As soon as I spoke, Huangmao returned carrying food and snacks, cursing under his breath. "What? That bunch of clowns from the Sun family complained about me and docked my wages. Damn it, I should be the one complaining about them. They expect me to prepare them luxurious rooms. I practically handcrafted their lavish furnace." Huangmao noticed I was already up and said no more, abruptly ending the call. "Xiaofan, you're awake quite early. Want something to eat?" He tossed me a box of lunch while preparing instant noodles for himself. I got straight to the point with Huangmao. These 2 guests seemed suspicious. I leaned in and quietly shared the details about the morgue incident. To my surprise, Huangmao dismissed my concerns with a wave. Seemingly having anticipated issue, I found myself in a rather precarious situation. Despite my attempts to engage him, he remained unresponsive. Then my curiosity was piqued by the thought of what I should do if Sister Shui were to emerge, her towel slipping from her grasp. Such scenarios are often depicted on television. When Sister Shui finally reappeared, she had changed into a snug pink nightgown, enveloping herself completely, and was preoccupied with drying her hair. A wave of disappointment washed over me that I stepped into the shower, the steam enveloping me, and the air was infused with the refreshing scent of shampoo. On the counter lay a bottle of shampoo that Sister Shue had brought. Presumably for my USEAS, I turned on the hot water. I noticed a pink pair of panties and a bra hanging nearby. My heart raced, and an exhilarating thrill coursed through my body. I swallowed hard, my mind racing with outrageous fantasies. Xiao Fan, have you not finished your shower? It's been over an hour. In truth, I had long since completed my wash, but my body remained restless. Even wrapped in a bathrobe, my excitement was palpable, and I hesitated to venture out. Here I come. I stepped out sideways, carefully maneuvering my feet. What are you doing, being so sneaky? It's nothing. I slipped, my body swaying, and the bathrobe flew off. As I regained my balance, I locked eyes with Sister Shue, who glanced downward, her entire being flushing crimson in an instant. You little rascal. Off to bed with you. I too blushed and dove under the covers. Feeling utterly mortified that my excited state had been laid bare, and this was nothing like the dramas on television. After a moment, she murmured, Chun Fan. What is it? I turned to face Sister Shue, who looked at me with a bashful expression, her gaze suggesting something more intimate. Was she inviting me to join her in bed? Sister, this might not be appropriate. It's not proper for men and women to be too close. With a resounding thud, a pillow struck my head. What are you thinking, you little rascal? It's time to turn off the lights and sleep? Oh, yes. That as I turned off the lights, I realized with a sinking feeling that I had ruined my image in Sister Shue's eyes. I silently berated myself. Xiao Fan, yes? Is something troubling you that you're hiding from me? I, feeling guilty, replied, no. It seemed Sister Shue had perceived everything, which was why she had been so forthright with me. Yet, I would not admit to anything. After all, we were still far from the 7th day after death, and I believed we were safe for the moment. It's nothing, sister. I'm just worried. It doesn't necessarily mean anything will happen. In a few days, we can return home. Meanwhile, let us explore the surroundings together. Consider it a form of relaxation. As I spoke, I noticed her breathing had softened. I turned to find that Sister Shue had drifted off to sleep. She had been exhausted lately, having stayed up to keep watch over me. Her delicate features, coupled with her youthful appearance, made her look far from 30 years old. Recently, I had been practicing with the elixirs gifted by the master's wife. Although I had yet to achieve the ability to see through spirits, I could discern faint glimmers in the darkness. After turning off the lights, I had caught a glimpse of Sister Shue stealthily removing her nightgown. Having slept little over the past 2 days, I found it difficult to rest, my mind consumed with thoughts of the hanged ghost. It was known that without external interference, even a powerful spirit like Wang Xiaoqiao could only influence those sleeping near her corpse. While this elderly couple had nearly taken my life, yet their strength was significantly inferior to Wang Xiaoqiao's. In the dead of night, a peculiar knocking sound echoed from outside the room. Who could be knocking at this hour? I ignored it, but the knocking grew increasingly insistent. Ugh, Sister Shue murmured, sounding irritated, akin to a cat disturbed from slumber. Who is it? Knocking at such a late hour? Ugh. Before Sister Shue could finish, I quickly covered her mouth. She struggled, slapping my head in surprise. Sister, it's me, don't speak. That's not a human outside. I nearly whispered into her ear. Upon hearing my voice, Sister Shue fell silent, her eyes wide with terror. The rhythm of the knocking was unmistakably odd, a pattern of 3 long knocks followed by a short one, a classic sign of ghostly knocking. Normally, a person would knock 3 times, but a sequence of 4 knocks felt unnatural and deliberate. Thus, if one ever hears 4 knocks, one must be cautious. If the knocks are in the pattern of 3 long and 1 short, one should remain silent and ignore any sounds from outside until dawn. The knocking intensified, now sounding as though someone was attempting to break the door down. Sister Shue recognized the abnormality, clutching my hand tightly, her bare skin pressing against me. Xiao Fan, what should we do now? Fear not. As long as we do not open the door, the ghost cannot enter. There are generally 3 reasons for ghostly knocking. The first is when a household has protective deities or talismans. In such cases, ghosts cannot enter and will use knocking to lure someone to open the door, often mimicking familiar voices or fabricating reasons. If someone inside voluntarily opens the door, it signifies a willingness to let the entity in, thus nullifying the protective measures. The second reason involves weaker spirits that, despite the absence of protective deities, cannot pass through walls easily, resorting instead to trickery to gain entry. The third, and most terrifying. Involves rule-based entities that cannot be vanquished through normal means. They can only harm if their rules are broken. For instance, if a ghost knocks, one must not open the door. Doing so would break the rules, leading to dire consequences. As the knocking continued, it transformed into vigorous pounding, shaking the very foundation of the room. Sister Shui was glued to my side, her body pressed against mine. Normally, I would have been distracted by such a tantalizing closeness, but my focus was solely on the door, which seemed on the verge of giving way. After what felt like an eternity of relentless knocking, silence fell. Xiao Fan, has it gone? I'm not sure. Perhaps it has departed. I rose to turn on the light, only to remember that Sister Shui was clad in only her intimate garments. She noticed my gaze. Her face flushed, and she let out a shriek, hurling a pillow at me, demanding I close my eyes. Just as she was finishing dressing, a woman's voice called from the hallway. Guest? What on earth just occurred? Such a commotion. And nothing, Sister Shui called out. Guest, please open the door. We need to conduct a check. The noise was quite alarming. Wait, Sister Shui stood up, but I pulled her back. I shouted towards the door. It's late. If you need to inspect, do it in the morning. In the meantime, I sent a distress message to Huang Maogu. This was all too suspicious. The knocking had persisted for at least half an hour without any sign of an actual inspection. The moment Sister Shui called out, a staff member's voice requested entry. It was evident they knew we were inside. Sir, the noise was excessive. We hope you can cooperate with our work. Fine, you may enter, but do so with your card. There was a moment of hesitation from the outside before they responded. Sir, we came up in a hurry and didn't bring our cards. Could you kindly let us in? No problem. I'll wait for you. Go fetch it. This moment, I was certain that whatever was outside was not human. Sir, please understand our position. Running back and forth increases our workload. Still not giving up? If I were to sympathize with you, I'd be a fool. Come back tomorrow. You've all worked hard. Rest well. Sir, please comply with our duties. The hotel is responsible for any issues that arise. Stop pretending that I want to open the door. This was becoming an endless cycle. Upon hearing my words, the entity outside clearly recognized its cover had been blown, and it began to pound furiously on the door, angrily demanding I let them in. Am I foolish? I want to open the door to a ghost seeking to harm me. The more agitated you are, the less likely you can enter. I have nothing to fear. Curse it. I've long found you too intolerable. Huang Maogu's furious shout echoed from outside, followed by the sounds of a struggle. Had Huang Maogu seen my message and come to investigate, the commotion outside escalated, filled with Huang Maogu's curses and the clamor of a brawl. Bang! A loud crash reverberated, followed by Huang Maogu's anguished cry. Hearing him in pain sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I grasped my peachwood sword, ready to assist. Brother, I'm coming to help. As I opened the door, I found no sign of Huang Maogu. Only the pair of hanged ghosts, their sinister smiles directed at me. I had been deceived. There was no time to chant incantations. In a life-or-death moment, I gripped my sword tightly and lunged forward. To my shock, this seemingly fierce attack was effortlessly deflected by the two ominous nooses. Then, a chilling cackling echoed, and the two ghastly figures lunged at me like ravenous beasts, their pale faces appearing even more ghastly in the dim light. As they approached, a suffocating sense of death enveloped me. I kicked them away, unleashing both blue and yellow talismans. With the force of vaporization and the speed of vaporization, swift as a law, elevate the physical state. Exterminate the demons and vanquish the evil, all in one sword stroke, swift as a law. Enchant the peachwood sword. I rushed out, slamming the door behind me. Shuejia, don't come out. At that moment, in the corridor, it was only I and two hanging spirits. While dodging and counterattacking, I pounded on Huang Mao's door. Yet, no matter how much noise I made, the people here seemed to have vanished into thin air. Utterly silent, don't waste your efforts. Our miasma is here. Sounds cannot escape. The elder hanging spirit looked at me mockingly. You're still explaining. If that's the case, I must rely on myself. I pulled out two yellow talismans and threw them, taking advantage of their defense to follow up with slashes. However, the two hanging spirits were directly lifted by the ropes, evading my peachwood sword, their eyes bulging with a sinister gleam. Two long tongues swiftly bound my hands. Old man, doesn't it smell delicious? Once we consume him, we can take our revenge, the elder hanging spirit exclaimed excitedly to his partner. So delectable. I longed to tear his throat and drink his blood. As he spoke, the elder brandished a pair of scissors and advanced toward me. That if my blood is drained, It will nurture two formidable spirits, my blood. Only the blood from my fingertips and tongue can harm spirits when infused with magical energy. Any other blood, once drained, will merely nourish them. If it's essence blood, rapid ingestion can heal their injuries, while slow refinement can exponentially increase their power. Now, with my hands bound, I cannot use the talismans or my fingertip blood to escape. I must rely on my new secret weapon. I had previously found it difficult to bite my own tongue. Thus, I sharpened one of my molars with a grinding knife. Just a slight pressure on my tongue would suffice to draw blood. And now was the moment to put it to use. I lightly grazed my tongue, feeling a sharp pain as the metallic tang of blood filled my mouth. I inhaled deeply, filling my mouth with a large gulp of blood. The two hanging spirits, grinning greedily, drew closer, and the elder brandished the scissors toward my throat. You'll have your fill. I forcefully spat out a mouthful of tongue blood. Two screams echoed as my tongue blood, akin to sulfuric acid, corroded the bodies of the two hanging spirits, leaving them riddled with decaying holes, black blood oozing forth. Exterminate the demons and vanquish the evil, all in one sword stroke, swift as a law. The yellow talisman inscribed with the word kill touched the peachwood sword, causing a blue blade to erupt. I thrust it forth. As long as I can injure and seal them, after the 7th day, they can be burned and exorcised. Whoosh! A hanging rope whipped across my leg, striking me as though with rebar. I collapsed to the ground in pain. The two hanging spirits glared at me, their eyes filled with resentment, slowly drifting away, leaving behind the ominous words. For days left, I clutched my foot, struggling to sit up, laboriously moving toward the room. I was too exhausted to pursue them. I never imagined they would escape. I wonder how fierce they will become after the 7th day. Xiaofan, Xuejia burst through the door, holding a safety talisman, eyes closed, charging forward. Before I could speak, Xuejia collided with me and fell. I quickly embraced her. Ah! Xuejia screamed in fright, her delicate hand reaching out toward me. Sister, it's me, Qinfan. I hastily called out, having just received a few hard slaps. Xiaofan, Xuejia halted, cautiously opening her eyes. Then, she excitedly embraced me. Xiaofan, it's really you. You scared me to death. Whoa, Xuejia, who is usually so bold, even sleeps in the morgue. How could she be so frightened today? She had never seen a real ghost before. Today was her first encounter. And it was terrifying. I thought something had happened to you. Whoa, Xuejia cried sorrowfully. Sister, I'm fine. See, I'm all right. And I even drove the ghosts away. Xuejia gazed at my bloodied mouth and swollen foot, crying even harder. Gently pounding my chest, she lamented, "It's all your fault for running out alone. It was so dangerous. You must never go out alone again." My heart warmed. Despite her own fear, she was worried about me and came out to rescue me. I am sorry, Xuejia, for making you worry. It won't happen again. Will, you promise? I promise. Bang. Huang Mao's room door burst open. Who was there? Crying in the middle of the night. Huang Mao, wearing his pink underwear, emerged with a disgruntled expression. You're the one crying. Sleeping like a dead pig while Xiaofan is injured. Xuejia buried her head in my chest and retorted. Only then did Huang Mao notice us. I was sitting on the floor, and Xuejia was nestled in my embrace. What the hell? Stop swearing and put on some clothes. I glanced at Huang Mao's pink underwear. Only then did he realize he was nearly undressed. Damn it. Bang. He slammed the door shut to get dressed. At that moment, we found ourselves back in a room smelling of hot pot. I recounted the events that had just transpired to Huang Mao. He claimed he had been sleeping in his room the whole time and hadn't received any of my messages or calls. I took out my phone and discovered that all my messages were filled with exclamation marks, and the calls had gone through. It seemed these two ghosts possessed a formidable ability to interfere. For now, having temporarily repelled the two hanging spirits, they should not emerge again for a while. However, I remained uncertain if they would return before the 7th day, so caution was still necessary. Initially, I planned to switch to a 3-person room to prevent anyone from being deceived again. But both Xuejia and Huang Mao opposed the idea. Xuejia argued that it would be improper to stay with 2 men, while Huang Mao insisted that the hanging spirits targeted me, and being alone was undoubtedly safer than being with me. Then, Xuejia could return to the dormitory, or, before I could finish, Xuejia shot me a glare and stepped on my foot. I winced in pain, and the next moment, Xuejia was pulling me back to our room. As I stepped out, I noticed Huang Mao secretly chuckling, his face written with the words, "Serves you right." Once the door closed, Xuejia sat there, puffed up with anger, her cheeks bulging like a balloon. Her gaze toward me was filled with a desire to devour me. Chapter 56, Another Hanging. Xuejia, I called softly. She turned her head away, completely ignoring me. Seeing that Shueji was not responding, I didn't know what to do, so I sulkily walked over and sat on the bed opposite her. Lowering my head, my mind raced through memories of TV dramas, recalling how to appease an angry woman, but I struggled to think of anything suitable. Shueji noticed my drooping head and coldly snorted. The atmosphere was tense, yet I had no idea what to say. My toes curled tightly inside my shoes. Oh, you know what you did wrong. I nodded vigorously, acknowledging my mistake. Yes, I know I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? Upon seeing my silence, Shueji grew even angrier. Suddenly, I recalled a saying, a woman who acts coy is best treated, so I imitated a spoiled tone. Shueji. Sure enough, Shueji softened, no longer angry, and asked me back, did you bring me here to open a room? I nodded in admission. You were hiding something from me, weren't you? Those two hanging spirits just now, you knew they would come. And you were worried about me, so you brought me close, right? Yes, these two corpses are very strange. I didn't dare let Shueji stay alone in the morgue. You have treated me so well. Staying up late to drive far and wide to find magical tools for me when I was in trouble. I was afraid something would happen to you. After hearing my words, Shueji gently stroked my head. Xiaofan, your fate is one of great fortune. You've been lucky all your life. Those who work here, to some extent, have encountered the supernatural, yet I have never seen a ghost. Today was Shueji's first encounter with ghosts. And it was terrifying to see two hanging spirits. But with you here, it's not as frightening. That I'm sorry, sister. It's all my fault. I buried my head in self-reproach. Sister, I don't blame you at all. This is the first time I've been protected from behind by someone. It makes me very happy, yet also worried that I'm happy because someone is protecting me, but worried that the one protecting me might get hurt. However, what you said earlier upset me. You think that as long as I'm not by your side, I'm safe, and you want to send me back to the dormitory or let me stay with Huang Mao, right? I looked at Shueji sadly and nodded. Yes, ever since you've been by my side, these things have happened that I feel powerless to protect you. As long as you're not by my side, you'll be safer. That I hope you're in a safe place or beside someone who can protect you. Qin Fan, you promised me you would protect me, so you must take responsibility for me. I want to leave. I'll stay by your side and want to go anywhere. Shueji, please don't. Staying by my side is dangerous. That I called out anxiously. After all, Shueji's troubles stem from being with me. I foolishly thought I could keep her safe, yet I failed to protect her and ended up injured myself. Will you take responsibility? Will you protect me? Shueji interrupted my words, looking at me with a serious expression. Yes, I nodded vigorously. I would protect my dear Shueji, even at the cost of my life. That's more like it. Give me your leg. Upon seeing my agreement, Shueji cheerfully lifted my leg onto the bed and began tending to my wounds. What on earth does Shueji's makeup bag contain? It's filled with emergency supplies. The next day, Huang Mao and I went to work. Although it was daytime, I still secretly placed ghost-repelling talismans outside the room. Inside, I infused them with a great deal of magical energy, mental strength, and essence blood. While this wound tea increased their power, it would allow the talismans to remain connected to me. Once triggered, I would receive a signal. I also replaced Shueji's safety talisman with a connected ghost-repelling talisman. While the safety talisman could enhance luck and ward off some malevolent energy, it couldn't stop evil spirits from claiming lives. Not long after old Wang took his post, an urgent call summoned his hearse into action, with two other colleagues dispatched to handle the situation. While we awaited their return, a conversation ensued with old Wang. He revealed that the deceased was a woman, found hanging, with preliminary assessments suggesting suicide. That I was taken aback. Another hanging incident within just a few days. Seeing my astonishment, old Wang leaned closer and whispered to Xiao Chun, you know this deceased. She is the daughter-in-law of the two elderly individuals who died by hanging a few days ago. That I suspect it's the vengeful spirit seeking retribution. It's quite eerie. I've never heard of a soul claiming vengeance before the seventh day. That I advise you to be cautious, especially since you were involved in carrying those two. Caution even necessary. They've already come knocking. I replied. Yet, it was strange. Just yesterday, the ghost had indeed sought me out, and I had managed to injure it. That it seemed unreasonable for it to next pursue the daughter-in-law. That I suppose I shall have to confront it. I concluded. Huang Mao shook his head, his hands clasped behind his head in a relaxed manner. When it was time to switch shifts in the afternoon, Huang Mao and I rode our motorcycles directly to the funeral home at the foot of the mountain. As the body was still at the forensic center, We first headed to the mortuary to gather information from other relatives. As we approached, a middle-aged man's wailing pierced the air, crying out, "My Chui Chui, how could you be so reckless?" Upon entering, we found a balding man clutching a red dress, weeping profusely, a stark contrast to the solemnity of the previous funerals we had witnessed. Other family members stood nearby, offering hushed comfort. According to Huang Mao, this family bore the surname Sun, with 3 sons. The balding man was the youngest, named Sun Xingye, and the deceased, his wife, was Qian Chui. Upon noticing our presence, Sun Xingye's fury ignited, his bloodshot eyes glaring at us. "It's you. You've come to gloat over my misfortune." He charged towards us, only to be restrained by others. The leader among them, a middle-aged man who appeared more fit than Sun Xingye and wore glasses, resembled someone from a bureaucratic background, likely the eldest brother, Sun Xinghua. "This is not a welcoming place for you. It's best you leave," he declared. Huang Mao, ever the brash one, cast a disdainful glance at the mourners. "I trust everyone here finds this woman's death suspicious. I have never encountered a raucous woman committing suicide that I advise you all. Those who engage in wickedness shall meet their demise. If there are any matters, feel free to contact me." With that, Huang Mao tossed a business card on the ground before departing. Once outside, I hurriedly inquired of Huang Mao, "How can you be so certain they will reach out to you?" "I'm not certain. Who can predict such matters? Then why do you exit with such flair?" Huang Mao turned to me earnestly. "Xiao Fan, don't you think it appears confident and impressive?" I was rendered speechless. This was truly an absurd display. Were we here to show off? Our purpose was to investigate. I had intended to return and discuss the matter further, especially since Qian Chui's death was so peculiar. By all accounts, it should not have been a case of vengeance. However, Huang Mao insisted returning now would be embarrassing, adamant in his refusal to allow it. Reluctantly, we returned to the hotel as darkness approached, and I couldn't shake the unease concerning Shuejia. After dinner, while idly passing time, a strange phone call interrupted us. "Hello, is this Master Li? I am Sun Xingjuan. Please come to the Spring Villa on Chuncheng Road immediately." Chapter 57. The Yellow-Robed Taoist to my surprise. It was Sun Jianjun, the second son of Sun Jianjun, urgently contacting us that I had intended to leave Shuejia at the hotel, but the fierce look in her eyes compelled me to take her along. In haste, we rode swiftly, Shuejia holding on tightly, her warmth igniting a flutter of excitement within me. Upon arriving at the Spring Villa on Chuncheng Road, Sun Xingjuan awaited us. He was a thin man, and under his guidance, we approached Villa No. 7. As we walked, Sun Xingjuan shared insights about his family. The eldest brother, Sun Xinghua, held a leadership position in a state-owned enterprise, while the youngest, Sun Xingye, was in the building materials business, and he himself worked in design at a firm. This was the residence of his younger brother, Sun Xingye, and Qian Chui's body had been transported back home for burial after the autopsy, rather than remaining in the funeral home. Sun Xingjuan had been anxious about this arrangement, fearing something might go awry, which prompted him to contact us. Upon entering the villa, we were greeted by the Sun family's gathering. Sun Xinghua approached us with a scowl. "Why did you summon them? You know our third brother despises their presence. You only add to his troubles." "Elder brother, I had no choice. My sister-in-law's death is too suspicious, and our third brother insists on a burial. I was only worried about potential complications. Those are just superstitions. She committed suicide, so don't overthink it. Although policy dictates cremation, it is ultimately your brother's wife. So let him handle it as he sees fit. Kindly escort these guests out." Elder brother Sun Xinghua dismissed us outright, reducing our presence to mere trifles. Huang Mao stepped forward. "Whether you believe it or not is your concern. We are here to resolve issues, not to cater to your whims. That I hope you don't create unnecessary strife." Sun Xinghua, infuriated, retorted, "Do you know who I am? I am acquainted with your superior." "Well, that is unfortunate, as I do not know my superior." Huang Mao pushed past him, heading straight for the mortuary. In this affluent family, enjoying their lavish lives, they now faced the grim reality of their parents' demise. As we entered the mortuary, a Taoist clad in yellow robes led a group of acolytes in rituals, chanting incantations. Huang Mao's expression darkened as he returned to confront Sun Xinghua. "Didn't you say you didn't believe in these things? Why is there a Taoist performing rites here?" Startled, Sun Xinghua pushed Huang Mao away. "I don't believe, but my third brother does. His personal matters are not for us to question. Besides, what is wrong with promoting funeral culture?" "Ah, how wonderfully hypocritical. We are deemed superstitious. while they are simply engaging in cultural practices. How typical of a cultured individual to twist reality with words, Huang Mao retorted, leaving Sun Xinghua speechless at that moment. I felt elated. After my previous encounter with Taoist he, I had developed a natural affinity for fellow practitioners of the Tao. Ignoring Huang Mao's verbal sparring with Sun Xinghua, I approached the yellow-robed Taoist during a pause in his rituals. Performing the customary greeting, Fuxing Wuliang Tunzuan, the Taoist glanced at me dismissively. Who is this child, disrupting my rites? I quickly produced my peach-wood sword. Taoist, I too am a practitioner. Perhaps it was my youth that led to misunderstandings among my fellow Taoists. However, the sight of my miniature peach-wood sword evoked laughter from the bystanders, and some openly mocked me. What a child, brandishing a toy sword before a true Taoist. If you were 3 years old, it might be excusable, but at 20, are you out of your mind? This is akin to flaunting your prowess before Guangdong. Utterly foolish. Young man, you should change your attire. Even fraud requires a professional appearance in this day and age. The commotion attracted Sun Xinghua, who, upon seeing me, erupted in rage. You little brat, laughing at my family's misfortune. Today, I will break your legs to appease my wife's spirit. He charged towards me, brandishing a bench. Fuxing Wuliang Tianzuan. Mr. Sun, today is not a day for anger. I hope you can grant the humble Taoist some respect. The yellow-robed Taoist interjected, bowing slightly. Master Zhou, always considering the situation, Sun Xinghua responded, grateful, yet still seething with fury. He then turned to me, you're fortunate today. Once my wife's 7th day passes, I will find you at the funeral home to settle the score. Mad Ann, what have I done to you? And you were the ones who accused us of theft from the outset. At this moment, Huang Mao joined the fray. Mourn as you wish, but refrain from indiscriminately hurling accusations. Huang Mao remained undeterred, challenging anyone and everyone. Just as Sun Xinghua prepared to retaliate, the Taoist master Zhou intervened. Fuxing Wuliang Tianzuan, my friend, perhaps you should accumulate some merit with your words. As Huang Mao ready to counter Master Zhou, I quickly intervened. Master Zhou, please continue with your rites. We shall observe quietly and not disturb you. With that, I led Huang Mao and Xue Jie aside. The onlookers continued to chuckle at our expense. As we stepped away, Sun Xingyuan hurried over to apologize. Huang Mao waved him off. Speak of your intentions. There is clearly a reputable Taoist conducting the rites here. You had no reason to summon us. Following Huang Mao's lead, I too grasped the situation. Perhaps enlisting additional practitioners would be prudent, just as in the past with Gaozhan. However, this ritual was different. One Taoist could not simply invite another. This was both a rule and a tradition. Such funeral rites typically required specialized knowledge, and I, despite my studies, remained woefully ignorant of their complexities. Sun Xingyuan seemed to harbor ulterior motives. To say there are no intentions would be a lie. To claim there are intentions would be an oversimplification. He sighed, slowly explaining, our family consists of 3 brothers. The eldest is a staunch skeptic, while I hold a more ambivalent stance, having never encountered such phenomena. My youngest brother, however, believes wholeheartedly, having spent his formative years on construction sites. Master Zhou has long been responsible for overseeing the feng shui for my 3rd brother, often leaving us in utter astonishment. And indeed, my 3rd brother's business has flourished immensely. Upon hearing Sun Xingyuan's words, I found myself puzzled. If you say that Master Zhou possesses such remarkable abilities, then you have even less reason to seek our assistance. Young brother, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain, he urged. Everything must be traced back to 2 years prior. Chapter 58. The secret of Master Zhou. At that time, my 3rd brother's business was thriving, and his interactions with Master Zhou were quite frequent. On one occasion, I visited my brother and, having indulged a bit too much, stayed the night. The following morning, as I sought him out, I heard strange noises emanating from their room. Look at you, no longer a child. Are you eavesdropping on the walls? I remarked. The young couple is enjoying their intimacy. Why intrude? Brother Huang Mao gazed at Sun Xingyuan with a hint of mockery. No, I wasn't eavesdropping. It was merely coincidental. I was about to leave when I distinctly heard Master Zhou's voice. The person in the room with my sister-in-law is not my brother, he stammered. Brother Huang Mao shot a sarcastic glance at Sun Xinghua. Oh, so Master Zhou has placed a green hat upon Sun Xinghua. Has he, as an elder brother, did you not notice and warn him? Seeing the close relationship between Master Zhou and Sun Xinghua, it was clear that Sun Xingyuan had never confided in Sun Xinghua. The elder brother, fully aware of his brother's predicament, remained apathetic. Upon hearing Huang Mao's words, Sun Xingyuan's gaze faltered, and he hesitantly stated, at that time, "My work." Master Zhou lent a helping hand, and I understood then that when Sun Xingye sought Master Zhou's counsel, Sun Xingjuan had undoubtedly benefited from it, maintaining the facade that Master Zhou was indeed capable, allowing him to reap ongoing rewards. The so-called hint was merely a means to soothe his conscience. "Your family is truly repulsive," Brother Huangmao remarked before attempting to leave. Sun Xingjuan urgently grasped his arm, pleading, "Sun Xingye will surely face calamity. Do not go." It turned out that Sun Xingjuan had clandestinely investigated Master Zhou. It was revealed that Master Zhou and his sister-in-law, Qin Shui, were a couple long before she met Sun Xingye. Back then, Master Zhou was an obscure figure, practicing feng shui under the bridge, struggling to make ends meet. Somehow, Qin Shui came to know Sun Xingye, leading to his divorce and subsequent marriage to Qin Shui, who had recommended Master Zhou. Master Zhou's prowess was undeniable. Sun Xingye's business, previously modest, soared to prominence with Master Zhou's assistance, establishing him as an industry leader in Changshi City. Master Zhou's reputation spread among the wealthy. However, his close ties to the Sun family were likely due to Qin Shui. With her passing, Master Zhou appeared unaffected, yet it was certain he would seek vengeance, either through a ritual or during the burial. I inquired why Sun Xingjuan was so certain of Master Zhou's retribution, that he replied that Master Zhou was a man who bore grudges. Those who crossed him in business never met a good end. He had even taken revenge on those who had offended him while he was still a fortune teller under the bridge. Now that his woman had died, he would undoubtedly retaliate against his brother. Sun Xingjuan implored us to save his brother, lamenting that he was his only sibling. Previously driven by greed, he now realized the importance of familial bonds after their parents' demise, not wanting to see his brother suffer. He spoke with tears in his eyes, nearly kneeling before us in desperation. That I looked at Sun Xingjuan, my feelings conflicting. He seemed to be the most reasonable of the three brothers, still possessing a shred of conscience. Standing by his brother in this critical moment, that a shred of conscience. Humph, he merely fears for his own skin. Those who harm others through feng shui will inevitably implicate their kin. Such blood ties cannot escape. Brother Huangmao scoffed. Sun Xingjuan, awkwardly smiling and wiping his cold sweat, remained silent. Observing his reaction, it was clear Brother Huangmao had hit the mark. Sun Xingjuan's seemingly sincere demeanor, with his small, glistening eyes, had fooled me momentarily. It was all for his own sake. Previously claiming he had never witnessed anything, he now appeared to believe in feng shui wholeheartedly. Bah, I wish to remain uninvolved. However, as a Taoist, this matter does, in some way, bear some connection to me. That we returned to the morning hall, seeking refuge in a corner. The attendees were primarily individuals linked to Sun Xingye's business. Frankly, I had not seen any other relatives of theirs since their parents' passing. Sun Xingjuan awkwardly explained that his family did not maintain close ties with their relatives. Humph, surely he was not being truthful. Their treatment of their parents suggested a rift with their kin long ago. Bang, dong, dang. The young Taoist began to strike gongs and recite scriptures. In truth, our presence at the ceremony was of little utility. We were oblivious to the rituals, but could discern through the aura of Yin. Typically, an aura of Yin surrounds a corpse, but ordinary souls are weak and imperceptible to common folk. Only when the energy is potent enough to cause harm does the average person sense it. A sudden surge of Yin energy would certainly indicate trouble. At this distance, I could not even perceive the ordinary aura. That vixen is finally dead. What a relief. A voice of malicious glee emerged beside me. Turning, I saw a girl of about 17 or 18, dressed in an ostentatious manner, crop top, short shorts, and strikingly dyed purple-red hair. Lily, keep your voice down. Do not let Master Zhou hear, Sun Xingye cautioned as he rushed to cover the girl, who had been identified as Lily. Second dad, I'm not afraid of my father. Why should I fear Master Zhou? Lily retorted, shrugging off his hand. Lily, I understand your grievances against your stepmother, but please refrain from voicing such sentiments at the funeral. It could bring misfortune. It appeared that Lily was indeed the child of Sun Xingye and his former wife, harboring discontent toward her stepmother. What are you staring at? Keep your eyes to yourself. You filthy security guard, Lily shot back at me, her words leaving me momentarily speechless. I was merely a bystander. What are you doing, young lady? Is that any way to speak to someone? Sister Shui intervened, stepping protectively in front of me. Apologize? He isn't worthy of licking my toes, let alone expecting an apology from me. A mere security guard, Lily sneered at Sister Shui, who was slightly shorter yet exuded an air of authority. You insolent little brat, Sister Shui's chest heaved with indignation. You ugly little troll, dressed like a genetically modified flower. Just a glance at you makes me want to vomit, and you expect others to lick your toes. You must have licked too much. Now your mouth stinks. You look just like your stepmother. Perhaps she is your real mother. Go check your DNA. Umph. Brother Huangmao spat on the ground after his retort, waving his hand dismissively, clearly disgusted as if he had been tainted. Brother Huangmao's provocations had thoroughly unsettled Lily, who was ready to retaliate when Sun Xingjuan swiftly interjected. Lily, stop this nonsense. These are all here to assist your father. Brother Huangmao, like a provocateur teasing a restrained beast, wore a mischievous grin, inciting further anger from Lily, who nearly leaped up in fury, drawing the attention of those around us. Ultimately, Sun Xingjuan managed to whisk her away. Brother Huangmao's antics earned high praise from both Sister Shui and me. I must admit, he possessed a certain finesse in confronting others, targeting both their vulnerabilities and their hearts, an exemplary model for me to learn from. After a series of disturbances, the ceremony was nearing its conclusion. The funeral service continued throughout the night, with periodic gongs, chants, and relatives circling the coffin or burning paper offerings. However, no relatives from the Sun family had appeared. The only younger generation present, Lily, refused to kneel in mourning. Now, in the deep of night, the guests had departed, leaving only the Sun family members, Master Zhou's entourage, and the trio from the funeral home. Amidst this backdrop, Sun Xing busied himself, a comical figure amidst the vastness of his enterprise, alone and desolate. If only he knew the extent to which he had been deceived for so many years, how despairing it must be. Gazing at Sun Xingya, I suddenly felt a pang of sympathy, yet I reminded myself that those who evoke pity often possess their own faults, neglecting his parents, abandoning his first wife for a younger, more beautiful woman. It was clear that Lily had been affected by familial turmoil, embodying a rebellious spirit. Despite his wealth, his life appeared to be a failure. Meow. A sinister cat's cry shattered the temporary stillness of the morning hall. A black cat sauntered in, unperturbed by the presence of humans at that moment. Both Master Zhou and I exchanged alarmed glances, signaling everyone to remain still so as not to frighten the cat towards the coffin. It is crucial to note that no living creatures, particularly black cats, should approach the mourning hall. Their presence is considered an ill-omened to the average person. A black cat may symbolize good or bad luck, but within our circle, it is a definitive harbinger of misfortune. Black cats are believed to possess spiritual connections, inherently carrying negative energy. If they come into contact with a corpse, it can lead to a transformation of the body. Typically, black cats do not approach corpses, and their appearance is undoubtedly a bad sign. Where did that dead stray cat come from? Lily remarked, picking up a stone and hurling it at the black cat. Striking it squarely in the eye, meow, it cried in agony. One of the black cat's eyes was brutally blinded, blood streaming from the wound. It dashed directly towards the coffin of Qian Shui. Oh no. Stop that black cat. Do not let it approach the coffin. I shouted at the top of my lungs. Yet, the little Taoist priest in front of the spirit platform and Sun Xingye remained utterly unmoved. It was Master Zhou who finally reacted. With a commanding shout, a group of people hurriedly chased after the black cat. I truly questioned the skill level of those Taoists. I felt rather clumsy in such situations. Yet these individuals seemed even more inept than I. Meow. Don't run. Stop it. The entire spirit platform descended into chaos, various items scattered about. The black cat appeared to have fixed its sights on the coffin, evading all attempts to intercept it while slowly closing the distance. After toying with a few people, it leapt into the coffin. In an instant, it soared above the coffin, beginning its descent. The onlookers stared in horror, and I couldn't help but lament. It's over. Just at that critical moment, a gleaming iron sword appeared beside the black cat, piercing it through and sending it crashing beside the coffin. The cat let out a pained wail, collapsing to the ground, thrashing its limbs violently before falling still, seemingly lifeless. Master Zhou approached, amidst a chorus of flattery, stepping on the cat's head as he drew his sword. Is everyone a master of flying knives these days? Just moments ago, Sun Lily had shot at the cat's eye, and now Master Zhou had skewered it. I recalled my own painstaking practice of flying knives, feeling utterly ashamed as my hands trembled at the sight of a living creature. Typically, Taoists do not carry such metal weapons. These are considered sharp and ominous in their craft, likely to incite bad omens. They are not typically carried unless absolutely necessary. Blood in the spirit hall, especially from iron, bodes ill, yet it is certainly preferable to the black cat disturbing the corpse. Master Zhou, what a remarkable display. I am truly in awe, praised Sun Xingye. Just some unrefined techniques, Master Zhou replied modestly. Who would have thought a black cat would disrupt the proceedings? He then summoned the little Taoist to dispose of the cat in the trash bin, clean the blood from the ground, and tidy up the altar so the ceremony could continue to as the little Taoists began their tasks. Sun Xingye's expression darkened as he approached Sun Lily. Lily, what on earth were you doing? Do you realize you almost made a grave mistake? If it weren't for Master Zhou, your mother's spirit would have been disturbed by that black cat. Sun Lily shot back at him. She is not my mother. She died long ago, because of you. This woman deserved her fate. Disturbing the spirit hall was the least of her transgressions. The black cat was truly a disappointment. Sun Xingye, furious, pointed at Sun Lily. You, a child like you cannot possibly understand the burdens of adulthood. Many adults, when they find themselves in the wrong, tend to blame children for their ignorance of the complexities of life. Just as the father and daughter began to argue, I sensed a chilling aura, or rather a murderous intent. Master Zhou was glaring fiercely at Sun Lily, his eyes filled with malice. Noticing my gaze, he averted his eyes, closing them to meditate while awaiting the little Taoists to clean up. Sun Xingye, unable to counter Sun Lily, turned his ire towards us. Second brother, why are these people still here? With Master Zhou present, they are unnecessary. Third brother, consider these people as mere onlookers. The atmosphere here is already too somber. A few more people might liven things up, I replied. Sun Xingye surveyed the surroundings. The vast villa was sparsely populated, and with a cold snort, he returned to his duties regarding the aftermath. Sun Xingye sat nearby with his family, likely shaken by the black cat's bizarre behavior. Even those who do not believe in such matters might feel a lingering unease in this situation. Sun Xingye's wife was a rather classical woman, dressed in an intellectual manner, while their son, only a few years older than Sun Lily, wore modest clothing of unknown brands. As for Sun Xingye, he had not brought any family members. Second brother, what was up with that black cat? It felt somewhat sinister. Normally, when injured, it should flee into the wild. Yet that cat madly dashed towards the coffin. Before Sun Xingye could finish, Sun Xingye's son chimed in. Dad, it's just a beast. What intelligence does it possess? It was merely panicking and running blindly. That I've killed countless animals in my lifetime. Such frenzied behavior is not uncommon. This insufferable brat. As soon as he spoke, I felt a wave of disdain. If one kills for survival, that is the natural order. Although I do not wish to judge others maliciously, this boy clearly came from a life of privilege, overflowing with superiority. Killing for survival is one thing, but if not for survival, it becomes deeply unsettling. Indeed, what Sun Long said is correct. Brother, do not overthink it. Animals do not think as humans do, Sun Xingye reassured. Yet, the fear in his eyes betrayed him. An animal, when injured, would only retaliate under specific circumstances, either having no escape or when its offspring or nest is threatened. This black cat did not fit those scenarios. Some things cannot simply be explained away as mere coincidence or a distinction between humans and beasts. With several hours still until dawn, the darkness before daybreak is the deepest. I slowly moved closer to Xuejia, my body entering a state of alert. Adjusting my peachwood sword for quick access, I aimed to stay as close to her as possible, ready to react at a moment's notice. Sensing my tension, Xuejia gently grasped my hand. Her grip was smooth, soft, and slightly cold. Whether from the chill or fear, I could not tell. That I tightened my hold, silently vowing to protect her. Chapter 60. The fierce battle with the cat-faced woman. If you're scared, you might as well hurry back and drink some milk, Sun Lily mocked, noticing my hand holding Xuejia's, before joining the other members of the Sun family. Just as I was about to retort, Huang Maoge flicked his head, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Lily's upper body, insinuating jealousy over her lack of attention. Look at you, still undeveloped. Who would want to be with you? Furious, Sun Lily stomped her feet. Sun Xingye also approached, and at this moment, the Sun family had gathered. That I spoke directly. Don't you think Qian Shui's death is rather suspicious? Sun Lily wore a gloating expression, while Sun Long remained indifferent. However, a flicker of fear crossed the faces of the other Sun family members. Sister-in-law committed suicide. What could be suspicious about that? People nowadays are inherently fragile, prone to extreme reactions, and guilt can easily lead to a breakdown. Sun Xinghua, who generally did not believe in such things, was the first to speak. His words implied that Qian Chui's death was due to guilt over the elderly, thus suggesting she had a fault. Sun Xingye's expression shifted, his anger rising. "Brother, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that our parents' deaths are our family's fault?" "I did not say that your parents' deaths were your family's fault. In this household, you were always favored by our parents, so you should be the most filial." Sister-in-law spent her days either doing hair or shopping. If she had taken the time to accompany the elderly, this outcome could have been avoided. Now that she is dead, it is too late for regrets. Suicide changes nothing. That won't you go visit our parents? Don't they care for you as well? I'm far too busy for that. I'm constantly attending meetings. In an instant, the two began to argue. Sun Xingjuan had intended to intervene, but it was perhaps better that he didn't, for both were equally at fault, and he was quickly overwhelmed by the elder and third brother's accusations, leading to a fierce exchange of blame. It became a situation of dogs biting dogs, and we had no intention of getting involved, silently observing as bystanders. Meow. A fierce cat scream, accompanied by a cry of agony, suddenly shattered the atmosphere of their argument, drawing everyone's attention to the direction of the person who had gone to dispose of the cat. There lay the small, slender Taoist priest, now covered in blood. He lay on the ground, eyes wide open, emitting a wail of excruciating pain. The sound filled with terror, sending chills down spines. The cat that should have been undeniably dead stood once more, its body trembling slightly. The previously fatal wound now gushing forth thick, inky black blood. With a vengeful howl, the black cat dashed recklessly towards the coffin placed in the center of the spirit hall, moving with astonishing speed, even faster than it had before its injury. Everything transpired too quickly. Before anyone could react, the black cat leapt straight into the coffin. Master Zhou's expression changed drastically. This was the coffin of the woman he cherished. How could he allow such a bizarre black cat to run rampant? He charged forward, sword in hand. "You wretched beast, do not be so bold." Just as Master Zhou approached the coffin, the wooden frame supporting it suddenly emitted a deafening roar, collapsing without warning. This abrupt turn of events left everyone present aghast. The frame fell. A tremendous force kicked up dust from the ground, enveloping the area in a cloud of debris. Master Zhou fanned the dust from his eyes, intending to check the situation, only to witness an unbelievable scene. The coffin, which had been lying down, now stood upright as if it had a life of its own, ominously towering in place like a massive, gaping maw, exuding a chilling aura. Before Master Zhou could comprehend what was happening, the coffin suddenly lunged forward, knocking him to the ground, and then it began to press down upon him, its opening aimed directly at him. If it struck, Master Zhou would surely be crushed beneath the weight of the coffin. "Stop! Don't come any closer!" Master Zhou yelled in terror, frantically retreating, yet he could not escape the swift descent of the coffin, akin to a famished individual lunging for food. Just as the coffin was about to crush Master Zhou's legs, he managed to spread them apart. Bang! The coffin landed heavily between his legs, mere inches away from severing his lineage. Cold sweat broke out on Master Zhou's brow as he trembled on the ground, until a few sharp-eyed young Taoists lifted him aside. That moment, an eerie sound suddenly emanated from within the coffin. Initially faint, it would have gone unnoticed had the onlookers not been struck dumb with shock. As time passed, the sound grew increasingly pronounced, producing chilling creaks and unsettling swallowing noises. Sun Xinghua's face turned pale. This staunch atheist, steadfast for decades, felt his worldview crumbling. "Elder brother, what on earth is happening? Could it be that ghosts truly exist in this world?" He could attribute Qian Chui's demise to guilt or psychological pressure. The coffin's collapse could be explained away by the poor materials used in the makeshift shrine. However, the coffin standing upright and pursuing Master Zhou was a conundrum for an atheist to rationalize. Sun Xingjuan refrained from answering directly, instead retorting, "Elder brother, if you believe there are no ghosts, how do you explain the dead cat entering the coffin? How could the coffin possibly move on its own? And what accounts for this terrifying sound?" Sun Xinghua, his voice trembling, urged, "Someone go see what is happening." He was desperate to uncover the truth. Who would dare investigate such an uncanny coffin? Clearly, no one was foolish enough to do so. Sun Long, witnessing his father's fright, smirked slightly. "It's just a cat returned from the dead, but I suspect this is all Master Zhou's trick to swindle more money from Sanba. Look how terrified you all are. These are merely mechanisms. I've seen plenty of such things abroad, and I'm going to expose this. It seemed we truly had a fool among us, willing to investigate. I, too, was curious about what transpired with the black cat in the coffin. I gently pulled Shuejia back. Sun Long picked up a scattered wooden stick from the ground, striding towards the coffin with an air of audacity, tapping around its edges in search of any supposed triggers. Master Zhou had made a fortune from feng shui over the years. Why would he risk such actions now? If discovered, it would be akin to digging his own grave, with ample means for sustenance. Why would he pursue a gluttonous endeavor? Ultimately, in the face of Sun Long's disappointment, he failed. The once self-assured Sun Long now wore a crestfallen expression, intent on peering into the coffin to see what truly lay within. As he approached the coffin, the sounds of chewing abruptly ceased. Sun Long, witnessing the silence, felt a surge of triumph. Look, as soon as I got close, the noise stopped. Surely something is hiding inside, attempting to scare me off. But is that even possible? The coffin is this small. Let us see how you conceal yourselves. It appeared Sun Long's time abroad had dulled his wits, as his reasoning seemed inverted. His excitement led him to the coffin's edge. But just as he leaned in to look, a dark object fell directly onto his head, knocking him down, his face drenched in blood. A gruesome sight, indeed. The object that struck him was nothing other than a mangled corpse of a black cat. Most of its body devoured. The blood on Sun Long's face was not his own, but that of the black cat. In that moment, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Most assumed the black cat had been feasting on Qian Shui's remains. None considered that it was Qian Shui devouring the black cat. The scene unfolded beyond our imagination. Before we could fully comprehend, a pair of pale hands slowly emerged from the coffin. Each finger bore long, sharp nails, resembling small, lethal blades. Clap, the white hand struck the coffin's edge, reverberating in the hearts of everyone present. A woman clad in red appeared before us. The sight of her red attire filled me with dread. What sane person would wear red at a burial? Such an act signified grave misfortune. The woman sat like a marionette, her hair disheveled upon her shoulders. As she slowly lifted her head, terror gripped the crowd as we realized that her face was not human. It was a smooth, hairless feline visage. Her mouth protruded grotesquely, her eyes vertically aligned, glimmering with a chilling light, brimming with unending resentment. She fixed her gaze upon us, particularly on Sun Lily and Master Zhou. For a moment, the air felt thick and unyielding, paralyzing everyone with fear. Suddenly, from that horrifying mouth came a shrill, bone-chilling cat's cry, meow. The sound pierced through our eardrums, striking at the very core of our souls. A ghost? Sun Xingguo was the first to break down. This once steadfast atheist now utterly shattered. Letting out a scream of terror, his cry ignited chaos among the crowd, transforming the scene into pandemonium. With screams echoing all around, the cat-faced woman had a clear aim. She lunged towards Master Zhou, seemingly harboring a grudge. Regaining his composure, Master Zhou seized his iron sword, clashing with the feline claws. Sparks flying in all directions. The cat-faced woman twisted her body in an eerie manner, her claw-like feet striking Master Zhou's chest, causing blood to spurt forth. Master Zhou cried out in pain, clearly formidable in feng shui, yet woefully inadequate in confronting spirits. With the first encounter leaving him wounded, the cat-faced woman pressed her assault with no chance for Master Zhou to catch his breath. Her claws, sharp as blades and radiating a chilling aura, descended upon him. In an instant, one of Master Zhou's arms was severed. He fell to the ground, wailing, my hand, my hand. Just as the Catwoman aimed to finish him off, Huang Maogu sprang into action, transforming into a blur. Yet the distance was insufficient to deter the cat-faced woman. Huang Maogu waved his hand, and two talisman-engraved flying daggers turned into streaks of cold light before he arrived. The daggers struck the cat-faced woman's body, black blood gushing from the wounds, releasing a nauseating stench. The wounded cat-faced woman let out a pained screech. Meow. Her voice was sharp and piercing, sending shivers down our spines. She turned her gaze towards Huang Maogu, her eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. At the same time, her body arched slightly, taut like a drawn bow, poised to strike. Meow. As Huang Maogu drew near, she unleashed a furious roar, propelling herself into the air, colliding with him. Bang. The clash of her claws and Huang Maogu's baton erupted with explosive force. They fell to the ground, moving with such speed that it was hard for an ordinary person to follow, producing a cacophony akin to firecrackers. Anxiety surged within me as I yearned to assist Huang Maogu, but I had to protect Shuejia. The thought of the hanging ghost sneaking up on her was unthinkable. Sensing my grip tightening, Shui Jie said. Xiao Fan, go help. I can manage on my own. I shook my head, unwilling to leave her alone in such perilous circumstances. Shui Jie pulled out the talisman I had given her, placing it against her chest. I have the talisman you gave me. And if I stay put, it will safeguard me. You have ample time to return and protect me. I glanced at her, then at the fierce battle Huang Mao Gu was engaged in, hesitating briefly before nodding. If you find yourself in danger, call out loudly. I retrieved a talisman, inscribing kill to vanquish demons and monsters, and swiftly affixed it to my peachwood sword. Upon seeing the sword radiating with a blue blade, Shui Jie gazed at me with admiration. Xiao Fan, you're so dashing. My face flushed with embarrassment, and I scratched my head, feeling shy. Shui Jie, I'm off. Upon reaching the battleground, onlookers stared in astonishment at my blue-bladed peachwood sword. A toy-like object now wielding such power. Huang Mao Gu, I'm here to assist you. I swiftly entered the fray, blocking a strike from the cat-faced woman, then joined forces with Huang Mao Gu to subdue her. When I had previously aided He Daolang, our lack of coordination had hampered his efforts. Since then, I had asked Huang Mao Gu to train me extensively in collaboration, and after numerous practice sessions, we had developed a deep understanding of one another, enabling us to work seamlessly together. What had begun as a slight advantage rapidly turned into a rout upon my arrival, as we pressed the cat-faced woman back, inflicting wounds that elicited her anguished cries. Strike her. Finish her off. At that moment, Sun Lily, filled with spirit, rushed nearby, clenching her fists in encouragement. This is none of your concern, I exclaimed. Aren't you afraid of being caught in the crossfire? You re the one being unreasonable. I came to cheer you on, and you tell me to leave? Well, I'm not going anywhere. Just then, the cat-faced woman seized the opportunity, charging at me as I momentarily lost focus, having taken a hit from my blade, and then darted towards Sun Lily. Chapter 61. Rescuing Sun Lily. The speed was astonishing, utterly unaffected by the previous strike. The gaze directed at Sun Lily was filled with boundless malice and resentment. Ah! Sun Lily screamed in terror, her entire being frozen in shock. Just as the glinting blade of the cat-faced woman was about to pierce Sun Lily's delicate skin, a white figure flashed in front of her. It was Sister Shui. Without hesitation, Sister Shui extended her hands, forcefully pushing Sun Lily aside. Immediately after, Sister Shui swiftly produced a yellow talisman from her bosom, positioning it in front of her as the talisman sensed the approach of the cat-faced woman. It erupted into radiant beams of yellow light. The light shot forth like arrows, illuminating the surrounding darkness. At that moment, the cat-faced woman, already possessing a terrifying and ghastly hairless visage, was further scorched by the powerful energy radiating from the talisman. Producing a sizzling sound, a pained howl escaped her lips. Filled with uncontainable fury, her sharp claws slashed through the air, creating fierce arcs as they violently struck its sister Xui. In an instant, the talisman was shattered, and Sister Shui was sent flying, crashing to the ground in agony, cold sweat streaming down her face, deep gashes etched into her arm. Had it not been for the talisman's protection, Sister Shui's hand would have surely been severed. Sister Shui, my eyes burned with rage. I had promised to keep her safe. Yet there she was. Upon perceiving my intent to leave, Sun Xingye was immensely pleased and immediately exclaimed, Yes, 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 I will summon her at once. Her information can be found online. Her name is Yang Yifei. Huang Maoga took out his phone to conduct a search and then nodded in my direction. Thus, we settled into the Sun family villa, with Sun Xinghua and Sun Xingjuan also moving in, likely feeling safer in our company. For who could guarantee that the ghostly parents would not come knocking at their door, especially when guilt lingers in the heart? What perplexed me, however, was Sun Lily, who appeared exceedingly excited at our arrival in the villa. Upon entering, Shui Jie was promptly escorted by the private doctor, Yang Yifei, to a designated medical room to tend to her wounds. I had intended to accompany her, but was politely declined when it was suggested I remove my shirt. But I am not that kind of person. My concern was purely for her well-being. Seated in the living room, I observed Master Zhou, whose wounds had been skillfully bandaged, and I directly broached the topic. Master Zhou, why did you dress Qian Shui in red for her burial? This is a taboo. I felt that the black cat had been attracted by Qian Shui's red attire, and Master Zhou certainly could not detach himself from this matter. Upon my words, everyone turned their gaze towards Master Zhou. As for burial attire, it pertains to feng shui, and you, a mere novice in this art, have no right to question my authority, Master Zhou retorted. clutching his severed arm with disdain at my inquiry. Although it was inappropriate to challenge Master Zhou openly, one must recognize the animosity he harbored towards Sun Xingye. Should he choose to sabotage us in the days to come, our predicament would worsen. For we were already being pursued by a monstrous cat-faced woman and two ghostly figures. The enemy lurked in the shadows while we stood exposed, a perilous situation indeed that I rose slightly and bowed. Admitting, I am indeed unversed in feng shui, and I lack the credentials to challenge a renowned master. Yet, I am aware of basic taboos, and dressing in red for burial is a grave mistake. If Master Zhou has other considerations, I beg your pardon for my misunderstanding. Initially, I held a favorable impression of Master Zhou, but his actions compelled me to remain cautious. This I understood well, for my beloved met a tragic end. Though it was known she had hanged herself, the details were less known to the public. She had endured inhumane torment before her death, bearing the marks of lashes across her body. Master Zhou likely chose red attire for her burial to symbolize joy, employing a celebratory funeral to ward off malevolent spirits and prevent my beloved from becoming a vengeful ghost. At this moment, Sun Xingye interjected to defend Master Zhou. Upon hearing about the lashings, a flicker of hatred crossed Master Zhou's eyes. Tortured to death, the notion that Qian Shui had been tormented by a ghost before her demise left me puzzled. It was indeed strange. There are numerous accounts in literature of vengeful spirits exacting retribution through torment, often replicating the abuse they suffered in life. Moreover, the autopsy report of the ghostly couple indicated only mechanical asphyxiation, with no signs of prior abuse. That I had never heard of ghosts engaging in torture. And the ghostly couple had not employed lashes against me either. The crux of the matter was that celebratory funerals could indeed mitigate malevolent forces if they were genuine. However, Qian Shui had been killed by a ghost. And if it was a case of torture, how could it be deemed celebratory? Such a contrived celebration would only intensify resentment. That I refrained from voicing my suspicions, for they were merely conjectures without substantial evidence. And articulating them would serve no purpose. That I could only apologize, expressing, I have offended Master Zhou. Please do not take offense, and I hope to receive your guidance in future academic pursuits. Humph. Master Chun is the true master. At such a young age, he can already offer insights that I, on the other hand, am but a humble soul with little to impart. Master Zhou scoffed, retreating with his acolytes to their quarters. That I smiled silently and chose a room closest to Shui Jie with Huang Maoge. Since I could not enter to watch over her, I would stand guard at the door. Leaning against the door, I gradually succumbed to sleep until the first light of dawn broke. The figure appeared before me. Who goes there? Startled awake by the approaching presence, I realized that sleeping at the door was indeed uncomfortable, and the events of the past days had kept my nerves on high alert. Before me stood a girl with short hair, lightly made up, exuding a pure demeanor. She bore a familiar countenance, gazing down at me with a bashful expression. How annoying. It's me, Xiao Fan Gij. Don't you recognize me after just one night? Lily? She playfully teased, giving me a gentle punch. I was taken aback. Was this Sun Lily? Was there such a stark contrast between her appearance last night and now? One dressed as a spirited young girl, the other as a demure maiden. Was she experiencing some form of identity crisis? Sun Lily, why are you dressed like this? I asked, astonished. Isn't it because I thought Xiao Fan Gij prefers this style? Look, I even removed my nail art to match Sister Wu Shui, she replied, extending her hand to show her unadorned fingers. That I awkwardly nodded, feigning agreement. Yes, that's fine. To my surprise, Sun Lily began twirling in delight. The contrast was indeed striking. Shui Jie radiated purity and never wore nail art, preferring a simpler look for personal reasons. Could it be that Sun Lily assumed I favored Shui Jie and had deliberately dressed to resemble her? Was there some peculiarity among the children of wealthy families? A sense of unease crept into my heart. Perhaps it would be wise to limit my interactions with such individuals in the future. Sun Lily insisted on taking me to breakfast, but I resolutely declined, stating that I wished to wait until Shui Jie was out of surgery. Unable to sway me, Sun Lily went to fetch breakfast for me. Her sudden kindness was baffling. I could not comprehend the motives of those from affluent families, who often failed to express genuine gratitude, viewing favors as mere obligations. After about an hour, Shui Jie's surgery concluded successfully. After thanking Dr. Yang Yifei, I went to check on Shui Jie's wounds. The sutures were expertly done and hardly noticeable. With further care, it seemed likely there would be no lasting marks. Yet, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as I bowed my head and apologized. I am sorry, Shui Jie. I failed to uphold my promise to protect you. Shuijie gently stroked my head with her warm hand, reassuringly saying, "You did well, Xiao Fan, if it weren't for your talisman. I might have lost my hand. Do not blame yourself, or else I wouldn't be at ease." Gazing at Shuijie, I silently vowed that there would not be a next time. Seeing her successful recovery eased my anxiety. And as we chatted, I leaned against her bedside and drifted into a deep sleep, vaguely hearing her hum a soothing tune while her gentle hand patted my back. I slept soundly until the afternoon when I finally awoke. Upon entering the living room, I found the Sun family, Master Zhou, and Huang Maoga gathered, strategizing. I had no intention of involving myself, for I harbored distrust towards Master Zhou and feared that in a moment of passion, I might inadvertently reveal my secrets. Huang Maoga, however, was different. Despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, he possessed considerable insight. I offered a casual greeting before stepping outside. Huang Maoga naturally followed, while Sun Lily, seemingly oblivious, cheerfully linked her arm with mine, behaving as if we were longtime lovers, making it impossible for me to shake her off. We reached the parking lot. "Please, we have urgent matters to attend to. It's dangerous. Would you kindly stay home, Miss Sun?" I implored, my patience wearing thin. "Even in danger, I want to be with Xiao Fan Gij, and if there's danger, you want to protect me anyway. That I'm not afraid," Sun Lily declared without hesitation. Hopping onto my motorcycle. I cast a desperate glance at Huang Maoga, seeking his assistance. He understood immediately, turning to Sun Lily with a knowing look. "We're just going out for a foot soak. Looking for a technician. Why would you, a girl, want to tag along? Girls can get foot massages too. I've lost count of how many times I've had one. I have VIP access to every foot massage parlor in Chongping. Bring me along, and I'll get a discount," Sun Lily replied, producing several VIP cards from who knows where. Huang Maoga's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, let us go." Sun Lily grinned mischievously, wrapping her arms around me as she exclaimed, "Off we go." I was left speechless, realizing I had somehow been swayed into this escapade. I had asked for her help, not for her to complicate matters further. I shot Huang Maoga a disdainful look, and he returned a knowing glance, leaving me with no choice but to ride with him to the nearest foot massage parlor. The KTV and spa centers near the villa were far more luxurious than the average establishments. Upon our arrival, a beautiful manager in a fitted suit greeted us, bowing gracefully. "Miss Sun, welcome. What services would you like today?" With poise, Sun Lily pointed at Huang Maoga and instructed, "Arrange for this one with the blonde hair to be taken to the top floor. The expenses will be on my tab." She then turned to me with excitement. "Arrange a luxurious room for me and Xiao Fan Gij. He prefers a male technician, and I want a female technician." The manager, understanding her request, smiled and began the arrangements. Huang Maoga then interjected, "We haven't bathed in a day. We need to soak in a milk bath first before proceeding with other services." In the changing room, I grew anxious as the sky darkened. I feared for Shuijie's safety if we delayed any longer. "Huang Maoga, when would there be time to bathe and soak our feet? There are pressing matters to attend to. Why the haste? Let us sit for a few moments and wait until Sun Lily has shed her garments. We shall then send a message to the Sun family to arrange for a vehicle to collect us. This time, Xiao Fan is here because of you. I have never visited such a luxurious bathing establishment before. Once I start earning, do ensure to arrange for me 5 visits." Huang Maoga, with a hint of regret, stroked the bathtub filled with milk. "The last time I earned hundreds of thousands from Gao Jian, I transferred all of it to Wenchong and Wenyuan. 1. To bury He Daolong. 2. Since He Daolong perished because of me, I promised to take good care of Wenchong and Wenyuan at present. I possess little capability, but at the very least, I can provide some material support. After all, these rural disciples returning to the mountain gate will inevitably face exclusion. Having money can pave the way." Estimating the time was nearly right, we sent a message to Sun Xingye and promptly rode off on our motorcycles, arriving at Boss Jin's shop in the old city. Our main purpose was to replenish some supplies, and I needed to purchase a set of stab-proof clothing for Shuijie. Chapter 64. Preparations. Boss Jin was delighted to see us and hurriedly prepared tea. I was uncertain why, but the once soda-loving me now relished the delicate taste of light tea. Observing my fondness, Boss Jin gifted me a can. This time, we primarily sought to replenish some waterproof talismans and a few flying daggers. Most of our flying daggers were custom-made by Boss Jin, tailored in length, thickness, and weight. Wang Maoji's dagger was approximately 40 grams heavier than mine. We also needed to acquire items to deal with corpses. Although these demon corpses differ somewhat from zombies, fundamentally, They are still corpses, and many items can be applicable. We purchased some black dog blood, rooster blood, ink, chalk line, and corpse binding ropes. While glutinous rice is not particularly effective against demon corpses, I still bought 2 kilograms. Among the various stab-proof garments, I selected a white tracksuit, as they had Shwed's size in stock, and after a brief wait, it was tailored perfectly. Thus, our shopping concluded, and we received an invoice for $30,000. I felt a twinge of guilt. Within just a month, I had expended over $30,000 in public funds and frequently took leave from work, yet the personnel department approved every request without inquiry. Perhaps it was due to my master's influence. Upon returning to Sun Xingye's villa area, we fortuitously encountered Master Zhou, who was also laden with packages. We exchanged glances but did not speak. It appeared they too had been on a shopping expedition. In this small city, I had presumed there was but one establishment. Entering the villa, Sun Lily looked at me with a mournful expression, as if blaming me for deceiving her and abandoning her midway. I felt indifferent. I harbored no fondness for her. Master Zhou entered and began distributing equipment to everyone, various talismans and magical artifacts. However, I noticed the quality of those talismans was rather subpar, although they were all yellow talismans. They paled in comparison to what we had procured. Everyone cautiously accepted Master Zhou's yellow talismans and artifacts, afraid of crumpling or damaging them. Once Master Zhou finished distributing, Sun Xingye joyfully transferred 300,000 to him. I was astounded at how easily money could be earned. Huang Mao Gu, with a glint in his eye, rushed over. He produced several yellow talismans and presented them to Sun Xingye, saying, "We have procured many ghost-repelling artifacts for you. Look at this, a tear-proof, waterproof ghost-repelling talisman. The patterns and the texture are of exceptional quality." Sun Xingye held it in his hand, comparing it to Master Zhou's talismans, and could discern the difference, becoming enamored with Huang Mao Ji's talisman. Master Zhou, noticing this, coldly scoffed, "The efficacy of a talisman is what matters. If it's merely about texture, one might as well draw them on women's stockings." "Wouldn't that be better?" Huang Mao Gu appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Indeed, I shall try making talismans on stockings next time. Master Zhou is truly clever." However, the effectiveness of our talismans was evident last night. Huang Mao Gu emphasized the last part. Everyone nodded in agreement, recalling how my ghost-repelling talisman had harmed the cat-faced woman, an incident witnessed by all. Nevertheless, Sun Xingye was no fool that he was well-versed in managing disputes like this. Whether it's Brother Chun's talismans or Master Zhou's, they are both good talismans that I believe they will protect everyone well. I shall play the role of Han Exine. The more, the merrier. He then took all of Huang Mao Gu's talismans and distributed them among the group, subsequently transferring 300,000 to us. I was astonished. I had sold them for a swift 300,000. Moreover, the items we provided were evidently fewer than Master Zhou's, who had included numerous artifacts such as copper coins, jade stones, and pendants. After receiving our talismans, the group clearly scoffed at Master Zhou's talismans, casually placing them in their pockets, while my talismans were carefully stored in their breast pockets. Master Zhou sensed the shift in attitude and shot me a glance filled with malice. It seemed my intuition was correct. I needed to remain wary of Master Zhou. Huang Mao Gu, now with 300,000 in hand, gleefully approached me, retrieving several high-quality yellow talismans from my talisman box. These were crafted with my blood mixed with vermilion, significantly more potent than those made purely with vermilion. He hurried to whisper something into Sun Lily's ear, casting glances in my direction. Upon hearing Huang Mao Ji's words, Sun Lily's eyes sparkled with joy as she scanned my face. She then scanned Huang Mao Gu's phone with her own, accepted the talismans, gazing at me with deep affection, and finally, she kissed the talisman before retreating to her room. That I inquired of Huang Mao Gu what he had said to Sun Lily. He waved his phone, saying, "I merely told her that I specially used my blood to draw a few talismans for her, fearing she would worry about not being brought along. She was so pleased that she rewarded me with 100,000. Look, Xiao Fan, a few talismans and a few words earned me 100,000. Isn't that delightful?" I stared at Huang Mao Gu, aghast. Was he not pushing me into the fire pit? I was already troubled about how to handle my relationship with Sun Lily. And now this young lady, in a moment of excitement, had acted impulsively, while my brother egged her on, ultimately selling me out for 100,000 yet. Given the circumstances, I couldn't very well barge into someone else's room to explain. It would only make matters worse. After selling the talismans, we began our preparations that we mixed high-quality yang ink with black dog blood and rooster blood, then poured it into chalk line, starting to create a net-like pattern around the house, akin to a massive fishing net. This way, any ghosts or corpses attempting to enter would be unable to pass through walls, thus trapping them within. The task was considerable, requiring us to cover every room and corner. And for aesthetic purposes, we needed to apply a special liquid to conceal the chalk line, rendering it transparent. The workload was substantial at this moment. Master Zhou's disciples volunteered to assist, that I reasoned that Master Zhou would not sabotage us in this matter, as it concerned our lives, that I instructed them and assigned areas for them to work in, while I oversaw the application of the special liquid to make the chalk lines transparent. Out of personal interest, I secretly added my blood to the chalk line in Shueji's room, ensuring that ordinary ghosts would find it impossible to break free. Observing our diligent efforts to prepare the villa, Sun Xingye generously dispensed money to us that I had no desire for it. My intention behind the preparations was not monetary gain. If I were not here, I would not have undertaken this task. Since I had settled here, I would tend to my own plot of land. I could not abandon it. Huang Maogu, however, held a different view, asserting that one reaps what one sows. This is the reward for our labor. Yes, I concurred. Brother Li is right. This is your due. I will transfer it to you, and you can pass it on to Brother Chen later. Another 300,000 was deposited. After Sun Xingye distributed the funds, we proceeded to distribute to other minor disciples, though their prices were certainly lower than ours. Chapter 65. The hanged ghost arrives. It took 3 continuous days to finalize the preparations in every corner of the villa. Though the task lacked significant technical difficulty, I felt more at ease having industry insiders handle it, especially since I was a novice in this domain. Initially, I had planned to withdraw the security guards and housekeepers. But unlike Gao Jian's estate, where one villa occupied a vast area, here, the villas were closely packed, with several households in one area. Therefore, I had to instruct the housekeepers and security staff to remain indoors at night, as I would be affixing ghost-repelling talismans to each room at regular intervals. The most absurd situation involved the Sun family. Having previously looked down upon me, they now insisted on residing next door. They had never believed in these matters, though Sun Xingye was somewhat respectful of traditional customs. Sun Long, having studied abroad, was more inclined to believe in Jesus than in these notions from the outset. Sun Long had been quite critical of my actions, and after his father provided us with money, he became even more overbearing, constantly nitpicking my work, claiming the lines were not straight enough and needed to be redone, or that the distances were incorrect and required adjustment. Trying to adopt the demeanor of a foreman at times, I truly wished to take the money and throw it in his face to vent my frustration. But Huang Maogu always intervened. After all, who would go against money? On the eve of the night of return, the Sun family knelt before the portrait of their deceased, chanting prayers for forgiveness and blessings. It was a classic case of both sides being right and wrong. Only Sun Lily seemed slightly better, maintaining a quiet demeanor as she knelt in prayer. Through these days of interaction, I noticed that aside from her arrogance and disregard for others, Sun Lily was somewhat more amiable than the rest of her family. At the very least, she was the only one who had visited the elderly couple over the years. Sun Lily, having lacked affection since childhood, displayed an extravagant sense of style. Yet, she had somewhat changed her ways in recent days. Thus, perhaps the safest person among them was Sun Lily. Ghosts are born of humans, and they know who treated them well during their lifetime. For Sun Lily, it suffices to remain wary of the cat-faced woman that as dusk deepened. I instructed the security guard and the housekeeper to return to their quarters, admonishing them not to emerge regardless of what sounds they might hear. According to the tales of the hanged couple, they would undoubtedly come on the night of resurrection. However, this time, we were thoroughly prepared. Everyone consumed a light meal and drank the bare minimum of water. Before darkness fell, we all visited the restroom. Today, should anyone dare to venture to the bathroom, I would promptly subdue them to avoid possession by spirits. I had deliberately left an entrance for the hanged couple, as their inability to enter would mean this matter could never be resolved. Bang, bang. The ancient clock told midnight, heralding the arrival of the night of resurrection. From this moment forth, the hanged couple could appear at any time. I produced a pale purple talisman, using the pure silver ring on my left forefinger to separate my right forefinger, channeling my magical energy while reciting the incantation of divine light. All gods pay homage. Commanding thunderous demons to quake in fear, with the hidden name of the thunder god conjuring a tempest, golden light swiftly enveloped me as I inscribed a protective circle around Shueijia, with this layer of golden protection. As long as the hanged couple did not act excessively, Shueijia would at least remain safe tonight. Kneeling on the ground, Sun Lily observed me creating a protective circle for Shueijia and, with a pout of indignation, ran over, playfully accusing, Xiaofan Gij, you're biased. Why does Shueijia get this while I do not? I replied, somewhat wearily, you are not a patient. What need have you for a protective circle? Such things are for the ailing. In truth, if conditions permitted, it would be best to have such a circle of protection for those lacking combat prowess, alleviating fears of unexpected troubles. However, with my limited strength, I could afford to draw only one. And naturally, it was for Shueijia. Sun Lily, obedient yet sorrowful, retorted, isn't lovesickness a form of illness? My heart raced with a myriad of wild stallions. Unable to articulate the frustration I felt, the pampered young lady certainly enjoyed her jesting. Just as we were exchanging banter, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Bang, 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 3 short, 1 long. A ghostly knock. Open the door, Lao San, came a voice from outside, aged and trembling. Sun Xingya fell to his knees in terror. His voice quavering. Father, fathered, that is my father's voice. The faces of the other Sun family members turned pale. Master Zhou, wielding a peachwood sword, stood ready as if facing a formidable foe. This sword, of evidently high quality yet seemingly brand new, bore no signs of prior use, indicating it had likely been purchased specifically for this occasion. That it was clear that Master Zhou was not particularly adept in the realm of ghost hunting. The hanged couple would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Father, please return. It is the sons who have been unfilial. You and mother are below. We burn extra paper money for you during the holidays, ensuring you fare better down there than up here. The eldest, Sun Xinghua, demonstrated his leadership honed from years within the system, maintaining composure amidst chaos, while perhaps being the most terrified of all present. Given his shattered worldview that we shall not leave, this is our home that we wish to see our children, must you depart without even a glimpse of us. Moreover, we need to borrow a life from our young friend here. You ungrateful sons, in life, you were unfilial, and in death, you refused to open the door for your parents. After all these years, it is as if you were never raised, the hanged ghost Sun Jianjun interjected, his tone laced with ire. This old ghost, seeking to borrow my life, had many things to take, yet could a life truly be lent? The Sun brothers knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads, beseeching the hanged couple to depart. They dared not approach the door. You foolish boys! Open the door at once. At this moment, the hanged ghost Nia Feng began to pound on the door, her temper far more explosive than her husband's. Hearing her voice reminded me of the time I had carried her and felt her lick me. Goosebumps surged across my skin. The knocking escalated into a battering, the sound of metal bending under tremendous force. How powerful have these spirits become in this day and age? They are truly formidable. In the next instant, the entire door was blown off its hinges, crashing into the table adorned with memorial portraits. At that moment, 2 feet hovered above the ground. The hanged ghost, suspended by a hemp rope around its neck, floated in, glaring fiercely at the Sun brothers. Filled with rage, it demanded, why did you not open the door for your parents? You refused to visit us in life, yet even in death, you bar us from entry. Terrified, the entire Sun family fell to their knees, repeatedly apologizing and pleading for mercy. Father and mother, we were wrong. Please spare us. To know wrong is to accept punishment, the hanged ghost Sun Jianjun declared, tearing the rope from his neck, splitting it into several pieces, and tossing it to the Sun family. Do not accept it. I shouted urgently. The hanged ghost sought lives. Making eye contact would lead to being bound, and accepting the rope would mean being hanged. Chapter 66. The moment to save lives. Mind your own business. The hanged ghost Sun Jianjun snarled, his face twisted in fury that he abruptly turned his head, his pallid eyes glinting with a chilling green light, instilling dread. He then extended his emaciated arms, sharp as eagle talons, lunging toward me with a fierce gust of wind. Seeing the onslaught from the hanged ghost Sun Jianjun, Shueijia cried out anxiously, Xiaofan, be careful. She took a slight step toward me, as if intending to shield me. I feared she would charge forward, Gripping the peachwood sword, I prepared to confront him. Although the hanged couple had transformed into their complete forms after the seventh day, I had endured fierce battles against the cat-faced woman recently and had regained some strength through extensive talisman crafting. The outcome of this encounter remained uncertain. As his claws met the blue edge of my peachwood sword, sparks erupted, forcing me back several steps. Was the power of the seventh day's transformation truly this formidable? I marveled at the tingling in my arm that I recalled that if the hanged ghost had not utilized tricks, I could have held my ground too against one. Just one Zhao Ming had shattered my recent confidence. Before I could recover, the hanged ghost Sun Jianjun charged again. Huang Mao Gu swiftly maneuvered, launching an attack with his talisman-imbued baton. Sparks flew from Sun Jianjun, yet the strikes rendered minimal damage. Observing Huang Mao Ge's agile movements and fierce onslaught, I mused that if he practiced the way of the Tao, empowered by spells, he would be formidable against evil spirits, truly a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, the hanged ghost Nie Feng did not remain idle. She shifted, instantly manifesting several eerie doppelgangers. These phantoms floated silently towards the Sun family, whispering sinister words into their ears. This was the ghostly language designed to bewitch the living, capable of brainwashing their thoughts. Each word carried an icy chill, penetrating the eardrums and reaching deep into the soul. Upon hearing Nie Feng's voice, the Sun family initially struggled to break free from the grip of fear, but soon discovered they were utterly immobilized. Left to succumb to the terrifying echoes in their minds, Sun Lily, her face etched with terror, looked to me and cried, "Xiao Fan Gij, save me." Gradually, their gazes grew vacant, their consciousness fading into obscurity. The Sun family appeared as if manipulated by invisible strings. Rigid and mechanical, each movement seemed forcibly driven, their arms slowly and laboriously rising to grasp the rough hemp rope before them. Once their fingers clutched the rope, they lifted it in a grotesque manner, bringing it closer to their necks. Ultimately, that hemp rope coiled around them like a cold, unfeeling serpent, tightening its grip. In a frantic rush, I dashed forward, producing several talismans meant to dispel ghostly enchantments, clasping them between my fingers. Just as I prepared to cast them, a chilling figure materialized before me. Upon closer inspection, it was the true form of the hanged ghost Nie Feng. Before I could react, she extended her bony, veined claws, striking at me with blinding speed that I hurriedly swung my sword to block. Should that ghostly hand, capable of bending steel, connect with me, I might very well meet my demise. The talismans fell through the air as I retreated, thrusting my sword upward, striking Nie Feng while the gust sent one talisman fluttering beside Master Zhou. That I shouted, "Master Zhou, affix the talisman and recite the cleansing incantation." Yet, Master Zhou merely cast a fleeting glance at the cleansing talisman, slowly tucking it away before watching me as if it were a performance. "You wretched man, are you outright abandoning your ally?" I had anticipated some hindrance from Master Zhou during our collaboration. Yet this was outright negligence, leaving me to fend for myself. Indifferent to the fate of the Sun family, it seemed he intended to eliminate me while simultaneously avenging the Sun family for his own grievances. Perhaps due to her use of doppelgangers, I felt a slight equilibrium in our struggle against Nie Feng. Neither of us could gain the upper hand. At that moment, the Sun family dangled from the hemp rope, their necks marked by deep crimson grooves. The doppelgangers eerily chorused, "This is your punishment." The Sun family appeared ghostly pale, their mouths gaping as white foam spilled forth, their bodies swaying erratically in midair, akin to leaves tossed by a tempest, teetering yet refusing to fall. Simultaneously, a long tongue slithered from their mouths, their eyes devoid of life, resembling two lifeless fish eyes, fixated upon me, sending chills down my spine. What is even more terrifying is that the corners of their mouths slowly curled upward, sketching an extraordinarily sinister smile. That I once again distanced myself, unleashing 3 blue talismans with the commands, "By the force of vaporization, by the speed of vaporization, by the shield of transformation," urgently, as the law commands. At this moment, I could simultaneously enhance my abilities with 3 blue talismans. Wait, it seems I forgot to use the blue talismans earlier. No wonder I had made such significant progress yet was being overwhelmed. Suddenly, my confidence surged, and I charged forward with reckless abandon. Seeing my rising momentum, the hanged ghost Nie Feng instantly withdrew her doppelganger, her aura also surging to meet mine. That I swung my weapon frantically, directly suppressing the fully manifested hanged ghost Nya Fong. Yet breaking through to rescue the captives proved difficult at that moment. As time gradually passed, my impatience led to several mistakes. Had it not been for the new blue talismans and the protective garment, I might have sustained injuries. However, for a fleeting moment, I seemed to notice the ropes loosening. Just then, the previously passive Master Zhou suddenly sprang into action, stepping forward with determined strides. Swiftly approaching the Sun family members, he retrieved a calming incantation from his robes, proclaiming, "Three souls eternal, the spirit unscathed." Urgently, as the law commands. Instantly, it manifested and adhered to the heads of the Sun family members. With a flourish of his peachwood sword, the binding rope snapped, causing a group of individuals to tumble to the ground. Erupting in violent coughs and gasps, their expressions filled with agony. After a moment of realization, they recognized Master Zhou as their savior, overwhelming them with gratitude. When under the influence of confusion, one is often oblivious to their surroundings. Yet the pain is magnified manifold. Master Zhou had chosen the most excruciating moment to rescue the Sun family, and inevitably, he would be met with profound appreciation, perhaps even more than our exhausted mortuary team. After all, it was during their brush with death that Master Zhou intervened. Thus, even if he did not capture any ghosts, his merits would surpass ours. Even Sun Long, who had once regarded Master Zhou as a mere lackey, now showed him utmost respect. This crafty old fox had been lying in wait all along to at this moment. No matter what I said, it would be of no consequence. After all, this was witnessed by the Sun family members themselves. If I were to argue, I would only appear as the aggressor. Moreover, I still had to contend with the hanged ghost Nya Fong, leaving me no time to engage in further discussion. Truly, I was like a mute eating bitter gall, unable to express my suffering. Master Zhou cast a triumphant glance my way, and I genuinely wished to strike him with my sword. Chapter 67. The cat-faced woman arrives while I was still fuming and battling the hanged ghost Nya Fong. Master Zhou's expression suddenly paled, and he spat blood, weakly stating that although he had heavily wounded the hanged ghost, he had also sustained grave injuries himself. Now, having consumed his lifespan to save everyone, he was utterly drained and could only rely on my friend Chun and brotherly. He needed to meditate and recuperate his vitality. "I will assist you as soon as I regain a bit of strength," he added before closing his eyes to meditate. The Sun family was even more grateful, realizing that he had exhausted his lifespan to save them, though he had grown weak to his limits. He intended to recover just enough to continue fighting, a true benevolent Taoist. Honestly, had I not witnessed Master Zhou's actions firsthand, I might have believed in his heroism just from his appearance. His bloodied visage and the unwavering determination in his eyes resembled that of a model hero. Internally, I felt an overwhelming frustration, as we had done the bulk of the work, while he reaped the accolades. Our strength was limited, yet his eloquence was exceptional. I doubted I could match him. As I lamented and lost focus, the old couple of hanged ghosts withdrew slightly, fixating on me with intensity. Brother Huang swiftly moved to my side, tossing his head and striking a pose he deemed impressive, saying, "Hey, Xiaofan, you've really been improving lately. You can actually suppress evil spirits now." Now that they had fused into one, their decades of partnership far surpassed our fleeting camaraderie. I felt the pressure mount, yet I had no choice but to persevere. The hanged ghosts had been a couple for decades, knowing each other intimately. Their combined power was not merely additive. Despite our limited cooperation, we had to fight back regardless. Just as I contemplated how to respond, I suddenly sensed a nauseating aura emanating from the second floor. Though faint, my instincts picked it up. Perhaps it was my talent. The hanged ghosts' expressions shifted suddenly, their ghostly aura surging as they conveyed an urgent desire. "Come forth with your life," they bellowed in unison, their voices thick with urgency. As if time was of the essence, they lunged at me, their mouths incessantly repeating that chilling phrase. This assault was unlike anything I had experienced before. Even my trained eyes struggled to keep up. In an instant, they closed the distance between us. This moment, they had completely lost their sanity, disregarding Brother Huang entirely, like two from the very beginning. I was aware of the perilous nature of the situation, yet I braved the risk of injury in my attempt to rescue them. However, I was obstructed by the malevolent specter Nya Fong. In my earnest desire to expedite the rescue, I tossed the purification talismans to Master Zhou, harboring no ulterior motives of seeking accolades or benefits thereafter. this Master Zhou subjected them to even greater suffering, only to utilize my belongings to earn their unwavering loyalty. The obsequiousness displayed by them was utterly appalling. What was even more infuriating was their utter indifference towards their former savior, as if my demise would matter little to them. They seemed to have forgotten that Master Zhou could be easily vanquished by the cat-faced woman, who had even broken one of his arms. A cold chuckle escaped my lips, and I inwardly cursed, deeming the Sun family, save for Sun Lily, completely irredeemable. That moment, a frenzied voice echoed once more. "Little brat, quickly surrender your blood. Hurry, give me your blood." Simultaneously, another shrill cry pierced my ears. "Meow. I must exact vengeance." Instantly, the vengeful specter and the demon appeared to have lost their sanity, unleashing a torrent of ferocious attacks upon me. In that instant, the air crackled with energy, and the entire space seemed enveloped by their violent power. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, an acute sense of crisis surged within me. Gritting my teeth, I dodged and braced myself against wave after wave of assaults. "Meow." The cat-faced woman lunged at me with renewed ferocity. I had no choice but to leap aside to evade her. Suddenly, a loud crack filled the air as a rope tore through the space above me, aiming to ensnare my neck. It was none other than the terrifying specter Sun Jianjun who had hurled it. He completely disregarded the rune-imbued club wielded by Brother Huang. The weapon, infused with mysterious power, struck his head with a resounding thud, causing Sun Jianjun's skull to explode, showering the vicinity with brain matter and blood in a scene so grotesque it was nauseating. Only a half-destroyed visage remained, one eye still gleaming with a chilling madness, fixated upon me. That moment, I found myself suspended in midair, caught unawares by this sudden turn of events, with no opportunity to evade. In a flurry of panic, I could only hastily shield my face with my hands to prevent the rope from tightening around my neck. In an instant, my hands were bound before my face, rendering me immobile. Just then, an irresistible force yanked me violently downwards, and I plummeted to the hard ground like a kite with its strings severed. The impact sent shockwaves coursing through my back, as if my spine were about to shatter. After a violent bounce upon hitting the ground, I barely managed to stabilize myself, a scream of pain escaping my lips as I coughed up blood. Yet, my adversary showed no mercy, and a cavernous maw, akin to the abyss, gaped wide before me. In the blink of an eye, the spectre Niafeng savagely sank her bloody jaws into my forearm. Accompanied by a chilling sound of gulping, I felt my lifeblood drain away rapidly, as if a dam had burst within me. A wave of intense dizziness washed over me, plunging my vision into darkness, nearly rendering me unconscious. The cat-faced woman, sensing my vulnerability, licked her lips with gluttonous desire and lunged towards me. "Xiaofan!" I heard the simultaneous cries of Brother Huang and Sister Shui, their voices laden with urgency and concern. Brother Huang charged towards me like an enraged lion. However, just as he was about to reach me, the half-faced specter Sun Jianjun suddenly emerged from the side, clinging tightly to Brother Huang's legs. "Get the hell away from me!" Brother Huang roared, his eyes wide with fury. He swung his club, slicing through the air towards Sun Jianjun. Though it was a bludgeoning weapon, each strike felt as sharp as a knife, mercilessly carving away chunks of Sun Jianjun's rotting flesh. Yet, despite the brutal onslaught, the specter showed no signs of relinquishing his hold, tightening his grip as if determined to perish alongside me. Meanwhile, Sister Shui dashed towards me without a second thought. Her beautiful face twisted with anxiety, her eyes filled with concern and fear. I was utterly drained, unable to muster even the slightest strength, and could only weakly murmur, "Sister Shui, don't come closer." My voice was barely above a whisper, so faint I could scarcely hear it myself. A bone-chilling cold surged from deep within me, causing me to tremble uncontrollably. My eyelids grew heavier, as if weighed down by an insurmountable burden. I felt so cold, so fatigued. Just as the cat-faced woman was about to bite into my other arm, Sister Shui arrived, pushing me aside, and the golden light from her talisman expanded, repelling both the specter and the demon. To my astonishment, the talisman could be wielded in such a manner. "Xiaofan, how are you?" Sister Shui hurriedly cradled me in her arms, her voice trembling with worry. Cold. I weakly uttered a single word. "Not cold, not cold. You must hold on." Sister Shui quickly shed her outer coat and wrapped it around me, holding me tightly. The warmth and faint fragrance emanating from her body provided me with a momentary respite. On the other side, Niafeng, Realizing she could not approach, spat out a mouthful of my blood, which splattered onto the gaping wound on Sun Jianjun's head. In an instant, he absorbed it and restored his appearance. The two specters swiftly dashed out the door, their chilling voices echoing in the air. There is still time. There is still time. The entire living room was left with only the cat-faced woman, who also sought to escape. Brother Huang swiftly sidestepped and ruthlessly kicked her away, causing a gaping hole in the staircase. Chapter 69. Astonishingly high-content Brother Huang approached me, radiating an overwhelming fury. He crouched down and picked up my peachwood sword that as soon as he grasped it, his right hand emitted a sizzling sound as if scorched by flames. Although my peachwood sword, enhanced with talismans, was my exclusive weapon, I had not anticipated it would also inflict harm on others. I had always believed that others could merely be unable to wield it, and it would return to its original form upon being picked up. "Brother," I exclaimed anxiously that I was not concerned about Brother Huang using my weapon. I feared for his hand. Brother Huang ignored my plea, paying no heed to the searing pain in his hand that he charged towards the cat-faced woman with explosive speed. His presence resembling that of a vengeful spirit, filled with malice. For the first time, I felt fear emanating from the cat-faced woman. She shrank back in terror, gazing at Brother Huang with dread. "You're courting death." Brother Huang swung the sword, aiming directly to obliterate the cat-faced woman's spirit. The specter had already fled, and Brother Huang's wrath was now directed solely at her, just when it seemed all hope was lost. A massive net ensnared the cat-faced woman, pulling her down to the ground, causing Brother Huang to miss his target. "What the hell are you doing?" Brother Huang turned, glaring at Master Zhou with rage. The latter, who had been meditating moments ago, had somehow risen and cast a net woven from a measuring line over the cat-faced woman, drawing her closer. Brotherly, the practitioner has the ability to redeem, yet does not annihilate. This cat-faced woman still holds potential for redemption. We should prioritize her salvation. "Allow me to handle it," Master Zhou said with a slight bow, adopting a benevolent demeanor. "Redemption, my foot." "Who do you think you are?" Brother Huang retorted, furious at Master Zhou's sudden appearance to claim credit for the situation. "You did nothing and now seek to bask in the glory of virtue." Brother Huang slapped Master Zhou across the face, questioning him. He had witnessed Master Zhou's previous inaction and was infuriated by his opportunism. Master Zhou's face instantly reddened and swelled, clutching his cheek in agony as he lamented. "Brotherly, I was gravely injured while battling the specter." His voice dripped with grievance. Master Zhou seemed to be deceiving himself, truly believing he had fought the specter. "Injured my foot." Brother Huang kicked Master Zhou away. "I even saved the Sun family." Brother Huang approached once more, delivering another slap. I shut your mouth." Before Master Zhou could finish, another slap landed on him. Sun Xingya, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward to defend Master Zhou. "Brotherly, I can attest that Master Zhou indeed exerted considerable effort." "Shut your mouth." Brother Huang retaliated, slapping Sun Xingya across the face, sending his wig flying at that moment. Sun Long could no longer contain his anger and rushed forward. His face twisted with rage. Just as he opened his mouth, Brother Huang's slap landed on him. "Shut your mouth." Sun Long fell to the ground, covering his face in dismay. I hadn't even spoken yet. "Shut your mouth." He was met with another slap. Afterward, Brother Huang scanned the Sun family members, who cowered in fear, covering their mouths, terrified that even a single word might provoke another slap. Seeing that the Sun family dared not utter another word, Brother Huang shook his head and continued towards the bound cat-faced woman. Master Zhou stood in front of her, resolute. "Get out of the way." "I will not." Master Zhou stood firm, even after being struck by Brother Huang, his gaze unwavering. Just as Brother Huang prepared to strike again, I spoke up to intervene. "Brother, let it go." The moment I uttered those words, I felt as though the last vestiges of my strength were being drained away. The next moment, I succumbed to unconsciousness. "Doctor, prepare the blood transfusion equipment." Brother Huang, upon witnessing my state, disregarded the cat-faced woman and shouted at the Sun family. Sun Lily quickly realized the situation and rushed to tear down the talisman from the private doctor's room. Calling for the physician, Dr. Yang Yifei looked at my face, which had completely lost its color, and inquired about my blood type. Huang Mao Ge and Xue Jie spoke almost simultaneously, stating that it was type A. Upon hearing that I was a type, Sun Lily, somewhat excited, exclaimed that many in her family were also a type and offered to use theirs. Saying this, she rolled up her sleeve and extended her hand towards me. "I don't need blood from the Sun family. I find it unclean that we have our own," I retorted, Huang Maogu rolled up his sleeve in front of Yang Yifei, saying, "Just take what you need. There's plenty." When I regained consciousness, several hours had passed this moment. I found myself lying on Shui Jie's hospital bed, feeling a sharp pain in the veins of my arm. I turned my gaze. I saw Huang Maogu with a piece of cotton wedged under his arm, while the other hand scrolled through videos of beautiful women dancing, grinning foolishly, an entirely different demeanor from the menacing figure he had been moments earlier. "Thank you, brother," I said gratefully to Huang Maogu. "Don't mention it. Just make sure to approach battles with the intention to eliminate the malevolent spirits next time," he replied, his tone less than amiable. Huang Maoji's earlier jovial expression turned cold upon hearing my voice, and he retorted, "You're right. Every time I face a ghostly entity, I tend to deliberately avoid striking vital points. I only wish to subdue them, not to obliterate them entirely, as most who become malevolent spirits or vengeful apparitions often carry some semblance of grievance in their past that I held firm to my belief that if one could exorcise, one should." I offered no response, uncertain of how to articulate my thoughts. Observing my silence, Huang Maogu scoffed and increased the volume of the dancing video. Disregarding me entirely, Shui Jie grasped my somewhat cold hand. Inquiring about my physical state. "I'm all right, just a bit fatigued," I replied, feeling the weight of exhaustion. The dawn was approaching. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from outside. Hastily, I urged Huang Maogu to assist me in getting up. He wore an irritated expression but complied nonetheless. As we stepped outside, we found the entrance of the villa's second floor crowded with people. On the ground sat a woman, her face a mask of terror, trembling as she pointed towards the room. She was the house's nanny. "What has happened?" I inquired to my dismay. I was met with a furious rebuke from Sun Xingye, his voice laced with displeasure. "Mr. Chun, did you not say that as long as the door remained closed, nothing would happen? Why are all three individuals inside the room dead?" "What? Dead? That's impossible," I exclaimed. "Just the night before, two hanging ghosts had drained my blood and fled, and the cat-faced woman had been subdued. How could they have returned to wreak havoc? Even if they had, it made no sense that they would not come after me or the Sun family. Most importantly, my talismans had not been compromised. Without damaging them, the malevolent spirits could not enter." I staggered towards the room. Upon seeing my astonished expression, Sun Long sneered. "Master Chun, your abilities are truly profound. You are indeed infallible." I ignored him and entered the room directly. Inside lay three lifeless bodies, all belonging to the house's nannies, whom I had personally ensured were secured each night by sealing the doors with talismans. Chapter 70. Compensation. The bodies were already stiff, their eyes pale, tongues extended. From the exposed areas of their nightgowns, clear post-mortem lividity was evident. Typically, lividity appears within 2 to 4 hours after death. During my battle with the hanging ghost Nye Feng, I sensed a nauseating aura emanating from this room, coinciding with an uptick in Nye Feng's aggression. This suggested that the events transpired roughly 4 to 5 hours prior. Could it be that Nye Feng's attacks were a cover for the murders that occurred within this room? I felt no trace of malevolent energy emanating from the corpses. It was as if their souls had completely departed before the traditional 7th day after death. This was highly suspicious. Typically, a soul begins to coalesce before the 7th day, culminating in a complete gathering on that day, the night of reunion with the living, where the deceased may visit loved ones and report to the underworld. Those who fail to do so are claimed by the emissaries of death. Those with grievances naturally obscure the emissaries' tracking, and upon completion, they either linger by their bodies or depart to seek vengeance. The absence of any malevolent aura indicated that the souls had entirely vanished. Yet, only a few hours had passed. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Vengeful spirits, after committing murder, often linger near the bodies to consume the souls, using their dark energy to hasten the process of gathering the soul, ultimately devouring it. This could take several hours at minimum. Could it be that the hanging ghost had remained in the room for several hours? Just as I was grappling with this shocking revelation, the police from the criminal investigation team arrived, accompanied by colleagues from the mortuary. Observing the bodies being taken away, I felt a deep sense of sorrow that I thought we had protected everyone, yet 3 vibrant lives had perished right before my eyes. Their souls consumed, rendering their 7th day unnecessary. They could be cremated immediately. Shui Jie, sensing my distress, gently held my hand, and her soft touch provided some solace to Mr. Chun. "What do you propose we do about this?" Sun Xingye asked me. This was indeed an inquiry for accountability, as everything in that room had been orchestrated by me. Leaving an opening for the hanging ghosts had been my suggestion. I had believed my skills had improved enough to subdue them. Despite my meticulous planning, the 3 deceased had ultimately perished in a room I had arranged. I felt a profound sense of guilt towards them and their families. I had destroyed 3 households. I will take full responsibility for the cremation costs, and additionally, I will provide each family with 100,000 in burial expenses. I lowered my head in remorse. I had 300,000 on hand, while the remaining 400,000 was in Huang Maoji's account that I had previously allocated the entirety of the funds from Gao Shang and his son to Wen Chong and Wen Yuan, and I felt uncomfortable requesting more from Huang Maoge. It was unfortunate that I had not yet compensated Shui Jie before incurring these expenses. 100,000. Chen Fan, are you trying to insult us? You think a life is worth merely 100,000. Is that how little you value human life? If one of your family members were to perish, would you also offer just 100,000 in compensation? Sun Long interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at me. Are you courting death? Mind your tone, Huang Maoge snapped. Slapping aside Sun Long's hand, I intervened, as while Sun Long's words were indeed harsh, I had no outlet for my anger. Whatever amount you require, I will earn the money to compensate later, I stated to the Sun family. Offering 100,000 for a life was indeed a paltry sum, but it was all I could afford. I could not use someone else's money for compensation. The only option I had was to earn more in the future to rectify my mistakes. Money? Can you afford it? You, a mere child, still unshaven, attempting to play the master. You've treated us like cattle these past few days, barking orders while being utterly incompetent. You think scribbling some symbols makes you a master? If it weren't for Master Zhou's intervention, we would have perished. That is what a true master does, acts without boasting. You are merely a charlatan, seeking to profit from death, Sun Long declared, his words dripping with self-righteousness. You speak nonsense. Why should I compensate? Shui Jie pulled me behind her, shielding me from Sun Long. In a voice filled with urgency yet gentleness, she said, Xiao Fan, listen to your sister. You have no obligation to assist them. You could simply walk away. It would be far easier for you to deal with the malevolent spirits on your own. If not for you, everyone here would have perished without exception. The survivors owe their lives to you. You are not at fault. In fact, you have done a great service. Do not let this weigh heavily on your mind. Shui Jie was concerned that I would spiral into self-blame after comforting me. Her expression shifted as she turned to Sun Long, yelling, when did Xiao Fan ever claim to be a master? The majority of the work has been done by Xiao Fan and Li Fei, with only a few Taoists lending a hand. What did you contribute? You spend your days holed up in this room, glued to your phones. Without Xiao Fan's talismans, would Zhou's talismans have worked? Moreover, it was Xiao Fan's talismans that saved you. Master Zhou only intervened at your most desperate moment, seeking to profit from you. Shui Jie was visibly agitated, her chest heaving with emotion. In truth, I too was perplexed as to why the talismans had failed to activate. They were designed to respond passively to threats. You're full of hot air. If you lack the ability, you resort to blaming Master Zhou. Who saved us? Are we blind? It was Master Zhou who, despite being gravely injured, fought to save us. I will not allow you to insult him. If Zhou's talismans failed, it could very well be due to the interference of Chun the useless talismans, Sun Long exclaimed, tearing my talismans asunder and discarding them on the ground before placing Zhou's talisman against his chest. This Sun Long was clearly a pawn, oblivious to being used. Master Zhou, with his profound skills, understood the art of manipulation. Assistance offered when one is untouched by suffering is rarely appreciated, often met with disdain. Yet, aid provided in times of desperation is revered and worshipped. I tend to act immediately upon witnessing danger, striving to minimize harm, and hoping to resolve threats before they manifest. Master Chun, our temple cannot accommodate your grandiosity. You are to compensate each deceased with 1 million before you leave, Sun Xingye declared. Master Chun, I never imagined my first experience as a master would be met with ridicule rather than respect. It is not the divine that cannot be accommodated, but rather the realization that I lack the skill to be of service. 1,000,000 per person. Why not just rob someone, even if I saved for a lifetime? I could never accumulate enough, Huang Maoge scoffed, shaking his head, taking a deep breath. I sensed he was about to unleash his fury once more. Chapter 71. The secrets of the hanging ghost you could have robbed. Yet you insist on demanding compensation. What a year it has been, with each cycle bringing forth a different set of circumstances. Alas, I shall offer you compensation, shall we discuss the matter at hand? If you please, we have extended our assistance to you, as it was you who implored us for help, almost on your knees, and it is out of our benevolence that we have remained here. Despite the grievances we feel towards your ungratefulness, we accepted your funds, pursued as we were by your pleas, leaving us with no choice but to comply. Did I ever set a price? Moreover, we have indeed done all that is within our capabilities. You have invited danger into your domain, recklessly bringing in individuals of dubious merit. Otherwise, these two spirits and the demon would have been dealt with long ago. What compensation do you expect? Shall I provide you with fire tongs? Would you prefer a single pair? Furthermore, what connection do we have with these three caretakers? None whatsoever. Your relationship with them is that of employer and employee. Their purpose was to serve you and fulfill your tasks. Now that an unfortunate incident has occurred, resulting in a death, whether it be compensation or restitution you seek, that is your affair. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to take legal action against us. A group of scoundrels, have you feasted upon the blood-soaked buns to the point of bringing calamity upon yourselves? Brother Huang stood there, unleashing a torrent of words, while those across from him dared not utter a single syllable. After all, they had witnessed the might of Brother Huang's formidable grasp, which is adept at silencing all dissent. That I understand these matters. In terms of logic, I am not at fault. Yet, what of emotions? 3 vibrant lives have been lost, and I bear the burden of their loss. Had I possessed greater wisdom, deeper knowledge, and more foresight, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. This vendetta must be addressed, as this malevolent spirit has crossed boundaries and entangled innocence in its web. Each family shall receive 200,000 as compensation, and should the Master Zhou prove unable to protect you, you would do well to seek the aid of additional masters if you wish to survive. We shall no longer linger here. Should the malevolent spirit seek us out, we will inform you once we have resolved the matter. I shall provide you with 2 talismans in exchange for Dr. Yang Yifei's treatment. You have witnessed the power of these talismans firsthand. After I finished speaking, I settled back onto the sofa, awaiting a response. I had no desire to remain in this place any longer. Firstly, my abilities are limited, and I cannot safeguard so many individuals. Secondly, I have developed a profound distaste for the Sun family. However, Sister Shue's treatment requires Dr. Yang Yifei, and lacking the funds to hire her, I must resort to bartering with talismans. Upon hearing my words, Sun Xingye contemplated the situation, weighing the pros and cons. Sun Xingjuan, on the other hand, grew anxious, though he had been swayed by Master Zhou's influence. Believing himself superior to me, he recognized that Master Zhou harbored ulterior motives. Without my presence, there would be no assurance of safety. Brother Chun, do not depart. With many hands, we can achieve great things. Let us cooperate with Master Zhou. And I firmly believe we will resolve this issue next time, Sun Xingjuan urged, rushing over to persuade me to stay. I paid him no heed, for he was but a fickle reed swaying in the wind. Only concerned with his own interests, had I been rendered utterly useless that day, he would have certainly kicked me aside. Noticing my indifference, Sun Xingye and Sun Xinghua began whispering to one another. Though I could not hear their words, it was evident they were concocting reasons to convince me to remain. After all, they could not easily locate another master, and they had witnessed our capabilities. Uncertain of when the malevolent spirit might emerge, they would not hastily allow me to depart. Sun Xinghua finally stepped forward, appearing to have reached a conclusion. Brother Chun, your prowess is evident, and you are well aware of Master Zhou's abilities. You yourself could not resolve the issue concerning my parent spirits. I believe cooperation is the best course of action. Let us set aside our grievances for now and work together. As for the matter of compensation, we can discuss it later. I fear that should the problem be resolved, I would become the scapegoat. Speak frankly, had the malevolent spirit not drained my blood, with the combined strength of Brother Huang and myself, we would have prevailed. However, after nearly being consumed, my capabilities are now uncertain. Nevertheless, I cannot align myself with Master Zhou. He lacks the skill to capture spirits and is merely interested in claiming credit, all while endangering his allies. Who would dare to team up with such a person in such perilous endeavors? No need for that. We possess no significant abilities. Let us part ways for our own safety. I shall exchange 3 talismans for Dr. Yang Yifei's continued treatment. I raise the stakes if you wish to leave. Then during this time, you have consumed my hospitality. At the very least, each of you must provide 1 talisman. Sun Xingye declared imperiously, that is out of the question. 3 is the maximum. I flatly refused. Did Sun Xingye think my talismans were conjured by the winds? even if I were to be drained of all my essence. I could not produce more. Then you are free to leave. I will have my lawyer deliver the compensation to you. This old man dared to threaten me, issuing legal warnings. Brother Huang tossed his head back in laughter. Resting a foot upon the coffee table, how amusing. A legal notice is not a court ruling. Do you believe you hold such power? Will you even live to see that day? Once you are gone, and the employment relationship ceases to exist, we will still be able to engage Dr. Yang Yifei. With that, Brother Huang shot me and Sister Shui a glance, signaling our departure, and she supported me as we exited. Paying no heed to Sun Xingyuan's desperate pleas, after much effort, we returned to the hotel where it all began. I left my room and made my way to the fire escape, dialing a number. It rang several times. Hello, Xiao Fan. My master's voice was aged yet strong that I called out, feeling a sense of grievance. Before I could elaborate, my master's wife interjected with concern. Xiao Fan, what troubles you? Have you faced injustice? It seemed she had activated the speakerphone. Hearing her worry made my tears well up. Master, Xiao Fan, it's all right. Whatever grievances you have, share them with me, and I will advocate for you. I am not aggrieved. I merely feel that I have mishandled matters, resulting in the deaths of 3 innocent souls. That I proceeded to recount the entire ordeal in detail. Once I finished, my master and his wife comforted me, assuring me not to shoulder the blame, for I had minimized the harm as much as possible. Then, my master revealed a secret regarding the malevolent spirit. Some individuals who take pleasure in killing do not reincarnate after death. Such beings, hang beneath the locust tree, do not seek to harm others solely to find a scapegoat. Rather, they kill for the sake of killing, actively seeking out victims to hang and consume their souls, thereby enhancing their ghostly power. Beneath the tree where they hang, a dark red bead forms. This exquisite bead, if picked up by anyone, allows the spirit to traverse freely to that location, regardless of distance. Master, do you mean that the elderly couple from the Sun family was not a suicide but rather a murder at the hands of a spirit? Yet, their souls have not been consumed. They have become malevolent spirits themselves. There is but one explanation. The malevolent spirit was interrupted while attempting to harvest the souls of the elderly couple. During the maturation process, the spirit lacked the capacity to harm anyone. And thus you encountered a ghost that day. As for Qian Shui and the caretaker's souls, they were likely consumed. You recall the incident involving the cat-faced old lady? My master inquired. I remembered the event well. It transpired in a northern city in 1995, where an elderly woman, embroiled in a quarrel with her daughter-in-law, hanged herself. Due to the circumstances surrounding her death, her funeral was rather understated. After her passing, her terrifying visage, eyes half open, tongue protruding, and a ghastly expression, prevented anyone from approaching her until her son arrived. Only then did they dare to lower her body, as tradition dictated that those who die harboring resentment must be surrounded by their closest kin during their final rites. After dressing her in burial garments, her son and daughter-in-law kept vigil through the long winter night, engaging in idle chatter to stave off sleep. At that moment, the elderly woman's beloved cat leapt forth, prompting panic among the villagers who believed no livestock should be present at a wake. The cat, undeterred, darted towards the coffin and fell silent. Suddenly, the old woman arose, transformed. Half her face was human, while the other half resembled that of a cat. Her son, paralyzed by fear, witnessed the grotesque transformation. The monstrous figure injured many before vanishing into the night. This incident sparked widespread alarm, leading families to hang red cloths at their doorways, as it was said to deter the cat-faced spirit. Ultimately, the cat-faced spirit was vanquished, with various accounts attributing her demise to either military intervention or the efforts of a skilled practitioner. That I nodded in acknowledgement. Do you see any differences? My master queried. I pondered for a moment before realization struck. It is the face. The cat-faced old lady was half human, half cat, while Qian Shui's face is entirely feline. Precisely, the distinction lies in the fact that the cat-faced old lady possessed a soul, whereas Qian Shui does not. With my master's guidance, clarity descended upon me. If another malevolent spirit existed, everything would fall into place. The elderly couple had stumbled upon the spirit's bead and were subsequently hanged in the corridor at dawn. When the neighbor opened the door, the spirit's attempt to harvest their souls was thwarted, resulting in their failure to consume them. Fortunately, as it was a senior living community, many residents were awake early, allowing the already matured malevolent spirits to sow chaos. They may have sensed my unique constitution and attempted to claim my life that very day. Qian Chui must have truly searched for the elderly that day, fearing we might steal something or exchange some valuable antiques for money. As a result, she discovered the beads but kept it a secret from everyone, given Qian Chui's habit of sleeping in. After being killed by the hanged ghost, her soul had ample time to be matured and devoured by it. Subsequently, anyone who encountered the black cat possession was not a half-human, half-cat creature, but rather a being entirely with a cat's face. As for the three caretakers, it is likely that one of them stumbled upon the hanged ghost's beads while cleaning a room. The sudden chill we felt during the skirmish that day should have been the presence of that hanged ghost. At that moment, the hanged ghost couple also sensed the aura of their enemy, prompting them to launch a frenzied attack against me. So, does everything stem from greed? Who will pick it up next? I secretly sent a message to Sun Lily, asking her to inquire if anyone had found what appeared to be valuable beads. The answer I received was negative. After some contemplation, I decided to let it go. Considering the nature of the Sun family, even if they found it, they would likely not disclose it. The hanged ghost deliberately fashioned its bait to appear valuable, ensuring that whomever found it would not discard it or expose it in public, allowing it to gradually and subtly consume its target. Ultimately, my master told me that the original hanged ghost had tempted a gambler, only to have its tongue severed by the gambler with scissors. Thus, scissors possess a natural restraining effect against the hanged ghost. After hanging up the phone, I went to purchase several iron scissors and some red cloth, inscribing them with runes. We each tied the red cloth around our wrists, concealing them within our sleeves. As dusk approached, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into my heart, as if something had been overlooked. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed, followed by torrential rain pouring down. Our plan to wait for the hanged ghost in the open that evening was dashed. Huang Mao contacted local colleagues at the funeral home. There was an abandoned storeroom at his home, nearly empty and suitable for combat. We climbed in a Shui Jia's red sedan and headed straight there. Huang Mao took the wheel, as I was unfamiliar with the route and Shui Jia had an injured hand. Initially, both Shui Jia and I occupied the back seat, but Huang Mao grumbled and dragged me into the passenger seat. Gazing out at the impenetrable darkness, my anxiety escalated. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Go back. I shouted. What? Why the sudden scare? Where are we going back to? Huang Mao exclaimed, startled by my outburst, causing the car to swerve. To the Sun family. Why go back? Are you feeling overly compassionate? That pack of fools has money. They'll hire someone else. No, they won't hire anyone. Even if they did, it would be useless. The Sun family might face annihilation tonight. I replied solemnly. Huang Mao said nothing further and turned the car around. I sent a message to my master and his wife, asking them to pick up Shui Jia at the funeral home. I was concerned about leaving her alone, and following us wouldn't be safe either. After much thought, I concluded that their place was the safest. Unfortunately, the rain was too heavy, and a boulder rolled down from the mountain, blocking the path to the back hills. I contemplated leaving Shui Jia behind, but she resisted vehemently, and there was immediately a nauseating stench assaulted me as Niafeng opened his mouth, caked with filth and exuding a foul odor, lunging directly at my neck. Just as his sharp fangs were about to pierce my skin, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A glimmer of cold light flashed by, and a pair of rune-etched scissors hurtled towards him like a bolt of lightning, carrying an icy chill that accurately pierced through Niafeng's neck. Even amidst the torrential downpour, the flame ignited by the scissors remained strikingly vivid. It unfurled like a blooming blue lotus, rapidly spreading from the center of Niafeng's neck, enveloping his entire body in the blink of an eye. Severely wounded, Niafeng let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground and rolling incessantly, desperately trying to extinguish the raging flames that consumed him. But all was in vain. The fire blazed ever more fiercely, enveloping him entirely, casting a desperate tableau against the surrounding darkness. As the flames subsided, Niafeng ceased his struggles, his entire form charred, leaving only the faint rise and fall of his abdomen. His body nearly translucent. I slowly retrieved a purification talisman, intended to cleanse the malevolent essence of the vengeful spirit, transforming it into an ordinary wandering soul, ultimately to be cast into the realm of the dead for rebirth. Those bloodthirsty spirits, or those that disrupt the balance of heaven and earth, cannot be purified. Niafeng, having not yet committed murder, could still be reborn. If voluntary, the process is seamless. If involuntary, it requires forceful subjugation, accompanied by great suffering akin to forcibly stripping bones, risking the loss of his soul. Observing Niafeng's labored breaths, I felt compassion stir within me, saying, "Nie Feng, given the circumstances, it would be best to reincarnate and start anew. Continuing on this path will surely lead to your soul's destruction." At this moment, Nie Feng appeared so feeble. If I were to forcibly employ the purification talisman against his will, the likelihood of his soul dispersing would be high. This would effectively equate to extinguishing a spirit without tarnishing my own virtue, a fate I wished to avoid. Yet how could I persuade him? Ignoring my words, Nie Feng slowly crawled towards me. Though his body was weakened to the utmost, his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. "Forget her. Proceed with the purification. If her soul disperses, so be it. It won't affect your virtue." Brother Huangmao began to show signs of impatience at Nie Feng's persistence. "Nie Feng, enough is enough. Let it go, and seek rebirth, will you?" Sister Shui, unable to bear the sight of Nie Feng's slow crawl towards me, spoke softly. "Blood up blood." Nie Feng mumbled incessantly, such tenacity. Lowering her head, she grasped my ankle. I began to recite the incantation of the purification talisman. In truth, from my master's notes, very few vengeful spirits willingly seek rebirth. Most are forcibly purified after being harmed. Only those who have resolved their grudges from their previous lives are easily purified. Yet how could we Taoists allow vengeful spirits to murder? It is somewhat absurd. Just as I was about to complete the incantation, Nie Feng slowly lifted her head, her eyes filled with a pleading desperation. "Please, save my children." A wave of emotion surged within me, extinguishing the glowing talisman in my hand. This was the gaze of a mother pleading for her children. My heart ached as I recalled my own mother. Kneeling at Mount Tai, was she not also so tormented, begging as she ascended step by step to the summit? My throat tightened, and after a long pause, I finally spoke. "Give me your ghostly heart. I will breach the taboo that I can offer you my blood to save your children, but you must not harm any innocents. Once the matter is resolved, you must reincarnate, for otherwise, the seal will lead to your soul's destruction." Hearing my willingness to save her children, Nie Feng instantly revived, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she replied, "I agree. I will comply with anything, as long as you can save my children." Saying this, she produced her ghostly heart. A pulsating heart, smeared with black blood, appeared before me. I began to recite the taboo incantation. This spell could only be invoked with the spirit's consent. Should the spirit violate the terms, it would face annihilation. Few righteous individuals utilize this now. It was derived from a secret technique passed down from Wenchongwen Yuan, originally a pact between certain practitioners and spirits to benefit the people, which gradually devolved as malevolent practitioners began to imprison spirits for their own cultivation. The moment the taboo was completed, I felt a minuscule fragment of my soul tethered to her heart, establishing a faint connection with Nie Feng. Moreover, I sensed that with a mere thought, Nie Feng could be rendered to nothingness. I crouched down, gently slicing my fingertip, allowing a few drops of my essence to fall into Nie Feng's mouth. Gradually, her form began to restore, becoming more corporeal, no longer resembling the hanged figure, but instead appearing as she had in life, with gray hair and a somewhat frail body, her visage that of a kindly grandmother. "Thank you, Master Chen." Back in the car, I sat in the back seat with Nie Feng, while Sister Shui occupied the passenger seat, and Brother Huangmao drove us towards the villa. Seizing this moment, I inquired about their demise, the villa, and her injuries. Sensing that this matter was intertwined with Master Zhou, Nie Feng began to recount the events. Initially, her intentions in sucking my blood were not for vengeance against her children, but rather to protect them. Nie Feng and her husband had 3 sons, living in the very house where they met their tragic end. As the boys grew, they left home. The eldest aspired to a political career. The second sought entrepreneurial ventures in technology, and the youngest aimed to amass wealth. The elderly couple exhausted decades of savings for their sons, who initially visited often but gradually grew distant as their careers blossomed, ultimately ceasing to return entirely. A year could pass without a single visit. When the elderly couple sought them out, they were often rebuffed due to their children's busy lives. One day, while shopping for groceries, they encountered a fortune teller who claimed that beneath an ancient locust tree, 3 miles from their factory, lay a pearl that, if revered daily, would bring their children back to enjoy familial bliss. The elderly gentleman, once a skeptic, was compelled by the hope of reuniting with his children, and so he sought out the pearl, ultimately discovering the ancient tree. Digging 3 feet down, he unearthed the pearl that promised to bring his sons back. And the couple rejoiced, worshipping it daily. However, the more they prayed, the more they dreamt of being abandoned by their sons, which only fueled their anxiety and desperation, leading them to offer blood sacrifices. Eventually, the entity within the pearl manifested. Yet it did not return their children, but instead uttered words of despair. Gradually, the notion of suicide began to creep into their minds, growing stronger each day. Under the entity's influence, they ultimately took their own lives. After death, the couple regained consciousness rapidly, their souls becoming corporeal yet immobile, only to hear the entity within the pearl demand to consume them. Just as their transformation neared completion, their neighbor, Old Wang, interrupted the ritual during his morning exercise. The entity fled, leaving the pearl behind. Fearing their children would discover it, the couple resolved to haunt the stairwell to deter anyone from entering their home. Subsequently, Niefeng sensed the blood within me and instinctively knew it could provide nourishment. To save her children and seek revenge, she began to hunt us down. Her youngest son's wife, having obtained the pearl, perished shortly thereafter. After the 7-day mourning period, she anxiously sought me out. That day in the villa, Niefeng had no intention of harming her children. Her resentment arose from their disdainful attitudes towards her. The act of hanging them was merely a form of punishment, and she released them just before they could suffocate, which explains why the defensive talisman did not activate. Her intent was never to kill. Before Master Zhou intervened, she had already begun to relent. Upon sensing the entity within the pearl manifesting in the villa, they grew frantic, attacking me recklessly, driven solely by the desire for my blood. The entity within the pearl was birthing the souls of the nannies, leaving no time to harm the Sun family, prompting the elderly couple to retreat and refine my essence. Today, feeling that the entity within the pearl had been taken again, they rushed to the villa, only to encounter the cat-faced woman in a murderous frenzy. To protect the Sun family, the two ghosts and the demon engaged in a fierce battle. Logically, the cat-faced woman, who could not even contend with Niefeng, unrefined, stood no chance against the two vengeful spirits that had absorbed my essence. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she suddenly grew incredibly strong, facing two opponents without faltering. Niefeng was wounded, and Sun Jianjun urged Niefeng to find me and absorb my blood, while he held his ground in the Sun family's villa. Upon hearing Niefeng's account, I was certain that Master Zhou was indeed suspect. Chapter 74. The Mutated Cat-Faced Woman. The car sped towards the villa area. Before even entering, I sensed a wave of malevolent energy wash over me. Repugnant in nature, I instructed Sister Shui to remain in the car, but she insisted on following, clutching the golden talisman I had given her. Unable to dissuade her, and truthfully, given the haunting events surrounding the nannies, she felt uneasy not witnessing the situation firsthand. Thus, I reluctantly allowed Sister Shui to accompany us. Kicking open the villa's door, a thick, metallic scent of blood assaulted my nostrils, nearly making me retch. Even Sister Shui and Brother Huangmao, who routinely dealt with corpses, appeared unwell. What greeted our eyes were over a dozen mangled, unrecognizable corpses, identifiable by their clothing as belonging to young Taoists and security personnel, but not a single member of the Sun family. The deaths of the Taoist priests are peculiar, adhering to a strange pattern. They were found seated and bitten to death, whereas the security guards and nannies met a chaotic fate, their bodies contorted in various unnatural positions, suggesting they were bitten during a frantic escape. A piercing scream echoed from the sunroom on the 3rd floor as we stepped over the corpses and charged upstairs. "Ha! Sun Xingya, your family's doom has arrived." The voice of Master Zhou resonated at that moment. Master Zhou donned a flowing yellow robe, standing by the altar, shaking a bell, yet instead of exuding righteous energy, he radiated malevolence, his expression twisted with malice. The cat-faced woman had now grown considerably larger, her body coated in fur, with sharp claws and blood-soaked jaws, while the hanged ghost Sun Jianjun lay bleeding profusely, barely clinging to life. "Stay back," Sun Lily cried out in fear, clutching the golden talisman I had secretly given her before leaving, while the other members of the Sun family cowered behind her, their faces etched with terror. The cat-faced woman approached slowly, grinning wickedly. "Stop!" I shouted, hurling a talisman towards her. The cat-faced woman flicked her tail, effortlessly swatting it away, then turned to glare at me with fierce intensity. Upon seeing us, Master Zhou's face contorted with disbelief, before he grinned malevolently. "Master Chun, how noble of you to return, even after the Sun family has driven you away. but it saves me the trouble of searching for you later. Qian Shui was not killed by the Sun family's hanged ghost. The true culprit lies elsewhere. As I spoke, I infused my peachwood sword with runes, its blade enveloped in a blue glow. And what of it? The demon that killed Cui must perish, along with the Sun family, and you three as well. Those who have humiliated me must die. After uttering this, he chanted incantations, gripping the bell tightly, shaking it vigorously. In an instant, a clear yet eerie chime resonated. Imbued with an insidious enchantment, the previously motionless cat-faced woman suddenly opened her eyes, glowing with a sinister crimson light. Her body trembled slightly before she bared her fangs, unleashing a chilling scream, like an arrow released from a bow. She lunged at us with blinding speed, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, leaving no time for reaction. Despite my peachwood sword successfully blocking her attack, the immense force propelled me backward, crashing heavily against the wall. The impact was so jarring that it felt as though my organs were dislodged, and a bitter taste filled my throat as blood erupted uncontrollably. Xiao Fan, Shui Jia, rushed over to support me. Damn cat! Huang Mao sprang into action, brandishing his baton with 3 blue talismans attached, directly confronting her. This was the first time I had seen Huang Mao overpowered by a ghostly presence, with his left hand wielding the baton. He moved like a shadow, evading attacks with no opportunity to counter. Witnessing this, Master Zhou burst into laughter. Cui, you are magnificent. This is how you slay our enemies. Struggling, I was helped up by Shui Jia. The 3 blue talismans gradually adhered to me, transforming into intricate blue patterns. Master Zhou observed my incredulous expression and taunted, surprised. Why has Cui grown so powerful? He then began to elaborate on his plans. Originally, I intended to bury her in red, wreaking havoc for 3 generations, leaving the Sun family in ruins. However, Cui refused and transformed into a cat demon as her beloved. I had to avenge her. And you 3 interfered, thwarting my grand design, but it matters not. I sacrificed my 7 disciples, nourishing Cui with the blood of Taoists. Now, who can stand against her? Ha! Kill this Huang Mao. With that, he shook the bell even more violently. The cat-faced woman's attacks intensified, and Huang Mao's protective gear began to show signs of wear. I gazed at Master Zhou, shocked by his utter madness. To seek vengeance, he had gone so far as to sacrifice his own disciples. Is there such a master as you, consuming my resources, and now, to avenge yourself, you offer your own life? This is unacceptable. To sacrifice one's life for a master is their honor. The one who killed Qian Shui was not the Sun family, but you, who, in your quest to destroy them, not only slaughtered your disciples, but also dragged innocent lives into this. This is the path you have chosen. The Sun family deserves death, and all connected to them must die. I was but a small figure beneath the bridge, in love with Cui. Yet Sun Xingye despoiled her, turning my beloved into his plaything. I could only engage in clandestine affairs through my fortune-telling. Knowing the agony of having my dearest stolen, that I had to use all my knowledge to help him, to subdue his enemies. These years have been filled with torment, while that scoundrel grew ever bolder. Employing perverse practices on my Cui, Master Zhou trembled with rage, and with a mighty roar, the cat-faced woman halted her assault on Huang Mao, charging instead at the Sun family. At that moment, my golden spell shattered. Having used my blood, I was weakened and suffered a backlash, spitting out blood that stained Shui Jia's clothes. She tenderly assisted me, wiping the blood from my lips. Huang Mao retreated to regain his composure. Shui Jia, run, I managed to utter, pushing her lightly. If neither Huang Mao nor I could contend with the cat-faced woman, she must escape now or risk losing her chance. I won. Leave. I'm not going anywhere. Meanwhile, the cat-faced woman had seized Sun Xingye, as if he were a mere chick, tossing him onto Master Zhou's altar, scattering its contents. Sun scoundrel, today is your reckoning. Master Zhou's face twisted with malevolence as he drew a whip from behind. You enjoy games of whipping, don't you? Come, I'll let you indulge to your heart's content. Chapter 75. The cat-faced woman mutates once more. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the villa, drowning even the thunder outside. In a single blow, Sun Xingye's corpulent form was marked with a gaping wound, flesh torn and bloodied. Master Zhou, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Spare me. Sun Xingye writhed in agony on the altar. Collapsing to the ground, Dad, Sun Lily cried, attempting to intervene, but was held back by the other Sun family members. Master Zhou kicked the altar aside, continuing to lash out at Sun Xingye while roaring. Didn't Ti Chui Chui beg for mercy on the bed? Did you let her go? Were you not delighted at that time? Ah, it hurts. Please, I beg you, reflecting on Qian Chui's autopsy report, which indicated she had suffered from beatings during her life. I initially thought it was retaliation from the Sun family's hanged ghost, only to realize it was Sun Xingye's twisted preference. Master Zhou continued to strike, panting heavily, until Sun Xingye had no breath left to retaliate. At which point he finally relented. I won't allow you to die so easily. I will torment you bit by bit each day. After this, Master Zhou pointed at the next target in the Sun family. Terrified, they shrank back in unison. Observing Master Zhou's descent into madness, I interjected, Master Zhou, let mercy prevail. So many have perished. Sun Xingye has been punished as he deserves. Please, cease this madness. Cease. From the very beginning. I had no intention of stopping. Next, it shall be that little vixen Sun Lily. Master Zhou shook the bell, and the cat-faced woman lunged at Sun Lily. Attack! I bellowed, calling out to Sun Jianjun and Nie Feng. At the outset, I had arranged for Nie Feng to secretly restore Sun Jianjun with my blood. Point 2 spectral wind spiraled, charging toward the cat-faced woman. Meow, the two ghosts and the demon engaged in a fierce struggle. Although Sun Jianjun and his wife could not overpower the cat-faced woman, as long as they could hold her off for a moment, Huang Mao and I could subdue Master Zhou and turn the tide. Huang Mao shook his head, cracking his knuckles leisurely. Master Zhou, the tables have turned. Will you obediently allow me to thrash you, or should I deal with you first and then thrash you? Choose. Master Zhou staggered back. Impossible. How could they recover? Don't come any closer. Master Zhou was oblivious to the effects of my blood. Even witnessing Sun Jianjun regain his form after consuming my blood, he could not fathom its significance. As records on my blood were scarce, the entire plan had unraveled. As we approached Master Zhou, the cat-faced woman disregarded the hanged ghost couple, leaping to shield him. Crouching low, she threatened us with a hiss. Meow, surrender now. I sighed deeply. Yet, Master Zhou ignored me completely, gazing at the cat-faced woman with adoration. Chui Chui, I knew you would protect me. You love me. Watching his infatuation, I felt a pang of sympathy but knew I must reveal the truth. Master Zhou, Qian Chui's soul has long been devoured. What remains here is merely the spirit of a black cat. Upon hearing my words, Master Zhou flew into a rage. You lie. This is Chui Chui. Only she would come to protect me. Speak another word, and I shall kill you. In truth, I found it perplexing why the cat-faced woman would defend him. Qian Chui's spirit had been consumed by the unseen hanged ghost, and the essence present was merely that of the black cat. Ironically, it was Master Zhou who had killed the black cat, and yet now, without the command of the bell, it chose to protect him. Sighing, I gripped my peachwood sword and charged, with the hanged ghost couple and Huang Mao following closely behind. Meow, the cat-faced woman roared as she charged forward, faced with the onslaught of our numerous attacks. The cat-faced woman soon found herself at a disadvantage, her body marred with wounds. Observing her battered form, Master Zhou cried out in anguish, Chui Chui, Chui Chui. His expression darkened with fury. You have forced my hand. Those who have harmed Chui Chui shall perish. He retrieved a sinister yellow talisman from his chest, exuding a faint aura of darkness, and promptly consumed it. Subsequently, he produced a silver dagger, plunging it forcefully into his own heart. Blood gushing forth. Chui Chui, Chui Chui, consume it. Quickly, devour it. And annihilate them all. Stop her. Huang Mao's face paled as he unleashed over 10 small daggers, half aimed at Master Zhou and half at the cat-faced woman. We surged forward, but the cat-faced woman executed a sweeping kick to fend us off before lunging at Master Zhou. The rune-engraved flying daggers all struck her back that a series of gulping sounds echoed as Master Zhou, filled with tenderness, embraced the cat-faced woman as one would a beloved. Gradually, his gaze grew vacant, life slipping away. By the command of thunder, summon forth the spirits, ascend to the boundless heights, descend into the nether realms. Primordial moonlight, Vice Commander Thunder Lord, and the two marshals, call forth the rain. Messenger El Kuei, heed the talisman's urgent summons. In midair, Huang Mao clutched a thunder talisman, leaping towards the cat-faced woman, with a thunderous roar. A bolt shattered the glass, striking the cat-faced woman with ferocity. Meow, she cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, her entire being charred black, yet not fully carbonized. This is bad. She endured it. Huang Mao landed, his expression shifting as several blue talismans appeared in his grasp. With the power of vaporization, with the speed of vaporization, with the shield of vaporization, urgently, as per the command, as the talismans were affixed. He immediately repeated the incantation. With the power of vaporization, with the speed of vaporization, with the shield of vaporization, urgently, as per the command. Huang Mao's muscles swelled dramatically, straining against his clothing, his face flushed, indicating the tremendous burden of the accumulated enhancements. The blue talismans proved to be unexpectedly versatile, adding a new skill to his repertoire. Meow. The cat-faced woman let out a fierce roar, shaking off the soot and rainwater, her fur lengthening as her size expanded. Approaching 3 meters in height, faintly glowing with silver light. Run, I shouted, pushing Xue Jie towards the exit. The Sun family fled in a panic, with Sun Xingye awakening and bolting away at an astonishing pace. Xue Jie attempted to return, but was thwarted by the fleeing Sun family. Witnessing their escape, the cat-faced woman leaped towards them, almost brushing against the glass ceiling of the sunroom, that we could not allow her to pass unchallenged. Flying daggers and the hanging spirits swiftly confronted her in midair. The cat-faced woman spun to deflect the attacks and landed, lunging directly at me. In an instant, I was sent flying, her massive jaws clamping onto my lower abdomen. Had it not been for the existence of my stab-resistant suit, I would have surely been bisected. Nonetheless, the force of her bite inflicted excruciating pain, clinging desperately to the fur on her face. She swung me about violently before crashing into the glass, causing me to spit out blood. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, and I plummeted alongside the cat-faced woman to the second floor. Chapter 76. The Fire Prison Curse. With a loud splash, the cat-faced woman and I plunged into the swimming pool, the icy water enveloping me, its chill penetrating to my very core. Upon entering the water, the cat-faced woman finally released her grip on my body. Though the pool's depth was insufficient to submerge her entirely, she exhibited a palpable fear and aversion to the water, abandoning me and darting towards the edge. I lay quietly at the bottom, blood seeping from my mouth, swirling in the dark water, my lungs feeling as though they were gripped by an invisible hand. The pain unbearable. As time elapsed, my consciousness began to fade. The surrounding sounds growing increasingly indistinct, everything slowly drifting away. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over me, and despite my efforts to remain awake, my body rebelled, my eyelids growing as heavy as lead, eventually closing slowly. Suddenly, a searing sensation coursed through my chest, jolting me awake as pool water rushed into my mouth, nearly choking me. Desperately, I kicked towards the surface. Pooh! Ha! Ha! I gasped for air, my body revitalized. Huang Mao and the two hanging spirits were embroiled in a fierce battle with the cat-faced woman. Their condition far from optimistic. The hanging spirits were nearly depleted, while Huang Mao's protective suit bore several gashes. The cat-faced woman had only sustained a few tufts of fur torn from her body. Trickling with a small amount of black blood, I touched the extreme yang stone on my chest. Grateful for its life-saving properties, I resumed channeling the laws of heaven and earth, infusing the peach-wood sword with lethal incantations and thunder talismans. Blue electricity crackled around the purple blade as I charged towards the cat-faced woman to join the fray. Fortunately, the cat-faced woman lacked any extraordinary abilities, relying solely on her formidable physique and cat-like agility and reflexes. Otherwise, we would have been utterly overwhelmed. Meow! The cat-faced woman unleashed a deafening roar, her palm crashing against the glass-walled in an instant. The glass shattered into countless tiny shards, raining down upon the ground. With a piercing sound of destruction, the cat-faced woman stormed into the villa, where the Sun family was engulfed in chaos. Upon catching sight of the enormous, fearsome cat-faced woman, terror gripped each heart. They shrieked in horror, "Help!" and fled like headless chickens in all directions. A glint of cold light flickered in the cat-faced woman's eyes as she swiftly plucked a long, hardened whisker from her face. With a flick of her wrist, she launched it towards Sun Xingye. Sun Xingye cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground, instinctively clutching his injured thigh as he scrambled away to a corner. The cat-faced woman strode forward with menacing intent, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for Sun Xingye, perhaps due to lingering memories of Qian Shui within her or commands once given by Master Zhou. "Break!" I roared, hurling my peach-wood sword. which struck the cat-faced woman's back with a thunderous crack. Meow, she screamed in agony, effortlessly lifting the dining table as if it were a toy and flinging it towards me before discarding the peachwood sword. Seizing the moment, the cat-faced woman threw the table. The hanging spirits floated past to engage her, buying precious time for Sun Xingye to escape. Huang Mao appeared before me, shattering the table with a kick, panting as he said, "This cat-faced woman has endured a minor thunder tribulation. Ordinary thunder spells are ineffective against her now that we must either employ different spells or delve into more profound thunder techniques." At that moment, I was not faring well either, having exhausted myself with multiple talismans and secret techniques throughout the night. My body hovered on the brink of collapse, and even opening my eyes felt laborious. Bro, that I don't know any other spells, and I've never used advanced thunder techniques. I'm uncertain if I can manage it in my current state. Go retrieve the sword, Huang Mao interrupted, pulling a talisman from his pocket, distinctly reminiscent of the Maoshan lineage. Hurry, the hanging spirits are nearing their limit. I swiftly reclaimed the sword. Standing beside Huang Mao, he clutched the yellow talisman with unwavering resolve. Xiao Fan, remember this. It is the fire prison curse of Maoshan. Flames blaze and winds rush, transform into the prison. The serpent coils, the turtle walks, lightning strikes and thunder rumbles. Zhengdu's thunderfire, swiftly constructed, upon command. The spirits shall eternally obey, ruler of thunderfire, assemble in resplendent formation. Examine the spirits, their traces shall be revealed, urgently, as per the command. Upon reciting the spell, the yellow talisman transformed into a fireball the size of a small person. Emitting a howling sound in Huang Mao's grasp. Bring the sword, Huang Mao commanded. In the next moment, he brushed my peachwood sword, and the fire prison curse was directly infused into it. The sword was enveloped in flames. Yet I felt no scorching heat, only a comforting warmth dispersing the damp chill. However, I feared the flames might consume my wooden sword. After all, it was made of wood. Go. I'll assist you from a distance with flying daggers. Huang Mao stealthily took my dagger pouch and retreated into the shadows, reminiscent of his previous encounter with the crimson-clad Wang Xiaoqiao. This seemed to relate to his ultimate move, but I dared not pry further. Trusting that he would not harm me, with the flaming sword in hand, I charged forward to support the hanging spirits. Meow. Upon seeing the fiery sword, the cat-faced woman's expression shifted to one of fear and wariness. Instantly leaping to perch on the second-floor wall, her fur bristling in response to the flames that clearly countered her nature. Swoosh. Several explosive sounds erupted as Huang Mao's flying needles shot towards the cat-faced woman, who nimbly evaded. Bang. Bang. The needles struck the floor, bizarrely extracting themselves before continuing their assault on the cat-faced woman, driving her down to the first floor. This peculiar needle technique was relentless. Seeing the cat-faced woman forced downstairs, I propelled myself forward with a powerful leap. In an instant, I was met with the claws of the cat-faced woman. Even with the enhancement of the blue talisman, I was propelled backward by the overwhelming force of her strike. Just as her other claw was poised to slash at me, Huang Mao's flying needle collided with her claw, creating an opportunity for me to evade. With Huang Mao's assistance and the distractions caused by the two hanged ghosts, I was finally able to focus on attacking the cat-faced woman. Chapter 77. The excited Sun Long, the cat-faced woman, was evidently terrified of my fiery sword. Harming her fur. One claw was used to fend off my attacks, while her tail, stiff as a rod, only served to defend against Huang Mao Gu and the hanged ghosts. Never once aimed at me that I stepped back a few paces. If she was so fearful, I would make her pay dearly. With a gentle stroke of my left hand on the sword, several small flames flickered to life at my fingertips, warm, yet not scalding to me, though I knew that to anything malevolent, they would burn as fiercely as boiling oil. As I alternated between forehand and backhand, a series of faint flames shot forth from my fingertips. The moment these tiny flames left my hand, they ignited in the rushing wind, transforming into blazing fireballs that sped toward the cat-faced woman. Upon seeing this, she let out a startled cry. Meow. Her face contorted in fear as her figure flickered, attempting to evade the sudden onslaught. However, Huang Mao Gu, lurking in the shadows, would not grant her that opportunity. The few glimmering needles shot toward the direction she was attempting to escape, sealing off her retreat. With nowhere to flee, the cat-faced woman swiftly swiped her hand, overturning a nearby table in a desperate attempt to shield herself from the rapidly approaching fireballs. In response to the flying table, I charged forward, cleaving it in two with my peachwood sword, resulting in a thunderous crack and a shower of wood splinters. Meow. The cat-faced woman lunged at me, seemingly intent on eliminating me. Her greatest nuisance. First out at that moment, I could not afford her any chances that I hurled 2 talismans meant for exorcism, executing the 7-star step to dodge continuously, then sliding past her beneath her belly. Circling around to her back, with a low growl, I gripped the sword hilt tightly, channeling all my strength into a powerful downward strike aimed at the cat-faced woman's back, with a resounding crash. She reacted with remarkable speed. Her tail, as hard as a sturdy rod, lashed out and struck me with tremendous force. In an instant, an overwhelming power sent me flying through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The brutal impact left my throat tasting of blood, and I coughed out a mouthful of crimson. Yet, in that fleeting moment of being hurled away, I swiftly brushed my hand against the peachwood sword, conjuring a small flame at my fingertip. Without hesitation, I sent this flame hurtling toward the cat-faced woman. Our proximity was too close for her to evade, and the tiny flame struck her tail directly. To my astonishment, her entire tail ignited as if dry grass met fierce fire, burning rapidly as the flames spread towards her backside and back. A look of sheer terror enveloped her face, and she emitted a pained, wailing cry in a frenzy. She turned and bolted toward the exit, disregarding her fear of the pool of water. Watching the fiery blaze consuming her back, she leaped into the water without a second thought. Instantly, steam erupted from the water's surface as the flames on her body were extinguished. I burst forth from the villa. The pouring rain caused my peachwood sword to emit a crackling sound. The flames subsided significantly, and the rain aided in the effectiveness of the fire talismans. Meow. The cat-faced woman called out before darting away into the distance. If she escaped the pool, given her speed, we would never catch up, and many lives could be lost. Without a moment's hesitation, I charged after her. Seeing me approach, the cat-faced woman hastened her pace in the water, the hanged ghosts, faster than I. Sword past her, while she struggled to fend off their attacks, her speed considerably hampered. Brother, to help me, I shouted into the void. That moment, lacking the support of fire talismans, my only recourse was lightning magic, which would prove insufficient against the cat-faced woman. Shao Fan, chain the lightning spells. Huang Mao Gu shouted from the shadows. A dozen flying daggers sliced through the darkness, embedding themselves in a circle around the pool. Soon, Huang Mao Ji's incantation resonated, as I flicked out a waterproof talisman adorned with a lightning symbol and recited the incantation in unison. The talisman manifested, arcs of blue electricity entwined around it. Go! Our lightning talismans swayed in the air, landing at 2 diagonal corners, and in an instant, they shot outward from those points, forming a net of blue electricity, akin to a boxing ring. The hanged ghosts soared into the air, while the cat-faced woman, trapped in the water, could only continue to edge toward the perimeter. Huang Mao Gu soon joined me, pointing toward the nearby high-voltage line. Success or failure hinges on this. The rain has rendered fire talismans ineffective, but it has amplified the power of the lightning talismans. Bring in the high-voltage line to electrocute this beast. With that, Huang Mao Gu dashed to the edge of the pool. Meow. The cat-faced woman, gripped by pain, charged toward the edge of the electric net, but just as she was about to break through, Huang Mao Gu swung his staff, sending her crashing back into the pool, a perfect snare. Seeing her secured, I hurried back to the villa, inquiring who could handle the high-voltage line. Huang Mao Gu had given me credit, allowing me to manage the network, but high-voltage lines were something I had never approached before. The Sun family questioned my intentions with the high-voltage line. I explained we intended to use it to electrocute the cat-faced woman. That moment, the previously terrified Sun Long suddenly became exhilarated. He rushed over, declaring, "We can't handle the high-voltage line, but I've seen the wiring diagram at my uncle's house. I studied this abroad. Follow me. I know the line is long enough to connect to the transformer. First, let us activate the villa's backup circuit." He quickly got to work, and before long, the villa experienced a power outage followed by a reconnection. Sun Long, now donned in insulated gloves, brandished a bare metal wire, exuberantly rushing out of the villa beneath his umbrella. Before I could utter a word, he tossed it into the swimming pool. The next moment, a horrific wail echoed through the air, followed by the cat-faced woman trembling violently in the water. This Sun Long was out to kill me. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I would have been caught alongside the cat-faced woman. Huang Maogu approached me, casting a disapproving glance at Sun Long. Sun Long seemed utterly oblivious. Walking directly up to the cat-faced woman, watching her fur bristle as she was electrocuted, her expression frozen, yet he bore a satisfied smile, projecting an aura of twisted delight. Pervert, Huang Maogu spat at Sun Long from a distance. I've killed many feral cats, especially the small and the large, and it fills me with an unparalleled thrill. But you, a cat larger than a human, even surpassing a tiger, I've longed to end your life. I thought I'd never have the chance. Yet fate has smiled upon me. As he spoke, Sun Long retrieved a powdery substance from his bag and sprinkled it onto the cat-faced woman's face. Chapter 78. Sun Long's downfall. What are you doing? I interjected, attempting to intervene. Sun Long disregarded my protests, continuing his actions until the entire powder was deposited on the cat-faced woman's face. Master Chun, I'm helping you eliminate the cat demon. You'll see. The show is about to begin. Before our eyes, the white powder mingled with the rainwater, transforming into bubbling foam, swiftly corroding her face into a bloody mess, as though she had encountered sulfuric acid. Meow. Even the cat-faced woman, rigid from the electric shock, cried out in agony. Witnessing this, Sun Long erupted into laughter, reveling in her torment. Ha! He took delight in her anguished wails, even brandishing an insulated wooden stick. Relentlessly striking her face, Sun Long, you're truly deranged. Can you not act like a human? I shouted angrily as I stepped forward to stop him, but he shrugged off my hand, retorting, am I not human? I am superior to this beast. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If it can please me, it's its honor. His actions grew more fervent. Oh, you know how exhilarating it is to hear those weak animals wail and plead for mercy. It makes me feel like a god, wielding control over everything. Their suffering, their lives, completely at my mercy. But gradually, I grew unsatisfied that I yearned to see those stronger than me crushed beneath my feet. Yet I never had the chance, until now. Master Chun, I owe you a debt of gratitude for this opportunity. Sun Long had previously claimed to have killed many animals, but I had never anticipated he was a psychological deviant, that I believed that killing for survival was normal. And if possible, one should offer a swift end. However, to toy with and torture small animals for personal gratification was a different matter entirely. I kicked him away, exclaiming, you're sick. If you're ill, go see a doctor. Sun Long rolled several times on the ground before scrambling to his feet and charging at me with fury. While he was cowardly with ghosts, he showed no fear toward me. Pointing at my nose, he spat, Chen Fan, don't overstep your bounds. This is no longer your concern. Get lost. Hearing his words nearly made me laugh in disbelief that I swatted his hand away. What do you mean it's not my concern? We saved your life, your family's lives, and even the cat-faced woman. Now you dare tell me it's none of my business. Where is your shame? Don't embarrass yourself here. I intend to exorcise her. The primary motivation behind the actions of the cat-faced woman lies in the control exerted by Master Zhou, thus leaving a glimmer of hope for salvation. Sun Long lunged at me, pushing aside Chen Fan. If you possess a heart of compassion, direct it towards humanity, rather than empathizing with beasts. That we are humans, superior beings, masters of all. These inferior creatures exist solely to please us, and we can indulge our palates by transforming them into exquisite delicacies. All I require is to revel in their anguished cries. You cannot fathom the exquisite pleasure of feeling the trembling bodies of these lesser beings, their skin torn and bloodied, with your bare hands. Every life deserves respect, and even in the pursuit of survival, one should choose more humane methods rather than indulging in perverse emotions that lead to abuse and slaughter. Chen Fan, do you dare to challenge me? Or shall I end your life alongside theirs? Do not act superior in my presence. I have long wished to apply those techniques upon you, just because you possess some knowledge of Taoist arts. Do not presume yourself to be above others and meddle in affairs that do not concern you. I assure you, had you kept your mouth shut, I would have respected you as Master Chen. And upon resolution, I could have offered you wealth, beauty, or even power. Yet, you choose to speak excessively, believing yourself a savior. Before me, you are nothing. I yearn to witness you kneeling and begging for mercy, imagining the thrill of having those who once strutted before me crushed beneath my feet. Sun Long had succumbed entirely to madness. He continued brandishing a wooden stick. He approached the cat-faced woman. Having exhausted my strength, I could not impede the ecstasy-fueled Sun Long returning to the cat-faced woman. He swung the stick wildly at her face, cursing her as a beast. Beast! Beast! A defiant roar echoed through the heavens. Bang! The transformer exploded, accompanied by a flash of fire and lightning. The cat-faced woman, her body cloaked in darkness, bore a face now grotesquely disfigured, hardly resembling that of a cat. With the power supply severed, she broke free from her restraints, charging out of the pool with a surge of lightning-like fury, instantly toppling Sun Long to the ground. Sun Long found himself pinned beneath the decayed visage of the cat-faced woman, a nightmare that refused to release him, no matter how he struggled. No, Master, save me. I do not wish to die, Sun Long cried out in desperation. Apart from the hanged couple, who had the energy to rescue him at this moment, ignoring the hanged couple's assault, the cat-faced woman disregarded her wounds inflicted by razor-sharp blades. With a single bite, she tore off one of Sun Long's arms, disdainfully spitting the mangled remains onto the ground. Ah, my arm! Sun Long wailed in agony. The cat-faced woman, unfazed, swiftly struck him across the face, leaving deep gashes that exposed bone. No, Master Chun, please save my son. Sun Xinghua rushed forward, shoving me towards the cat-faced woman. Due to the strain on my body and the excessive use of blue talismans, I could barely stand. Unable to resist Sun Xinghua's insistence, Sister Shui stepped in front of him, berating him. Your son has brought this upon himself. Xiao Fan is already exhausted. If you wish to save him, do it yourself. Master Chun, you are a Taoist. Vanquishing demons is your duty. How can you stand by idly? Sun Xinghua pressed on, attempting to morally bind me. Get away. Huang Maogu had recovered much more swiftly than I, delivering a forceful kick that sent Sun Xinghua sprawling. Those born of such a wretched nature are less than beasts. This matter could have been resolved long ago, yet here you are, pretending it is not your concern, seeking others to resolve it for you. It is a miracle that we even consider coming to your aid. After speaking, Huang Maogu turned away, heading towards the villa, seemingly resolved to disengage. In truth, the cat-faced woman was in a state of fleeting vitality. Had Sun Long not provoked her, there would have been no further sacrifices. Sun Xinghua, despite his son's grotesque transformation, remained indifferent, perhaps even complicit. Now, faced with the cat-faced woman's revenge, he hurriedly pushed me forward to save his son. Slap! Sun Xinghua knelt before me, pleading for my assistance. I paid no heed to his crocodile tears, gently patting Sister Shui's hand as I offered her a reassuring glance, before advancing towards the cat-faced woman. Chapter 79. The memories of the little black cat. Regarding Sun Long's actions, I found his current predicament somewhat bloody, yet I felt no substantial sympathy. My desire to intervene stemmed solely from wanting to ensure the cat's spirit within the cat-faced woman could be freed. It would be a tragedy if someone like Sun Long were denied reincarnation. Approaching the cat-faced woman, I removed all my talismans, leaving only my protective clothing, without any means of defense or retaliation. I stood exposed, fully aware that a single strike could be my end. That a powerful aura from the villa district locked onto me. It must be Huang Maogu. He may disregard the fate of the Sun family, but he would not forsake me. This moment, I was gambling on the absence of any trace of Qian Shui's spirit within this corpse. As I drew near, the cat-faced woman ceased her torment of Sun Long, regarding me with palpable wariness. After all, I had inflicted considerable harm upon her, thwarting her actions repeatedly, so her vigilance towards me was entirely justified. I gestured for the hanged couple to cease their attacks, extending my hands in a gesture of surrender, standing defenseless before the cat-faced woman. Do not be afraid. I know you are a sentient cat. I only wish to assist you in your reincarnation. Look, I bear no weapons. I will not harm you again. Do not kill him. It is not worth it. The cat-faced woman, emotionless, waved her hand, and Sun Long was discarded like a forgotten toy, with a dull thud. He fell heavily before Sun Xinghua, now unconscious, his body mangled and blood gushing from his wounds, staining the ground beneath him. Only a hand and a leg remained. Sun Xinghua's eyes widened in horror and despair as he cradled Sun Long tightly in his arms. Feeling his son's feeble breaths and increasingly cold body. Sun Xinghua cried out, tears streaming down his cheeks. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the villa district, shouting for help. Call an ambulance. Someone, save my son. The cat-faced woman approached me slowly, her movements slightly unsteady. In that moment, devoid of the adrenaline-fueled strength and any protective talismans, I stood there, completely defenseless. With each small step she took towards me, I felt an unprecedented pressure descend upon me, akin to a mountain pressing down, causing me to tremble involuntarily that I struggled to calm my rising panic and unease, inhaling deeply in an attempt to steady myself. Then, I took a cautious step forward. Within arm's reach, I extended a hand, my eyes slightly closed, hesitant to gaze directly at her, striving to quell my trembling body. The cat-faced woman observed my movements before gradually lowering herself. Her moist nose brushing against my palm, that a surge of memories flooded my mind that a little black cat, born in the grasslands outside a rural village, was nourished daily by a mother cat returning with fresh wounds, eventually bringing back remnants of food. Until one day, the mother cat did not return. Hungry and desperate, the little black cat ventured out to forage, instinctively drawn to the village, where the scent of food beckoned. Upon entering, she observed numerous towering humans. One farmer, adorned with a sun hat, exclaimed, "Another black cat. What bad luck!" He hurled a stone, nearly striking the little black cat, sending her fleeing in terror. In the rural setting, black cats bore various meanings. Some viewed them as omens of misfortune, while others believed they possessed protective qualities. Many who dabbled in the mystical arts cherished them. However, it was clear that this farm's black cat was not well received. Thus began the little black cat's lonely life of wandering. Gradually, she made her way to the bustling city, where the vibrant nightlife was accompanied by an endless supply of discarded food. Peering through the bright, transparent windows, her round, curious eyes observed many felines like herself, albeit in different colors, basking comfortably in their owner's warm embrace, enjoying affectionate caresses. During the frigid winter months, considerate owners would purchase thick cat beds, some even sharing their blankets with their feline companions. The little black cat imagined the gentle care of a loving owner, the tender touches cascading from her head to her heart, envisioning the profound happiness it would bring, though separated by a mere window. It felt like an entire world apart, having received no tender care or grooming for so long. Her once sleek black fur appeared disheveled and dusty. This unkempt appearance did little to endear her to others. Rather, it evoked disdain. She watched fellow strays gather in a nearby community, stealthily observing from the bushes. Some kind souls would place healthy, delicious food in plastic bowls, calling out to their fellow strays, who would boldly emerge to feast. While gentle hands stroked their somewhat dirty fur, the little black cat dashed out joyfully, not coveting the delectable food, but yearning for the gentle touches that only appeared in dreams, yet were always met with disdainful shooing. She felt like a being loathed by angels. The little black cat was engulfed in sorrow, continuing her solitary existence as a wandering soul. One day, she spotted a handsome young man in a narrow alley, with delectable food at his feet, beckoning her with a wave. Overjoyed, she dashed towards him without a moment's hesitation, wondering how he might caress her, whether he would bestow upon her a lovely name, or perhaps even take her in his arms and carry her home. However, just as excitement overwhelmed the little black cat, a tabby cat rushed past her and began to feast heartily from the bowl of food. The young man gently stroked the tabby, igniting a surge of anger within the little black cat. She resolved to chase away this interloper who had stolen her happiness, even dreaming of delivering a hefty blow to him. Before she could act, the once gentle young man suddenly seized the tabby by its paws and flung it into the air, slamming it down onto the ground repeatedly. The tabby, in excruciating pain, spat blood and lay motionless. The man, exhilarated, dragged the gasping tabby into the alley, where the sounds of its anguished cries mingled with his laughter. The little black cat watched in horror as this atrocious scene unfolded before her eyes, ultimately leading to the man's greedy gaze settling upon her as he emerged from the alley. In that moment, she fled, vowing never to trust another human again. Only a demon had ever shown her such cruelty. Chapter 80. The Little Black Cat's Memories, Part 2. In her desolate world, the lonely little black cat caught sight of a flicker of red and felt compelled to investigate. She arrived at a funeral hall, crowded with people, yet the crimson light seemed to summon her. As she approached, a sudden stone struck one of her eyes, causing her immense pain and fear. Terrified, the little black cat sprinted towards the alluring red glow, only to meet her demise at the hands of a malevolent Taoist priest. When she awoke once more, she found herself crawling out of a black box, transformed into a human form. Yet, she was still met with disdain and fear from humanity. The little black cat soon spotted the Taoist who had taken her life. Enraged, she sought revenge, easily severing one of his arms in a single afternoon. She then encountered the loathsome woman who had blinded her, deciding to teach her a lesson, only to be saved by another woman. Nevertheless, she managed to capture the detestable woman. Two men rushed to rescue her, one of whom caught the little black cat's attention. The woman was saved, much to the little black cat's chagrin, yet she resolved to remember him for future retribution. After a few days of recuperation, she set out to confront the man she despised. Soon, she caught his scent and embarked on her vengeful quest. However, she was swiftly overpowered by a blonde-haired man, who seemed furious, as the man she loathed had been drained of much of his blood and was on the verge of death. Just as the little black cat felt she might be battered to death, a net ensnared her, reminiscent of how vehicles on the road capture their kind. Though captured, she had narrowly avoided death, only to be confined in a pitch-black room. The Taoist priest, the one she had bitten, entered, and she trembled at the thought of retaliation. Bound, she recoiled in fear, expecting punishment. Yet, instead, the man gazed tenderly at her, softly uttering tsitsue while offering her delectable food. This was the first time a human had shown her kindness. He suggested that if she consumed some humans, she could exact her revenge. Yet, the little black cat was uncertain whom he sought to avenge. Regardless, she felt indebted to him for his kindness and willingly submitted to his control. Just as she was poised to eliminate a vengeful spirit, the loathsome blonde-haired man and the Taoist reappeared, with the spirit now aiding them. The gentle man was also in peril, and the little black cat vowed to protect him from the foul Taoist's bullying. Alas, she was no match for the Taoist. The tender man once again called her tsitsue, even allowing her to consume him. In her pursuit of vengeance, the little black cat devoured the man, exclaiming, "Die, you foul Taoist! Anyone who bullies those kind to me deserves death." Regrettably, the little black cat still could not defeat the Taoist. That a repugnant man appeared, reeking of the death of her kin, igniting her desire for vengeance against him. This abhorrent man tormented the little black cat and her kindred, and she resolved that he must not meet an easy end. Suddenly, the foul Taoist ceased his assault on her, discarding his weapon and expressing concern for her reincarnation. Did he wish to embrace her? His scent was oddly pleasant. Should she grant him a chance? Would he deceive her like the villain? Ultimately, the little black cat, nearing death, decided to take a risk and give him a chance. Chapter 81. 04 Bureau. The man's hands were warm and clean, devoid of hatred. She longed for his touch. At this point, the memories of the cat-faced girl faded away. As I gazed at the cat-faced girl with her eyes shut, a pang of sorrow gripped my heart. This little black cat, who yearned for affection, had never received genuine love from humanity. Not even in death did I slowly open my arms, and the cat-faced girl nestled her face into my embrace. That I extended my palm, carefully avoiding her wounds, and gently caressed her. Some injuries tugged, causing her face to twitch, yet she remained blissfully closed-eyed, relishing my touch. Gradually, the resentment within her dissipated as black smoke, and her form returned to its normal size. Meow. This sound carried a hint of endearment. I produced a purification talisman and recited an incantation. Upon completion, the talisman adhered to her forehead. Accompanied by a cat's meow, Qian Shui's body reverted to human form. While at my feet, a small black cat circled around me, occasionally rubbing against my legs. That I set down Qian Shui's body and lifted the little black cat, who excitedly nuzzled against me, relishing my caress. A chill breeze swept through, revealing an ancient partition door before me. The abrasive sound of dragging chains echoed from within, grating on the ears. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated as the partition door creaked open. Inside, the ground was shrouded in white smoke, and two shadowy figures stood at the threshold, their features indistinguishable. That it was time to embark on our journey. The shadowy figures spoke in a somber tone, devoid of emotion. Meow. The little black cat emitted a reluctant sound, yet ultimately leaped from my embrace and trod towards the partition door, glancing back at me every few steps. That I performed a respectful bow, imploring the celestial beings to grant the little black cat a favorable reincarnation. That a shadowy figure flung a chain that ensnared the little black cat's neck. While taking lives was not the little black cat's intention, it was indeed her action, and in death, she must face punishment. The nature of her next reincarnation was left to the judgment of the celestial magistrate. With that, the shadowy figure turned away, and the little black cat departed. I hurriedly stepped forward, bracing against the closing partition door. The shadowy figure regarded me with displeasure and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Are you aware that your actions disrupt the order between the realms of yin and yang? Please do not take offense, celestial being. The little black cat suffered greatly in life, and her actions were driven by a desire for gratitude. I shall do my utmost to compensate the deceased family and seek to absolve her, even offering incense and paper offerings to mitigate her punishment, hoping for a favorable rebirth. As soon as I finished speaking, the white figure waved his hand, and I was sent flying, the partition door continuing to close. I implore you for mercy. Let at least the little black cat not be reborn into a solitary existence. I pressed forward again in an attempt to block the door. The white figure's voice was cold as ice. Do not worry. With that, the partition door shut, vanishing into the ether. With the white figure's promise, I felt a slight sense of relief and bowed to the void before returning to the villa. At that moment, the blaring sirens of an ambulance and police car approached the villa. Strangely, upon hearing these sounds, the members of the Sun family slowly slumped into a slumber. The vehicles that arrived, though appearing identical to ordinary ambulances and police cars, were painted black with white lettering, marked 04 Ambulance and 04 Public Security. The individuals who disembarked were all clad in black protective gear. And upon witnessing the gruesome scene inside the villa, they showed no signs of surprise. The paramedics silently carried away the bodies, while the police busied themselves with instruments, documenting evidence. Sun Long was the first to be taken away by an ambulance. No one uttered a single word to us. As I stumbled through the villa, Shui Jie rushed over to support me. Brother, who are these people? Huang Mao replied with a serious tone. These are members of a special department dedicated to handling supernatural events, the National Supernatural Safety Affairs Bureau, abbreviated as the Lingshi Bureau, code 04. Wow, such a department truly exists in this world. I always thought it was merely a fabrication of novels, and no wonder they appeared so composed. This was not their first encounter with such matters. Observing the bustling personnel, I inquired of Huang Mao if they would take us away for questioning. He shot me a look of exasperation, retorting, given the scale of this incident and the number of casualties, they will certainly want to question us. However, our unit frequently collaborates with them, so it should just be a routine process. Suddenly, I recalled that the Lingshi Bureau had not come during the previous Wang Chaoqiao incident. Huang Mao clarified, they did come, but I was in the hospital, and I am quite familiar with the personnel from the Changxi office, so I merely provided a statement. The incident involved relatively few ordinary people, so they did not seek you out. But this time is different. The number of ordinary casualties is too high. They will undoubtedly want to question us. I gazed at the orderly operations of the Lingshi Bureau personnel, feeling my body relax as I slipped into unconsciousness. When I awoke again, I found myself reclining on a black leather sofa, with a figure in a black hooded sweatshirt seated beside me. Their features were obscured, and their slender fingers, exposed, were smooth and delicate, reminiscent of spring onions. It appeared to be a woman. I struggled to rise, my mind swirling in confusion. Where am I? The woman clad in black, her demeanor stern, instructed me to lie back down and explained, you are at the Changxi City branch of Bureau 04. It turned out that I had been brought back by officials, and with that reassurance, I relaxed onto the bed. Suddenly, a shadow composed of dark energy emerged behind her. Its features were obscured, but it appeared to be an elderly man with a long beard, slightly hunched over, with a delicate wave of her hand. The woman commanded the dark figure, which mirrored her movements, but added several slender needles made of shadowy energy that pierced various acupoints on my body. Almost immediately, warmth began to radiate from the needle sites, spreading throughout my being. The sensations of weakness and soreness gradually ebbed away. Thank you. You may rise now, she said as she withdrew her hand, and the shadow retracted the needles. I'm still feeling a bit unwell. Would it be possible to? I hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the warmth I had just experienced was undeniably soothing, and my body was steadily recovering. As long as you can move, it will suffice. Assisting you is quite taxing, she replied, standing up and gesturing for me to follow. I sheepishly scratched my head, rising to my feet and trailing after her. Though I still felt somewhat weak, the headache had dissipated. It was truly remarkable. Under the guidance of the woman in black, I arrived at the door marked interview room. Knock knock. She lightly tapped on the door. A robust voice from within called, please enter. Upon opening the door, I beheld a middle-aged man dressed in a uniform reminiscent of a police officer, adorned with the insignia 04 on his arm. Opposite him sat Huang Mao and Shui Jie. Deputy Captain Zhong, I've brought the person to you. I'm going to rest now. the woman in black announced before departing. Thank you, Linger. Come here, little friend, and sit down. No need to be overly formal. Consider this your home, and let us have a casual chat. Deputy Captain Zhong gestured to the seat beside Shui Jia, and I nodded in response, and took my place next to her, who inquired about my condition. Now that everyone is present, I shall get straight to the point and ask about the events that transpired. Deputy Captain Zhong proceeded to question me in detail about the incident. In light of the official inquiry, we were all cooperative, though we deliberately concealed Huang Mao's exhibited powers from the shadows. If Huang Mao wished to remain discreet, he surely had his reasons, as comrades who had faced peril together. We could not betray his trust. As for Shui Jia, she mirrored my initial experience with police questioning, fearful, unclear, and evasive in her explanations. Given that Shui Jia lacked any special abilities, Deputy Captain Zhong chose to believe her. After all, it was commendable that a defenseless woman had not fled in the face of supernatural beings. Her presence was merely procedural, as she was an official employee of the funeral home and a party involved in the matter. The pivotal inquiries from Deputy Captain Zhong were directed at Huang Mao and me. Are you suggesting that there is another spirit hanging by a noose, and that this entire incident originated from it? Indeed, Deputy Captain Zhong. Please investigate all areas and personnel within the villa immediately. It is imperative we locate the noose spirit's orb, I urged, my expression tensed. If the orb was hidden by anyone in the villa, it could lead to further fatalities. Too many lives had already been lost in this affair. Thank you for the information. Deputy Captain Zhong's countenance grew serious as he dialed a number, dispatching personnel for the investigation. Deputy Zhong, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, Huang Mao interjected, his tone tinged with impatience that he seemed quite discontented with the surroundings. Well, there's nothing more to discuss. We will handle the aftermath. I hope you both can rest well. However, might you be interested in joining Bureau 04? Deputy Captain Zhong's gaze lingered on me, igniting a sense of unease within that I had not anticipated that he would extend an olive branch, particularly with such evident interest in me. Shui Jia, sensing my apprehension, positioned herself protectively behind me, her tone disapproving of Deputy Captain Zhong's overtures to recruit temporary workers in front of me. We are all temporary workers here. It's all a matter of personal choice. Our benefits far surpass those at the funeral home, not to mention the perks. Deputy Captain Zhong pressed on, unperturbed by Shui Jia's demeanor, while Shui Jia had a formal position. She did not hold any authority. She was merely a technician. I too felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Deputy Captain Zhong's attitude towards her. I have no interest. Bureau 04 is far too grand. Huang Mao dismissed without a second thought that my current job is quite satisfactory. I haven't contemplated a change. I echoed his sentiments. This is absurd. I have only been reluctantly dealing with supernatural beings. Joining Bureau 04, while it may seem like a coveted position, would entail a role I do not wish for. At least in the funeral home, I am passively capturing ghosts. If I were to join Bureau 04, I would have to actively seek them out. Besides, I feel secure with Huang Mao, Shui Jia, and my master and mistress around me. I am a rather content individual. Very well, I shan't press the matter. Perhaps we will collaborate in the future. Upon exiting the interview room, we intended to return to the hotel for the night, as there were still many matters to address the following day at the Sun family residence. Just as we were about to leave, we encountered a charming young girl, her delicate features contrasting sharply with the mature physique of Shui Jia. She was clad in pink bunny pajamas, clutching a plush rabbit toy, and rubbing her eyes as she passed by us. I cast a cursory glance before turning to continue on my way. Hey, is it too much to expect a greeting from your savior? Is that not polite? The young girl exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at me. Huh? I was taken aback, bewildered by her claim of being my savior. It was then that I recognized the familiar figure and voice. Linger? You dare call me that. My name is Yao Linger, but you may refer to me as Master Yao. Confronted with this diminutive yet audacious individual, I felt a headache coming on. Still, she had indeed treated me, albeit partially. Thank you, Master Yao. By the way, weren't you supposed to be resting? How did you end up here? Are your eyes blind? Can't you see I changed into my pajamas? I was just about to sleep. Noticing Master Yao's petulant demeanor, Shui Jia was also aggrieved. Previously, Deputy Captain Zhong had irked her by attempting to recruit me in her presence. You little girl, why the hostility? We haven't offended you. You have offended me. I had to get up in the middle of the night to treat him. Master Yao pouted, pointing at me. It was clear that I had disrupted her slumber, and she was not pleased about it. Master Yao, how about we go to the mall to catch some bunnies another day? I suggested, hoping to appease her. Upon hearing catch bunnies, her expression brightened and her anger dissipated. Now that's more like it. I might consider forgiving you. Seizing the moment, I implored, Master Yao, could you perhaps assist Shuejie with her hand? I shan't treat her. It's too taxing. Master Yao's immediate refusal left me at a loss. It's all right, Xiao Fan. I can manage my injuries with time, Shuejie reassured me, pulling away to leave. Realizing Master Yao was unwilling to help, I accepted defeat, but then she added, I'm quite available. Her words had an oddly vexing quality, as if they were stuck in my throat, leaving me frustrated. Let us just go, I suggested, attempting to dismiss the encounter. When we ignored her, Master Yao grew incensed. Stop right there. Does Master Yao have something else to say? Shuejie turned angrily, her annoyance palpable. If you take me to the amusement park to catch 2 bunny dolls, I'll help you. Thank you. No need. Shuejie turned to leave, but I stopped her. Are you serious? I never make idle promises. Deal, Xiao Fan. There's really no need for her assistance. I'll recover in time, Shuejie interjected. Clearly displeased, I clasped my hands together in a pleading manner. Sister, please, I'm worried about you. Fine, fine, she relented, reluctantly extending her injured hand. Master Yao's expression shifted from playful to solemn. Once more, the shadowy figure appeared behind her. I noticed Huang Mao's complexion darken, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Brother, what secrets do you hold? Chapter 83. 3 matters. As the gauze was unwrapped, I observed that Shuejie's wounds appeared somewhat necrotic. A result of exposure to the rain and various physical exertions. My heart ached for her as I watched. This time, Master Yao's shadow did not simply launch needles. Instead, it sprinkled some black powder over the wounds, followed by the emergence of a black surgical knife, poised to excise the necrotic tissue. Alarmed, I hastily interjected, Isn't it necessary to administer anesthesia? Master Yao shot me a vexed glare. I've already applied numbing powder. Can you see? Realizing the powder was intended to dull the pain, I felt somewhat sheepish and encouraged her to proceed. Master Yao, seemingly indifferent to my presence, continued to direct the shadow in the surgical procedure. In no time, the wound was meticulously cleaned and stitched back together. The precision and speed displayed were indicative of decades of experience. It was astonishing that Master Yao, appearing so youthful, could possess such skills. Once the wound was sutured, Master Yao waved her hand again, and the shadow released several slender black needles that pierced Shuejie's arm at specific acupoints. Once more, the flow of dark energy surged into her. And before long, her wounds began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate, leaving only faint scars in their wake. As the needles were withdrawn, Master Yao, visibly fatigued and sweating, exhibited signs of exhaustion, indicating that the treatment indeed demanded considerable energy from her. I feel a sense of guilt, for neither the efficacy of the treatment nor the energy expended by Yalinger can be compared to merely catching a toy at an amusement park. I scratch my head, and my perception of Yalinger has undergone a significant transformation. Well, Yalinger, you are indeed a good person. Upon hearing me declare her a good person, Yalinger gaped at me with wide eyes, her expression one of utter disbelief, as she stood frozen for at least 3 seconds. Finally, she exclaimed, Are you giving me a good person card? This elicited a wave of laughter from those around us. No, that's not what I meant. I just think you're quite nice, not as unruly as I had imagined. You still think I'm unruly? At this point, Yalinger's tone was laced with a sense of gritted teeth. No, not at all. I hastily waved my hands, realizing that speaking further would only complicate matters. Well, we should be going now. I'll take you to catch toys later. We still needed to visit the Sun family to find Yang Yifei, for the remaining scars had yet to be addressed by the expert. Stop. Add me on WeChat. After adding Yalinger on WeChat, we did not linger any longer. The office of the 04 Bureau is designed similarly to the residence of my master and mistress, employing illusions to create a concealed space. The 04 Bureau in Changshi City is located at the end of a dead-end road, constructed with iron sheets to serve as barriers. When dispatched, they can swiftly navigate to various corners of Changshi City using the expressway. However, we bore the brunt of the inconvenience, as we were brought back by the police, while our vehicle remained with the Sun family. After walking for quite some time, we managed to hail a cab once we exited the expressway. Had I known we would end up here, I would have asked them to give us a ride. Upon arriving at the Sun family residence, I noticed a few passers-by scattered around, wearing masks and sunglasses. Their features were obscured, but there was a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from them that it seemed they were investigating the hanging ghost. The traces of last night's battle at the Sun residence had already vanished. Presumably due to the efforts of the 04 Bureau, that I wondered how they managed to accomplish this in such a short time. Considering it was still only the following afternoon, the Sun family had awakened from their ordeal. And after inquiring, I learned that they remembered seeing me perform a ritual for the little black cat. But everything that transpired afterward was a blur. They retained memories of the earlier events, suggesting that the 04 Bureau intended to conceal their existence from ordinary people, but I had anticipated some form of memory erasure or alteration. Following last night's confrontation, the Sun family no longer dared to be boisterous in my presence. Sun Dezhong, Sun Xinghua, and his family were not in the villa. They must have gone to the hospital where Sun Long was located, and they had not been taken to the 04 Bureau. The others were present, and we were led down to the basement. This area was originally used by Sun Xinghua to store wine, a place devoid of light. At this moment, the elderly couple of the hanging ghost awaited us. Upon our arrival, the ghost, Nie Feng, approached us. Master Chen, you have returned. In truth, the 04 Bureau had initially intended to capture the elderly couple of the hanging ghost for disposal. But Brother Huang Mao asserted that the ghost had already bound its spirit to me, and Deputy Captain Zheng decided to entrust the matter to me for resolution. These supernatural events are typically handled collaboratively by official and civilian organizations, with only particularly egregious incidents prompting official intervention. The primary issue had been resolved, and since the ghost was bound to me, it posed no further threat. I had three main objectives at the Sun residence. The first was to address the aftermath concerning the security guard and housekeeper, ensuring their families were taken care of. The second was to tackle the lurking hanging ghost. The third was to perform a ritual to help the elderly couple of the hanging ghost find peace. With the involvement of the 04 Bureau, the expenses for the security guard and housekeeper at the funeral home would be fully covered, and a sum of money along with insurance would be deposited into the accounts of their immediate family members. We pooled together our funds. I contributed 700,000, while Brother Huang Mao and Sister Shui each added 100,000, and I also withdrew over 20,000 that I had saved over the years. As the employer, Sun Xinghua initially intended to allocate only a few thousand to each, but under the solemn gazes of the ghost's parents, he reluctantly agreed to release a substantial amount, allowing each bereaved family to receive nearly 1 million. Angering me would be inconsequential. After all, I could not act against ordinary people. If I were to provoke my own parents and face repercussions, no amount of money would bring me solace. Having resolved the first matter, we busied ourselves in the villa. Nie Feng, who once dabbled in the arts, quickly sketched an image of the beads. With the picture in hand, we commenced a thorough search, based on the housekeeper's discreet removal of the beads. I suspected they might possess a certain allure. Generally, such valuable items are not easily pilfered by housekeepers. However, it was not impossible that the housekeeper, blinded by greed in light of the mistress's demise, sought to eliminate any evidence that in matters such as this. Caution is the best policy. Thus, I prepared charms for each person to wear on their chests to ward off any ghostly enchantment, and I insisted that they pair up, never to separate. Before nightfall, everyone must gather in the main hall. The exterior of the villa was left to the passers-by. Sun Lily insisted on partnering with me, which I was entirely reluctant about. We debated our allocation for quite some time, until Sister Shui directly took my arm and led me to the first floor, leaving Sun Lily fuming behind us. Brother Huang Mao planned to operate independently. I had confidence in his abilities. In this place, anyone could encounter danger, but Brother Huang Mao was the least likely to face any misfortune, and his solo mission would allow him to utilize his secret weapon without restraint. As night fell, the entire villa had been turned upside down, yet we found nothing. We even searched every inch of the bathroom, but to no avail. The housekeeper had died within the home, so the beads could not have left the premises. Suddenly, a thought struck me. The only individuals who had departed were the Sun Xinghua family. I checked my phone. There were only 20 minutes until sunset. I quickly called Sun Xingjuan to reach Sun Xinghua. They must not conceal the beads. The timing of the hanging ghost's appearance is uncertain, but one thing is clear. Whoever possesses the beads will undoubtedly be targeted. After obtaining repeated assurances from Sun Xinghua over the phone, I had no choice but to relent. It was too late to visit the hospital, so I decided to send Nie Feng there. The ghost's spirit was bound to my prohibitions. I would have some awareness of any happenings there. If the beads were indeed in Sun Xinghua's possession, I would sense the ghost's appearance through Nia phone and rush to the scene immediately as darkness enveloped us. Everyone reconvened in the living room. And our takeout had arrived. We gathered to dine, knowing that if the beads remained unfound, the family would remain at risk, and selling them to someone else was not an option. During the meal, the previously boisterous Sun Lily appeared unusually quiet, likely sulking due to my refusal to let her join the search. However, I had no intention of placating her, and once the Sun family matters were settled, I planned to return to the funeral home, severing any ties with them. "Hey, Sun Lily, where are you going?" After dinner, Brother Huang Mao intercepted Sun Lily as she headed upstairs. Sun Lily, looking somewhat dazed, replied, "To the bathroom." "Do you want to come?" Huang Mao shook his head, advising her to return promptly, and stepped aside to let her pass. Watching Sun Lily make her way to the restroom, I reflected on the situation and glanced at those seated nearby. Tonight, we should minimize trips to the bathroom. It would be wise to avoid drinking too much water to prevent isolation. Sister Shui had curled up on the sofa under my coat, while the Sun family members found their spots to rest. Brother Huang Mao dragged a bed into the living room, playing videos of beautiful women dancing. Occasionally, sounds of gratitude for gifts would come from his phone, accompanied by affectionate declarations that I turned my face away. I truly did not know that person. After some time spent on my phone, I noticed that Sun Lily had not yet returned, and her visit to the restroom was taking an unusually long time. I turned to Sun Xingya, who was calculating expenses beside me, and asked, "Does your daughter usually take this long in the restroom?" "That's a private matter regarding my daughter. I'm not really sure," he replied. "Isn't it normal for women to occasionally experience constipation?" Huang Mao chimed in, still engrossed in his videos, that I remained uneasy. Even if that were the case, half an hour was excessive. I reluctantly woke Sister Shui and asked her to check on Sun Lily. Sister Shui rubbed her sleepy eyes and nodded before heading to find Sun Lily. Before long, she rushed back, her voice trembling with fear. "Xiao Fan, Sun Lily is missing." "What? Lily is missing?" Sun Xingya exclaimed, clearly distressed. Sun Lily was no fool. She would not wander off at such a critical moment, especially considering her earlier demeanor. Something was amiss. We needed to search immediately, I shouted, racing up the stairs to open each room. The entire villa echoed with the sounds of hurried footsteps and doors being flung open. "Lily, my Lily, please come out. Don't scare your father," Sun Xingya called out while dialing his phone. That we quickly scoured the villa, finding nothing except for the sealed room, the one where Qian Shui had died. I hastened to the door, noting that the seal appeared intact, yet I spotted a slight crack at the connection. This hanging ghost, after committing a murder, would likely seek a secluded room to consume the victim's soul. This room was the only one in the villa that had been sealed off from entry. I tore away the seal, grasped the doorknob, and felt a thin layer of dust on the outer edges, while the center was devoid of dust, indicating that a smaller hand had recently opened it. Clearing away some of the dust, Sun Lily was inside. Without a moment's hesitation, I flung open the door and rushed inside. As I stepped through, I was confronted by the sight of Sun Lily. Her chest freed from the ghostly talisman that had been burned away. With both hands gripping the coarse hemp rope around her neck, she was desperately lifting herself, barely clinging to life. Her mouth was agape, saliva trickling down her chin, while her legs were rigidly searching for something to support her weight. Upon seeing me, Sun Lily extended a hand in a plea for salvation, struggling to utter the words, "Saved me." Realizing the gravity of the situation, I shouted in alarm, pulled out a dagger, and leapt to sever the rope. Sun Lily collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, the sound echoing in the room. She lay there, coughing and gasping for air, and I knew that had I arrived even a moment later, she would have been hanged alive. As I landed, I fished a willow leaf from my pocket and rubbed it over my eyes. With my current level of cultivation, my naked eyes could only perceive the more substantial forms of negative energy, like the faint traces of weaker spirits or those deliberately cloaked from sight. I needed external assistance to truly see. I scanned the room, but found nothing, so I hurried to help Sun Lily to her feet. The moment I lifted her, she collapsed into my embrace. Sobbing, "Xiao Fan Gij, I'm so scared." The commotion drew the others upstairs. Sun Xingya, both startled and overjoyed, rushed to embrace his daughter. "Daddy," they cried, tears streaming down their faces, granting me a moment of relief. I tossed a few talismans into the corners of the room, slightly pulling Shuejia closer to me. "Everyone, be cautious. The ghost is nearby. Don't worry, Huang Mao Gu. Shuejia is among our weaker members in dealing with ghosts. I must remain vigilant." Upon hearing my words, Sun Xingjuan hurriedly approached Huang Maogu, pulling several talismans from his pocket, clenching them tightly in his hands, his body slightly hunched as he anxiously scanned the surroundings. Master Chun, Master Huang, please protect us. Sun Xingjuan's voice trembled with fear. Outside the room, there were patrols from the 04 Bureau, and we had set traps throughout the premises, now filled with my talismans. There was no reason for the ghost to pass through walls, yet I had a foreboding feeling that the hanged ghost was still near us. I couldn't comprehend why. Despite using the willow leaf on my eyes, I couldn't see it. I pondered this. A faint breeze suddenly swept over me, carrying with it a foul stench. It's you again, preventing me from having a meal. Chapter 85. The tongue of the hanged ghost. I jerked my head up, only to see a colossal shadow zooming overhead, landing behind me. Before I could turn around, a chilling gust of wind struck, and a hemp rope formed a circle, descending upon me. In that instant, as the rope ensnared me, my body lost all control, and I could only watch helplessly as it tightened around my neck. Xiaofan, Xuejia, beside me, noticed the rope approaching and pushed me away, but her momentum caused her to remain where I had just stood. Xuejia, I stumbled and turned, only to see the rope firmly wrapped around her neck. Grasping the rope with one hand, she extended the other towards me, her face contorted in pain. Unable to speak, I rushed to save Xuejia, but before I could reach her, an immense force yanked her out of the doorway. With a resounding crash, her body smashed through the staircase and plummeted, followed by a massive figure dragging her like a kite, soaring towards the villa's exit. The sound reverberated within me, instilling fear, dread, and worry. In an instant, I activated 2 blue talismans to enhance my speed, affixing them to my legs, and dashed down after her. The hanged ghost was dragging Xuejia away at an alarming speed, vanishing outside in the blink of an eye. I burst through the door to see the 04 Bureau personnel throwing various tools at the ghost. Talismans, money swords, Buddhist beads, even gunfire erupted, yet the bullets seemed ineffective against the tangible form of the ghost, only producing a slight puff of white smoke upon impact. Thanks to the 04 Bureau's assistance, the hanged ghost's pace was somewhat hindered. However, it paid no heed to the attacks and continued its relentless flight into the mountains. If it managed to escape, I would never see Xuejia again amidst the sprawling hills. The thought pierced my heart, and without hesitation, I retrieved 3 more blue talismans. Huang Maogu, running beside me, shouted in alarm. Chen Fan, stop! Your body can't withstand so many blue talismans. You'll explode. At that moment, I could care less. Xuejia had been captured by the hanged ghost while trying to save me. I had no time to worry about the consequences. Chanting the incantation, I pushed aside Huang Maogu's outstretched arm and pressed the talismans to my legs. The moment the glowing blue talismans touched my thigh, I felt my muscles swell, my veins bulging. My loose athletic pants transformed into a tight fit, constricting my legs as my heart raced violently, pumping furiously. Heat coursed through my body, and I gasped for breath, blood seeping from my pores. However, amidst the agony, I felt an overwhelming power surging in my legs that I charged towards the now diminutive hanged ghost, which had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice, the surroundings blurring past me as the wind howled in my ears. In the blink of an eye, the ghost grew to the size of a watermelon, drawing nearer. Realizing my approach, the ghost turned, its face obscured by a mass of seaweed-like hair, revealing its green, malevolent eyes fixed upon me with a mixture of fury and disbelief. In the next moment, a tempest erupted around us, branches snapping like arrows aimed directly at me that I had no choice but to dodge, and in an instant, the distance between us widened, faint echoes of the ghost's mocking laughter reaching my ears. Damn it! I brandished the flying needles from my body, evading the branches while hurling them at the rope binding Xuejia. That I didn't possess Huang Maogu's precision, but with sufficient firepower, I was bound to hit something. Who couldn't manage a few ranged attacks? Just as I was running low on needles, one adorned with mystical runes finally pierced the rope, producing a cloud of white smoke as it snapped, freeing Xuejia, who plummeted towards the ground. Without a second thought, I shielded my face and charged through the branches, leaping to catch Xuejia just before she hit the ground. That I enveloped her head with my arms, and we tumbled together, finally coming to a halt against a tree, the impact sending a jolt of pain through me, forcing a mouthful of blood from my lips. The blue talismans on my legs lost their luster, deflating like a punctured balloon, leaving me weak and powerless. That I scrambled to untie the rope from Xuejia's neck, checking her vital signs. Golden waves of the incantation shimmered at her neck, and thanks to the protection it offered, Only faint marks remained from the rope, her breath barely brushing against my fingers. Sensing her faint pulse, the tension in my body finally eased, though excruciating pain surged through me with every movement. Just as I began to regain my composure, a massive shadow leapt before me, its robust arms swinging towards my head. The hanged ghost had returned. If I were struck in the head, it would be as if I had burst like a watermelon. My weakened legs rendered me unable to evade. I raised my peachwood sword to block the blow. The moment our weapons collided, I was sent sprawling onto the ground. The hanged ghost paid no mind to Shueijia lying on the floor. Its eyes gleamed with malice as it leapt into the air, snapping a thick branch to aim at my head. How ruthlessly decisive. To survive, even with my legs utterly spent, I had no choice but to press 2 blue talismans onto myself once more. In an instant, the blood vessels in my legs ruptured, blood oozing from my pores and soaking my pants. Yet, it allowed me a brief moment of movement. I sprang up, dodging the attack, then surged forward. Channeling all my energy into the confrontation that I fought not for victory, but merely to delay until Huang Mao Gu and the 04 Bureau arrived. There was hope in that, despite utilizing my foundational magical energy. I found myself at a disadvantage in this clash. The hanged ghost attempted to escape several times, but was thwarted each time. Time was of the essence, and with a furious roar, the ghost unleashed its tongue, which lashed out like a whip. That I quickly raised my peachwood sword to defend myself, but the tongue twisted upon contact, striking me instead. The searing pain made me jump, and with the ghost's tongue at its disposal, it grew even more formidable, and no matter how I tried to block, the tongue would always curve and strike me, rendering my sword ineffective against the sticky saliva that dampened its strength. This time, if I survived, I would certainly learn some techniques to counter such whip-like attacks. The hanged ghost, relishing my struggle, erupted into a series of sinister cackles. He, frustrated. I contemplated employing a maneuver like the Qin King circling the pillar, aiming to ensnare the ghost's tongue around a tree. However, its tongue was unnaturally agile, slick with mucus, making it impossible to capture. Chapter 86. Captured. Yet, it mattered little. As long as I continued this way, I could hold out until reinforcements arrived. But soon enough, the hanged ghost seemed to see through my thoughts, retracting its tongue with a sinister laugh. "Oh no," I gasped in alarm. The ghost shot its tongue directly at Shueijia, and I couldn't reach her in time. Her neck was ensnared, lifted as if she were a mere chick. The protective golden incantation shattered under the ghost's forceful grip, creating a crackling sound as it vanished into thin air. Even in her unconscious state, Shueijia's body reacted to the overwhelming sensation of suffocation, contorting her features in agony. Upon witnessing this scene, my eyes reddened, my heart brimming with fury and apprehension. "Release her." I brandished the peachwood sword, charging forward, channeling the 5 thunder technique imbued with the righteousness of heaven and earth, as the sword crackled with fierce purple lightning. Just as I was about to pierce the hanging ghost, it nonchalantly held Shueijia in front of itself, blocking my path. Reluctantly, I halted my advance. "Ha." The hanging ghost chuckled in an indistinct manner. That it released the tongue that had ensnared Shueijia, opting instead to grip her with its hand, a triumphant glint in its eyes as it gazed at me. "Come now, traitor. Your blood is quite fragrant." The ghost slowly extended its tongue towards me, awaiting my approach. I refused to move. Once ensnared, both Shueijia and I would meet our doom. I endeavored to maintain an expression of indifference. "You must release her first. You come here first." I slowed my speech. "If you do not release Shueijia, and I approach, won't both of us fall into your grasp? You must let Shueijia go before I come closer. Otherwise, I shall not budge an inch." "Huang Mao, why are you still not here?" The hanging ghost was evidently unfazed by my words, its pallid, emaciated hand like iron pincers tightening around Shueijia's delicate neck, increasing its grip. Shueijia's once lovely face now contorted in excruciating pain, her lips drained of color. The ghost threatened me once more in a chilling voice. "Humph, boy, do not think of stalling for time. You have no options left. Either watch this woman perish before your very eyes, or come to me at once." With its maniacal laughter echoing, the surrounding air seemed to grow frigid, instilling a sense of dread. "What if you do not release me when I come? I told you, you have no choice." Just then, I heard Huang Mao's voice calling from a distance. My heart surged with joy. Finally, help had arrived. The hanging ghost, evidently hearing it too, sounded anxious. "If you do not come over, I shall strangle her. If you do not let go, I will not approach." Chun Fan. Huang Mao's voice drew nearer. "Then she shall die?" The ghost roared, lifting Shueijia and hurling her toward me. Under normal circumstances, I would evade, but as she flew towards me, evading meant her life would be lost. I opened my arms. Bracing for the impact, Shueijia fell into my embrace. The force knocked me back a few steps, and I tumbled to the ground, the peachwood sword clattering beside me, reverting to its original form. Before I could catch my breath, a slick tongue suddenly wrapped around my neck. In the next instant, an immense pulling force dragged me toward the hanging ghost, tightening around my throat, leaving me breathless. I hastily released Shueijia. Chen Fan. At this moment, Huang Mao arrived and rushed toward me upon seeing me being dragged. The ghost, sensing help had come, pulled me and dashed into the mountains. I writhed in agony on the rocky ground, sharp stones mercilessly jabbing at my back, each impact sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through me. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The ghost's tongue constricted around my throat, rendering me unable to breathe. And the sensation of suffocation surged over me in relentless waves, nearly sending me into unconsciousness. Just then, Huang Mao waved his hand. A flurry of flying needles shimmering with mysterious runes shot towards the ghost like lightning. The speed of these needles was such that the ghost in the end, I stumbled upon a crooked, ancient locust tree where I took my own life by hanging. After death, the spirit of the hanged regained consciousness, only to realize that it had become a ghost, waiting for a guide to take it into the cycle of reincarnation. Years passed without the arrival of any such guide, and it eventually dawned on the spirit that it needed to find a substitute to achieve rebirth. Ghosts who had taken their own lives through hanging or drowning were fundamentally different from those who perished by other means. Those who chose to end their own lives were barred from reincarnation. To escape this limbo, they were required to find a replacement. If one willingly hung themselves, they had to seek another who would willingly do the same. If forced or killed by other means, they could not find a substitute in the same way. Ultimately, not only were they barred from reincarnation, but they also accumulated a heavy burden of karmic sin, leading to an aura of despair that emanated from these hanged spirits. When the living encountered them, even the smallest troubles could drive them to contemplate suicide, becoming unwitting vessels for the hanged spirit's malice. Initially, this spirit had harbored similar thoughts, seeking someone to assume its fate so it could enjoy another beautiful life. Remarkably, it found a suitable replacement, who promptly took their own life. On the seventh day after the replacement's death, their essence began to coalesce, while the hanged spirit, starved for offerings and desperate from years without sustenance, found the newly formed soul exuded an enticing aroma. In a moment of gluttony, the hanged spirit devoured the essence of its substitute. The ghost found this experience delightful and decided against reincarnation. Realizing that rebirth might not guarantee a good life, especially in an increasingly chaotic world where even a fortunate rebirth could lead to suffering and the loss of memory, thus, it chose to remain a ghost, consuming the souls of others, just as it had while alive. For a century, the hanged spirit evaded guides and Taoist priests, luring others to suicide to feed on their souls. It was only in recent years that unforeseen changes began to unfold. At this juncture, the spirit abruptly ceased its tale, sealing its lips in silence. Its once glimmering eyes now dulled, shrouded in an ominous aura. Undoubtedly, this unexpected turn of events was linked to a mysterious figure capable of binding it. Just as I was filled with suspicion, preparing to delve deeper, the hanged spirit suddenly extended a long, crimson, and viscous tongue, ensnaring my neck with lightning speed. A tremendous force yanked me upwards, leaving me helpless. Ha ha ha! The story has come to an end, and the hour has arrived. Prepare to meet your demise, delectable little creature. As the spirit's chilling laughter echoed, I noticed a faint light seeping into the cave from outside. It was dawn, the sun poised to rise in the east, marking the moment of transition between night and day, where yin and yang intertwined. When I first arrived in this world, the scene had mirrored this one. The wretched spirit had deliberately chosen this moment to hang me and consume my essence. Knowing it was the precise time for my fate to be at its most potent, I felt as if my body were caught in a vice. Every part of me constricted to the point of numbness. The spirit's grip was astonishingly strong, rendering my breaths labored. A wave of suffocation crashed over me, each surge torturing my senses, distorting my features in agony. Chapter 88. Interrogating the hanged spirit. The pain and asphyxiation led me to contemplate surrender, and my struggles began to wane, my vision blurring the spirit's excited expression. Just as I resigned myself to despair, I recalled tales from my master about the hanged spirit and gamblers, Where a gambler had severed the spirit's tongue with scissors, I happened to have a pair of scissors in my bag, inscribed with protective symbols that my will to live reignited. Even as my body teetered on the brink of collapse, with great effort, I opened one eye to gaze at the hanged spirit. My hand slowly sought the pocket of my clothing. To the spirit, I was merely flailing in a final act of desperation. My peachwood sword had fallen, and the talisman in my hand lacked the power to fulfill its incantations no matter how I struggled. I was simply a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, when I extracted a small segment of the scissors from my bag, the spirit's previously jubilant expression morphed into sheer terror. "No!" it cried out, immediately releasing its tongue from my neck. Attempting to flee, but such an escape was impossible. I extended my other hand, firmly grasping its foul, slimy tongue. "Do not!" The spirit screamed in horror, and I managed a faint smile, recognizing the lesson from the past. These scissors were the spirit's downfall. Without hesitation, I plunged the scissors into its tongue, which, unlike the way it had slipped past my peachwood sword, was severed as easily as paper that a foul black ichor sprayed forth, drenching me entirely. My face, clothes, and hands were all soiled, nearly inducing nausea. Yet before I could retch, the tongue, now devoid of power, could no longer sustain me. I crashed heavily to the ground, wincing in pain. The spirit shrieked in sharp agony, its voice now garbled from the mutilation. "No, no, my tongue," it lamented, writhing in distress as it sought refuge in the depths of the cave. Drawing a deep breath, I endeavored to inhale every ounce of air surrounding me. Despite my body protesting with creaks of agony, I gritted my teeth and struggled to rise, clenching the scissors etched with symbols tightly. The previous battle had pushed my body beyond its limits, leaving my steps unsteady and faltering as if walking on cotton, swaying helplessly. Nevertheless, I pressed on toward the hanged spirit. This moment, the spirit had not only lost its tongue, but also much of its once mighty power, rendering it exceedingly feeble. As I approached, fear radiated from its eyes, as though I were some fearsome deity of death. It opened its mouth, now tongueless, mumbling incoherently as it pleaded for mercy. However, I felt no compassion for this once malevolent spirit that had wreaked havoc upon the living. After all, it had intended to devour me. Had I not possessed scissors, I would have been irrevocably lost. Now, with unwavering resolve, I aimed to eradicate this malevolent entity that had plagued humanity for centuries. And the spirit, equally weakened, cowered in fear. With every step I took, its terror grew. The living fear not death, yet the dead spirit trembles at the thought of it. I stood before the huddled hanged spirit in the cave's corner, extending the scissors toward it. "Tell me, who is the one behind you? What hidden agenda do you serve?" My voice was cold and commanding. It was evident that the one behind this spirit not only had dominion over it, but also allowed its rampant destruction of innocent lives, indicating a sinister nature. Upon hearing my inquiry about its master, the spirit's pallid visage turned even more ashen, dread washing over it like a tide. It frantically waved its hands, repeating, "No, no, I cannot. If I speak, I will surely meet a grave fate." Faced with its cowardice and defiance, I felt no sympathy. With a swift motion, I thrust the scissors against the spirit's neck. My gaze bore into it with ferocity. "Speak, or I shall end you now." With a slight pressure, the scissors pierced the skin of its neck, releasing tendrils of white smoke while repugnant black blood oozed forth. "No, please spare me." The spirit, now thoroughly terrified, screamed, yet it dared not move, petrified that even the slightest shift would lead to its demise. "Speak." The spirit's face contorted with conflict as it weighed the decision to divulge information, ultimately steeling itself with a grim determination. "I can tell you, but you must keep it secret and not disclose that it was I who spoke." "Very well, I promise." Upon my assurance, the spirit sighed. "For centuries, I have cautiously lured victims, evading Taoist priests and other kindred spirits. Occasionally, I would eliminate those I could overpower and flee from those I could not. 20 years ago, I once again sought to ensnare someone for their soul when I encountered a Taoist that I was unable to defeat him or escape. Ultimately, I was captured. I had expected death, yet he allowed me to continue my malevolence, but under a binding contract. What manner of contract? What was his purpose? I pressed urgently. The spirit, resolved to share its secrets, responded without hesitation. "The essence of the contract dictates that half of the ghostly power I acquire from each soul I claim must be surrendered to him. As for his motives, I do not know. Nor do I dare inquire. I found myself perplexed. What could a living person want with ghostly power? A normal individual exposed to an abundance of ghostly energy would typically face misfortune or even death. The figure behind this hanged spirit, rather than shunning ghostly energy, actively sought to accumulate it. What was the rationale? Suddenly, a term surfaced in my mind. Evil cultivator. If the entity behind this spirit was indeed an evil cultivator seeking to harness ghostly power for their own advancement, then the notion of breeding hanged spirits to kill while circumventing karmic consequences began to make sense. That I never anticipated that I would encounter a malevolent practitioner, grasping the shoulders of the hanged ghost. I urgently inquired about his name. Those who have succumbed to evil practices inevitably pose a threat to all, and any righteous individual is bound to pursue these malevolent beings to the bitter end. Since I have encountered one, lacking the strength to confront such a formidable foe, I can at least seek assistance, perhaps from Bureau 04, which, as an official entity, disallows the existence of such practitioners. He is called Lu. Before the hanged ghost could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly ceased. His expression became one of profound anguish and terror. Chapter 89. Administering medicine, I was wrong. I did not utter a word. I merely pleaded for mercy. The hanged ghost's visage contorted, his eyes wide with horror as he screamed hoarsely, his cries echoing hauntingly within the stillness of the space. As he wept, his body began to tremble violently. Grotesque fissures spreading across him like a spider's web. Those cracks shimmered with an eerie red light, enveloping him entirely. The hanged ghost writhed as if engulfed in raging flames, suffering intensely, while the surrounding air seemed ignited, becoming unbearably hot and making it difficult to breathe. In an instant, the hanged ghost was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the ether, indicating that the entity behind him had cast a certain taboo upon him. Any intentional revelation of his identity would trigger his obliteration. Unbeknownst to the hanged ghost, such a prohibition could be unilaterally established. The cursed spirit would only be aware that a taboo was imposed upon him, but the specifics remained known solely to the caster. Otherwise, the hanged ghost would not have been so unaware. I had only read about such taboos in books, never expecting to witness them firsthand so soon. Once a taboo is set, it can only be broken through external force or a significant disparity in power with the caster. However, external forces must first comprehend the nature of the taboo, which the entity behind the hanged ghost had not disclosed to him. To break the taboo, the only alternative path is to enhance one's strength. Yet, the hanged ghost must share half of the power he gains through the contract with his master, perpetually tethering him to that bond. However, by consuming the power I had instantaneously acquired, before it could be siphoned away, he could potentially break free from the taboo. It is no wonder he was so eager to devour my strength. At present, I have gleaned a single character's information, Lu. The precise character remains unclear to me, but the mastermind certainly bears this character in their name. Otherwise, the taboo would not have been triggered. Henceforth, I must exercise caution around individuals whose names contain Lu. A chilling, foreboding wind suddenly swept through the area, akin to a cold blade piercing deeply into my very marrow, causing me to involuntarily shudder. A sinister, mocking laugh reverberated throughout the cavern, making it impossible to discern its source. Who goes there? I tensed my body, scanning my surroundings warily. I was still pondering which contemporary figure could vanquish the slothful one when I was taken aback to find a mere youth before me, seemingly devoid of any magical prowess, yet capable of dealing with the lethargy. The voice echoed again, ambiguous in gender. I chose not to respond, instead gradually channeling the minuscule amount of magical energy I was regaining into my fingertips, ready to unleash a talisman at a moment's notice. It seemed the voice's owner had noticed the scissors in my grasp. So you utilize scissors, and you possess the talismans of the Zhengyi sect of Longhu Mountain. Young one, are you a disciple of Zhengyi? Whose disciple are you? I was foolish to divulge my lineage to someone I had yet to see, and who was likely an adversary. Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? If you have the courage, show yourself. No sooner had I uttered those words than a phantom coalesced from the depths of the cave, cloaked in black, obscuring its features. Kekekek, knowing that I am but a mere apparition, you dare act so brazenly. The black-robed figure's words left me bewildered. I had no inkling that he was an illusion, nor why he was so certain that I possessed knowledge of him. You are the one behind the hanged ghost, are you not? A malevolent practitioner, all beings may cultivate. There are myriad paths to enlightenment. What is deemed righteous? What is deemed wicked? Merely grandiloquent rhetoric. To cultivate is to embody reason. To cultivate is to be righteous. Young one, I shall remember your visage. I will watch you from the shadows, draw near, and ultimately tear you apart. With that, the The specter's form vanished, and the cavern returned to silence. I was utterly drained of strength, collapsing into unconsciousness within the cave. Time passed, and I was once again greeted by a familiar scent. This place has nearly become my resurrection point, the morgue of a funeral home. I struggled to move my fingers, and I heard someone exclaim, "He's awake. Xiao Fan is awake." That voice seemed to belong to my master's wife. I slowly opened my eyes to see her gazing at me with palpable excitement. Having been silent for so long, my voice emerged hoarse and dried up master's wife. Upon hearing me call her, she responded with eager urgency. "Oh, good child, move your body a little so I can see." Although I was unsure why she suddenly wanted me to move, I obediently complied. That I attempted to raise my hand. It was painful and sore, but I managed. What about my legs? I exerted effort to move my legs, and then my waist. That my master's wife watched my waist with great concern. With a determined effort, I lifted my torso, a sharp pain coursing through me, yet I managed to move slightly. She grasped my hand tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. "As long as you can move." "That is good." Seeing her so overwhelmed, I felt both guilty and pained. It was my fault that she had to endure this. My master's wife gently stroked my head, admonishing me not to act so impulsively next time. "Where is master?" I glanced around, noting that the morgue contained only my master's wife and myself, devoid of any other life. Just as she was about to speak, the door of the morgue swung open, and Huang Mao entered, tossing his golden locks back while cradling a jar. "Your master has gone to brew medicine for you. You are truly remarkable, consuming 5 times the blue talismans all at once, severing all your meridians and draining your spiritual energy. If it weren't for the elixirs your master's wife provided, you would never have awakened. Here, this is the medicine your master prepared for the past month. You must take it 3 times a day. Without this medicine, you would remain a vegetative state." As Huang Mao spoke, he pulled back my covers. It was then that I realized I was completely bandaged, save for my face. Horrified, I screamed, forgetting the pain as I hastily covered myself. "What are you doing? Must the medicine be applied there? Are you out of your mind? Your entire thigh's meridians are severed. The medicine must be applied to the root. Besides, we're all men here. What's there to be embarrassed about? Move aside." Huang Mao swatted my hands aside, applying the medicine with a nonchalant demeanor, leaving me feeling mentally violated. Chapter 90. A bewildering chat record. By the way, Xiao Fan, your parents are doing fine. Just say a few words to them whenever you can. However, your sister is not so easily deceived. She has likely realized that it is not you chatting with her. In recent days, she has made several video calls, threatening to come find you if you do not respond. Upon hearing Huang Mao's words, I was taken aback and quickly seized my phone. Opening the messages, I found our family group chat, where the exchanges consisted of mundane conversations between my parents and sister, punctuated by Huang Mao occasionally sending a brief message from my account, stating that all was well and not to worry. My mother consistently responded with a pink heart emoji. This seemed quite normal. How could it raise suspicion? At that moment, a message from my sister popped up. "Who are you really? Where is my brother? If anything happens to him, I swear I will make you pay." My heart sank. I immediately opened the chat interface to inspect the messages. I read. I couldn't help but feel exasperated. What was this conversation even about? It began with my sister sending a message. "Dear brother, what are you up to?" Huang Mao responded, "Thinking of you," accompanied by a rose emoji. What on earth? When does a brother say such things to his sister? It was as if he were treating her like one of the beauties he usually converses with. Unsurprisingly, my sister was taken aback as well, replying with 3 ellipses before sending. "Brother, have you been stuck in the mountains for too long and are feeling lovesick?" Lovesick? There's no comparison to my sister's charm. The subsequent messages were laden with awkwardness and a sense of discomfort from my sister. The next day, Huang Mao even sent my sister a red envelope from my phone. I initially thought he was attempting to remedy his earlier blunder. However, upon seeing the accompanying message, my heart sank. The first light of dawn and a cup of milk tea, combined with you, and I possessed the whole world. I pointed at the screen in disbelief. What kind of nonsense are you sending? The first day was already close to being inappropriate, and now you're sending a red envelope with that absurd message. Huang Mao shrugged dismissively. I intended to placate our sister. Besides, a brother with a sister indeed possesses the whole world. There's no issue with that. The truth of brotherly love is an undeniable fact. Truth? Truth? What nonsense! Can this not be doubted? This is all concrete evidence that my sister did not accept the red envelope. Instead, She questioned who Huang Maogu was. Huang Maogu kept insisting, "Of course, it's your beloved Chen Fan Ge." Even a pig wouldn't believe that. Upon seeing my sister's response, I too felt a wave of disbelief. Let me clarify, my sister believed it, but she is no pig. She is a beautiful little princess. For a while after that, my sister began to engage in casual conversations with Huang Maogu. When Huang Maogu noticed my sister refusing the transferred red envelope, he went to Alipay to send money. Each day with a different excuse, saying, "If you skip breakfast, Gugu will be heartbroken. You should be a little rascal who loves breakfast. Today, the sunshine is just right, and the gentle breeze is delightful." I send a cup of afternoon tea to my beloved sister. The midnight wind is a bit chilly, and I imagine my sister, without her brother's companionship, surely feels lonely that a little barbecue might warm her desolate heart. Upon seeing the messages and red envelopes sent by Huang Maogu, the most absurd part is that my account has run out of money, and Huang Maogu transferred money into my account to continue sending. I can no longer find the adjectives to describe my current feelings. Truly, it is speechless. My silence has reached its limit. If I am guilty, please sentence me rather than let Huang Maogu amuse me. It wasn't until recently that I discovered my sister has been trying to extract our current address from Huang Maoji. My sister is studying computer science, and, while chatting, sent me a software she must have created, capable of controlling phones or tracking IP addresses that I had previously been tricked by her. As she remotely accessed my phone, that I thought to myself, even a pig wouldn't believe Huang Maoji's words. My sister is playing him at his own game. Huang Maogu is clever, only chatting without taking action, dodging any manipulative remarks, and not clicking on the software. To say Huang Maogu is smart. He has turned the conversation into a diary of infatuation, especially towards my sister, yet not truly for her. To say he is foolish. My sister's schemes have not affected him at all. He has evaded every trap she set. As I stared at the chat window, my fingers hesitated to press the send button. I knew how to respond, but it was the most difficult message I have ever had to send. At that moment, my sister, seeing my silence, sent a video. The phone screen displayed my haggard figure, wrapped in bandages. "The little princess is calling. The little princess is calling." The phone rang continuously. I wanted to answer but could not think of an excuse. Just as the call was about to disconnect, I pressed the voice answer button. I took a deep breath. My sister's anxious voice came through. "Who are you? Where's my brother? What have you done to him?" "Meow meow. It's me." Upon hearing my voice, my sister was visibly stunned, unable to fathom that the one on the other end was indeed her brother. Silence enveloped her for nearly 10 seconds. "Chen Fan, you haven't been kidnapped, have you?" No. After a series of intense questions from her, she finally believed I had not been kidnapped. "Then what kind of nonsense have you been sending me lately?" "I am your brother, your real brother." I could hear the irritation in my sister's voice. I rubbed my head, attempting to change the subject, but she pulled me back. "Chen Fan, are you still at the funeral home?" My sister's question sent a chill down my spine. I instinctively glanced around, feeling as if she were right beside me, watching. "No, I'm with my master. Don't lie to me. If you're not at the funeral home, how could you have so much money to transfer to me? I know how much savings you have. I heard the pay at funeral homes is quite high. That's my master who gave it to me." "Stop it. In the mountains, you hardly spend anything. What could your master possibly give you?" "In master, you mean colleague, right? Facts indicate that even walnuts pinched by the door can boost intelligence. Since childhood, my sister adored walnuts, and I would pinch them with the door every day. Had I known, I would have eaten a few more myself to avoid being exposed." Silence meant acquiescence. "Who acquiesced? What is that? If you don't admit it, I will tell mom and dad, and then show them all the messages you've sent me recently. No. I admit it, okay? You're so clever. I'm at the funeral home, and I work here, all right? Just don't tell mom and dad. They will worry. Rest assured, I definitely won't say anything, but in exchange, you must honestly reveal everything." Just as I pondered over what I could say and what I could not, my sister abruptly hung up. Moments later, a message popped up on WeChat. "Brother, when I called you, I was in a meeting. I'm the spokesperson for the technology development department. The school leaders came looking for me since I hadn't returned for a long time. Don't try to concoct excuses. After the project ends, I will come find you directly. So you want to trick me again." Chapter 91. The 3 souls and 7 spirits. I helplessly replied with the okay. I could only hope to choose my words wisely when the time came. Turning off my phone, I asked Huang Maogu, "Brother, where has Xuejie gone? I haven't seen her around. Every time I respawn at the revival point, I can smell the unique scent of Xuejie, and I see her by my side. But this time, there is no scent and no sight of her. Huang Maoji's expression darkened upon hearing me inquire about Shuejia. You're Shuejia. Seeing Huang Maogu hesitate to speak, an unsettling emotion gripped me, and I felt a surge of anxiety. Brother, why are you stammering? What happened to Shuejia? It's killing me. Sigh. Huang Maogu sighed softly. Your Shuejia, while not in mortal danger, has lost her life soul and the sixth spirit, leaving her in a state of deep unconsciousness. The 3 souls and 7 spirits comprise the soul. Awareness soul and life soul, along with various other components. Currently, Shuejia is missing her life soul and the spirit representing her consciousness, which has plunged her into a deep slumber. Then why don't you call her soul? Doesn't team manager Zhang have the birth dates of all the employees? Shuejia's situation is due to a fright that caused her to lose her soul. I've read that one needs to call the soul using its birth date. A practice also known in some areas as calling the soul. Manager Zhang has the birth dates of all employees, and with my master and mistress present, calling the soul should be straightforward. How could it be that no one has gone to call her soul for a month? Huang Maogu gently patted my shoulder. He called her soul, but it was in vain that I grabbed Huang Maoji's sleeve. How could it be in vain? Could it be that Shuejia's birth date is incorrect? It's not an issue with the birth date. There are neither elders nor close kin present. The success rate of calling the soul is too low. Huang Maogu shook his head during my unconscious period. They tried many times to call her soul, but generally, it is best to call the soul with blood relatives or elders. Other relatives or individuals who are significant to the one being called can also do so. Strangers and those with ordinary relationships find it difficult for the 3 souls and 7 spirits to hear their calls. Even if they do hear, the spirit in a dazed state will struggle to respond to unfamiliar voices. What about Shuejia's family? What about her roommates? Her roommates have tried, but they rarely speak. Your Shuejia often stays in the morgue, and her only family is a younger sister who is currently abroad, involved in a closed case, and we can't contact her. Hearing Huang Maoji's words filled me with sadness. Due to the nature of Shuejia's work, she primarily interacts with the deceased, making it hard for her to make friends. And her relationship with her roommates is poor. Her only remaining relative is abroad, so her biggest reliance now is on me, her little brother who depends on her. Yet, I have been asleep for a month while she has lost a soul and a spirit. Struggling to get out of bed, Huang Maogu immediately pressed me back down. Brother, let me go. I resisted with all my might, ignoring the pain in my body, trying to break free from Huang Maoji's grip. You practically half disabled. How can you not take care of yourself? What can you do if you get up? I want to see Shuejia. I want to call her soul. I'll keep calling. If 10 times doesn't work, I'll call 100 times. I have to bring Shuejia back. At this moment, I was extremely agitated. The ghost that had hanged itself was indeed trying to strangle me. And it was Shuejia who pushed me away. Taking the blow herself, it was I who caused Shuejia to end up like this. I thought saving her would suffice. Though she was injured, a month should be enough to heal. When I first woke up and didn't see Shuejia, I assumed she was busy or preoccupied. Now I realized Shuejia had lost a soul and a spirit. How could she possibly lie there peacefully recovering? Even if I had to crawl, I would go to call her soul. Chen Fan, calm down. You can't even walk. How will you call her soul? I will crawl there. I fought against Huang Maogu with all my strength, my bones creaking. Seeing my body start to show signs of distress, Huang Maogu slapped my head, momentarily stunning me. How will you hold the soul-calling lamp while crawling? If you can't even lift the lamp, how will you call her soul? If you run into problems again, Shuejia's soul will be lost after the 49 days. It will be impossible to call her back. With Huang Maoji's scolding, I calmed down slightly. Indeed, given my current condition, even if I were to go call her soul, I wouldn't be able to stand or walk properly. Nor could I lift the soul-calling lamp. During the calling, there must be no one else present. Otherwise, the yang energy of the living could scorch the fragile spirit. The 49 days is the limit for calling back the lost souls and spirits. Beyond that, they cannot be called back. I currently have approximately 19 days to recuperate my health before I can call upon the soul. Brother, I understand now. I shall rest for another 10 days. And regardless of my condition at that time, I will proceed to summon the soul. The reason for starting 9 days earlier is my concern that a single day may not suffice. I cannot ensure that I will successfully summon Shuejia's spirit in one attempt. Thus, I must allow ample time. With the elixir from your master's wife to restore my spirit and the ointment from your master for my body. Although I may not achieve complete recovery in 10 days, I should be well on my way to feeling much better. The following day, at my request, Shuejie was brought back to the mortuary by my master and his wife. Resting on the table beside me, her tranquil breathing resembled that of a slumbering soul. Observing the gentle rise and fall of her chest provided me with a slight sense of reassurance. My desire to have Shuejie brought back to the mortuary was driven by selfish motives. Without her presence, I felt an overwhelming anxiety. Witnessing her peaceful breaths was of paramount importance to me at this moment. Moreover, this was a resting place she frequented, where her body could naturally relax, facilitating the eventual return of her spirit. The longer the spirit lingers away from the body, the more challenging it becomes for it to return. When the time arrives to summon her spirit back, I will also require my Master's assistance to ensure her spirit's return to her body in the days that followed. Aside from Huang Mao Gu changing my dressings and keeping me company while playing games and watching beautiful live streams, it was my Master's wife who tirelessly attended to me, ensuring my meals were abundant to the point of discomfort. Even before I had digested one meal, another would be served, as if she feared my stomach might go empty. Despite being a patient, I found myself gaining weight, which made trips to the restroom rather inconvenient. My master, on the other hand, was difficult to see. He was preoccupied with preparing fresh ointments for me daily, as my particular ointment loses its efficacy if not utilized within hours of preparation. Thus, he could not create it in bulk and had to simmer it slowly in a small clay pot. Perhaps my fate has always been intertwined with the supernatural, but those around me have treated me with remarkable kindness, rendering me a fortunate novice in the path of Taoism. Chapter 92. Meeting Manager Zhang after 10 days of care. My spirit had been thoroughly rejuvenated thanks to my Master's wife's elixir and my own meditative practices during my bedridden state, significantly enhancing my abilities throughout this harrowing experience with the hanged ghost. My physical recovery was also progressing well. Aside from exerting myself too much, I felt little discomfort. During this time, Sun Lily visited me, and Yao Ling would check in every other day to inquire about my recovery and when I could take her to the amusement park to win dolls. I would tell her to wait until after I summoned the soul, only for her to return every other day with the same question, leaving me with a sense of being pressed for repayment. Yet, I had initially sought her help and promised to take her to the amusement park. What surprised me most was Zhao Yani, who added me on WeChat, claiming it had been a long time since we last met and inquiring about my well-being. I certainly could not divulge the truth, as there is a stark difference between the mortuary at the foot of the mountain and the one behind it. I could only say I had fallen off my bike and was hospitalized. When Zhao Yani expressed her desire to visit me, I dared not reveal that I was recuperating in the mortuary's cold chamber. That would surely frighten her that I told her I was resting at home and would return once healed, which seemed to satisfy her. Nevertheless, she occasionally sent alluring photos, asking for fashion advice. Seeing these made my heart race, leaving me parched and speechless, prompting an internal exclamation of, "What a beauty!" Yet, I maintained my composure, pretending to ponder my responses seriously that I truly could not comprehend why Huang Mao Gu thought Zhao Yani was overweight. Perhaps this is merely a reflection of his preferences. Tonight, at the stroke of midnight, I am to begin summoning Shuejie's spirit, and I must first seek out Manager Zhang. The birth date and time provided by Manager Zhang are undoubtedly accurate, as Shuejie's extraordinary destiny is not something to be taken lightly. From her past, it is evident that prior to our meeting, she ascended effortlessly, succeeding in all her endeavors. The troubles she now faces are all within my vicinity, having incurred injuries while either assisting others or trying to save me. I have become a harbinger of misfortune that I approached the mortuary at the foot of the mountain with a sense of urgency. I feared encountering Zhao Yani, especially since I had just claimed to have returned home not long ago. And now I was here at the foot of the mountain's mortuary. The leader's offices are located at the foot of the mountain. Behind the mountain, there are none, only staff members, perhaps due to the peculiar nature of the area. No leaders would linger there. Even inspections are rare, but then again, my master is present behind the mountain. While he may not actively manage issues, if a significant matter arises, it is natural for the higher-ups to rely on him for resolution. Chen Fan, what are you so furtively up to? Are you here to find someone or to steal something? Huang Maogu's loud voice drew the attention of those around us. You're the one stealing. Why shout so loudly? I quickly pulled my hood over my head and scurried toward Manager Zhang's office, curling my upper body in an attempt to avoid detection that I am not directionally challenged. I can remember a simple route after traversing it just once. Hey, thief! Huang Maoga shouted as he chased after me. You're the thief. I hope someone catches you and gives you a beating. I ignored him, silently cursing him in my mind. Finally, I stood at the door of Manager Zhang's office. The door was ajar, revealing Manager Zhang, adorned with his golden-rimmed glasses, furrowing his brow as he scribbled on a piece of paper. I contemplated knocking but hesitated, fearing I might disrupt his concentration. My hand hovered in midair, torn between knocking or refraining from doing so. At that moment, Huang Maogu caught up to me. Hey, wait. I was about to shout a warning. But Huang Maogu boldly strode in, plopping himself onto Manager Zhang's leather sofa and crossing his legs. This Huang Maogu, truly lacking decorum, even in front of leadership. That instant, Manager Zhang noticed us. He displayed no sign of displeasure at Huang Maogu's behavior. Rather, it seemed he was accustomed to it. Xiao Fan, you're here. Come in. Come in. Is your injury healing well? Manager Zhang greeted me with a smile. I felt a bit embarrassed by his kindness. Thank you for your concern. Manager, I am nearly recovered and will be able to return to work soon. Manager Zhang clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Xiao Fan. Why so formal? Why not call me Zhang Gu? You're sounding distant. If you keep this up, Zhang Gu might get upset. Seeing the slight frown on Manager Zhang's face, I awkwardly called out. Zhang Gu. Upon hearing me address him as Zhang Gu, Manager Zhang's tense expression softened into a smile. That's better, Xiao Fan. Please sit. You've just recovered, so don't overexert yourself. I'll brew you a cup of green tea they've recently sent. It's quite delightful. No, Zhang Gu. I don't drink tea. I protested as I sat down. Come now, you should learn to appreciate it. This tea is quite exquisite and beneficial for your vitality, Manager Zhang insisted. As he began to prepare the tea, reluctantly, I accepted. I can indeed drink tea. My father is quite traditional, and we have an abundance of tea at home. As a child, I would guzzle it down whenever I was thirsty after school. Although I couldn't discern the finer points of tea appreciation, I could certainly tell whether it tasted good or not. I simply have a habit of declining offerings from unfamiliar individuals. Even if I loved the fruits offered by distant relatives during visits, I would feign disinterest, holding on to them until I could find an opportunity to set them down. Manager Zhang arranged the tea set and began brewing. Xiao Fan, what brings you here today? Is there something on your mind? Nothing major. I just wanted to report that I have recuperated after my extended rest, I replied. The second matter concerns my salary and bonuses. Previously, my salary was issued at the highest standard, along with bonuses, but during the Wang Qiao incident, I encountered the hanged ghost and my time worked was minimal, and I was even unconscious for several days. Receiving that amount now feels a bit unsettling. Regarding that, your salary has indeed been issued adequately, but concerning the bonuses, there were tax issues from the first half of the year, so it's somewhat less. Rest assured, you'll receive a lump sum at year's end. Excuse me, are you saying I'm being overpaid and will have to return it later? Now you're saying it's less. But I'll receive a supplement at year's end? Not at all. Xiao Fan, that you've misinterpreted. I'm not suggesting your bonuses are insufficient. After a month of recovery, I had not worked at all. Manager Zhang paused, then suddenly realized. Oh, it's about reimbursement. You know that the medicines you used were prepared by your master and his wife, sourced from the mountains or other channels, so we don't have invoices or hospital receipts. It might not be easy to process the reimbursement. Here's what we can do. Estimate the costs, and I'll have the finance department handle it. Minor amounts should be reimbursable. Additionally, there will be a condolence payment in a few days. This is an extraordinary job where money is not deducted, and one can find ways to reimburse for medication without an invoice, as well as receive consolation funds. What a remarkable position this is. Brother Zhang, however, I will not be filing for reimbursement that I have not worked for over a month, and I ponder whether there has been a mistake regarding my salary and bonuses. How could there possibly be a mistake? Your absence from work for over a month is due to handling matters at our funeral home. You are aware of the high wages in our rear mountain. During this period, there has indeed been a degree of risk involved. It is not simply a matter of cremation. We must address the issues thoroughly. I am also aware of the situation concerning Wang Qiao. The reduced bonuses are attributed to unresolved matters. The current bonuses stem from the handling of the hanging ghost case and a few others that did not encounter issues, thus yielding higher rewards. Your injury qualifies as a work-related accident. Wages during this period cannot be withheld and are issued at the highest standard. Although I lack extensive work experience, I have observed that in various workplaces, It seems as though individuals are almost divided into three to perform tasks, with salaries constantly being suppressed and deductions made wherever possible. If those around me were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be envious. However, my salary is essentially earned at the cost of my life. Indeed, high risks lead to high rewards, and even the benefits are relatively generous. After hearing Manager Zhang's words, I felt reassured. Now I dare to utilize this money. Subsequently, I requested a spirit lantern from Manager Zhang, having heard from Brother Huang that the lanterns he crafted yield excellent results. This was the primary reason for my visit, to create a guiding light for souls. Manager Zhang is aware of my intentions, as Sister Shui is also one of his employees, and it was Manager Zhang who provided the lantern used by my master for summoning souls. Upon receiving the spirit lantern, we bid farewell to Manager Zhang. Throughout the encounter, Brother Huang and Manager Zhang exchanged no words, and the reason remains unclear. Yet, Manager Zhang exhibited no signs of dissatisfaction, appearing rather accustomed to the situation. Typically, spirit lanterns guide the direction for ethereal beings. Our ordinary sources of illumination hold no allure for them. In contrast, a spirit lantern emits a light that is distinctly captivating to the unseen, drawing their attention, and is often utilized in places where communication with these entities is necessary. For instance, establishments that engage in transactions with spirits display spirit lanterns late at night, prompting the interested entities to approach. The construction of a spirit lantern primarily involves using the bones of deceased beings as a framework, with the skins meticulously crafted into a semi-transparent lampshade, supplemented by over 10 types of hair from the deceased to weave intricate patterns. The method of crafting spirit lanterns varies significantly with the materials used, resulting in differing effects. Some materials may attract malevolent spirits more readily, while Manager Zhang's lanterns are comparatively pure. Upon handling it, I sensed its chill, yet it did not incite any discomfort beyond that. Upon returning to the mortuary in the rear mountain, I inscribed Sister Shui's birthdate and 8 characters on a yellow talisman. Then pricked one of her fingers with a fine needle to extract a few drops of blood, which I let fall upon the talisman. We then drove to Sun Xingye's residence, the location where Sister Shui was restrained. We intended to call out until we reached the place where she was rescued, as her lost soul should lie along this route. Sun Lily was overjoyed to see me, immediately linking her arm through mine and leaning against my shoulder. I hastily extricated myself from her grasp. Ever since I rescued her, her style had transformed from that of a spirited girl to that of a charming neighbor, her hair dyed back and plaited. Yet I harbored no other feelings for her. Sun Lily gazed at me with a look of grievance, pouting and speaking in a voice tinged with tears. Does Xiao Fangu dislike me? I could only reply that the items I carried were rather cold and that contact with them could lead to illness for females. I sought a relatively justifiable reason to decline her closeness. Yet she interpreted my words as concern, her spirits lifting immediately. Xiao Fangu is the best, always thinking of me. Then I won't get too close. I'll just stay beside you. I felt no inclination to elaborate, fearing she might shed tears. After all, we needed to remain at her home until evening, preparing to summon souls, and we did not know how many days it would take. It was rather inappropriate to make the host cry in their own home. How had that carefree little girl transformed into such a delicate flower? In the evening, under Sun Lily's watchful eye, I had dinner and consumed 2 bowls of fish soup she had personally prepared. Afterward, I still felt thirsty. It was excessively salty. Night finally arrived, and I ignited a specially made white candle with a lighter, burning it for about half an hour before using it to light the white candle within the spirit lantern. The flames produced by lighters and matches are of a yang nature, and thus unsuitable for direct use. Therefore, one must first ignite the yin candle with a yang flame, waiting for the former's flame to extinguish completely before lighting the spirit lantern. This method, taught to me by Manager Zhang, maximizes the lantern's allure to ethereal beings. I then used the lantern's candle to ignite the yellow talisman inscribed with Sister Shui's birthdate, ensuring that only her spirit would perceive the flame, while other entities would find it difficult to see. Thus, the lantern became a guiding light for souls. Nonetheless, as a precaution, I brought along my peachwood sword and various talismans, all carefully wrapped in the shrouds from the mortuary to prevent the leakage of yang energy. From Sister Shui's vehicle, I retrieved her discarded outer garment, tying its sleeves around my neck to fashion a small cloak, an item imbued with her scent, ideal for summoning her soul. With all preparations complete, I awaited the arrival of the hour of the rat to commence the summoning. All individuals vacated the villa, and I stood at the spot where Sister Shue had initially been bound. My emotions in turmoil. Watching the seconds tick away on my phone, I regulated my breathing to steady my state of being. Sister Shue, I apologize for coming to retrieve you only now. You must return with me. The hour of the rat has arrived. I cast my phone aside and lifted the guiding lantern, chanting, "Return, spirit, return, spirit. Wayfaring lady, hasten back." With the lantern's light, I seek the familiar. Wu's daughter, come home. Chapter 94. The dreaded chicken soup with the invocation commenced. The guiding lantern in my hand transformed into a ghostly blue hue. The luminous blue flame was remarkably bright, yet failed to illuminate the surroundings. Relying on my cultivated night vision, I began to tread the path along which Sister Shue had been taken, calling out as I walked, "Return, spirit, return, spirit. Wayfaring lady, hasten back." With the lantern's light, I seek the familiar. Wu's daughter, come home. Thanks to the birth date inscribed on the talisman, there was no need to call out her name. Throughout the night, I cannot recount how many times I called nor how far I traveled, yet I did not catch even a glimpse of Sister Shue until the crowing of the roosters signaled dawn. My master and the others had called out for so long without success, and I held little hope that I would be able to summon Sister Shue's lost spirit on the first night. Nevertheless, I felt a tinge of disappointment as I collapsed onto the villa's sofa, wrapped in our security uniforms coat, and fell into a deep slumber. Since the first night had been fruitless, I resolved to continue my efforts the following day. Particularly with the impending approach of the 49 days that a night filled with shouting and walking had left me utterly exhausted. My hunger had dissipated, and all I desired was sleep. Sun Lily occasionally nudged me, urging me to rise for a meal, which disrupted my rest. I had also asked Brother Huang to fetch fresh blood from Sister Shue, as the talismans used for summoning souls are best made with fresh blood. Blood that has been stored for too long is less effective. When I finally awakened, it was already afternoon. Upon seeing me awake, Sun Lily promptly reheated the chicken soup she had prepared and brought it to me. "Xiao Fangu, come drink some chicken soup. This chicken is specially sourced from a farm. It's nourishing." Sun Lily eagerly attempted to feed me the soup. This act left me utterly astonished and quite uncomfortable. I quickly took the bowl from her, insisting, "No need to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own." Holding the chicken soup, I felt a wave of despair. While the soup appeared appetizing, Sun Lily had followed the video instructions step by step. And yet the saltiness was beyond measure. The previous day's fish soup had left me parched, and I found myself drinking water repeatedly throughout the night. But upon meeting Sun Lily's eager gaze, I could only swallow the soup as if it were medicinal concoction, pouring it into my mouth before my taste buds could fully react. "Xiao Fangu, what's wrong?" Sun Lily asked with concern upon seeing my grimace. I could only attribute my expression to the soup being too hot. I fabricated an excuse, pretending to fan myself. Sun Lily's face lit up with delight. "Hee, Xiao Fangu, you enjoy it so much. No rush, it's all yours. I'll make it for you every day." As she spoke, she filled another bowl and blew gently on it that I feared that if I consumed it daily, I might soon succumb to cardiovascular disease. No, I swiftly declined. Brother Huang hasn't eaten yet. He has more muscle and needs it. He should eat more. Adhering to the principle of a dead friend is better than a living priest. I felt it unjust for Brother Huang to go without. Humph, that dead Huang. He deserves such fine farm chicken. This is all for Xiao Fangu. The chicken he gets is just feed chicken prepared by the servants. I had witnessed the culinary skills of the Sun family's servants. During that period, I had dined well and gained several pounds. Although the quality of meat may differ, the disparity in cooking skills was evident. What is this farm chicken soup? I am destined to eat feed chicken. I should swap with Brother Huang. Having tasted the farm chicken, I now wish to sample the feed chicken, for without comparison, there would be no discernible difference. No. If you eat that, Xiao Fangu won't be able to enjoy Lily's specially made, delicious, and nutritious farm chicken. Sun Lily decisively refused, blowing on the chicken soup before directly delivering it to my mouth. I drank it and immediately stuck out my tongue in response. Wait a moment. After all this blowing, is it still hot? If it's hot or salty, why don't you try it yourself to find out? I silently grumbled to myself, convinced that Sun Lily had never tasted it. I could guarantee that. After the meal, I kept drinking mineral water. Sun Lily, seeing me sip my water, expressed admiration, remarking on how I was so attentive to my health. Only drinking mineral water. Was it that I wanted to avoid cola and other beverages? No, it was simply that the soup was too salty, and I didn't wish to touch anything with flavor again. I declared that, at this moment, mineral water was the most exquisite beverage in the world. As evening fell and the sky began to darken, Huang Mao Gu returned as well that I continued to drink water while I started crafting a spirit-summoning talisman. Are you a Huluwa? Drinking so much water that be careful not to overtax your kidneys. You try drinking such salty soup, that be by the way. I still have some chicken soup left, the residue settled at the bottom. Haha, let me see you suffer. Huang Mao Gu, there's still chicken soup. Go have some, you've been running around. It must be tiring for you. I pointed to the chicken soup on the table. At least you have some conscience. Huang Mao Gu lifted his shirt, glanced at his flat belly, and grinned before heading to drink the chicken soup. I could hardly contain my amusement. I was sure that Huang Mao Ji's expression while drinking the soup would make me burst into laughter. Wait! At that moment, Sun Lily jumped out to block Huang Mao Gu, exclaiming that was the chicken soup she had specially prepared for Xiao Fan Gu, not for him. His was in the kitchen. It's fine. I'm already full. Huang Mao Gu needs to replenish his strength too. Let him drink. Let him drink. I felt an urgent pang in my heart. The kitchen also had chicken soup. Although it was made from feed, it would suffice for his nourishment. Upon hearing that it was made by Sun Lily herself, Huang Mao Gu tossed his hair back and scoffed, saying there was no need for such preferential treatment. And he wouldn't compete with Xiao Fan Gu. Rarely did Huang Mao Gu refrain from arguing with Sun Lily, and he headed straight to the kitchen. I was utterly exasperated. It smells delightful. Huang Mao Gu emerged with a bowl of chicken soup, holding an enormous chicken leg in his hand that he alternated between sipping the broth and gnawing on the chicken leg, his face smeared with grease. Radiating sheer happiness that made me grit my teeth in envy. Xiao Fan, this feed chicken tastes truly authentic. You, my friend, are indulging in Sun Lily's specially crafted free-range chicken soup, which must be even better. Though perhaps excessively salty. I have never experienced such treatment in my life. Huang Mao Gu's mouth was filled with a mix of envy and jealousy, yet his expression was one of schadenfreude. That was only natural. He was basking in the praise of his rival, Sun Lily, with a sense of pride. Huang Mao Gu had only taken a sip of Sun Lily's fish soup yesterday and had since avoided her other dishes. No wonder he didn't argue with her upon hearing about the chicken soup. I felt a surge of resentment. As the little farce concluded, darkness enveloped the surroundings completely, and I had completed the talisman for the evening. Hoping to summon the lost soul of Xue Jie, I lit a white candle, waiting for it to lose its yang energy so I could ignite the ghost lantern. Chapter 95. The Porcelain Doll. Soul, return, wandering lady, hasten your return, guided by the light. Seek the old acquaintance, daughter of the Wu family, come back swiftly. I called for Xue Jie's spirit to embark on our journey. The wind howled ominously. Akin to ghostly wails, branches illuminated by the moonlight reached towards me like sinister tendrils. Had it been my former self, I would have been terrified by this scene, but now I held only one thought in my mind: to retrieve the lost soul of Xue Jie. Soul, return, wandering lady, hasten your return, guided by the light. Seek the old acquaintance, daughter of the Wu family, come back swiftly. I cried out as I arrived at the place where I had saved Xue Jie. Suddenly, I heard a faint rustling behind me. The sound did not frighten me. Rather, it filled me with excitement. As I had come to summon souls to ensure there was some movement, that I stifled my exhilaration. Pretending not to notice, and continued forward. Incomplete souls are often timid and frail, easily frightened or injured. Otherwise, there would be no need for close ones to call them. I took a few slow steps forward. And again I heard the rustling sound behind me. It appeared to be following me. With the birth date and time, the ghost lantern would be seen by the soul I sought from any distance. But nearby ghosts could also potentially see it. To confirm whether it was Xue Jie, I walked while slightly turning my body, casting a glance behind me. Not far behind a large tree, a small head peeked out. A delicate face resembling a porcelain doll, utterly adorable, yet my spirits plummeted. It was not Xue Jie but a little ghost. The chill emanating from its spirit was not cold in the sinister sense, but rather gentle. A ghost of such tender age had passed away, wandering in the forest. Once I find Xue Jie and restore her soul, I would come back to help this little porcelain doll ascend. Since it wasn't Xue Jie, I continued onward, calling out, soul, return, wandering lady, hasten your return, guided by the light. Seek the old acquaintance, daughter of the Wu family, come back swiftly. as I advanced while calling for souls. The little porcelain doll cautiously trailed behind me. Whenever I slowed my pace, the doll hurriedly hid behind the nearest tree, peeking out to observe me. As I quickened my steps, the little doll would tiptoe to keep up. The sky turned pale once more as the sun emerged. Today's soul summoning would again end in failure. Seeing the sunlight creeping in, the little doll gasped in surprise and vanished into the night. I even ventured to the cave where I had fought with the hanged ghost, and aside from the little porcelain doll, I returned empty-handed once more. 2 days had passed. I waved goodbye to the direction in which the little doll had disappeared, thanking her for accompanying me through the night. With heavy steps, I returned to the villa. Sun Lily rushed over with my security windbreaker upon seeing my disheveled appearance. Xiao Fangu, put this on. It's chilly. I silently donned the windbreaker without uttering a word. Sun Lily, noticing my gloom, recognized my failure and refrained from speaking further, instead bringing forth a steaming bowl of nutritious porridge, vibrant with colors, clearly packed with ingredients that I had no appetite, yet I had to eat. Without restoring my strength, how could I summon souls at night? Ignoring the temperature, I gulped it down in one go, discovering it lacked the expected saltiness. I couldn't tell if it was someone else's preparation or if Sun Lily had improved the recipe. The warm porridge soothed my stomach, warming my entire being, and my despondent mood lifted slightly. It's all right. Only 2 days have passed, with 7 more to go. There's still ample time. No need for despondency. I nodded towards Huang Maogu, who was not far off, then plunged into the villa and collapsed onto the sofa. Falling into a deep sleep, Huang Maogu, having understood my gesture, headed to the garage to ride his motorcycle, setting off to retrieve Shui Jie's blood for me. Nightfall returned, and I was certain that the morning porridge had not been made by Sun Lily. I had initially approached Sun Lily's rib soup with the sentiment of missing her after a day apart, only to realize I had acted hastily. I resumed crafting the spirit-summoning talisman while sipping water. Yet I found solace in the fact that when Huang Maogu returned, Sun Lily had gone to the restroom, allowing me to secretly swap the soup in the kitchen. Huang Maogu complained about the saltiness, spitting and sputtering, continuously drinking water. Was he reloading his ammunition? After a bit of commotion, the time for summoning souls was nearly upon us. On the 3rd day, we set out. This time, it would certainly succeed. Soul, return, wandering lady, hasten your return, guided by the light, seek the old acquaintance, daughter of the Wu family, come back swiftly. As I called for souls in the forest, the little porcelain doll peeked out from behind a tree, much closer to me than the previous day. Seeing the little one's appearance brought me mixed feelings of joy and disappointment. Normally, I would find ways to entertain her, but now I was truly busy and anxious. It was already the 3rd day. Once again, I returned empty-handed. Today, Sun Lily, having endured Huang Maogu's complaints throughout the night, had the nanny assist her in cooking, and the flavors had improved significantly. I felt somewhat liberated and silently thanked Huang Maogu. On the 4th day, the little one was even closer to me. Shui Jie's soul still hadn't emerged. The 5th day, once again, I returned empty-handed. The little one no longer hid behind the tree but tiptoed, stealthily following closely behind me. On the 6th day, I truly panicked. I ran while shouting, no longer restricted to the paths we had traversed. Wherever I could place my feet, I would run and call out. I consumed many chi-replenishing pills given to me by Xin Yang. Otherwise, I would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. The little one trailed behind me, fearful of being lost, yet I had no time to pay her any heed. On the 7th day, I was utterly frantic. Regardless of whether there was a path, I would walk it, and if there wasn't, I would forge away. Several times, I stumbled and rolled down a small slope, my hands scraped by thorny plants, blood dripping heavily onto the ground. My face bore several thin scratches. The little one gasped in fright several times. I rose to my feet and shouted, soul, return, wandering lady, hasten your return, guided by the light, seek the old acquaintance, daughter of the Wu family, come back swiftly. My voice trembled with urgency. Only 2 days left. Shui Jie, where are you? Why won't you show yourself? I am Xiao Fan. Just come out to see me. I wish to take you home. On the 8th day, wearing protective gloves and bandages on my face. Before I even began calling for souls, the little one appeared behind me. It was the first time the little one spoke during these days. Her voice was soft and tender, filled with concern. Big brother, are you all right? I'm fine. By the way, little one, have you seen a beautiful big sister around here? She is about this tall. With short-haired, I gestured to describe Shuejia's appearance. I felt like a desperate horse pretending to be alive. After shouting for so many days, without even a hint of a clue, the little one appeared every day, and I could only hope she had seen Shuejia and could provide some leads. Chapter 96. The 8th day failure that I haven't seen her. It's always just been me here alone. The little one tilted her head, softly replying. Always just her alone? Is it possible that Shuejia's soul has not been lost here? To ascertain the location of the lost soul, I sought the assistance of my master for divination on the 4th day to discern the whereabouts of the person I was searching for. And the result pointed to this very place. Perhaps Shuejia's spirit is too fragile and has concealed itself. After all, the little one is a rather weak soul, resembling a remnant spirit, inherently unstable and liable to dissipate at any moment. These spirits tend to hide, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that I have never encountered one before. However, I can at least be assured that there are currently no malevolent spirits in this forest. Otherwise, the little one would not be so secure. With this in mind, I can surmise that Shuejia is indeed safe. I simply have yet to find her. This is the only source of solace. I punctured my finger with my sharpened teeth, and a drop of essence blood emerged from the tip. Upon seeing my blood, the little one's eyes gleamed with excitement. Essence blood is different from ordinary blood, containing energy that instinctively calls to the spirit. Big brother, may I partake? The little one inquired tentatively. I chuckled softly and extended my finger towards her. Go ahead. The little one's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A woo, her cool little mouth enveloped my fingertip, and the essence blood was drawn away. Although I could have safeguarded my essence blood from excessive consumption, she released my finger after merely one drop, licking her lips with a sense of longing. Thank you, big brother, she said cheerfully, wrapping her arms around my leg. Now hurry back and refine it. It will help stabilize your spirit body that I have urgent matters to attend to. Upon hearing my dismissal, the little one reluctantly released my leg. All right. She vanished into the night, at the speed of vaporization. At the speed of vaporization, I activated 2 blue talismans and swallowed 2 pills from my master's wife. Then, I retrieved a horn from my bag, adorned with intricate runes. The sound emitted from the horn would carry like the roar of a tiger, reaching far and wide, even to distant spirits that I played the recording. Soul. Return, soul, return. Wayfaring lady, hasten back. Guided by the light, seek the old friend, Wu's daughter, return swiftly. The recording, infused with the power to summon spirits, spread instantly through the horn. With a leap, I propelled myself rapidly through the forest. To ensure my voice reached as far as possible during the night, I spent the entire day contemplating, finally arriving at the combination of the horn and acceleration talisman. How foolish I was not to think of this sooner. Nevertheless, I am confident that tonight my voice will echo throughout the entire wooded area of the villa. The blue candlelight emitted by the soul-conducing lantern flickered precariously as I dashed through the woods. And I realized I needed to bolster its wind resistance. What was I thinking? Tonight, I will surely retrieve Shuejia. Although I did not glean any useful clues from the little one, I now possessed the confidence to spread my voice far and wide with the horn. The rustling of bushes behind me broke my train of thought. Shuejia, I exclaimed excitedly, glancing back to see the little one struggling to follow my voice, diligently pattering her little feet in pursuit. Why is this little one still here? Was she not instructed to return and refine the essence blood? Is she still yearning for more? Oh well, if she insists on following, so be it. I will give her a drop once I find Shuejia. This is not about being stingy or insincere. Giving too much could overwhelm her current ghostly power, potentially leading to unintended harm or misguided paths that I am not equipped to educate a child. I am still a child myself, needing guidance from my master. Time was slipping away that I had exchanged blue talismans multiple times, disturbing the wildlife in the forest, with larger animals expressing their impatience through gruff roars. Several wild boars charged from the shadows, but I evaded them using the technique of Qin Wang. It seems that using the horn method requires improvement, perhaps incorporating specialized sound waves. As dawn approached, depleted of mana and strength, I staggered along the path back to the villa, unaware of when the little one vanished from my side. As I walked, darkness enveloped me, and I collapsed onto the muddy road. When I next regained consciousness, I found myself on the sofa in the villa. It was Huang Mao Ge who carried me back upon realizing I had not returned. This was the final day. Upon waking, my mood plummeted to the depths of despair. Even when Sun Lily kindly attempted to comfort me, I snapped at her that I remained motionless on the sofa from the moment I awoke until Huang Maogu returned with Xuejie's blood. Gazing at the glass of blood, I felt a surge of anxiety and sorrow. Xuejie, why won't you come and see me? I am certain my voice reached you. The entire forest echoed with my call. On this last day, should I fail to find Xuejie's soul, there looms the threat of her spirit being claimed by the emissaries of the underworld, leading to her eventual demise. Whereupon her 3 souls and 7 spirits would reunite in the netherworld before she could be reincarnated. If I cannot locate Xuejie tonight, will I be left with no choice but to venture into the underworld to reclaim her soul? Would I dare confront the emissaries then? The thought alone was maddening. The spirit lantern in my hand extinguished in an instant. My call for souls had failed, that I collapsed to the ground with a thud. I struck the earth with my hands, splashing mud and water. Why, Xuejie, why won't you come to see me? Overcome with sorrow, I lay on the ground, unable to discern whether the tears streaming down my cheeks were mine or the rain's, as they dripped onto the earth, gazing at the fallen spirit lantern and hourglass. My emotions shattered. Why? 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 I struck the ground repeatedly, the mud splattering around me. Big brother, Haven T, I always been by your side. The voice of the little one reached my ears, filled with confusion. Hearing her voice brought me a semblance of clarity. Yet I could not comprehend her meaning. I was not looking for her. That I turned to face her, and she tilted her head in puzzlement, mirroring my confusion. Thank you for always being with me, little one, but the person I seek is not you. That I managed to force a grim smile. Each night, with the little one as company, I felt no loneliness, yet the one I sought was Xuejie. Not her. The little one poked her cheek with a tiny finger, her eyes wide with bewilderment. Huh, not me. Then why do you call for me every night? Call for her? When have I ever called for her? I didn't even know her. What did she mean by you? Was she referring to my master or someone else? Could it be that Xuejie's birth date was mistaken? But that seemed impossible. If the date were incorrect, how could it resonate with Xuejie's blood? Wait, a thought sparked in my mind and swiftly spread throughout my body. That I hurriedly crawled before the little one, cupping her face to examine it closely. Initially, she squirmed, but then she stood still, her big eyes blinking at me. She looked so much like her. No, it was not just a resemblance. It was as if the little one was a miniature version of Xuejie. The only difference was in their hairstyles. The little one had blunt bangs, while Xuejie had wispy bangs. Are you Wu Shui? I asked, my voice trembling, though I had already confirmed it in my heart. Yes, the little one affirmed with certainty. Not long ago, someone like you, big brother, came looking for me with a shiny lantern, but I was too scared to approach. Then, when you came looking for me again, I felt a strange kinship, so I secretly followed you. But when you noticed me, you ignored me, calling out to me every day as if I were a mad woman, just like Grandma said that I didn't want to pay you any mind. But I feared something might happen to you, so I stayed by your side. Yet you kept pushing me away, calling out to me like you were teasing my family. It drove me mad. At this, the little one puffed out her cheeks in frustration, crossing her arms and stamping her foot. Listening to her complaints, I felt a surge of joy instead of anger, as if strength coursed through my veins. Ha! I scooped up the little one and twirled around joyously. Spinning around is fun. I forgive you, big brother. Let us spin a little faster. The little Xuejie laughed merrily. Eventually, I held little Xuejie close and became choked with emotion. I finally found you. Little Xuejie extended her tender hand to gently stroke my head, offering comfort. This was the feeling, the essence of Xuejie. Though her size had changed, it was as if I were being caressed by her in the morgue. Just as before, so it was. The lost soul is easily remembered but incomplete. The body too undergoes changes. Now, Xuejie cannot recall us because the lost soul retains only childhood memories, mingled with those of Grandma and the family pet. Hence the spirit reflects that time. In dreams, I sought her 1,000 times, only to discover that Xuejie was right beside me. I composed myself, gently embracing little Xuejie's arms. Xuejie, let us go home. There is still time. Even though Xuejie's name is on the list of the underworld's duties, the emissaries of the dead have yet to come for her soul. As long as I bring Xuejie back, we can restore her spirit. Even the emissaries cannot take a soul from a living body. They can only act once Xuejie's spirit departs again. Go home. Sure. Little Xuejie tilted her head in thought before cheerfully agreeing. Without delay, I lifted Xuejie, and at that moment, My body felt remarkably light. The power of the blue talisman surged. Slow down, big brother. Little Shueijia cried out in fright as I held her. Fear not, Shueijia. I will protect you. I was determined to restore Shueijia's soul to its rightful place. But as I ran back, an unsettling sensation enveloped me, causing me to halt. Chapter 98. Oxhead and Horseface. The strange feeling intensified. A chilling aura enveloping my body. To my astonishment, I noticed that the rain had ceased. Not just in the figurative sense, but the raindrops hung suspended in the air like tiny needles. It was bizarre. Too bizarre. While I contemplated what was happening, I heard the sound of chains dragging across the ground, accompanied by the clanking of iron rods. That I quickly turned to see two tall, gaunt figures approaching from a distance. As the sound drew nearer, the chains grew louder. Esteemed Taoist, might you relinquish the little ghost in your arms to us? A cold, unfeeling voice rang out. I hurriedly set down Shueijia, shielding her behind me, one hand producing a yellow talisman while the other gripped a peachwood sword, watching the approaching figures warily. Who are you? As the figures emerged, one bore a human body with a horse's face, wielding a wolf-toothed club in one hand and a chain in the other. The other had a human body with an ox's face, brandishing a forked knife in one hand and shackles in the other. Perfectly sized for little Shueijia, their eyes glimmered with an eerie light. Their nearly 2-meter-tall frames were somewhat emaciated, dressed far more simply than the depictions of Oxhead and Horseface in illustrations that a wooden badge hung from their waists, inscribed with the number 10087, indicating their designation as the 10,087th Oxhead and Horseface. Originally, the Underworld's official positions consisted of only a few, with titles like Oxhead, Horseface, and the Black and White Impermanence referring to specific individuals. However, as the population grew and jurisdictions expanded, it became impossible to manage, resulting in countless wandering souls and ghosts. Thus, they began to expand their ranks. The original Oxhead and Horseface, along with the Black and White Impermanence, were designated as number 0, while those that followed were numbered sequentially according to their tenure. The first 10 were classified by strength. That I never expected that my first direct encounter with an emissary of the dead would be with Oxhead and Horseface. Upon hearing the sound of chains, I initially thought it was the Black and White Impermanence, as typically, Oxhead and Horseface are responsible for capturing evil spirits, while the souls of ordinary people are collected by the Black and White Impermanence. It turned out to be the third and fourth lords. Why are you two here? There are no malevolent spirits present. I bowed in greeting. Horseface scoffed, and the one with the horse's head stepped forward, pointing his wolf-toothed club at little Shueijia behind me. Who says there aren't? Isn't she right behind you? Fourth Lord, you jest. This is merely a fragment of a soul, not even a complete spirit. To claim she is a malevolent ghost is far-fetched. Thud. Oxhead slammed his forked knife into the ground, producing a heavy thud, snorting coldly as he exhaled 2 puffs of cold air. That we say she is. She is, since she is already on the list of the underworld. She is no longer under your purview. Taoist, spare us the unnecessary chatter and hand her over immediately. Oxhead's tone was quite aggressive. But as an official of the underworld, akin to a criminal investigator or armed police, I could only endure. Yet, I would never surrender little Shueijia. Third Lord, although she is on the list, she has not yet descended to the under. These 2 spectral officials, with their malevolent intentions, are the ones who first initiated the conflict, yet now seek to portray themselves as the aggrieved parties. It is they who struck first. The young man was merely acting in self-defense. I, too, intend to seek retribution at the city god temple, accusing them of slander, misrepresenting lingering souls as wicked spirits. That I wonder who will ultimately bear the consequences of their actions. These 2 spectral officials have usurped the roles of the traditional Black and White Impermanence. If this matter escalates to the city god temple, they shall bear their share of the responsibility. I refuse to believe they dare to proceed. Young man, what profound wisdom did you expect me to utter? The duties of the Black and White Impermanence are demanding, and we are here to assist in their tasks. What law have we violated? Merely a misjudgment, mistaking a lingering soul for a wicked spirit, a trivial oversight at worst. However, the lingering soul you possess is undeniably present in the realm of the dead, and the spectral officials are justified in their pursuit. That I ask for you. Do not presume we are unaware of your intentions. We have been observing this lingering soul for a full 49 days. The horse-faced official, leaning against the bull-headed one, regarded me with a cold smile. as if he could see through all my thoughts. They are utterly unperturbed by the prospect of my complaint. After all, spectral officials apprehending spirits that manifest in the realm of the dead aligns perfectly with the laws of the underworld. It is akin to how police typically apprehend thieves, yet criminal and armed police can do so as well, albeit without necessity. There is no prohibition against it. Faced with this situation, I had no choice but to relent. After all, can I truly contend with a force as formidable as 1,000? Even the number 10 seems daunting, let alone the fearsome judge and city god Do. Venerable officials, I admit my earlier rashness and humbly request your forgiveness. I beseech you to grant me some leniency in this matter, and should you ever require my assistance in the future, feel free to call upon me. Humph, it is too late for that. Chapter 99. 1 plus 1 does not equal 2. The bull-headed official snorted derisively. I can offer you some compensation, provided it is within my capacity. When one stands beneath the eaves, one must bow their head. Thus, I conceded. Whatever they offered was of no consequence, the bull-headed official asserted firmly, but was interrupted by the horse-faced one-up brother Nyo. Do not rush. Since this young man is willing to provide compensation, let him do so. After all, the horse-faced official's words trailed off as he exchanged a meaningful glance with the bull-headed one, and instantly, the bull-headed official grasped the implication. Indeed, compensation is in order. Turning to me, he continued, if you surrender the small spirit to us. Burn some yellow paper, refrain from using currency from the realm of the living, and incinerate some paper figures to serve us. We will also require a portion of your blood essence. In return, we may consider not reporting you to the city god. The bull-headed official, realizing the significance of my blood essence, began making demands. However, I had not anticipated that my blood would hold value for the spectral officials. Yet, it made sense. Both are entities of the underworld, and what nourishes the spirits would likewise sustain their kin. Esteemed officials, I can provide paper money and figures without issue, and I am willing to offer my blood essence. But it must be in portions. Delivering it all at once would be too taxing for my body. As for Sister Shui, I cannot grant you that I acquiesce to all conditions except the one concerning Sister Shui. That is unacceptable. This small spirit must be handed over. 3 gentlemen, I have already provided you with benefits. My request is merely to spare Sister Shui. You wish to take both the benefits and Sister Shui. This seems rather greedy. Does it not? I suppressed my rising anger, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. What benefits? That is merely compensation you owe us. Compensation is separate from the capture of this small spirit. How could they be conflated? The horse-faced official interjected, pointing a finger at me. Yes, exactly. Compensation, not benefits. The bull-headed one quickly echoed. I felt my temper flare, my eyes twitching with suppressed fury. Esteemed officials, will you truly not relent? No, the 2 spectral officials replied in unison. Then there is nothing further to discuss. Drawing a yellow talisman, I inscribed the word kill upon my peachwood sword. A blade of blue light enveloped the sword, signifying an enhancement of power, speed, and defense as the blue talisman transformed into a radiant glow that surged into my body. What now? Do you dare to make a move? Fearing the city god might strip you of your virtue, the horse-faced official retreated a step, his tone lacking conviction as he witnessed my readiness for combat. Virtue? I cared little for such matters. Sister Shui had already lost a soul and a spirit because of me. They could take her lingering soul only over my dead body. With that, I charged forward, sword in hand, determined to incapacitate the bull-headed and horse-faced officials and make my escape. In the past, before my initiation into the path, I often heard elders speak of the concept of virtue, how misdeeds would tarnish one's virtue while good deeds would accumulate it, ultimately leading to a peaceful afterlife and a fortunate rebirth. I had never given it much thought, as death and rebirth felt distant and abstract. However, after embarking on this path, I gained a deeper understanding of virtue. Those who accumulate it in life enjoy better fortune and greater support from the heavens when in need, consuming less spiritual energy. Yet, what did this matter in comparison to Sister Shui? My trepidation stemmed solely from the fear that the city god might dispatch a judge to claim Sister Shui. A judge is a rare entity, present only in larger regions. Unlike the bull-headed and horse-faced officials who are merely a pair for a smaller area, their strength is incomparable to that of a judge. I had hoped to placate them, to trivialize the situation and avoid conflict with the officials of the underworld. After all, dealing with them is inevitable in this line of work, and starting off on the wrong foot would complicate future dealings. Yet, this bull-headed official, designated as number 10087, showed no willingness to compromise. Now, with no choice but to confront them openly, I resolved to restore Sister Shue's spirit before the judge arrived, should they come after that. It would matter little. They could reduce my virtue to a negative value if they wished. Seeing my determination to advance, the bull-headed and horse-faced officials were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained composure and readied themselves for defense. Their experience in capturing wicked spirits evident, in the close-quarter struggle, I had no time to inscribe further talismans, forced to face two opponents at once. The bull-headed and horse-faced officials demonstrated a remarkable synergy. Attacking in unison, bull thrusting, horse slashing, leaving me no room to breathe. Before long, the blue talisman shielding me shattered like glass. The bull's blade came crashing down, and I raised my peachwood sword to block it. In the next instant, the horse's spiked club swung toward my head, and I could only protect myself with my hands. Bang! With a resounding impact, I was sent sprawling to the ground, a tingling sensation coursing through my arm. My head spinning from the force that I steadied my breath and staggered to my feet. In a well-coordinated assault. 1-1 is always greater than 2. The bull-headed official, seeing my disheveled state, laughed triumphantly. Did you truly believe your three gentlemen were mere soft fruits to be easily handled? Be sensible and hand over the small spirit while conceding to our terms. We can forget today's events. That I laughed harshly. You are but dreaming. I produced a new talisman, since it had come to this. I had no choice but to reveal my trump card. Channeling the forces of heaven and earth, I invoked the powers of righteousness, summoning the blue talisman and the word kill, sensing the pressure surrounding me. The horse-faced official's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Brother Nyo, we cannot allow this young man to succeed." With that, he hurled chains at me, while the bull-headed official launched his blade like a throwing knife, then charged at me with his horns aimed directly. Recognizing the peril, I turned and fled. I would not be foolish enough to remain stationary. Reciting incantations that in my practice, I often walked about while memorizing, ensuring my hand seals synchronized with the incantations, preparing for any eventuality that might require swift movement. And now, in the heat of battle, my training proved invaluable. I deftly dodged the weapons hurled by the bull-headed and horse-faced officials. Then, channeling the grace of a Spanish matador, I elegantly sidestepped the bull's charge. Just as I reveled in my success, reciting my incantation, the bull's charge was not like that of a common bull. It did not simply push forward to a halt after missing, taking time to turn before re-engaging. Instead, it halted abruptly, pivoted, and its sharp horns pierced through my protective garb, sinking into my flesh in an instant. Excruciating pain coursed through me, nearly causing me to cry out and disrupt my incantation. Gritting my teeth, I managed to utter the next syllable, but the bull struck me again, sending me flying. I tasted blood in my mouth and forced myself to endure the pain as I continued chanting, swiftly forming seals with my hands, my body tracing an arc in the air, landing precisely where the chains lay. The chain seemed to sense my presence, coiling like a cold serpent, its lock fixated on me as I descended. Upon contact, it would ensnare me tightly. The bull-headed and horse-faced officials revealed their triumphant expressions, believing they had me cornered. Chapter 100. The fusion approaches. Bang! Just as I was about to land, the chains shot toward me. With no other option, I bit my tongue, drawing blood, and inhaled sharply. My mouth filled with the taste of my own blood. Even these spectral soldiers, who maintained the order of the underworld, were affected by such a potent essence. With a forceful exhalation, I transformed the blood into a stream of water, colliding with the incoming chains. A cloud of white smoke erupted as the two opposing forces clashed, ultimately neutralizing each other. The blood vanished, and the chains lost their momentum, falling to the ground, writhing for a moment before succumbing to lifelessness. Seeing me land safely, the emergence of the purple peachwood sword instantly evoked a profound sense of pressure in the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians. Yet they were only momentarily daunted before launching a full-scale assault upon me. Despite my injuries, the blue talisman, imbued with the celestial principles of righteousness and the duality of life and death, fortified my basic state, allowing for a fierce exchange among the three of us. The clash of our weapons resonated like a symphony of echoes, sparks flying in all directions. In my embrace, Sister Shue nestled within her garments. Trembling slightly, I could sense her palpable fear. A spiritual entity, She was acutely aware of the opposing forces at play and my concern for Sister Shui grew. After all, her residual spirit, akin to that of a mere 7 or 8-year-old girl, was ill-equipped to confront such turmoil that I was desperate to resolve the situation swiftly. "Yield, little brat," bellowed the bull-headed guardian, once again bending low, his horns aimed directly at me as he charged forth. Moo, having learned from the previous lesson of a sudden thrust. I met him head-on, executing a flying kick that left a muddy imprint on his forehead. The horse-faced guardian, witnessing the mark left on his companion's brow, could not suppress a laugh. The bull-headed guardian's face flushed crimson with rage. "You seek death," he shouted, wiping his forehead and thrusting his trident toward me, inciting the horse-faced guardian to join in the fray with a newfound seriousness. Esteemed guardians, given the current circumstances, we find ourselves at an impasse. Rather than prolonging this until dawn, why not withdraw? I shall honor the terms I previously proposed, I declared, deflecting the bull-headed guardian's sweeping attack and sliding back a short distance. My original intention was to resolve this conflict peacefully. I had no desire to antagonize the officials of the underworld. Having demonstrated a capacity for relative parity, I believed that negotiating terms would now be more feasible. However, the bull-headed guardian merely scoffed. A mere child, were it not for the lack of human souls in this forest, we would be unable to fulfill our annual quota, resulting in diminished salaries and weakened powers that we cannot allow you to abscond with the souls. It seemed that the officials of the underworld were not so different from the laborers of the mortal realm. Failure to meet their work targets would lead to inevitable repercussions, and no wonder. Upon first encountering the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians, I noted their ragged attire and emaciated forms that it was likely due to their prolonged inability to meet performance expectations, thus diminishing their pay. This explained why the normally responsible figures of the black and white impermanents were absent from their posts. While the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians took it upon themselves to closely monitor Sister Shui's incomplete spirit, their motivation was clear: to bolster their own performance metrics. After all, for these underworld officials, remuneration was intricately linked to their status, benefits, and potential for power enhancement. Thus, whether in the realm of the living or the dead, life was challenging for all. Yet, Sister Shui was no malevolent spirit. Even if the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians captured her, it would merely reflect upon the black and white impermanence's performance. Their task was to capture wicked spirits, and Sister Shui's fragmented essence was certainly no evil entity. Even if they were to take her back, they would not fulfill their quota. Why not show some leniency? I initially believed the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians had lost sight of their primary duty to apprehend evil spirits. The horse-faced guardian, upon hearing my words, let out a disdainful laugh. If she were whole, we would indeed be bound by the record of her past. But as a residual spirit, her incomplete history renders her classification ambiguous. Whether she is a wicked spirit or a sinner matters not. Once she is in our grasp, her fate shall be determined by us. Upon hearing the horse-faced guardian's scheme, my fury ignited. How shameless! She is but a child. Do you still possess any semblance of humanity? Have you ever experienced the torment we endure, standing there, speaking without understanding our pain? Had it not been for the recent crackdown on wickedness, many evildoers would have fled to the mountains. This year presents the best opportunity to complete the KPL. Every soul is of utmost importance. I shall burn additional paper money for you, whatever you require. I will inscribe extra zeros for your benefit, turning you into the wealthiest of beings. Just let this matter rest. Upon my suggestion to inscribe extra zeros, the horse-faced guardian momentarily froze before bursting into a forced laugh. Ah, truly a naive little Taoist, devoid of knowledge. Our remuneration is not merely paper money. It includes various elixirs and tools to enhance our spectral energy. You possess such resources. Furthermore, the paper money drawn from the heavenly bank, regardless of the zeros inscribed, merely transforms into corresponding yellow paper. If one could simply inscribe a zero to double its value, the underworld would have long succumbed to inflation. I realized the gravity of the situation. While I lacked the elixirs and tools, I could certainly burn a few hundred boxes of yellow paper for them. They could purchase whatever they desired themselves. I had witnessed the mourners at funerals burning money, with sums inscribed in the billions and trillions, all in small denominations. In the underworld, everyone seemed to partake in this practice. I would no longer feign modesty. It was time to reveal my true wealth. I was a billionaire. I pondered how much inflation the underworld must experience. only to find that it all converted to yellow paper. Clearly, I needed to ensure that more was purchased in the future. Enough of this idle talk. Let us rely on our own abilities, the horse-faced guardian declared. Brother Ma, let's merge. The bull-headed guardian, inflamed with anger, displayed no intention of negotiation, as the surrounding spectral energy surged ominously. Merge. There was a merging skill? Chapter 101. Black and white impermanence. The overwhelming spectral energy created an oppressive atmosphere, compelling my instincts to flee. That I flicked several flying needles from my trousers, targeting the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians. Then turned and ran without looking back. Given my current state, it would be unwise to wait for them to complete their merging. This forest was vast. I could evade them until dawn. Little brat. Where do you think you're going? The bull-headed guardian bellowed, his voice blending with the horse-faced guardians. Almost immediately, a noticeably larger trident was hurled toward me that I drew my sword to block. Bang! A sharp sound erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks as I was forcefully pushed back several meters. The merged bull-headed and horse-faced guardians had indeed augmented their strength, that I raised my gaze to behold the results of their fusion. The once separate bull-headed and horse-faced guardians now formed a singular entity, its lower half resembling that of a bull, with 4 equine legs and a tail, while its upper half bore a human form. Clad in tattered armor, exposing a muscular chest and a well-defined abdomen. 2 heads stood side by side, akin to a conjoined twin, and their field of vision had expanded significantly. Each head bore a horn, and 4 arms wielded various weapons. This grotesque and terrifying visage was indeed a sight to behold. Child, prepare to meet your demise. The merged entity roared, charging at me without affording a moment's respite. What was once a run on 2 legs had now transformed into a gallop on 4 horse legs, their speed amplified to an extraordinary degree. As they ran, their palms opened wide, and the falling trident flew seamlessly into their grasp. In the blink of an eye, they were upon me, the trident and a spiked club descending toward my head. Crying out in alarm, I invoked the golden light charm. I discharged a golden talisman, which transformed into a beam of yellow light and entered my body just before the weapon struck. Bang! I was propelled backward, the talisman shattering upon impact. My strongest defensive charm had been obliterated in a single blow, and the residual force sent tremors through my heart. Clutching my chest, I struggled to rise. You now understand the might of my guardians, don't you? The bull-headed and horse-faced amalgamation sneered, reveling in my disarray. Observing their vibrant spectral energy, I realized that, at present, I was no match for them. However, such a power-enhancing fusion could not endure indefinitely, akin to the transformation of a super scion. Yet, the guardians showed no restraint. Their attacks merciless. Since you choose not to hold back, then neither shall I. I feigned indifference, spitting blood aside, dismissing their fusion technique as inconsequential. 5 Thunder technique. I summoned a 5 Thunder talisman, channeling its incantation to imbue my peachwood sword. The sword became enveloped in crackling blue energy, emitting sharp sounds. The guardians sensed the righteous thunder emanating from my weapon. Child, do not presume that we fear your young thunder. We are official emissaries of the underworld, protected by the energies of heaven and earth. Even righteous thunder has little impact on us. I understood their perspective. While young thunder counters all malevolent entities, the spectral guardians were not inherently evil and were, in fact, under the protection of celestial law, thus not susceptible to young thunder's suppression. Esteemed guardians, I recognize that young thunder holds no sway over you. However, the thunder technique can still inflict harm. Let us see whether your horns are tougher than my 5 Thunder technique. With that, I charged forward. Huh? Utterly arrogant. Come, let us see. The guardians eagerly responded. Just as our collision seemed imminent, I feigned a wicked smile, abruptly halted, and felt my shoe tear. Exposing my foot, I paid it no mind and swiftly veered to the side. Escaping their grasp, the guardians, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, found themselves unable to halt due to inertia, propelled forward for quite some distance. They soon realized that I had never intended to confront them directly. My true objective was to delay until their fusion concluded. Chapter 102. Black and White Impermanence continued. As long as I could slip into the dense woods, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to capture me. Before I plunged into the dense forest, my peripheral vision caught sight of the combined entity of the bull and horse. They stood there, dazed, with malevolent smiles gracing their lips, showing no intention of pursuing me. Had they given up? Yet, Recalling their eerie grins, an unsettling feeling engulfed me. With each tree I passed, I feared they might leap out and strike me down. My nerves taught them why physical stamina was waning considerably. It felt like an eternity had passed when I finally halted, gasping for breath. The journey had been eerily tranquil, so quiet it was unnerving. Moreover, the rain hung suspended in the air, still unfallen, indicating I had yet to escape the confines of the bull and horse's barrier. Logically, their battle prowess should not exceed mine by much. How could this barrier be so vast? Although I had been running in circles rather than straight lines, I had undoubtedly been fleeing for at least 20 minutes. If their barrier was truly that expansive, they could have dispatched me in an instant. Just as confusion clouded my mind, I caught sight of an unusually stout tree, and a wave of alarm washed over me. I involuntarily exclaimed, "Ghost wall!" This tree loomed larger than the surrounding ones, prompting me to deliberately veer away from it, ever prepared to retaliate against any sudden ambush from the combined entity. Upon seeing this tree, clarity dawned upon me. No wonder they hadn't pursued. I realized they were casting a spell to exhaust my stamina. However, while they drained my energy, time was slipping away that I retrieved some elixirs from my mentor and swallowed 2 pills. The method to break the ghost wall had been taught to me by Huang Mao, yet I was uncertain if his technique would work against the ghostly enforcers. I was sure that the use of a boy's urine would be effective. But in my profuse sweating, I found myself unable to produce a single drop. With no one by my side, I feared that if I strained too hard, they might emerge and deliver a fatal blow. I decided to play along with their game, biding my time within the ghost wall, refusing to break free. That I found a clear patch of ground and sat down to rest, my waterproof trousers a small comfort. I aimed to frustrate the bull and horse, hoping they would dispel their barrier. I feigned nonchalance while remaining vigilant against a surprise attack. Minutes turned to hours, yet the dawn remained elusive, with not a hint of change in the atmosphere. The bull and horse were patient, but I was not. By now, it should have been light, or at least the world should have shown some signs of change, save for the sound of my own breathing. The silence was oppressive. That I stood and shouted, "Hello? Is anyone there? Any ghosts? If you can breathe, make a sound." All that met me was a faint echo. Damn it. I swung my peachwood sword vigorously, striking at the trees and leaving marks of my frustration. This was absurd. I then attempted the method Huang Mao had taught me. Step forward, probe, and look back. After several failed attempts, I found myself once again beside the great tree. Little brat, getting anxious, are we? Why not sit a little longer? We have all the time in the world. Can you guess how long 10 minutes in here equates to out there? 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, or perhaps just 1 second. The voices of the bull and horse echoed around me, indistinguishable in their direction. This was it. There was a time discrepancy. The fool was me. While I thought I was stalling, they were merely watching me perform like a jester from beyond the barrier. Come out, a dignified enforcer of the underworld hiding in the shadows. How shameful. What a disgrace. I began to curse vehemently, hoping to provoke them into a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, the bull and horse showed no sign of response. You're not bulls and horses. You're mice, hiding away in fear. Even a turtle knows to poke its head out. You won't dare reveal a hair. Are you so frightened of the sword in my hand? You big bullies, you puny creatures. After a long while, I leaned against my knees, breathless. You. I found myself too exhausted to continue my tirade. That I was utterly spent. Go ahead, keep shouting. Haven't you noticed anything different? Keep struggling. Your time is running out. The voices of the bull and horse faded once more. What could possibly be different? Once I had regained my strength, I resumed my insults, bolstered by my mentor's elixirs. Unafraid of exhausting my energy, worst case, I would suffer some aftereffects. Maintaining this space required spiritual energy, so a war of attrition it would be. I sat on the ground, gasping for what felt like an eternity. Yet my recovery was slow, my breathing becoming increasingly labored. That moment, I realized. This space had a fixed supply of oxygen. The more I moved, the quicker the oxygen was consumed. Now the air was becoming scarce. These wretched bull and horse were intent on suffocating me within their barrier. I had been careless, forgetting that barriers could possess special effects. My master's text had mentioned that certain spirits and enforcers might employ such abilities. I never imagined that this assembly of over 1,000 bull-headed and horse-faced beings could invoke such a grotesque effect. Oxygen deprivation began to cloud my mind, my breaths growing shallower. I hastily dragged my oxygen-starved body into a cross-legged position. Initiating my small circulation, I recalled the principles of the tortoise breathing technique, slowly adjusting my body that if I could enter this state, my metabolism and bodily functions would drop to a minimum. There are accounts of powerful beings surviving a week without food or air, and some who have lived over 200 years through prolonged use of this technique. Fortunately, during my studies, I had practiced the movements a few times, though I had never fully entered the tortoise breathing state. I had gleaned some insights that if I could successfully enter this state now, it would present a chance for a reversal. I couldn't afford to worry about whether the bull and horse would ambush me with a powerful strike. But such a formidable barrier allowing free entrance and exit was truly monstrous. With a clear mind, I sought to merge with nature. Gradually, I emptied my thoughts, and a wave of drowsiness began to wash over me. I could not afford to sleep. If I fell asleep, I would surely perish. In the past, I had encountered such situations during training, often slipping into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly. Since then, I had primarily used the tortoise breathing technique as a sleeping aid, gaining the benefit of an hour's rest equating to 2 for others, waking each day refreshed. Suddenly, I recalled a serendipitous event. While I was transitioning from small to great circulation, Huang Mao had been playing a film, and an enticing sound disrupted my rhythm. A surge of true energy rushed toward my crown, awakening my senses, yet it hadn't interrupted the prelude to the tortoise breathing technique. That moment, I thought that if I could control this energy, I might enter the tortoise breathing state. Yet, the raucous sounds from Huang Mao's side had proven too distracting, leading me to engage with him instead, and I subsequently forgot about it. Now, it dawned on me that this was my only chance. Chapter 103. The Black and White Impermanence, Part 3. I fought against drowsiness, slowly condensing a feeble pulse of true energy at my dantian, guiding it along my meridians. Just as I thought I was on the verge of success, the energy encountered a bifurcation, colliding with other circulating energy, which promptly pulled it back to my dantian. No, this isn't how it works. Undeterred, I concentrated again, forming another pulse of true energy and continuing my ascent, only to be met with the same fate at the bifurcation. My energy once again followed the retreating flow back to my danta. Time and again, I was thwarted, the relentless drowsiness engulfing my mind, to the point where I could barely sit upright. My breathing became erratic, gasping for air, my body growing increasingly unresponsive. I summoned the last vestige of true energy, straining to send it to my brain. If I failed this time, I would surely lose consciousness. As oxygen was nearly depleted, I exerted all my effort to control this final pulse of true energy, moving at a painfully slow pace, not for lack of desire to hasten, but because the energy was too weak, compounded by my foggy mind and blurring consciousness. Dimly, I heard the bull's mocking voice. "Kid, with your meager skills, you think you can master the tortoise breathing technique? What a delusion. Third brother, look at this little brat, drenched in cold sweat, barely able to sit upright. Why don't we place a bet on how long he can last?" Damn, this horse-faced creature was making a wager out of me. Fourth brother, that's a splendid idea. I wager he can last no longer than 15 minutes. Haha. Fourth brother, I bet he can hold out for a whole quarter of an hour. Fourth brother, you're too generous. A novice like him, with only a few peculiar skills, is hardly worth much. Damn it. Who do you think you're looking down on? I will break through. I cast aside all distractions, ignoring the bull and horse's wager, and focused intently on controlling my last pulse of true energy. As it neared the bifurcation once more, I recalled that every prior attempt had faltered here. The other pulses of energy were naturally circulating back to my dantian, but now I needed to swim against the current, breaking through the bifurcation to reach my brain. In that moment, I recalled a line from a profoundly gifted poet. One of the same root. Why should we hasten to harm each other? We share a common origin. Why not let it be? There was no turning back. Prolonging this would only lead to my demise here. Thus, I would risk it all. Demetia, I silently declared, compressing my final hope into an even tighter form, utilizing the elasticity to propel myself forward, charging ahead. The once slender stream of true energy was compressed like a spring, continuously constricted, causing my meridians to throb with pain, now stretched to an elliptical shape. My breathing was frantic. Dizziness overcame me, and my body began to sway. This moment, it was all or nothing. I had to charge forth. To burn my boats, I unleashed the compression of my true energy. Launch, whoosh. The true energy shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing directly toward its kin. The speed was astounding that I recalled the imposing presence of the Maybach on the overpass. Its grandeur was undeniable, and this time, I was determined to succeed. Bullhead and horse face. Prepare yourselves. Puff. The small essence I had condensed, upon making contact with the main force, was akin to an arrow striking the surface of water, instantly dissipated, causing only a ripple that quickly faded, as if nothing had transpired. Words escape me, truly. I am rendered speechless that I had considered the possibility of failure, yet that would have merely been two forces of essence colliding. My minor essence piercing through the grand army's barrier, creating a long trajectory in its wake, and on the brink of shattering it amidst my furious roar, ultimately yielding to frustration in the northwest. What was that puff? Is this the outcome of the emotions I had built up? Before I could utter another complaint, consciousness began to wane. My mind flashed with inexplicable images. What were they? The scenes were indistinct. Though the revolving lantern did allow for some clarity, little brother must be utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a vivid memory of my first encounter with Zhao Yanni emerged, her black silk high heels, the form-fitting skirt, fiery red lips, and her gaze brimming with allure, as her delicate hand caressed my forehead. How could I see this so clearly when I felt I might faint? At that moment, a wave of heat surged from my dantian, stirring my body. For one who cultivates the essence of self-see, the situation with the oxen and horses is quite different. They have long suffered from malnutrition, and with the combination of the body technique and the formation of barriers, coupled with the absence of any replenishing yin energy, their physical strength has long since been depleted. At this moment, their chests heaved dramatically, with their breaths resembling fierce roars. My mind raced as I turned my gaze towards the rear of the oxen and horses. My eyes filled with astonishment, and I shouted, "Your Honor!" The judge, the oxen and horses were startled by my exclamation, instinctively looking in my direction. "Break!" I yelled. The luminous blade of the peachwood sword was compressed, transforming into a concealed dagger. Shadow hand. By the time the oxen and horses realized there was no judge present, merely my deception, it was far too late. The flying blade pierced through their flesh with precision. The oxen and horses let out a wretched scream. Even as I executed my maneuver, I had secretly smeared the blood from my fingertip onto the tip of the sword. Although it had little effect on the Yin emissaries, it still held some significance. Coupled with the stealthy technique of the shadow hand, it was both concealed and swift, breaking through their defenses. The oxen and horses fell to the ground in response. I swiftly advanced, casting a talisman. "You dare?" The oxen and horses were stricken with panic. If I dared, I would not act thus. The talismans were unleashed, directly binding the movement of the oxen and horses. A copious amount of thick, yin-laden black blood flowed forth. Chapter 105. The Black and White Impermanence. Part 5. Seeing my silence, the oxen and horses were truly alarmed, tossing aside their seals in desperation. "Please spare us, Taoist. We too have our grievances. We are compelled by circumstances that we beseech you. Have mercy and spare us this once." At this moment, the oxen and horses no longer bore their previous arrogance, appearing exceedingly frail. Their eyes filled with fear and pleading that I halted my actions. Gazing at their pitiable state, feeling a pang of compassion, I had indeed intended to obliterate the oxen and horses, yet the disparity between my intentions and my actions was stark. I understood the implications of exterminating the oxen and horses versus the potential repercussions of letting them go free. However, having assisted in capturing a few chicken wings in my youth, I had never truly taken the decisive step of slitting a throat. Let alone in the case of Yin emissaries, which felt akin to murder, that I dared not gamble on the oxen and horses' conscience, yet I could not bring myself to strike. Hence I continued to bind the now immobile oxen and horses. I coldly remarked, "What grievances could you possibly have? All I see is you treating the remnants of souls as malevolent spirits. Taoist, you may not know, but in the underworld, duties are rotated, except for the heads of larger regions. Every minor emissary responsible for a village or river must change locations annually. The grove we oversee is considered the most underperforming area in this region. Each time the position rotates, the black and white impermanence rarely achieves results. Let alone us, the oxhead and horse-faced. In recent years, the security in the Yang realm has been stringent, making murders and body disposals rare. Anyone who comes to this grove will leave hungry." That I cast a sidelong glance at the oxen and horses, feeling quite displeased that it truly justifiable to distort right and wrong. to treat remnants of souls as evil spirits simply because of poor performance and hunger. Is this how one becomes an emissary? Furthermore, are tasks not assigned based on the circumstances of each region? Taoist, even with few results, it cannot be that there are none at all if it were merely a matter of rotating for a year. We could endure, but who would wish to serve in this place? Each year during the rotations, the emissaries from other regions would mingle with those assigned to their new areas, and during our previous excursions, our savings were nearly non-existent that we have been unable to move for nearly a decade now. Each year's salary diminishes, making it increasingly difficult to survive, let alone to relocate. This year, a villa district was just completed nearby. With numerous cases of murder and body disposals, not only could we fulfill our quotas, but with your little ghost in tow, we could earn a bonus and potentially change positions. That is why we took the risk to incapacitate the black and white impermanents responsible for this area. I lifted my foot off the oxen and horses. While their plight was indeed unfortunate, I could not allow them to take Shueji away. Had I not promised you blood essence and paper offerings? The blood essence replenishes energy, and the money from the offerings could also facilitate movement that in the end. Was it not your own greed that led you to desire both? Initially, we could have mutually accommodated each other, fulfilling our respective needs, paving the way for future collaboration. But now that matters have escalated to this point, retracting is exceedingly difficult. The oxen and horses were now utterly weak, with only one eye barely able to open. Their breath shallow and labored. Their voices were frail as they confessed, "Indeed, we are greedy, but it is also out of fear of hunger. If merely asking for more benefits could resolve our issues, we would not insist on a confrontation with you, Taoist. Paper offerings are indeed the currency of the underworld, yet they can only purchase necessities. True valuable items cannot be obtained through paper currency. If one were to rely solely on paper money, then in the realm of dreams, the underworld would be filled with impoverished souls. The means to sustain energy and enhance strength lies in the energy pills. Those are our true salaries, the hard currency of the bureaucratic realm. Even the blood essence of a Taoist is merely a superior tonic. Tonic can be consumed or disregarded, but sustenance is non-negotiable. Having listened to your words, my anger subsided, yet the chasm between us remains unbridgeable that I cannot provide you with the energy pills you seek, nor can I hand over little Shueji to you.